Yes, I finally managed to obtain it, a person exclaimed, with a voice full of excitement but also exhaustion as he held a glowing stone on his palm. The voice was quite soft but also had the ability to put a genuine smile on the face of someone who heard it. His hair that should have been ink black appeared dull white while his straight nose made him look sharp, but his lips were dried that also made look like a cool, homeless spirit. This person's haggard appearance was overlaid with a bit of wrinkle on his cheeks, yet made him look young at the same time, like a youth who had aged a bit. It's been 10 long years since I, Tian Long, managed to obtain the death book. A deep glint flickered in his eyes, and the thought that he had managed to obtain the item that he had been searching for more than 5 years left him with the feeling of excitement and nostalgia. I have only used the death book to kill my only enemy back then, and I haven't used it for killing since then. Numerous scenes flashed past his eyes. Feeling the passage of time, he gently sighed. On the one hand, he had only used the death book to kill his one and only enemy, while in the other, he managed to carefully traverse his way into succeeding in his endeavor, the matter of searching for this item, without even having to dirty his hands. It's time to go back to my homeland and pull off this crazy idea that has been gnawing at my heart since 8 years ago. Walking out of a cave, he proceeded to leave the mountains to get back to the airport, which was situated in a city a few kilometers away. He finally cast a look at the Virgin Mountain range not trespassed by anyone to his knowledge, nor did he see a single soul who engaged in the sports of trekking in this place. Then, without encountering many problems, he descended down the mountains the whole way before encountering a vehicle on the elevated roadway. Luckily, he managed to hitch a ride along the way to the city. After arriving at the airport, he boarded the airplane and returned to his home country, China. After returning to his home and resting for a while, he did nothing as he sat on the sofa, feeling refreshed from the hot water bath. However, he started to have second thoughts about his plan at the last minute. Numerous matters flashed past his eyes. The acquaintances he formed a little connection with but didn't dare to improve it due to his near-death situation. It's do or die, I don't have much choice. In any case, I don't have much time to live in this world anyways. He composed himself. He packed his things and went out of the house, locking it behind with 2 more locks than the usual, making it look like he had gone for a vacation again or had sealed the house for some reason. All right, it's time to leave this world. Silently muttering to himself, Tian Long left for the place that has many rumors, including that it's connected to another world. Although he heard rumors, he did his homework and flushed out the possibility that it might be fake. Honestly, my chances of crossing over are pretty low, way low. I only thought of this idea because having only a few more years left to live made me feel hopeless and empty after all. I want to live more. He thought, introspecting his own thoughts about this mad plan and his actions. After arriving at an ancient temple in a certain region in China, he searched the whole place for any unusual signs. Unfortunately, he found none and the day was almost about to end. This place is notably abandoned, yet it's kept clean. Why is that? Tian Long muttered in an inquisitive tone to himself. Being alone for a long time, he had developed the habit of talking to himself, both mentally and physically. After seeing that he hadn't found anything for today, he decided to just sleep and continue the search tomorrow. However, just as he was sleeping in the makeshift tent that he had set up, a sound startled him awake. Who's there? Tian Long shouted as he turned cautious. Whoa, don't jump scare me, old man, a young man exclaimed. Tian Long examined the young man with his eyes, but hearing that he was called an old man, his eyelids started to twitch in annoyance. Nowadays, people calling him an old man was a common occurrence, and he didn't put much thought into it since his vitality was waning due to his lifespan being reduced. Who are you, little boy? Tian Long asked even though he knew the answer. Me, I'm Zhaoye, the young man replied. He looked as if he was not at all bothered or scared about by the presence of an old man in this ancient temple. After all, a person could also mistake Tian Long's countenance to be the same as a pale ghost. Just when Zhaoye was about to ask with a curious and confused expression on his face, he was interrupted by Tian Long. Why are you here, me? Zhaoye was first taken aback as he thought of asking the same question. He blinked and then answered, I'm hired by the nearby temple to clean this place every week and patrol once in a while. Hearing that, Tian Long was astonished. Isn't this place abandoned? Yeah, it was, but it's now the property of the nearby temple. They bought it about a month ago. Zhaoye replied in a casual tone. Oh, I see. Tian Long nodded. Now that you understand that it's private property, shouldn't you be leaving? Zhaoye questioned in an annoyed manner. Yeah, once it's dawn I'll leave. It's pretty late right now, Tian Long yawned and said. Reasonable, I don't want you camping out here tomorrow. Old man, just leave after resting, all right. Saying so, he went back to his tent. A few minutes later, after routine patrolling, Zhaoye left the ancient temple. From the transparent part of the tent, Tian Long saw him leave. Ah, how young he is, rather nice inwardly. Even though he appeared to be rude and pretty blunt, he felt that he had rather managed to see through the young man in a glance. Still, what is he doing here at midnight? Patrol once in a while. Do people usually pick this time to patrol? Tian Long chuckled as he thought, or was he having a rendezvous with a woman or something? his brows creased for a moment. Looks like I don't have any time left to sleep. This worn-out body of mine can't take this anymore. Shouting in his mind, he stormed out of the tent and started searching the place again. Switching on one of the numerous torchlights he brought and hid in the tent, he started looking around for any kind of unusual signs in the place he hadn't searched for yet. There were many statues of lions and tigers, but they were all different in a way that he couldn't put his finger on. There were even murals that were depicting some kind of history. However, the statues and the murals were all more or less shattered, making the ancient temple look more like a ruined temple. An hour passed since he continued his search, from the time Zhao Yi left. Moving around, Tian Long entered another one of the many wide rooms. He moved towards the front of a wall and started tapping around. Tock tock. As he kept tapping around the wall, a muffled kind of sound echoed across the room. Tian Long blinked, and the next moment his dried-up lips widened into a smile. Yes, found it. He pushed that certain part of that wall, which created a muffled sound. An underground door opened in the room, which made Tian Long glance at it instantly. He checked if it bore some traps for quite some time, being a bit patient. An hour later, he couldn't find any traps, and that made him feel a bit assured. If he were to lose his life even before crossing to another world, then he didn't know how many people here who were in the know would laugh at his dead body. Ensuring that were no dangers to be found with his current expertise, he then started to descend the underground door. He encountered a lot of stairs leading down and arrived in front of an iron door etched with some kind of decrepit patterns. Tian Long stared at the switch right beside the iron door and yanked it down. The iron door opened up, and he entered the underground area, lighting up space with the torchlight in his hand. An unfamiliar and eerie sight came into his view. Tian Long gasped in astonishment as he saw the unknown formation, which was like a circle. The outer circle appeared spherical, while the inner circle looked oval with an eye on it. It looked like a demonic eye that almost gave him the chills. Oh, this must be the formation which makes this ancient temple unusual enough to be rumored as a ghost temple. There were indeed people who came here for fun and found this place, making it rumored to be a temple that worshipped evil gods. They spread the information but never came back, and neither did people come to check this place out of fear. In any case, it was just a local myth that didn't garner much attention from the authorities. Tian Long muttered and walked towards the formation as he arrived at the eye of the formation. That's a creepy-looking eye. All right, I should probably be in the center of this formation to increase my chances. The rumors that were circulating around were mainly related to ghosts, but the moment the picture of this formation circulated throughout the internet, it was quickly taken down. However, Tian Long noticed it in a timely manner and even jotted down the name of the ancient temple in his notepad since he was on the lookout. Originally, he only thought of it as a prank, but noticing the mysterious groups he had been keeping an eye on behaving like they had been fed ecstasy pills, he was quite sure that this was the place he was looking for from 8 years ago. Tian Long took out a stone from his backpack, which emitted a faint green and purplish otherworldly light. It was the item he found before returning to China. The Transmigration stone. Tian Long's eyes shone brightly under the illumination as he muttered. At least that was what the others called it, since it rumored to be capable of hosting souls in it. If the characters of the nearby temple knew if that I had the stone, would they become mad? Tian Long laughed loudly. That nearby temple which Zhao Yi mentioned is one of the factions he had his eye on, but the matter of them purchasing this ancient temple seemed to be so secretive that he didn't manage to even hear a word of it. He then walked to the stone that looked like a podium, an obvious place to keep the switch to activate the formation. I like it. The switch itself was half spherical in shape and it kept glowing. Does this mean they have charged this formation already? Perfect, Tian Long exclaimed. The temple nearby painstakingly used its resources to charge it. This formation took at least 2 years to charge to a certain level, which Tian Long didn't know about. If he knew, he certainly wouldn't have approached this place that easily because of the uncertainties involved. But why did they charge this formation? It can't be that they are warmly welcoming me, is it? Tian Long was deeply in doubt and couldn't help but joke. He pondered about this for a while but creased his brows. HMPH, thinking about this is useless. After I activate this formation, either I die or live in another world. Tian Long stomped the ground and stopped his indecisiveness. He took a deep breath before reaching out to his inner pockets over his shirt and took out the death book as he exhaled. It's time. He took out a pen and positioned above the death book. His right arm stiffened in place, while his fingers, which held the pen, quickly moved. Tian Long. After the activation of the formation and during the space-time travel, his soul gets jolted out from his body, then enters the Transmigration stone. After reaching the other end, his soul possesses a weak body that is below 20 years of age using the Transmigration stone, and after 5 minutes, dies of a heart attack. Tian Long drew in a cold breath of air as his heart palpitated in nervousness. Tumultuous waves rose in his heart as his blood boiled. threatening to overwhelm his mortal heart and mind. To use the death book on himself, he had to write his own name. The death book can control and kill people to a certain extent, meaning that it is capable of manipulating the soul, so it should be able to control the soul to quite an extent. He consoled himself as he thought. It's fine, I will be tying the transmigration stone behind my head, and there's not much distance between my soul and the stone, so it shouldn't be a problem for the death book to succeed. If only my theory is correct, that is. His hands shook as he almost dropped the death book. After all, he just put an end to himself if things didn't go the way he thought it would. The moment he wrote his name on the death book, he knew that he would undoubtedly meet his end. He cannot extend his lifespan with the death book because he had tried it on people who were going to die before, so writing his name on it is just killing himself at this point. He didn't know how much time he had left to live, but judging by how he lost his vitality, he inferred he had 1 or 2 years at best. That 5-minute leeway was just for him to test if the death book still worked on the other side. If it worked, then he would die in 5 minutes. If he didn't die in 5 minutes, then he would die within 2 years due to his waning lifespan. Tian Long felt that his lifespan being crippled applied to his soul as well. However, he also felt that the crippling of lifespan didn't affect his body directly, but was a byproduct of affecting his soul. After all, a rather famous doctor had found him to be an enigma, since that doctor couldn't find the reason for his rapidly aging body, even though Tian Long was just below his 30s. Hence, Tian Long thought that his limited lifespan directly affected his soul, which in turn made his body experience an enormous drop in vitality. That's why it's also a do-or-die situation for him. He felt that he should die quickly rather than waste 2 years in a new body before dying because of his crippled lifespan. That would be just too pitiful, perhaps even pathetic. This plan came to his mind when he completely realized that the death book was capable of controlling the soul to manipulate people other than directly killing them. He had also included in his plan about the fact that the death book can arrange strange coincidences, so he felt that it could make the transmigration stone search for a rather appropriate body to possess. In short, his entire plan to live relied on the fact that the death book will stop working the moment he reached the other side. He was relying on pure luck and unconfirmed facts. Tian Long's legs shook uncontrollably. Damn, stop getting cold feet already. I've done it now, and there's probably only 2 years left for me to live. There's no going back. Tian Long expressed a determined expression on his face and patted his thighs before he started the formation. As the underground area trembled, space-time fluctuations appeared, activating a vertical space-time passage. Tian Long went to the eye of the formation immediately and left his fate to luck. He looked at the iron door one last time before feeling like a traveler. Goodbye, Earth, BZZZ. Tian Long got instantly absorbed into the space-time tunnel, however, the moment he entered. He suffered a fate extremely worse than people getting crushed by a huge rock. He became enormously pressured by the spatial tunnel. His body felt like being shredded by thousands of blades, causing him to scream in pain. Arg. Is this spatial tunnel not stable? I'm doomed. Tian Long saw his hand disintegrating by the chaotic spatial turbulence. Haha, it's over. Letting out a faint laugh, he looked at his disintegrating shoulder. Just when his shoulder started to disintegrate, his soul jolted out of his body and entered the transmigration stone. Tian Long didn't notice the death book being shredded to dust. A black shadow flew out from it and also entered the transmigration stone. He passively observed his body being disintegrated into nothingness, which made him feel nauseous, wanting to puke, but he couldn't as he was in his soul form. The transmigration stone then flew in the space tunnel, encountering many spatial storms that made him feel like he was traveling on a tiny boat surrounded by a colossal storm without any sight of an island in the distance. Tian Long couldn't figure how much time had passed. He was listless throughout the whole journey, mourning the loss of his body and the death book. The death book he had tried harming before but never made a dent on actually disintegrated. He had been able to tear its pages in the past, but as for damaging the cover, he had not been able to do it, not even once. Its disintegration actually made him lose half hope for the future. Initially, he had just wanted the death book only to stop working, but never did he imagine that it would disintegrate in this spatial tunnel. If his soul form were to have eyes, there was no doubt that it would look dull about now. Even then, he could still observe. However, he couldn't even perceive at this time as his surroundings were completely black, only making him capable of feeling his existence that was still alive in a sense. After some unknown time, the transmigration stone finally flew out of the spatial tunnel, arriving in a brand new world. Meanwhile on Earth, who activated the formation, the nearby temple's head priest flew into an angry fit and started breaking the furniture beside him. Check the abandoned temple immediately, the head priest shouted out loud. Many people in mysterious robes moved away to check the abandoned temple quickly. The head priest then calmed down after a minute and then harumphed. HMPH, I don't know who activated the formation, but traveling in it is useless. Countless experiments have been done, and we don't even know if a person has managed to reach the other side. Sometimes the body disintegrates even before one enters that incomplete and unstable formation. It is useless. What do you mean by useless? Suddenly, a voice could be heard coming out of a bald man who appeared out of nowhere. We have confirmed that it is indeed connected to another world through various means. If only we had the Transmigration Stone, which can host a soul, we might perhaps be able to reach the other side, the bald man sighed gently. HMPH, what use is there to have the stone? If you can't move the soul to the stone, it is still useless. Heh, you may not have a method to move your soul, but I do, the bald man sneered. Too bad, the Transmigration Stone appears every 1,000 years, and we have used up all we had on experiments. Judging by the time it last appeared, it should have appeared by now. Quick, search for it. I know, the head priest replied with an annoyed expression. Suddenly, a man came sprinting before stopping at a respectful distance. Head priest, we found Zioyi outside the temple, and he, the man, hesitated. He what? The head priest looked quite impatient. He, the man's forehead was stricken with black lines, his facial expression full of hesitance. Quick, out with it. He was doing a woman under a tree nearby the abandoned temple, but escaped once he saw us. The head priest became stunned while the bald man started to laugh as he rubbed his beard. Kill both of them and feed them to the dogs. The head priest had coldness flickering in his eyes as he echoed. However, the man who came to report was trembling from head to toe. He, head priest. What? That woman is your illegitimate daughter, Pewee. The head priest's eyes widened before he sprayed a mouthful of blood and collapsed while the bald man laughed out loud like a madman. The Transmigration Stone finally disintegrated in the skies and generated a green-purplish glow to wrap around Tian Long's soul. The radiance then suddenly shot towards in a certain direction, faster than the standard speed of light, in a place few kilometers away from the Transmigration Stone that appeared in the middle of nowhere a few seconds ago. Not good, he's not going to make it. A middle-aged man sighed. His expression was full of gloom. His pupils were trembling, but it looked like it was out of fear rather than sadness. This middle-aged man stood wearing a blue armor with a tiger's image imprinted on it. Other than the armor being intimidating, it was quite damaged, looking ruined. He's been in a coma ever since you found him. Is it even worth to care that much for a child you don't even have any relations with, Gray? Another middle-aged man with the same blue armor asked. I arbitrarily picked him up, and then I should be the one to take care of him. Shut your mouth, Mel. Gray snapped back. His loose red hair made only one of his eyes visible. He possessed an irritated expression on his face that instantly made Mel's expression turn ugly. That's it. I had enough of your righteous act, Gray. You don't even do the things our captain commands properly, and all you do is take care of that child. Is that child your illegitimate son? Mel shouted in anger. However, to Gray, Mel just couldn't help but find trouble once again. Gray's eyes became a little cold. He unsheathed his sword out of his scabbard as the blade reflected the sunlight. I know you have some enmity with me, Mel, so stop finding fault with me time and time again. If you have the guts, let's end this once and for all. You think I am afraid of you. I'll show you who's going to obtain the captain's status after our captain retires in our Blue Tiger mercenaries. Mel also unsheathed his sword, taking a battle stance to fight. Hearing that Mel indirectly accepted the fight, Gray shot out with an unbelievable speed for his current cultivation base. He created a blinding light with his sword that instantly covered the whole area with brightness. What? A new battle technique. Mel momentarily went stiff. He almost peed his pants when he saw his vision being obstructed by the light. He didn't move since he couldn't see as his eyes were blinded, and even experienced momentary pain in his eyes because of the light. And at the subsequent moment, a unique glow dimmed by the brightness released by the battle technique shot to the child who had just stopped breathing momentarily. Both of them who were entangled in the battle didn't notice the strange phenomenon. Mel opened his eyes only to see a sword in front of his neck. He could feel his life slipping out of his hands, or it was better to say his neck. He started shivering involuntarily out of fear, afraid for his life. His lips trembled, wanting to talk but couldn't. I think I had enough of your provocation, moron, Gray coldly uttered. His arm moved, and just when he was going to sever Mel's head off, a voice sounded, prompting him to stop. Wait, it's the captain, Gray muttered as he backed off. This was rather a critical time, and he had no leisure to bother with Mel or the captain. Meanwhile, Tian Long, who had entered the child's body, started to feel warm but disoriented at the same time. Tian Long faced absolutely no resistance when he entered the body. It was as if the child's soul didn't exist in this body in the first place. However, he felt rather weak, but at the same time, felt something inwardly, a warm, pleasurable, and a relaxing sensation. Is the Transmigration Stone healing this child's weak body? At the same time, Tian Long couldn't believe the fact that this child's body is his own from now on. It was such a fantasy that even he felt disoriented from reality for the moment. However, his calm thinking still operated his mind even while he felt slightly unreal. Haha, I'm saved, I'm saved. Captain, Gray tried to kill me for real. Kill him, he's a traitor. Mel exclaimed, full of happiness, and framed Gray without even caring for his own image. It was as if he became crazy for the moment. Is that so? The captain walked to where Mel was pathetically shouting. Just when Mel thought that he could get his revenge, a fist appeared in front of his face, making his eyes widen in shock. Boom. The captain punched with force, not holding back at all. Mel's cheeks slightly caved as he flew 2 meters away from where he stood, crashing on a wall. The wall did not completely break but held Mel. Gray blinked to this scene, not understanding the gist of it, feeling confused as to why the captain didn't protect Mel this time. Why? Mel, who was stuck on the wall, muttered with a dumbfounded tone while the pain he felt made him feel quite humiliated. You think I don't know your ploy? How many times have I told you not to mess with Gray? Captain reproached Mel and turned to look at Gray. Gray, please forgive my nephew Mel. He won't do this again, and I will personally handle the punishment for him. He slightly bowed. Gray nodded his head and didn't say anything. He could only accept his hardships out here and do his best currently. However, the situation seemed rather hopeless for a long time, with the child's health weakening over all these years. The captain sighed at his gesture before his eyes imperceptibly flashed. By the way, did you see anything glowing around here? The only thing glowing here was my sword. Gray gave a harumph. Not all right. The captain suddenly stopped giving information. He thought he had found a treasure, and so he wasn't willing to share it with anyone. Tian Long, who possessed his new body, started sweating a little when he heard their speech. Not because he heard the captain mention the glow, but because he couldn't understand anything they said. Is my fate so terrible? Of all the weak people under 20 out there, why a child? I couldn't even take care of myself in this state. I'm doomed. Tian Long had a listless expression on his face. He looked upwards, towards the cloudy sky which looked similar to his fate, gloomy as ever. The little sunlight that fell on his face failed to provide him warmth. He suddenly made a determined face to keep on living in this world, which was quite cute in itself. However, there was still the matter of 5 minutes, so he was rather waiting for that moment to pass. Although the death book had disintegrated, the damage to his soul was already done, so he remained doubtful on whether if he would survive the 5-minute time limit. Gray turned around and returned to where the child was lying down with his back. He was instantly astonished to see that the child was awake. Kid. Can you hear me? Are you fine? Gray shouted in excitement as he kneeled beside the child. Calm down, Gray. He's just a kid who was in a coma ever since the time you found him. Do you truly expect him to talk? The captain chuckled. All right, I just lost myself in happiness. Sorry, Gray replied in a slightly embarrassed tone. All right, take care of the kid. I got things to do. The captain bid farewell and left. His eyes flashed with a deep glint as his head moved left and right, trying to find the source of the glow. What the hell are these guys talking about? I can't understand what language is this. Tian Long's mind, only after calming down, did calmly try to make sense of the situation. Actually, where is this place and who is this child? He then looked at the middle-aged, who seemed rather worried about him. Could this person be this child's father? Suddenly Tian Long's glabella, the prominence between his eyebrows, started throbbing painfully. Arg, kid, what's wrong? Gray panicked as he looked at the child, shout in pain, oh no. He felt his body going cold. What is this black thing in front of my eyes? Tian Long saw an eerie sight in front of him. His vision suddenly disappeared, and it became pitch black as if lost all sight, but a moment later, the pitch black became an anomaly in his view. A rather familiar anomaly, if he should say. Tian Long tragically screamed as he kept holding his head until he fainted from the immense pain. Gray, who panicked, quickly became eerily composed as he saw that the child stopped suffering. He checked the child's pulse and heaved a sigh of relief. He's just fainted, thankfully perhaps. He just got scared of my face, it makes sense. After all, it's the first time I'm seeing him open his eyes. This child sure does like to keep me hanging on a thread. He laughed ruefully and sighed as he thought about the hardships he had faced until now. It's almost this child's 3rd birthday. Good thing he woke up before that, or else I would have had my head severed. Noticing the coincidence, Gray thanked the heavens. He then carried Tian Long to his room and made him sleep in his bed. He then sat before the table and wrote a letter in clean strokes, imprinting it along with a somewhat moderately patterned secret seal. He stood beside the window and whistled. A beautiful pigeon flew through the window and stood on Gray's shoulders. Its eyes looked sharp, and it rather had an imposing presence when compared to its tiny stature. Gray then tied the letter to the pigeon's leg. The next moment, the pigeon then flew away from him, his shoulder to its predetermined destination. That's about it. My mission is finally going to be over soon if everything goes smoothly. I guess Gray had experienced too many hardships in these 2+ years. He had used every coin on him to look after this child, leaving him to be worse than a beggar. It's been almost 3 years since I left the Empire, and hopefully the tide has crossed over, and if it hasn't, then we'll both die. He again laughed ruefully and collapsed on the floor, his eyes completely shut, making him appear as if he was dead. However, he rather let out a sound snore in a few seconds. For the first time in his life after accepting the mission handed down to him personally, Gray peacefully slept. After 3 days had passed, Tian Long still hadn't woken up. Constantly suffering from pain in his head during this time, he looked as if he had been suffering from a nightmare. What happened to this kid? Is he suffering from some illness? But the apothecary I hired told he was perfectly healthy for his age, which is unusual in itself because he's been in a coma from the time he was born. Is the heavens helping us? Gray murmured as he found it difficult to understand this situation. Whatever, I'll just report it to the higher-ups as it is. He opened the door and left the room. After a few moments of silence in the room, a child groggily opened his eyes. Where am I? What is this place? Why am I not dead? Tian Long had a lot of doubts and many questions in his mind, but the most prominent one was, what the hell is this black thing in my soul? Wait, I can sense my soul. Tian Long was utterly confused and even a bit scared. The feeling over his glabella, it was undoubtedly a new sensation. The soul is in the glabella. This was rather a preconceived notion to him. Hence he automatically related this sensation to be his soul. His heart palpitated in reaction at this sudden discovery. Tian Long bit his lips as he whispered to himself in Chinese, "All right, calm down me. If I think calmly and carefully, perhaps I will be able to make sense of this situation." He took a deep breath to calm himself down, but it wasn't enough. He had to empty his mind and take a few more breaths to calm down. Then once his expression became quite calm, he started connecting the dots one by one. The death book was destroyed in the spatial tunnel, and I witnessed the scene with my eyes. I am sure of it, so what is this black thing in my soul that looks like a book? Is this the death book? It looks similar. Tian Long heavily bit his lips, but then stopped, realizing that it might harm the child, but then recognized that it was just himself. Feeling conflicted, he then continued to think. But if the death book followed me into this world, then it should have been able to kill me after exiting the spatial tunnel and gaining this body. If it didn't kill me, then I was right, the death book is probably restricted by the laws of this world. Tian Long felt elated. He had relied on luck, and this basis of entering another world should either destroy or reset the death book. He had not been able to kill or manipulate animals with the death book, so it was within logic to think that the death book worked on some kind of principle, some kind of law within the set world. He was also prepared for the death book to not work in this world. Hence, he rather felt disbelief at its presence in his soul. This world probably needs time to detect the arrival of an unknown object. So the death book was able to fulfill the condition of me being able to obtain a weak body below 20 years old, but it wasn't able to kill me after the 5-minute time limit, meaning the death book should have either been intrinsically destroyed or reset according to the laws of this world. Then, if this black thing is the death book, how was it able to infuse into my soul? Is it because I am the current owner? Yup, this should be the case. It somewhat makes sense of the situation. Even though Tian Long had many doubts, he was somewhat able to make sense of this situation. Even though it could turn out as nonsense, he felt that he was not far from the truth. Tian Long got out of the bed, and just when he tried to walk, he fell. What? He tried to stand up, but he couldn't, so he crawled his way to the mirror at the corner of the room, using every ounce of strength that he could muster. How weak. He lamented but was able to understand since he was in a child's body. He asked for a weak body so he would be able to possess the body easily, but it seems like, for this child, he shouldn't have rather included that condition. He looked around 91 centimeters in height with fair skin, a pair of sapphire eyes that looks adorable, but his face seemed quite emaciated, sunken in along with his body. His short blonde hair was messy, and with a tiny frame that is normal for 3-year-old children, he looked not much different from a child who was not taken care of, an orphan. However, he looked clean without any dirt considering the circumstances he was in, probably taken care of by someone or the middle-aged person who looked after him, and also seemed to be the child's father at first glance. But now, he felt that this child didn't resemble that person at all, a 2 or 3-year child. An orphan, I guess it's all right since I can perfectly blend into this environment. I don't know who you are, but sorry for possessing your body. I'm not going to make any excuses since I indirectly killed you. Tian Long didn't know that this child was in a coma from the time he was born and was going to die 3 days ago. He held complex feelings about killing an innocent child, but that didn't stop him from persisting to live his life. I swear that I will live your part as well. However, he felt ridiculous as a child became his first casualty in this world. Equal. After Gray left the room, he headed for the room where the captain stayed. Knock, come in, a voice could be heard from inside the room. Creak, Gray opened the door and went inside, his footsteps creaking on the wooden plywood. Oh, Gray, what's the matter? Captain, it's time I left the mercenaries. There was a moment of silence in the room. Sighed, did the 2-year period come to an end already? Time sure flies fast, the captain reminisced as he sighed. Taking care of you. Protecting a man with a cultivation base higher than mine. You must be jesting. Is it the child? The captain chuckled. You've already figured it out, Gray uttered, but he didn't look surprised. I have been together with you for almost 2 years, yes. If I can't even figure that out, I should just retire from being a mercenary. Gray blinked and said, "Good thing you told me this just now. If it were a month ago, I would have been forced to kill you. Is it an order?" The captain wryly smiled. Yes, Gray inclined his head, replied as if it was a matter of fact. The Lauret Imperial family sure is scary, considering that it managed to survive and execute the noble families who participated in the rebellion. What? The Lauret family has managed to quell the rebels. Yes, I just received this news 2 days ago. The captain nodded. Gray stood, shivering from excitement. From this, both of us have survived. Gray heaved a sigh of relief as he calmed down. Then I'll return to my quarters, Captain. All right, the captain sighed, once again at the thought of how he was going to lose his best and powerful subordinate. However, he knew that this was inevitable. Equal. Creak. Gray opened the door to his room and stepped in, but he almost got a heart attack. Where is the child? Gray instantly unsheathed his sword and quickly rushed inside in a panicked manner. Tian Long hurriedly turned back his head at the corner of the room and saw Gray rushing into the room. Ray Nolan, that's his name, huh? Seems like I still possess the Death God eyes, then that means that I still have the Death Book with me. With this, Tian Long confirmed that he still had the Death Book with him, but he felt that it was best to say that the Death Book is within him. Ray Nolan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the child was safe, albeit trying to do something. Niaudal, Tian Long immediately started putting on an act with a cute face. Considering that I was sleeping in a bed, this guy should have been the one taking care of me, and it's not far-fetched for a 3-year-old orphan to not know how to talk. Ray Nolan immediately walked towards the child and carried him up. Will I get beheaded if they found out that the prince doesn't know how to talk? Ray Nolan got scared a little, but then thought with clarity. Probably not. Tian Long had no idea what this guy was mumbling about because he still couldn't understand any of it. The Death God eyes displayed a person's name and lifespan, except the latter seemed to be displayed by a thread. Dude, please talk in a language I understand. Tian Long wished both sincerely and lamentably. Child, it's almost time for you to return to the Empire, and there you can officially start learning the language of the world. Ray Nolan started lecturing and teaching the child even though he knew that the child couldn't understand him because his life depended on it. The lecture continued for about 10 minutes, leaving Tian Long with a face full of black lines. After an hour outside the Blue Tiger mercenary headquarters, "Oi, look at the sky," a random person exclaimed. Where? A passerby stopped in his tracks and questioned. In the sky, a big silhouette could be seen above the clouds. It's a dragon, another person exclaimed. The dragon's going to destroy the town, everyone run. That person who exclaimed first fled in fear upon seeing such a silhouette. Idiot, that's a wyvern. Another knowledgeable person commented after seeing the silhouette come down from above the clouds. The wyvern's wingspan stretched 12 meters long. It looked long-faced with a set of razor-sharp teeth in its mouth. Its tail thrashed around, creating gusts of wind that threw the people who were near off their footing. On its back was a middle-aged man dressed in shiny red armor. His face was valiant with vigor, and he exuded an aura that was capable of suppressing almost all of the people below him. Hence none dared to shout at him. He scanned the area and spotted the Blue Tiger mercenary sign on a building. He promptly headed towards that building. The wyvern then complied and landed in front of the Blue Tiger mercenary headquarters. Captain of the Imperial Guards, Renard Nolan, orders the captain of the Blue Tiger mercenaries to come out. That man then shouted out loud, which shocked many people because of the fact that the man on the wyvern belonged to the Imperial Guards. What is the captain of the Imperial Guard doing out here? Many people started whispering to others. It wasn't just a random Imperial Guard, but the captain. If someone said there wasn't anything going on, then they wouldn't believe it even if they were tortured. The members of the Blue Tiger mercenaries didn't dare to lash back at him. They could only wait in silence as they waited for their captain to show up. To their luck, the captain hurriedly came out of the building and swiftly bowed to the captain of the Imperial Guard, Renard Nolan. Noel of the Blue Tiger mercenaries, at your service. Noel inwardly sweated. Such a powerful person had come directly to their mercenary group. He thought to himself, well, our empire sure is establishing their authority all over the land. They didn't even bother to give him any face. Actually, why would they? Noel mocked himself. Ms. Gray, before Renard Nolan can finish his sentence, he saw a male figure exit the building with a child on his back. Renard Nolan glanced at Noel and uttered with a satisfied glint in his eyes, "Good, you will surely be rewarded with plentiful riches. It's been a long time, Ray," he smiled. Hearing the familiar and comforting voice, a smile crept upon Ray Nolan's face as well. "Yes, brother." Then the both of them bear hugged casually and laughed heavily in an uproarious tone. "Is the Imperial Prince fine?" Renard Nolan's expression slightly turned anxious. "Yes, as you can see." Ray Nolan glanced at his back as he said. He then pursed his lips and inwardly cried as he thought back to the past 2 years. How am I supposed to say that the Imperial Prince was in a coma from the moment he was entrusted to me? Renard Nolan heaved a heavy sigh and nodded his head. All right, let's leave this place then. Please do, I'm sick of this lifestyle. Ray Nolan laughed loudly, not displaying his worry. He then turned his head back and saw those misfits he had been together in these 2 years. If you encounter any trouble, head to the Nolan family and mention my name, Ray Nolan. Ray Nolan smiled as he bid farewell. See you later, Noel. Noel just stood there dumbfounded by this revelation. He thought to himself, all of them are big guys, and these two are from the Nolan noble family. I've struck it rich. When both of the brothers got on the wyvern, Noel shouted, don't forget your words, Gray. No, Ray, I won't. Ray Nolan smirked. He had an amicable relationship with Noel other than the fact that he was rather protective of his nephew Mel, but that was to be expected. He was still willing to treat him with respect. The wyvern then flew to the skies heading towards the Imperial capital. Equal. 6 hours later, a huge wall could be seen in the distance. The walls were over 60 meters tall. Finally, we reached the Imperial capital with the help of the speedy wyvern. Ray Nolan spoke joyfully. The two had a lot to talk about, so they chatted the whole way, disregarding Tian Long. Meanwhile, Tian Long couldn't understand what they were saying, so he just gave up and enjoyed his first flight on the wyvern. It was so fast, and the wind that slightly brushed past his face rather gave him a sense of exhilaration he hadn't experienced in a long while. Perhaps he even felt that the life-threatening spatial travel couldn't compare. The air resistance he experienced would have rather thrown him off the wyvern, but the two who were in front of him casually disregarded the air resistance and passively helped him defend it from erecting a barrier. Ah, the air is so fresh in this world. The sceneries are so beautiful. Am I on vacation already? Tian Long felt that his choice to come to this world was the best one he had ever made. Luckily, his fate, which was usually terrible, didn't let him down this time, or that was at least how he felt. He didn't know where he was headed to, nor did he know if he would be safe in the future, but since they treated him with care, he thought he would be safe with the two of them. It's not like he could change his future right now, or do anything of significance in this wilderness below him, so he just went with the flow and didn't care to ponder a lot. The wyvern swiftly passed above the walls without any obstructions and headed to the Imperial castle. It then landed below the main entrance of the Imperial castle. Numerous guards held their spears and grasped it tightly as they would always. They didn't even blink when the wyvern landed in front of them, but they more or less displayed awe and respect within their eyes. At the same time, they were confused as to who that emaciated, poor child was. The trio then entered the Imperial castle without any impediments, as if they were the masters of this Imperial castle. Tian Long could see the grandness of this place, and even without someone making him understand, he felt that he had arrived in some kind of royalty's residence. He also realized that he slightly had his mouth agape and closed it. Feeling rather embarrassed, he thought, is the child's young body influencing my emotions to a degree? In this short time of experiencing and witnessing many things after coming to his world, he felt that rather have a hard time controlling his emotions, and the upheavals he felt wasn't anything small. This made his suspect that the child's developing body might be influencing his already established calm emotions. However, this was a new world, and it could also be possible that the inhibitions he had on his mind in the modern world had all disappeared. They arrived in front of the throne hall in a short time. Just as they were going to request the audience of the emperor, the door opened, and a young woman with an extraordinary bearing came out with a worried expression on her face. Tian Long was shocked when he saw this kingdom toppling beauty with luxurious and elegant bearings. Her 170 centimeters tall figure captivated his eyes. Her skin fair, with almond royal purple eyes like 2 drops of wine, illuminated her eyes. Her wavy, waist-length blonde hair made her look gorgeous like an angel. Her face displayed a warm and graceful demeanor like a caring mother. Even then, she possessed a perfectly refined body with curves at the right places, making her look a little mature. The young woman looked toward the child who was in the middle, clasped hands with both the brothers. Her eyes widened in shock. Her lips slightly went agape as she slowly started running towards the child and hurriedly hugged him with all her affection. You're safe, thank goodness. I'm sorry that mother wasn't able to be with you all this time." The young woman started shedding tears of joy as she intensely shivered. Tian Long became dumbfounded as he felt being hugged by this woman. Even though he couldn't understand what she was saying, he could feel the warmth from the hug, which he never got to experience in his previous life. Is this woman the mother of this child? A thought encroached his mind. Hearing the ravings from the mother of this child, he was again invaded by complex feelings of guilt and sadness. He didn't know why, but he almost couldn't hold his tears from falling. He bit his lips and mused, is this also because of the child's developing body? A young man whose expression was full of joy for a fleeting moment can be seen behind the young woman who was currently hugging Tian Long. He appeared to be 180 centimeters tall, his skin fair with royal sapphire eyes that radiated a regal aura. His wavy, waist-length black hair was lush as ink. His chin met with a short beard, and his shoulders were broad with some muscles making him look quite manly and handsome. In short, he had a medium build, and his face looked remarkably attractive to women. Finally, my son has returned safely, that young man uttered in a deep tone, displaying his grandeur. He produced a serious expression on his face, but the sapphire pupils appeared moist. The two brothers immediately got down on their knees. "We pay our respects to the Emperor and the Empress," they shouted in unison. All of those who were in the throne hall bowed as they clasped hands to show respect to the Emperor. Many of them held positions in the imperial court, administrating the empire's regions. "Lift your heads. Rey Nalin, you've done a great task of protecting my son in the time of chaos. This emperor will bestow you with the title of Duke, a mid-level Earth-rank city around the inner region, and 100 purple coins. It's my honor, your majesty," Rey Nalin obediently replied, but the reward he received rather made him feel that all his hardships were worth it. Especially the mid-level Earth-rank city. "Renard Nalin, you did a great job of escorting them back safely. It's a given, your majesty," Renard replied with his head still inclined below, displaying his reverence and obedience. At this time, the Empress walked into the throne hall carrying her child on her arms. Observing the Empress, the Emperor nodded his head and cast a glance at his grown but emaciated child. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Rey Nalin, explain the events that took place when you were protecting my son." "Yes, your majesty." Rey Nalin nodded and explained the events that took place during his secret mission without hiding anything. After approximately 20 minutes of explanation, "And that's all, your majesty," Rey Nalin concluded his report. "So you are saying that my son just woke up 3 days ago?" Hearing the question from the Emperor that was filled with suspicion and coldness, beads of sweat started to form on Rey Nalin's face as he gulped. "By this I swear on my noble name that what I've said is the truth, your majesty," Rey Nalin declared in a fearful tone. There were a few moments of deathly silence in the throne hall, making the people inside feel fidgety and nervous. The Emperor abruptly tapped the armrest of the throne in a rhythm, making the ones who heard further gulp in suspense and anticipation. "This matter concerns the well-being of my son. You won't blame me if I conduct investigations, right?" The Emperor inquired in a rather stern tone. "I wouldn't dare. It is only your right to check the health and environment your son lived in, your majesty," Rey Nalin tactfully said, and not at all was bothered by the suspicions cast on him. The royal prince was indeed in a coma all the time, but woke up just a few days before he sent them the signal to be picked up in 3 years' time. If he were the child's father, he felt that perhaps even he wouldn't believe his own words. "Good, you're pardoned." Rey Nalin let out a sigh of relief when he was released from this not-so-offensive pressure. The Emperor pondered for a moment before commanding, "Tonight, arrange a banquet. We're celebrating the return of my son, the crown prince of the Loret Empire." "Yes, your majesty," the people shouted in unison. The Emperor and Empress left the throne hall and made their way to a room in the Emperor's quarters, which was none other than their room. They too were the only ones in the room. "Logan, I don't mind if the investigation is conducted, or not, since it is advantageous to us that any strange or evil characters didn't influence our son," the Empress said as she kept looking at her child, who was none other than Tian Long. She was fine as long as her son was well and healthy. However, the way he currently looked rather made her heart feel distressed. "Yes, but there are a lot of questions that are left unanswered, such as how our son, who was in fatal danger 3 days ago, managed to recover healthily. Is it a miracle, or did an unknown expert decide to save our son with unknown motives? HMPH, if it was an unknown expert with good intentions, I'll be surely thankful to him even in death. On the other hand, you sent our son to an unknown place that I don't even know about, and you won't even tell me about it." Empress coldly harumphed. "Claire, I had no other choice but to do that. It is for the absolute safety of our son. Even I didn't know where I sent him, not until that messenger pigeon arrived from Rey Nalin." Logan told the truth. "What?" Claire received a shock and looked at Logan with an incredulous expression on her face. "All this time you were saying that you knew where you sent our son and that he is safe." Suddenly, she felt as if she understood everything. "You did this all to just assure me." Claire's mouth became agape. Tears were welling up within her eyes. "Yes, my love," Logan cupped her face gently and slightly caressed. They looked into each other's eyes and their lips connected, slowly engaging in a passionate kiss. Half a minute passed in silence, yet to Tian Long it was nothing but a trial. Garcinii, Tian Long couldn't stand it anymore. After all, he was still a virgin, and seeing a couple engage in such passion in such close range left him rather traumatized. Both of them were startled as they looked at their son and burst laughing, relief flooding their minds. After laughing till they were content, they hugged each other. "I'm sorry," Claire whispered in a soft and embarrassed tone. "It's fine. I know how much you suffered during this period." Logan comforted her as he caressed her blonde hair. "But I was stupid, heartless. All this time I ignored you. I know I was doing wrong. You didn't even look at other women, but I stopped paying heed to you." Tears started cascading her cheeks as it fell onto her luxurious robes. "It's my fault. Any mother would be angry if her child were to be taken away from her." Logan hurriedly placated her. Claire felt guilty because she blamed everything that happened to her and her son on Logan and ignored him for almost 3 years. After a few minutes of warmth, both of them then distanced from each other awkwardly. It was them reacting to their reaction of the lower part of their bodies and their son's gaze. Haha, Logan awkwardly laughed. Claire's face was red as she smiled embarrassingly, enchanting him as if she wore a bewitching smile. Logan was in a trance seeing her beautiful blushed face. He would have already jumped on her if it weren't for the child that curiously kept gazing at them. It was more like he had been intently staring at them. I feel sorry, but I won't let you guys do anything in front of me. Can you guys please do it somewhere else? Tian Long wished so because didn't have any strange fetishes. Cough cough, our child must be educated in the ways of imperial mannerisms. I'll arrange it now. Logan coughed and took another approach. No, I'll be the one to teach our child, Claire hurriedly shouted. Huh, and Claire narrowed her eyes. I won't take no for an answer. 3 years. I wasn't with my child for 3 years. We missed the bonding period. I'm not sure if the child will wholeheartedly even accept us as his parents, therefore, I will be with him until he finishes his education. Logan was dumbfounded. He realized that he had fallen to his machinations. His expression was something quite profound to behold. He buried himself with his plan and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Claire and Logan readied Tian Long with a royal outfit. They didn't require the help of servants because this was the first time they were dressing Tian Long, their son. Tian Long felt embarrassed when Claire removed his pants, but he realized that he was still a child. It made him even more ashamed about having dirty thoughts. He then kept reminding himself that she is his mother, which he still hasn't come to terms with yet. Logan laughed when he saw him resisting a little, obviously misunderstanding with something else. However, he also felt a little doubtful as to why a child who knew nothing would feel shame in the first place, but he didn't give it too much thought. Tian Long had complex feelings about being taken care of by a mother figure, which he never experienced in his previous life. He felt warm and cozy somehow, and he even secretly liked it. In any case, with a body that hadn't much nutrition, he rather felt that he could do nothing at this point, like pushing them away. Neither did he do something stupid so as to make them realize that he was not their son and someone else. They then picked him up and went to the banquet hall. Your subordinates greets your majesty. When the people saw the emperor advancing into the banquet hall, they stood up, bowed, and shouted in unison. At ease, my subjects, Logan acknowledged in a firm tone. Everyone then took their seats. This banquet is to celebrate the return of my son and the continuation of our prosperous empire. Glory to the Lord Empire. Logan lifted his drink and drank, commemorating the start of the banquet himself. Glory to the Lord Empire. The subjects also drank their cups. Everyone enjoyed the banquet in high spirits. The spirit drinks and cooked meats were delicious, and the castle maids who were dressed up in classical robes were rather a sight to see as they danced. After some time, the banquet was about to end. Your Majesty, isn't this the best time for that? The royal advisor, Hendrickson, commented. I guess it is, Logan superficially muttered and announced. Everyone, it is time for the main event of this banquet. The people in the banquet went silent as the banter calmed down. Logan looked at Claire, who was seated by his side. Both of them nodded together. I, the Emperor of Lauret Empire, Logan Lauret, hereby declare that the name of the first prince, my son, to be Davis Lauret. Aha! Glory to the Empire, long live Davis Lauret. An official suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at Tian Long and started chanting his name loudly, which made the banquet end in high spirits. Today was also his 3rd birthday. From that moment, even without understanding the language, Tian Long knew that he had been given a new name, Davis Lauret. The next day, daylight rose, illuminating the Lauret Empire's imperial capital. Tian Long had been extremely tired yesterday, so he slept in the room that was assigned to him, and after making sure he slept, she stayed with him for a few hours, looking at his face before she finally left him. After waking up, Tian Long could guess where she went and was cheering about it since he inwardly started shipping them from yesterday. In any case, with their robes adorning them in the throne hall, it didn't take him much to learn that they should be the king and perhaps the queen, or the greater counterpart, the emperor and the empress. The door suddenly opened, and he could see a middle-aged woman dressed in imperial maid clothes enter the room. She bowed with a respectful stance for a second and walked to him. Excuse me, your highness, as if giving a word of caution, she belatedly grasped his hand and brought him to the bath, undressed him and cleaned him. Tian Long was stiff the whole time. He didn't even glance at the middle-aged woman maid for a long time since her curves were rather wet and visible through her clothes. He looked at her face and saw that she was in beauty in her own right. Such a person happens to be a maid. Tian Long imagined by the way she dressed similarly to the other women in this place, except it was somewhat more different, perhaps grander. After he was cleaned and dressed up, he felt rather refreshed, way more than what he would feel by experiencing a normal bath. In short, his senses became somewhat normal, and the muddle-headed feeling totally left his mind. Was the bathtub filled with something rejuvenating? I remember it smelled strange, Tian Long imagined. The middle-aged imperial maid grasped his hands and made their way to the study. In the study, Claire stood up and eagerly waited for her son to show up. Due to certain matters, she had rather failed to bath her son by herself, so she took a bath and freshened up before coming here. Creak, the door opened, and the maid let go of Tian Long. From inside, he saw the person whom he recognized to be his mother. She smiled genuinely and widened her arms when she saw him. Davis Laureate, come to mother. Tian Long was astonished to see her act cute like this. This person is supposed to be the queen or the empress, isn't she? He quickly hid his bewilderment and kept his appearance as a 3-year-old child. He rather watched her curiously, not responding to her invitation. Claire then repeated what she said with another gesture. Tian Long then carefully and slowly approached like how a baby learned to walk for the first time. He was not acting, but it was really hard to move his body that hadn't moved from birth. He didn't know that but chalked it up as his soul synchronizing with this child's body. Claire was with wide arms, ready to give a hug. Tian Long made his way to her and got enclosed by that warm feeling again. She hugged him tightly and wished that he will never disappear from her sight again. Creak, the door was closed and the imperial maid left the study. A minute passed, yet they stayed like that. Tian Long rather felt somewhat different, yet not at all constricted. A feeling of wanting to cry welled up within him, completely making him understand that this child's developing body was somehow influencing his emotions. Perhaps I fused with this child's soul, no. Tian Long gulped as he rather had an eerie thought. Davis, your mother will take care of you and guide you from now on in almost everything. Let's start from the basics, shall we? Claire widened her lips slightly and smiled like an angel. Tian Long blinked as he suddenly felt that she had the sweetest smile in the world, so bright yet calm. She grasped his hand and made him sit on a chair. Then, as if without a care in the world, she started teaching him the language of the world. Equal, 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 equal. A week had now passed, and Tian Long was already able to run and play. There were so many delicacies within this place, and he ate all which he was fed, and he felt rejuvenated with each bite. The quality of the food alone was enough to make him look no longer like a starved child but a healthy child. He was even fed a little bit of meat, which he found to be incredibly delicious than almost every dish he had on earth. Other than this, his progress in the language of this world was smooth. He could now understand simple conversations. The imperial maids will deliver him food thrice a day, and a bed had been set up in the study. In fact, he was the one who requested his mother to do so. Knowledge is the foremost power he could have in this world. In any case, with his current developing body, becoming strong like the others he saw in this imperial castle became impossible, hence, absorbing knowledge became his priority. As a person who was closely related to the term transmigration and possession, he wasn't willing to waste his time. Tian Long realized that he was absorbing knowledge unusually fast, being able to remember it clearer than in the past, but he chalked it up as his soul is powerful. His guess was accurate this time, though he didn't realize it. The transmigration stone strengthened his soul. In fact, it was its primary effect, but the people of Earth didn't found the way to achieve soul strengthening. Tian Long started to like this new mother of his significantly. She cared for him rather extremely and played with him whenever he completed his assignment. He enjoyed playing with her, and maybe it was because of the small body, but he felt like a child when he was with her. He was also aware that his emotions had largely experienced a change, and his thoughts were also being influenced. Due to this, he had particularly tried finding anything wrong with his soul as best as he could but failed to find any abnormalities other than the anomaly, the black book in his soul. Davis, finish this assignment, and then we can play a game I've prepared. Yes, mother, Davis cheerfully replied, continuing to act like a child. Not only did she play with him every once in a while, but she also showered him with wonderful motherly love. He didn't know what had happened to her in the past, but he could tell she was currently giving her everything for him. To reciprocate her kindness and also to become a knowledgeable person, he didn't slack on these assignments. This is going smoother than we expected. My son can quickly learn anything I teach. He is definitely a genius. Claire smiled proudly as she felt that she was able to measure Tian Long's talent approximately. Equal, 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 equal. Another week had passed, except it felt increasingly slow to Tian Long. He had somehow started to grow fond of his mother. He was now able to talk, read, and write fluently. His knowledge of the language progressively increased at a rapid pace with his hard work, but somewhere in his heart, he started having guilty feelings of being this close with the dead Davis's mother. Sometimes he could even feel his inner self whispering to him, "You killed her son. Why are you laughing together with her? Is it fun? Playing with the mother of the child you killed. You think she is your mother. No, you just possess her son's body. Stop it." Davis, Claire had a worried expression on her face. Tian Long snapped out it and remembered what had happened. His mother had just joked about how she would have felt if he had died out there. "Are you fine?" Claire worriedly asked. Tian Long evaded her gaze and answered, "Yes, it's nothing." Claire blinked once as she felt that her son became somewhat different. Equal, 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 equal. Another week further passed. Tian Long gradually started distancing himself from Claire. He wouldn't sometimes play after finishing his assignments. He just solely finished her assignments and increased his knowledge of the language. Claire grew increasingly worried about her son not being that much responsive anymore. What's wrong? Why did he start distancing himself from me? Did I do something wrong? It can't be because of how I joked about him dying, could it? Claire thought that she had done something wrong. Later, she felt that he would eventually be his old self again as time passed. Equal, 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 equal. The fourth week, a lot of events transpired, yet Tian Long forgot how to face his mother with a normal expression on his face. He became irrational and even started blaming himself when he saw Claire being overly worried. On the one hand, he felt that he didn't deserve this kind, a heart-warming mother for the wrong he had done to her child, and on the other hand, he felt that he should make his mother happy. These conflicting emotions had his heart tearing apart from the inside. It also made him confused as to how to face her in the future. These were all new emotions to him, as he didn't have a father or a mother figure in the past as he was an orphan. In the study, Davis, a voice full of longing echoed in Tian Long's ears. Mother, Tian Long glanced at Claire for a second before evading her gaze for the nth time. Just the sight of her pure and clear purple eyes rather left him feeling burdened. He even thought of escaping this place, but every time he shortly left the study, he could see the Imperial guards rather heavily guarded every pathway and hallway. Look at me, Davis, Claire pleaded with a troubled expression on her face. Tian Long slowly turned to look back at her. Did Mother do something wrong? Why aren't you speaking to Mother anymore? Claire bit her lips as her eyes turned moist. Tian Long remained silent. Is the place not good? Did I treat you wrongly? Is it because I joked about your death? Tian Long felt suddenly unbearable as he heard her tone of voice. He felt his heart constrict with pain on hearing what his mother said. Claire still didn't know why her son was avoiding her. This had caused her much more pain than the time he disappeared. Looking at him be in front of her, yet behave as he did not exist, left her feeling anxious and distressed. Tian Long remained silent like a child ridden with guilt. How could he not feel guilt? Even though it may not be direct but indirect, he still killed her son, and that was something he would not make an excuse for or even ignore it. He swore that he would live the life of his part as well, but he didn't rather expect this scenario at all. Looking at his face, Claire took a deep breath. After I lost you, I thought I would never see you again. I had no wish in this world other than for you to return safely. Every day without you was torture to me. I thought I had lost you forever, but you returned. My child returned to me, studied with me, played with me, and so why? Claire sobbed. Why are you not speaking to Mother anymore? Tian Long was overwhelmed with guilt after hearing that, making his pupils tremble. Claire suddenly hugged her son forcibly. Tian Long tried to distance himself from her, but it was no use. His meager strength didn't even make him capable of budging. Davis, don't go. Please talk to Mother. I want my Davis back. Please give my Davis back. Claire cried as tears cascaded down her cheeks while her arms were hugging him with all her emotions. I can't take it anymore. It was as if Tian Long experienced a severe blow when he was hit with all these sensations. Mother, he felt his heartache and clenched his fists. Fuck, I won't run from this anymore. He instantly hugged her with his fragile arms and declared with a hoarse voice, Your Davis is here, Mother. Your Davis didn't go anywhere. I'm still here. At that moment, Tian Long accepted his whole new identity, Davis Lorette, with all his heart. Suddenly, resplendent light shone and started swirling around Davis's glabella while his soul started shaping itself into a spherical form. Claire noticed it as her eyes widened, displayed shock. She couldn't believe her own eyes as she looked at his face that was met with confusion. Davis, you achieved Nuz nascent soul stage, she dumbfoundedly muttered. After a few minutes of pause, Davis opened his eyes. He couldn't fathom what had happened just now, but he could certainly feel the change intrinsically. It was as if his soul started growing and attained a shape all of a sudden. He could also tell that he could recall his past memories as vividly as if he was currently experiencing it. This made him quite stunned. Claire wiped off Davis's tears and smiled proudly. You've made Mom proud, Davis. Wait, I cried. Davis couldn't understand what exactly took place in his soul just now, but decided to ask since he felt compelled to know. Mother, what happened to me just now? Davis, you just advanced to the nascent soul stage, Claire exclaimed jubilantly. Her tone contained an enormous amount of disbelief, but at the same time she sounded immensely gratified. Nascent soul stage, what is that? Davis had some idea about it since he heard of it while studying but decided to ask anyway. Claire giggled. Silly for this, you need to know about the cultivation system. Let me explain it to you slowly. Davis got excited to learn about it. He had seen magical beasts like that wyvern and other magical beasts and even people flying outside the Imperial castle. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't interested in it. There are 3 types of cultivation systems. Claire started to explain. First, essence gathering cultivation. Second, body tempering cultivation, and third, soul forging cultivation. Claire grinned and pointed over his forehead. What you achieved just now is the first stage of soul forging cultivation, nascent soul stage. What you've done is a quite unbelievable feat, Davis. Usually, only people who had reached the third stage of essence gathering cultivation system, revolving core stage, will be able to advance in their soul forging cultivation because a human's soul is rather weak. You can't sense it, not until you reach the revolving core stage. Davis felt the difficulty of achieving this feat in his age with her words, but considering his real age, or perhaps his soul age, he felt that it should be set in stone for him. But even if it were a 100-year-old mortal, that mortal wouldn't still be able to sense their soul. Davis could guess this fact, but he had failed to consider it. Fact, Davis was only able to reach the nascent soul stage because of two conditions: his powerful soul due to the Transmigration stone's strengthening effect, and the fact that he had managed to conquer his heart demon that he currently had no idea about. Davis took a moment to understand what she said. Davis, Claire called out to her son with a solemn expression. He woke out of his trance. Did you awaken your previous life's memories? Boom. Davis looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He immediately took a step back, as it has been totally unexpected for him, or should he say that he had rather failed to consider while taking in all this new knowledge and let his guard down. Claire immediately embraced him again, not letting him go. It's fine, Davis, you don't have to say anything, you're still my son. This doesn't change anything. She hurriedly comforted him. Mother, I'm sorry. Davis started to cry as tears fell over his cheeks. He can only let her misunderstand the situation. There was no use lying since the suspicion was already cast on him, and he had slipped up. Seeing that Davis was crying, Claire smiled. She was reassured that it was still her son and not some old demon from ancient times. With how pure his emotions were, she felt that it could not be faked, at least not easily faked. They stayed like that for the time being. Perhaps both were feeling insecure. After a few moments of mother-son bonding, Davis decided wholeheartedly to be her son, both in body and soul, as it didn't sit well with him to cheat a pure soul. At least he felt that's the least he could do for the dead Davis. Davis, let's call your father here and explain ourselves to him, shall we? Claire included herself in Davis's situation, but if he wanted to hide this fact to his last breath, she wanted to respect his privacy. Mother, is it fine? Won't father get angry? Davis had his misgivings. If more people knew about this fact, then his life could be in danger. Davis's father, Logan, had visited him a few times to play with him, albeit stricter, because he wanted his son to be headstrong while facing hardships. Davis rather felt that his father had many burdens on his shoulders, so they weren't able to bond to the level of what he and Claire reached. Your father will get angry only if you don't tell him. If you come out with it, he will start believing and trust you to a certain extent. In truth, he is an easygoing person and not stern at all. If you don't tell him, he may entirely distrust you because you simply have no way to hide your cultivation for now. Claire explained with the best intentions in her mind. She also believed that Logan would trust her words and not harm Davis. Malabe mother then, Davis spoke sadly with an adorable expression on his face. He believed that even if the situation goes south, perhaps his mother would protect him. The way he saw it, though the emperor seemed to be the person with the greatest status, he treated the figurehead empress, his mother, as his equal, and was also in head over heels for her. Lovely, Claire pinched his face as if she couldn't get enough of that cute expression. Claire then contacted her husband through a fist-sized crystal, telling him that she wants to see him immediately. Mother, what is that? This is a transmission crystal. This is used to contact whoever owns the other half. There are many types of crystals. I'll explain them later to you. Hearing her explanation, Davis nodded his head. A few seconds later, Logan opened the door to the study and closed it. He possessed a stern expression on his face. However, his expression suddenly became jovial. Ha ha ha, what is it, my love? What is so important that you made me hurry here alone? Logan then noticed his son's peculiar gaze and then turned shocked, nascent soul stage. He couldn't believe his senses. Davis and Claire looked at each other and nodded their heads. Logan promptly noticed the solemn atmosphere in the room. Logan, Davis, and I have something important to tell you, Claire informed with a calm expression on her face. You and Davis. Let me hear it then. Logan then set up a barrier made up of his soul force, knowing that it's important. Soul force was none other than the type of energy born from the essence of the soul. The further a person increased his soul forging cultivation, the further that person's soul force would improve and be enhanced, becoming stronger. Claire then explained the series of events that happened a few minutes ago. So you are saying that our son has gained his previous life's memories? Logan possessed a strange expression on his face. Basically, yes, Claire had a helpless expression. There was a moment of silence, albeit heavily awkward. Logan took a deep breath. He then looked at Davis, but his gaze wasn't one of looking at a son anymore. He released a heavy pressure that stemmed from his soul. Davis trembled. His father's gaze was sharp, and the sudden pressure engulfed him heavily. He felt as if his soul in his glabella was suppressed, making him unable to even move his finger. Logan, Claire defended her child as she stepped forward. Stay quiet, I only want to question him for now. Logan's expression wasn't as stable as he waved his arm. It startled Claire to a great degree. Who are you? Logan questioned in a solemn tone. Davis replied without much change to his expression. He had expected this, after all. He felt that even he would do the same, confirming whatever he doubted with his own methods. Lies, what are you after? Father, I'm not after anything. Davis had tears forming in his eyes inadvertently. He was not after anything, and his undeveloped body had rather failed to keep his emotions in check after getting berated and accused falsely by the one he recognized as the father. Don't call me father. Logan rather had a heavy expression on his face. Father, please, Davis muttered. He didn't want to create any kind of estrangement between the three of them. He had an aggrieved expression on his face. He felt as if he couldn't take this anymore. Logan, you've gone too far, Claire shouted with an angry expression on her face. Logan sighed as he took back his pressure and retracted his gaze. He looked at him again. His gaze was back to like what one would look at a son. At least tell me if you were a mortal or a higher existence such as a cultivator or even higher. I'm immortal. After a moment of silence, Davis chose to reply without averting his gaze. His gaze shone pure with no evil intentions. Logan could feel Davis's soul fluctuations along with the feeling behind his words. If he lied, then he would know about it. There were no unusual fluctuations in his soul, so he could at least verify in a sense that his son wasn't lying. Perhaps only seasoned liars would be able to control their soul fluctuation, but he wanted to not see his son as one of them. Logan heaved a sigh of relief. He carried Davis into his arms and whispered, I'm sorry. I could only do this for the safety of our family. Davis nodded his head, not taking it to heart. He knew that his father took action based on family security and must be very worried about his son. He knew that his father's past was extremely complicated and even heavy, to say the least. Claire walked towards them as she felt heartened. The family then hugged each other, perhaps not feeling well about their insecurities. Their hug was heartwarming, and it was the best comfort they felt that they could experience now. Husband, you took your prank too far, Claire teased Logan as she tried to lessen the heavy and awkward atmosphere. I know, I'm sorry. Logan chose to end the embarrassing yet important topic right then and there. There were just too many myths in this world for him to ignore his son's abnormality. As far as he knew, no one had managed to break through into the nascent soul stage when they were just 3 years old, and that too, without even breaking into the revolving core stage. He felt that his son was an absolute anomaly in this world. Hence, he wanted to absolutely make sure that his son, who seemed to regain his previous life's memories, wasn't a threat. Honestly, he didn't know how to face his son anymore. He even felt awkward lifting up his son, feeling that his son could have once been an old man. But when he looked at his son's face and eyes, which awfully resembled him and had his mother's blonde hair, there was no doubt in his eyes that Davis was his son, their son. Besides, he had already confirmed it in the bloodline chamber after his son's return. Davis suddenly laughed a bit, causing them to laugh along with a sense of not knowing what's going to happen anymore. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed together like they were an ordinary family, but their laughs did indeed soothe their current awkward situation. Davis felt quite embarrassed to shed tears at the same time, but presumed it was because of the child's undeveloped body. It would make sense since he hadn't fully mastered the child's emotional reactions. When was the last time I cried when I was on Earth? 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he mused. Although he felt guilty of not telling the truth he perceived, that he had killed their son, he was happy as long as they think there is another Davis inside their son. This would help him remove the guilty feelings that he had for hiding this matter entirely. Though they misunderstood his situation, it was similar to what they understood other than the part where they do not know that he had accidentally killed or taken over their child. In actuality, he wanted to maintain this status quo. Claire suddenly had a change of expression over her face as if she couldn't hold it in anymore. She hurriedly went to the restroom as she hid her mouth with her palm. Mother, Claire, both of them shouted in worry. Sounds of vomiting could be heard from inside the bathroom, and after some time Claire came out with a shy expression on her face. Looks like I'm pregnant. Good. Logan widened his eyes in glee. He was trembling in excitement after being stunned for a moment. Does this mean I'll be getting a brother or sister? Davis never had any siblings in his life on Earth, at least to his knowledge. He was an orphan. He was dumbfounded and conflicted, but at the same time, delighted when he heard it. Claire knew that she was conceived the moment she slept with Logan after a long time, but she hid it from him since she wanted it to keep it a secret as a surprise. She didn't know if her new baby is a boy or a girl, but with her senses she will be able to tell within a few weeks, but she wouldn't let anyone reveal that surprise or reveal it by herself till the time of delivery. This was one of the joys in the pregnancy she wanted to experience, a feeling that is only unique to her and other women. She approached them while coming out of the restroom, yet suddenly she collapsed. Mother, whoosh, Claire. Logan moved rather quickly and held her from falling to the ground. Davis wasn't even able to see how his father moved. It was as if he disappeared and appeared beside his mother. He felt a bit shocked by his father's prowess. His title as the Emperor isn't just for show, he mused. I am fine. I just feel dizzy, Claire explained as she creased her blonde brows. Enough, you need some rest, Claire. Logan's eyes had ounces of care, but his expression and tone were rather stern. He turned to look at his son and uttered, Davis, your mother needs some rest, I understand. Davis spoke rather quickly and nodded his head. Women became quite weak when they got pregnant, even if they possessed powerful cultivation. It was a widely known fact, but Davis didn't know about it. Since this was the first sign of pregnancy, Claire felt quite weak and exhausted at the same time. The castle maids had no way of knowing or predicting since Claire was with Davis most of the time and only left at night to meet with Logan after Davis slept. No need to worry, Davis. Mother will soon come back to you. Claire comforted him. It was as if her love for him was boundless, regardless if he had gained his previous memories or not. I'll be waiting, Mother. Davis nodded again. Davis then watched them leave the study. He watched their backs as they disappeared from his sight and left him alone. Davis vaguely yet softly laughed. Ha ha ha, I gained rather some loving parents in this world. And on top of that, I am going to get a younger sibling too. It's something I can't get even if I wished, for I can only hope that I won't do anything stupid to disrupt this loving family. Davis sighed as he thought about the future. What's this? Suddenly, Davis felt that he could now faintly access that black book that delved in his soul. He had no way of nudging it in the past, which rather left him helpless, but now. Was it due to him entering the so-called nascent soul stage? Should I try using it? Davis felt tempted, but he held himself back. No, I shouldn't do anything suspicious while being still in the Imperial Castle. Father did set up some kind of barrier here, so perhaps he or other people might be able to monitor this place. What Davis didn't know was that the study already had a barrier, a defensive formation set up normally to defend against attacks. It's just that Logan had set up a stronger barrier than that, useful for concealing sound and undulations of a person's cultivation. Other than that, Davis didn't know that there were always hidden experts protecting him in secret. Equal. In the quarters of the Empress's room, Logan made Claire rest in her bed. He looked at her with a gentle gleam in his eyes. Claire looked back at him with love and tenderness. These two had gone through life and death situations together when they met, fought, loved each other under different circumstances, and lastly, before the rebellion, they united. Their story was perhaps the most transcendental one in this world since they were far apart. During the rebellion, even though Claire had ignored Logan for 3 years due to the blame she cast on him that he had lost Davis, he didn't fancy any woman other than her. He was totally smitten and deeply in love with her. With his status as the emperor, if he so wished, he could have had hundreds of concubines. But he chose not to do so, even going as far as to publicly announce that anyone who tries to coerce him into marrying another woman would be dealt with severely, and there were truly such cases as well. Claire happened to see it with her own eyes. Logan, Davis is our son, Claire suddenly uttered as a worried expression appeared on her face. I know, Logan deeply sighed. No matter what, possessing his previous life's memories or not, he is still our son. I won't do anything to him. Claire became confused. Then why did you? What if he was an evil person in his previous life? Logan moved the corner of his lips into a helpless expression. He's not, and there's no way my son will be evil even in his previous life. Claire responded with a stubborn gaze. That's why I wanted to make sure, Logan calmly explained. The Lauret family highly values peace and honor and wouldn't stoop far to do evil and despicable deeds. Lauret Empire was the only empire in the Grand Sea continent which didn't wage war with other empires. Its adjacent empires were in a state of war, and that's why it didn't get attacked by other empires during its internal unrest. Although its peaceful times has caused certain backstabbers to rise in rebellion, it had remained as powerful as ever, but it had let its guard down. The cause of the rebellion was like more of an opportunity. The death of the previous emperor, Logan's imperial father, proved to be a timely opportunity to assassinate and massacre the entire imperial family. Except for Logan, almost all the members of the imperial family who were in the capital were assassinated. As for those who were outside, they, too, were monitored and hunted. That's why Logan took immediate measures to send away his only son, entrusting the task to Ray Nolan, the next head of a noble family who were in their camp. There were 8 noble families in the Lauret Empire altogether. Only 2 noble families didn't take part in the rebellion, while the other remaining 6 noble families completely joined forces to eliminate the imperial family. The 2 noble families then joined the imperial family camp to help quell the rebellion. These 2 noble families were called the Nolan family and Calden family. Of course, at the end of the rebellion, the 6 noble families were either annihilated by the Lauret Empire's army. Logan rallied, or locked up in a rather special prison set up for complete execution after the higher-ups of the 6 families were killed. Only the heads of the 2 noble families, the Farnwood family and Hawkwood family, managed to escape with severe injuries. Making Claire rest, he then left Claire's room and went to the throne hall to announce the pregnancy matter. His subjects congratulated him and praised him. He felt rather awkward. Even though he was the emperor, he had not received teachings on how to be an emperor because he was fifth in line to the throne, the fifth prince in the past. He liked to be free and unrestrained, but had no choice other than to be an emperor. He could only take this position because his family in the capital was entirely annihilated. Only his seventh and eighth brother were alive and somewhere out there, perhaps adventuring in a danger zone, but he didn't have the means to contact them either. Perhaps they had lost their lives without even having their corpses intact. Such cases weren't uncommon as well, but from his investigations, the rebelled noble family seemed to have no idea about these two brothers of his, hence causing him to have some hope. But now he felt distanced himself from his son. Even things have grown awkward between the three of them, hence he rather felt ridiculous for it. Somewhere in his heart, he felt that he should make this right. So, at night after much deliberation, he decided to visit his son Davis. Davis was in the study. He was still in the mood to learn about this world and hence had his gaze concentrated on one of the many books that were stored in the bookshelves here. The child's body had influenced him greatly, and he was well aware of that. Even if he had a yearning for familial love in the past, it didn't mean that he wanted it now, but he unexpectedly got a loving family through the child's body he had possessed and even swore that he would live his portion. He felt that he should not disappoint this family, at least for the sake of the child he possessed. However, he had his own determination after all, or one could say that he directed his focus on other matters rather than to think about the earlier event. Knock. Davis, a voice could be heard from the other side of the door. It didn't sound stern but hesitant. Father. Davis turned back and stood up. He narrowed his eyes, feeling rather confused as to why his father would visit at this time, but the earlier event made him quickly realize. Logan opened the door and entered as he looked around. There were a lot of books stacked rows and rows upon the bookshelves. You are still studying at this time. Logan found a topic that he could start on. Davis nodded. I see, are you fine? Davis again nodded. Few words were exchanged, but perceiving that the conversation isn't going anywhere, Logan felt even more awkward. He then decided to be direct. Davis, about the matter, Earl, can I speak? Davis suddenly interrupted. Logan paused for a moment before nodding his head. Go ahead. Davis took a deep breath before moving his lips. Father, it's true that I am my own self, but it still will not change the fact that I am your son. In my previous life, I didn't have any parents nor siblings. I was just an orphan. I lived my whole life alone without any familial love. I didn't even have anyone to accompany me in that life, and I lived alone in solitude. If you want me to go, then I will immediately leave this place. Inadvertently, his eyes turned moist. But it's just that. Can I also be a part of this family? Tears fell out of his eyes while he possessed a gaze that was full of longing for familial love. Logan kneeled and held his son's shoulders. You are a part of this family, he strongly replied, his eyes full of resolve and commitment for the future. The next day, Mother, Davis, Claire expressed her astonishment as her face changed into one of affection. She initially thought that she wouldn't be able to see him for a while since the earlier event felt rather forced. Davis obtained permission from his father to meet his mother. Although things were fine now, the matters of the heart are difficult to comprehend. It remained difficult for his father to accept the status quo immediately. As for when he will accept Davis wholeheartedly, only time will tell. Mother, how are you? Seeing that Claire was genuinely happy seeing him, he knew it was fine for him to act like a child again. Although there was no need for pretense, he felt that he should be like this and not act out of character. The image of a 3-year-old child acting as if he knew it all would rather embarrass him even more and would be so out of place in reality. Davis, you don't know how I missed you. Come here, let me give you a kiss, Claire beckoned. Davis approached closer to Claire, and he got a peck on his forehead. He further realized that the previous event didn't cause any estrangement between the two of them. Perhaps she was doing this exactly to not let any difference come between them. Looking at her treating him the same way she treated him before knowing that he gained his previous memories, Davis inwardly became heartened. After that, Davis talked to his mother about what happened with his father. It's good that you two talked it through, Davis. Mother will only be accompanying you for a few months. Let me give you an amulet. What's this? The amulet was bright purple, glistening like a gem. It's an accessory that is capable of hiding your soul-forging cultivation. Have it worn on you always, Claire said with a serious expression on her face. Davis became extremely touched, but a moment later, he realized that he was duped by his mother yesterday. He discerned that he could have used this amulet to hide his soul-forging cultivation from his father. He decided to play a little joke on her to get back at her. Hee, mother, am I getting a little monster? Little monster? Claire became momentarily confused before realizing it. You dare to say that your little sibling is a monster? Claire made a face full of fake anger while smiling. Davis instantly rose to the air and floated. Whoa, what, mother? He struggled in the air. Now that I remember that I haven't given you any punishment since you always seem to complete assignments way before time, this is a good opportunity for me to teach you a lesson, Claire said teasingly. Davis realized that Claire was using this opportunity to be perhaps closer to him. His lips upturned, and a cute yet pitiful expression emerged on his face, which immediately made Claire reluctant to give any punishment. She made Davis come closer as she opened her arms to hug him. Davis immediately thought that his act worked. When he came closer, Claire made him bend around. "Hey, Mom, slap." "Ah," Davis cried out in pain and shock. "You think you can get out of this just by playing innocent?" Claire scoffed as a grin emerged on her face. Slap, slap, slap. Davis got his small butt slapped so hard that it turned red behind the small robes he wore. Arg, those slaps were truly painful but tolerable. Damn, I stepped on a landmine. Davis thought now he knew how much she truly loved her kids. Playing a bad joke on her had instead backfired on him. It had been a miscalculation on his part. Davis, who had only seen Claire's affectionate side, failed to see her scary side. "She's still the Empress, for heaven's sake. Mother, I'm sorry." Davis cried out with a fake apology. "Good, you should have said this earlier." Claire smiled with a smug expression on her face before giggling. "Looks like I have to teach you manners as well, you naughty child." "I hear and obey, Your Majesty," Davis said while making an adorable face. "You only know how to joke." Claire tried to spank Davis again. Davis immediately struggled away from her grasp and ran away from her. "Haha, you can't catch me. Come back." Claire saw his small stature disappear from her view before a smile unknowingly lit up her face. Equal, 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 equal. 3 months passed. Every day was filled with joy for Claire and Davis. Not only did she teach him more about this world, but she also played together as well as studied together with him for 3 whole months. Then various tutors were assigned to Davis, who then all diligently taught him. There were not many eligible Imperial tutors, since most of them were killed along with the Imperial family or executed for taking the side of the rebels. Hence, most of them were new tutors who concentrated on topics like history, geography, and other subjects relevant to the cultivation world. Claire was officially ordered by the Emperor to rest for the remaining 6 months. Of course, whenever Davis had time, he went to visit his mother almost every day. Davis needed to act like a child in front of everyone except his mother and father. His father and mother permitted him to do that. In fact, they even laughed behind him. They had to admit that his acting skills were quite excellent. Equal, 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 equal. 6 months passed. Logan was walking to and fro with a stiff expression on his face. Although nothing would happen to Claire, he was no longer sure after a monster like Davis was born. He inadvertently started thinking about all possible worst-case scenarios. Father, Davis, who was beside him, shouted, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to Mother." Davis was quite composed compared to his father. After being in this body for months, he had become used to it and brought his nerves and unchecked emotions under his control. At least he felt that he managed to keep it under his control. Logan nodded his head, but he still couldn't get his nervousness out of his head. A scream of agony and heavy breathing could be heard suddenly, followed by a cacophony of a crying baby. "Claire." Logan hurriedly went inside the Empress's room. Davis also followed him inside. There were also other people beside them, but no one dared to follow after them. Inside the room, Claire was holding a newborn baby while beaming resplendently. She looked like an angel, and her smile lit the whole room with brightness. Logan remained stunned at the scene while Davis had his attention on the newcomer. Logan went beside her and shifted his attention to the baby. "It's a girl," Claire said with a smile on her face. Claire knew that she would get a girl baby, but she kept it a secret from everyone. She looked at Davis and said, "Davis, you're a big brother now, my sister." Davis was dumbfounded at the prospect of his sister's birth, even though he knew this would happen eventually because of the general birth rate. This world wasn't like the modern world, and people rarely stopped with a single baby, mostly because the chances that an heir would die is exceptionally high due to various reasons, mostly stemming from violent conflict. Logan took hold of the baby from Claire. He stared at her small, expressionless yet cute face with a gaze full of love. "Claire, she looks just like you, an angel. Didn't we decide if the baby were a girl, I get to name her?" Claire asked as she giggled. "Yes, even though I wanted to." Logan had a face full of dissatisfaction as he muttered, "Damn, our little princess will be named Clara Lauret." Clara Lauret, a good name. Logan became a little happy with this name as it sounded similar to Claire, while Davis kept mumbling the name in his mind. Equal, 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 equal. A year passed. Davis started to learn about cultivation during this time. He was waiting for another year to pass so that he could start cultivating. Children in this world seem to start cultivating when they were 5 years old, but it differs depending on the child's physique. Some children start cultivating at 5, and some at 8 or even 10. "Davis," Claire called out to him. Mother." Davis was in the castle library reading books about cultivation. "Davis, I don't have to say it myself, but you, a capable genius, should know that no one has no way to cultivate soul-forging cultivation before they reach the revolving core stage. At least to my knowledge, I have never heard of such characters. Yes, you mentioned it to me before, Mother." Davis instantly responded. Claire nodded her head and then revealed an ecstatic smile. You are quite lucky because we are the only empire in this continent who specializes in soul-forging cultivation. Really? Davis asked in excitement. Other sects, clans, various families also have soul-forging cultivation manuals, but they don't compare to ours. That's great. Davis had an elated expression on his face. Then that means that I can advance in soul-forging cultivation faster and earlier than anyone else my age in this world. Don't celebrate too soon. Claire looked as if she was going to pour cold water over his face. Out of the 3 cultivation systems, soul-forging cultivation is the hardest to cultivate. This fact does not even need to be debated. You have achieved nascent soul stage before reaching revolving core stage. The soul-forging cultivation manuals in our continent can only be cultivated after reaching revolving core stage. At that stage, you can sense the changes in the heaven and earth required for soul-forging cultivation. If you can't cultivate your soul after a year with our soul-forging cultivation manual, then you will have to reach revolving core stage before training in it again, which makes your cultivation speed the same as any royal family children. Claire decided to put down his ego first, hence, she explained. What the fuck? Davis looked speechless. There goes my genius chronicle down the drain. His nascent soul stage cultivation turned out to be useless unless he could cultivate and reach the revolving core stage to make his senses stronger. Novelrecap. Verify you are human by completing the action below. Novelrecap needs to review the security of your connection before proceeding. Verification successful. Waiting for Novelrecap to respond. Enable JavaScript and cookies to continue. 3 hours later, Claire arrived outside the Emperor's room. Davis, who was standing outside, clearly looked as if he were waiting for his father to come out. He thought he would be able to see his father achieve a breakthrough rather quickly in one of the 3 cultivation systems, but it seems like his father entered closed-door cultivation since it concerns the advancing of the soul. Advancing in soul-forging cultivation requires almost absolute silence with peace and serenity, but it is still possible to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle only under certain conditions. After all, emotions play a huge and vital role in soul-forging cultivation. Mother-father is currently, I heard, what's the situation now? Claire had a worried expression on her face. Everything is fine for now, at least. Davis slightly shrugged. We can only wait for my father to come out. The 2 stayed silent after that and waited for 10 minutes, which seemed rather long. As Claire felt fidgety, she glanced at Davis, who looked slightly worried the same, so she said, "All right, Davis, you can go do whatever." Suddenly, a majestic aura spread with luminance brightening the entire room that Logan stayed, overflowed outside before quietly subsiding down as if the light never appeared in the first place. Davis and Claire rather had solemn expressions on their faces. After a minute, Logan walked out with a worn-down expression on his face while his posture was slumped dejectedly. Claire immediately went to hold his palm with a concerned expression on his face, seeing that her husband had walked out sadly. I failed. A soft voice echoed from Logan's mouth, rather meek for his stature as the Emperor. A bright luminance surrounded Logan, which subtly started healing his wounded soul. Claire emitted the temporarily blinding luminance as she also trained in sacred luminance mist. Sacred soul healing is the ability that a person comprehends when one reaches the 3rd stage, hence this ability is the 3rd layer that is recorded in the manual. Don't worry, dear. You can definitely succeed the next time. Claire tried to comfort. It's useless, Logan muttered again. He dropped his head down. Why? Claire asked, not understanding his meaning. Logan looked at her, his eyes reflecting her confused expression, and uttered, "Heart demon." Claire realized but was not surprised. She knew that Logan lost his family and hadn't completely freed himself from its clutches yet. He still hadn't fulfilled his vengeance because of those 2 heads of the noble families who ran away. This matter had been heavily weighing down on his heart ever since then, blocking him from having a breakthrough. Claire suddenly blinked. She realized that she hadn't seen show his worry out, perhaps, just to keep others from worrying for him. Claire immediately felt extremely guilty that she wasn't intimate with him during the 3-year rebellion period. She bit her lips and just embraced him. She didn't opt to say anything, just staying like that while all she felt that she could do was just provide some warmth for him. Davis just left, giving them the time for them to talk alone. Equal. 3 days later, Davis became ready to cultivate his body tempering cultivation. The first 2 stages in body tempering cultivation were extremely easy for the Imperial family to cultivate. Why? It was because they had plenty of resources to temper the body. It also became easier for them to cultivate to the 3rd stage of body tempering cultivation because of the loot gained from the rebellion. The royal laureate family lost more lives than their wealth. It was such an irony that many people even formed conspiracy theories that the current Emperor Logan Laureate had plotted this whole scenario. However, conspiracies were just conspiracies. Without evidence to even form an anchor, they would be quickly squashed under the fist of strength. Davis went to meet his father to consult whether he should make his first breakthrough in body tempering cultivation so soon. After all, he was just 5 years old. "Father, is it okay for me to cultivate in body tempering cultivation now?" Logan thought for a moment before replying. Most children only start to cultivate body tempering cultivation only when they are 10 years old. After all, body tempering cultivation involves extreme pain when cultivating it. It requires extreme resilience. "However, I won't stop you from cultivating it, but are you up to the task?" Logan asked with a sharp voice. "Beatings." Davis's small sapphire eyes flashed. Physical abuse was etched into his bones, but since his father was asking for proof, "My previous life was filled with pain, both mentally and physically. I am sure that I am up for the task," Father Davis said with confidence etched on his face. "Good, that's my son." Logan nodded and smiled proudly, but his eyes suddenly flashed while a kick abruptly landed on Davis out of nowhere, sending him flying. Garg, Davis flew out and rolled on the floor miserably. Spat out a mouthful of blood as he held his stomach, his pupils twitching in pain. He instantly tried to stand up but couldn't, no matter how he attempted. Painful, it became extremely painful for him in his abdomen. It hurt like hell. "Yes, I almost forgot this body isn't used to pain." Davis instantly realized that he confused this with his past life. His calm mind was still able to think under intolerable pain, perhaps because of his low-level nascent soul stage cultivation. "What, that's it? You couldn't even take a single hit. You should just give up body tempering cultivation." Logan shouted furiously. "I should not be doing this, but it seems that he relies on his previous experience as a mortal in this world. That won't work. I have to teach him the ways of this world as a cultivator." Logan thought as he narrowed his eyes. "No, I can stand up," Davis cried. Tears automatically cascaded down his cheeks upon receiving such an injury for the first time. "Come." Davis shouted. Logan's eyes flashed at his son's resilience. He didn't think that Davis would manage to stand up. It was unexpected to him. "Good then, because I'm not going to stop till you give up." The one-sided beatings went on for about 10 minutes. Every part of Davis's body received injuries except his life jewels. The floor was full of fresh bloodstains. It was such a hardcore training that it didn't even make him feel the pain of his past. "It's fine if you give up now, Davis." Logan looked at his son's battered silhouette. In fact, he had been holding back a lot. One single punch of his fist was enough to explode his son into smithereens, and even he didn't feel like continuing anymore, afraid that he would really cause his son to die. These injuries were nothing, as he could always heal it with a capable healing pill, but that didn't mean that he was willing to harm his own son. However, he said that he wouldn't stop until his son said so, and there was still no sign of his son giving up. It put him in a tough spot as he wanted to respect his son's, or rather the determined soul in his son's body. Logan silently gulped as he inwardly sighed. "My child, what have you experienced in your previous life to be this stubborn? Endurance is something built over time. You must give up now." "No, please continue." Davis thought that he had to show more resilience and determination so that his father will approve of him to be able to cultivate sooner. After all, the sooner the better. Besides, the notes had written it all. Body tempering cultivation is about endurance. The more you could endure, the more breakthroughs a person could experience in body tempering cultivation. Endure the pain and conquer it. This is what it means to temper one's body. As for paying back this debt, he could do that after he has grown up. Secretly, Davis started to hold a grudge against his father, albeit a healthy one. "Please give up. If you get any more thrashings, I'm not sure that I will be able to escape Claire's wrath." Logan made a wry face inwardly. This situation where both didn't want to stop continued for about 5 more minutes. "It's enough, Davis. You can now give up." Logan had enough of Davis's determination anymore, and he was sure that he'd be ignored by Claire again for who knows how long if he doesn't give up. Besides, his son's figure completely made him hold back his punches as much as he could, to the extreme, but even then and no, please continue. Davis's face was injured fully. He had lost more than 3 teeth while his left cheek had slightly caved in. His arms and legs were trembling, but he still had determination etched on his face. He couldn't see what was in front of him anymore as he was rather feeling dizzy. Logan dropped his battle posture and made a wry face as he felt his heart ache. "Why do you try so hard?" Davis tried to make his trembling feet stable. He looked at his father's blurred face as he creased his eyes. "I just want to protect everyone I love." He panted. "I want to protect Mother, protect Clara, and even you, Father. For that, I need strength as soon as possible." Just when he was about to finish saying his heartfelt emotions, his eyes inadvertently closed as he found himself collapsing. Logan made a dumbfounded face while he watched his son collapse and muttered, "Protect our family. Protect me. A 5-year-old child protecting me." Logan suddenly started laughing out loud in an uproarious manner. "I am so ashamed of myself. I am so lost in hatred and arrogance that I forgot about my family's safety. Ha ha ha." Oh. Logan shook his head. "The regret I had for letting those 2 ingrates escape has caged me in, and I'm so shallow to focus my mind on those 2. The instant Logan realized that he started releasing a majestic aura filled with sacred luminance illuminating the room. It was just a moment. He instantly made a breakthrough to the adult soul stage, the fourth stage in soul-forging cultivation. He finally had his last wall of caution against his son's abnormality break. On the same day, Claire noticed the commotion in her room from one of the castle maids. She then heard from Logan that he had managed to break through to the adult soul stage, and she was so ecstatic that she wanted to share her happiness with Davis as well. But when she saw the fainted and injured Davis, she grew so angry that she slapped Logan heavily that formed an imprint on his cheek. She then didn't speak to him afterward. Claire thought Logan injured Davis because of that event before, but Logan immediately explained to her about what had happened. She only listened and didn't interfere as she hoped that what she had feared didn't come true. Her expression relaxed, understanding that it was just a misunderstanding again, but didn't bother replying to him. She immediately started to apply some medicinal paste on Davis. The royal family has treasures capable of instant recovery, but those were too strong for Davis. Claire would have immediately fed him that, but his body would have burst apart without any powerful external help. Claire would have done it herself as she was powerful enough, but Logan wanted to make him slowly heal so as not to leave any sequela behind in his body. Of course, Claire only listened to him when he said that Davis wanted to train in body tempering techniques. Otherwise, she would have immediately fed him medicines capable of instant recovery and helped him recover through guiding the essence of the medicinal pill with her essence energy. Logan knew that this would happen beforehand, so he comforted himself by thinking that it is only a matter of time before she gives up ignoring him. The next day at the study, Davis woke up and immediately felt both warm and painful. My wounds are healing rather quickly. He sensed that most of his bruises had disappeared and his teeth started growing again. Davis can use soul sense from the time he made a breakthrough, but at his level, he can only use it to sense his whole body. That was his current limit. His soul sense still wasn't able to leave his body like the others, like his father or mother, Davis. Claire, who was seated beside him, happily echoed before asking in a worried tone, "Are you fine?" "I'm fine, mother, although it hurts a little bit," Davis said truthfully with a wry smile on his face. "That scoundrel, he went too far again." Claire hatefully grit her teeth. "Mother, no. I was the one who asked him to temper me, so it's in no way father's fault. Don't fight with father because of it." Davis didn't want to create a rift between his new family members. "Besides, with his help, I am now able to cultivate my body even more flawlessly." Davis displayed a wide smile, which rather revealed his 3 teeth that were growing currently. Davis wasn't going to be salty with those injuries. He was self-aware that he was the one who asked for it, and although his father was the one who started it, he was the one who was stubborn and didn't give up. Claire looked at his clear eyes and sighed. "All right, I won't hold this against your father. I know that he isn't in the wrong either, it's just how dare he beat you up." Claire fumed with a wronged expression on her face. Just at that moment, Logan entered the room without knocking. He had a wry smile on his face. Claire saw him entering and immediately harumphed into satisfaction. "Claire, listen to me." Claire had a sudden change of expression and rapidly ran away to the restroom. Strange sounds could be heard. Davis and Logan became dumbfounded. They had this extreme sense of déjà vu to this bizarre situation. They looked at each other, one smiled lewdly while the other had a straight expression on his face. Claire returned, walking out of the restroom with an awkward expression on her face. "Are you two rabbits?" Davis smirked and laughed in a lewd way. Claire blushed heavily and didn't dare to say anything. She remained extremely reserved for any topic concerning procreation. Meanwhile, the one who had the straight face coughed and said shamelessly, "Of course, as the Emperor of the Loret Empire, I have the responsibility to produce more offspring, so as not to make our empire meet its end." Logan looked at her with a profound expression on his face after stating as if it were normal. The two of them then looked at each other and laughed while Claire had her face even more buried down due to extreme embarrassment. "I'm going to kill you all," she screamed. The two of them immediately ran away from the study while laughing. A week later, Davis trained his body lightly in the meantime. He improved his physique little by little. However, he didn't forget about his soul forging cultivation, which was stuck. One of the immediate solutions to cultivate his soul was to sense the changes in heaven and earth, but he was unable to do that since he was only at the low-level nascent soul stage. His soul sense was unable to go out of his body and unable to feel the heaven and earth energy directly, so he could only obediently look for other methods to cultivate the soul. Davis heard from his mother how his father managed to break through by conquering his heart demon, just like how he was able to do it initially. Davis then learned more about heart demons from the Royal Library and affirmed that the only way to have a breakthrough in his soul-forging cultivation is to conquer his heart demons, at least for his current situation. But he was sure that he had no heart demons presently since he had already resolved one. A heart demon is not exactly a demon. It's just an inner thought that is capable of corroding one's mind and soul. In fact, heart demons were the cause of most people's cultivation to stagnate. If one cannot let go of it or manage to conquer it, then one's cultivation will be potentially locked for the rest of their life. Davis had no way to implement this method after learning about it since he thought he didn't have a heart demon. Claire was resting in her room, periodically looking out the window, which rather opened up to beautiful moonlit scenery. Mother, I don't think I have any heart demons now. How can I then increase my soul-forging cultivation? Davis stated lamentably. Claire was dumbfounded for a moment before she laughed. Davis, only peak experts can tell whether they have heart demons or not. Do you think yourself to be a peak expert? Not even your father is considered a peak expert in this entire world. Hearing that, Davis blinked, realized that he was getting full of himself. He was immediately embarrassed. His father could be considered peak expert in the Grand Sea continent, but his mother told otherwise. Davis didn't ponder on it too much. Davis, conquering a heart demon on your own is no easy process. It is hundreds of times harder than naturally conquering it through enlightenment. If you fail to conquer it on your own, you would easily receive various backlashes, and the worst-case scenario may even change your personality to be more twisted. Claire shook her head and explained to him seriously. Seeing Davis's depressed face, she half-heartedly asked, Davis, do you want to confront your heart demon? Yes, Davis had a determined expression on his face. He had a bit of curiosity about what his heart demon will be like. No, Mother won't allow you, Claire seriously uttered as she shook her head. Then I'll go ask Father about it. Davis just shrugged and stood up, ready to leave. You're not allowed to. Davis immediately started walking away. He opened the door and took a step out. Fine. You win, come back. Claire sighed as she thought about these two people who gave her headaches all the time. Since Logan had dared to beat Davis up, she was sure that he would allow Davis to challenge that and might even endanger him with provocation. Davis returned with an obedient-looking expression on his face. You're not going to reconsider. Your future is long and plentiful, Claire asked, wanting him to reconsider. No, Davis replied as a matter of fact. This is not a game. One wrong move and you're done for, Claire said seriously. Davis's heart skipped a beat, but he still possessed a determined expression on his face. Claire sighed and looked at him. Have you heard about the Redemption Tower, the one that is nearby the Imperial prison and mostly used by prisoners who are deemed redeemable in a sense? Davis thought for a moment before answering. I have heard about it before. Wasn't it used to free prisoners or criminals who had a change of heart? Isn't that why it was named Redemption Tower? You're right, but the truth is very different from the known facts. Claire shook her head lightly. First, there are 3 levels to clear the Redemption Tower. Many prisoners will give anything up to have a chance at the Redemption Tower. Skipping over the first 2 levels, what you need to know is about the 3rd level, the last level, the Redemption level. That is where the prisoners face their heart demons and cleanse their soul of impurities. If a prisoner clears the last level, they would even have a chance of being recruited by the Imperial family. Claire sighed. However, all of this is partially true, and part lies. The truth is that no prisoner will be able to clear the level as it would use up the treasure placed in the formation. It only induces the arousal of the heart demon with the help of the formation. While the prisoner is busy taking care of the heart demon, another formation will act. Once the prisoner manages to clear the last level, the other formation placed there will imprint a slave seal on their souls. The Imperial family then takes them and assigns them to a certain squad or place them openly in the army. That slave has no choice but to obey the Imperial family. This is the ugly truth, and it is certainly a part of this empire. Claire looked at Davis's dumbfounded expression. What, did you get disgusted by our empire? Claire asked while smiling weakly. There was a moment of silence. Yes, because being a slave, I've experienced it once and it sucks a lot. Davis laughed ruefully. Claire became shocked at his revelation. But if they were used to protect you and Father during the rebellion, then all is worth it. I don't care as long as those scums live their lives, protecting Mother and Father. Whoa, you have some twisted views over there, but protecting Mother and Father instead of the Empire, I like it. Claire smirked as she chuckled. But you are indeed sharp. They were used as meat shields for us to protect us from the rebels. I did feel some pity for them at first, but after learning that they did some evil crimes, I stopped caring about it. Claire explained her experiences and said, Davis, remember, we as the royal family won't hesitate to sacrifice others' lives as long as we can protect our family. Davis nodded his head, giving her a sign that he understood the meaning behind it. He had the same idea because he felt that he couldn't be the same as he was on Earth in this world. There, he could afford not to kill people and live, but here. He narrowed his eyes. He was very clear that he would have to step on thousands of corpses to reach the apex. However, for his kind and caring mother to utter these kinds of words, did she experience betrayal in the past? Davis mused as he didn't know his mother's past. The only thing he knew that she wasn't a person of the Lauret Empire before she married Logan. I'll ask Deer to disable the first 2 levels and place the full, complete formation to help one in conquering heart demons in the 3rd level. Normally, unless in an emergency, we won't use the treasure. But since you are a genius in soul-forging cultivation, more importantly, since you are my son, we can't miss this opportunity either. Claire beamed. He was rather worried that she really wouldn't allow him, but respecting his wishes, she allowed. Equal, 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 equal. The next day, outside the Redemption Tower, Davis wore a black robe and a mask that covered his features and his body. For his small stature that wore a black robe, he could well scare people in the night, walking outside like a small ghost. You sure are lucky, only less than 10% of the potency of the treasure is left, which is more than enough for your stage, or else if the potency were more than 50%, I would have used it to break through long ago. Logan lamented as he said, Claire didn't come. Hence, Davis was accompanied by his father, anonymously. His soul-forging cultivation was meant to be kept a secret after all. But are you sure that you are up to the task? Logan cast an eye on him and probed. Davis nodded his head and didn't say anything. Logan knew that he couldn't change his child's mind, so he didn't say any more. Davis started walking in the direction of the Redemption Tower, then go straight to the third level, which is on the third floor of the Redemption Tower. Make sure you conquer your heart demon from your previous life. Davis paused for a moment before starting to walk ahead again. His lips curved into a smile, hidden behind the robe's hood. Equal, 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 equal. In the Redemption Tower, the third floor, a silhouette could be seen coming out of the entrance at the third level. Davis removed his hood and investigated the room. The surroundings were brightly lit, glowing like a sacred place. There was an altar in the center that stood tall. The room was filled with candles around the bright altar. In the center of the altar, there was a mat that made it obvious for him to recognize. He moved straight to the mat and sat on it. When he sat on it, the ceiling above the room vibrated and covered him in a spherical glow of light. Davis knew that the formation had started, so he started cultivating sacred luminance mist. He then realized that he was slowly starting to get dizzy. It felt like something was trying to get hold of his heart, like a pull of tug that could take his emotions away. He immediately concentrated on it. Before Davis could even realize, he was transported to a different place. Where am I? Davis became startled even though he had been prepared. The change of scenery was just too quick. He checked his surroundings and his eyes widened. This place seems oddly familiar. It's my old CAG home. Davis became shocked. He started to tremble in agitation. Calm down, me. This isn't reality, remember. Yes, this is just my heart demon. Davis had a stiff face as he muttered, I didn't want to come back to this place ever again. The formation pretty much helped screw me over. Suddenly, a cry resounded out. Mr. Arg, please don't hit me. A 10-year-old child cried miserably. His teeth were broken and his body was covered full of bruises. A middle-aged man could be seen stepping on the child. Ouch, mister, please let me leave. Bang, the child was sent flying, kicked by the middle-aged man right on the stomach. The child spun in midair and crashed on the wall. Call me father, pet. The middle-aged man had a twisted expression on his face, clearly enjoying beating the child up. What was your name again? Ah, Tian Long. Right, ha. From now on you belong to me and you are my slave. From now on you are just a dog. Let me give you a dog's name, but wait, I guess you don't deserve a name. Let me just call you Mutt. Ha. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. Davis, who was watching all this, produced an angry expression on his face, wanting to tear the good-looking middle-aged man in front of him to pieces. He ran towards the middle-aged man and delivered a full-power blow to his face. Zzz. The middle-aged man's face distorted, letting his fists go through him. Davis stood behind the middle-aged man, his face revealing a dumbfounded expression. I can't touch him. Davis possessed an ugly expression on his face. He turned over only to see his little past self, Tian Long, getting beaten up again by a belt. Davis tried attacking again and again, but it was of no use. Stop hitting, Davis shouted with an enraged expression on his face. He stood in front of Tian Long and shielded him, but it was of no use again. The belt passed through him and made contact with Tian Long's face. Slap, arg, help, please help me, anyone, the little Tian Long begged loudly. You're pretty funny, this is my private mansion, and no one dares to come in without my permission. Oh, the guards at the gate. They'll pretty much turn a blind eye to whatever is happening here after all. They have their petty lives to live. Ha. The middle-aged man laughed again, clearly enjoying the feeling of cornering a child. He smirked and pointed at himself with his right thumb finger. I am called Twizer, but you can only call me father. People call me the former because they think I'm wise and twisted. Mister, please leave me alone. Tian Long begged again in a feeble tone as he felt out of breath. Bang, call me father. The beatings kept increasing while Tian Long refused to give up. As an orphan who grew up in the slums, he had never seen his father and mother. He had a special place for his father and mother in his heart. As a child, he had wished many times that his father and mother would come to pick him up from the slums. But one day, he was confronted by a middle-aged man who claimed to know his parents. Being excited at the prospect of finding his parents, he naively followed the middle-aged man back to an unknown place, a private mansion, only to be terrorized and tortured. After 15 minutes, which seemed like a long period to both Tian Long and Davis, the little Tian Long gave up and started calling that middle-aged man father. But to Davis, it was all familiar, what is going to happen, what he tried to forget. It was all shown in front of him. His hatred soared while looking at Twizer. He couldn't wait to kill him once more. This man was once a scar in his life. Good, ho-ho, and you're a dog, right? There's something you are missing him. Ah yes, the collar. Wait obediently, this room is your cage. I'll go get the collar. Twizer smirked with a twisted smile and went out of the room. He didn't even bother locking the door. Davis's hatred once again soared, hearing that even though he knew what kind of torture would follow after this day. However, he could only watch what was happening helplessly. Davis tried to follow Twizer out of the room while Tian Long was bruised with injuries lying down with lifeless eyes. Just when Davis was 10 meters away from the little Tian Long, a strange force kept him from leaving him. From this, Davis knew he had to stay with Tian Long, but he didn't know for who knows how long. Twizer came back with a collar in his hands. He had a degenerated smile on his face. Come here, mutt, let me make you wear this. Tian Long didn't move. If you don't crawl up to daddy right now, you'll be receiving my love even more, Tian Long shuddered. He mindlessly crawled in front of Twizer and put his head down. Haha, very good, that's my boy. Tian Long now had a collar on his neck. His eyes were dull, and he paid no heed to the laughing idiot in front of him. Bastard, I'll kill you. Davis could no longer control his emotions and attacked Twizer again, but as expected, it was of no use. Equal. A year passed. In the beginning, Davis had no way of making contact with someone in this world and still didn't. The little Tian Long was shut inside the mansion, having no way to leave. Every week, he would be tortured until he was left half alive. At first, Tian Long was only pleading not to be beaten or tortured. After a month, he started enduring it without shouting, but that just seemed to make Twizer more excited, so he had no choice but to shout miserably to appease him. Davis looked at the scene and knew that he had been rather fooled at that time as he was a naive child, and only now when he saw this scene did it become clear that reverse psychology was used on him. Perhaps he should have continued not to let out a whimper of pain, but that also might have been deadly as he might lose the status of dog and be shot to be buried under the grassy yard outside. Davis bit his lips in frustration and anger. This mansion was none other than a devil's entertainment mansion. Thoughts of escape swirled inside Tian Long's head, but he had no way as he was collared. The collar's rope was long and tied to the center of the room. He had no way even to jump out of the window. Davis's heart was in pain every time he watched himself get tortured. It eventually turned into indifference. He kept reminding himself that this was just an illusion. After 5 months, the small Tian Long had enough of it. Finally, thoughts of killing Twizer filled his mind. He started attacking Twizer by himself, but Twizer became excited when he saw his pet filled with killing intent try to kill him. The result was Tian Long was full of injuries again without any suspense. His first counterattack ended up in failure. He now learned that Twizer was very strong, personally. Davis knew what was going to happen as he and Tian Long was the same. He was full of hatred for Twizer at that point, even now. The only thing he can be thankful for was that he knew that the little Tian Long wasn't going to be sexually abused. This madman, Twizer, was just a maniac who will get excited just by hitting people, but he presently knew for what reason he got captured by this madman. However, the poor little Tian Long of yonder didn't know why he was being subjected to this kind of torture. His pure soul that was without a blemish began to be painted in hate for the world. After that year ended, Twizer knew that Tian Long wasn't going to last long if he keeps this up. As a distraction, Twizer bought him various toys, books, even a PC. And it worked. The little Tian Long became absorbed in those, while the hate was growing inside him, reduced or else, even he knew that he was going to break. Equal. After a year, the situation did not change much. Tian Long even had thoughts of contacting someone from the internet to save him after getting deeply familiar with the PC, but he dropped that idea as soon as he remembered Twizer saying something with a smile that was not a smile. If you tried to contact someone through anything, then just remember that it won't take long for you and that someone to die. Tian Long knew that he wasn't kidding and didn't dare to try contacting someone ever again. Equal. 3 years had passed. Tian Long became 15 years old, becoming a teen. He grew to be detached from this world. He had an indifferent expression on his face all the time. His body remained full of scars except for his face. Tian Long gained various knowledge from the internet. He started watching anything that is concerned with entertainment, fantasy, something that helped him feel alive in this hellhole. Davis was still here, experiencing the whole thing again. After some time from the beginning, he and Tian Long had already started to form a connection intrinsically. Every time Tian Long felt pain or amused, he would feel it too. Twizer was no longer satisfied with keeping him tied up. He removed the collar and provoked Tian Long to escape. Each time Tian Long tried to escape, Even with the knowledge he gained from the internet, he was beaten up miserably and brought back like a beaten-up dog. Twizer looked ecstatic every time, as if he pretty much enjoyed it like a hunt. In fact, from time to time, he would encourage Tian Long to escape. After multiple tries of failed attempts to escape, Tian Long realized it was just all lies and traps. Equal. 4 years eventually passed. Tian Long was sitting beside the PC. "Mutt, it's time," a voice could be heard outside the door. Twizer came into the room and started beating him up again as if it was a routine for him. How come this idiot never gets tired of beating me up? Is it like masturbation for him? Tian Long thought nonchalantly. He was getting beaten up, but he couldn't give a fuck anymore. Getting beaten up is just pretty much a normal routine for him now. Davis was now connected more with Tian Long's emotions, not just pain. It encroached on him, and little by little, he gradually forgot what he came here for and felt what Tian Long felt. In his eyes, there was only killing intent. Just like Tian Long, he started hating this world. He blamed every person in this world. After beating him up, Twizer glanced at the PC. "Hahaha, Xianxia, Eastern fantasy. You got addicted to those fantasies." Tian Long just kept quiet. Twizer smiled as if he suddenly got an idea. "Do you want to go to a fantasy world?" Twizer asked mysteriously. There was finally a movement in Tian Long's eyes. He looked back at Twizer but moved his gaze away. Tian Long instantly had a realization that he was being played with, but he felt any world other than this might be better. Deep in his eyes, the feeling of wanting to escape this hellhole existed within him after all. It was just that he didn't dare to show after numerous failed attempts. Twizer knew that he had successfully got his attention. He quickly said, "Let me tell you something good." Twizer was sure that his plan would work. "Have you heard about the Transmigration stone?" You probably haven't. I have used my sources to discover about this just recently." Davis, who was by the side like a bystander, had a sudden look of confusion. He thought he remembered something, but chose not to dwell on it. Twizer took out the world map, which specifically marked 2 places. See those marks. One is the Transmigration stone, while the other is the formation which connects to another world. Twizer had a profound smile on his face. Tian Long looked at him dubiously. "Oh, come on, when have I ever lied to you?" True, Twizer hasn't lied a single time except that he claimed to know his parents. However, that too was, in a sense, true. All you have to do is gather the Transmigration stone and make your way to the formation, which is secretly protected by a temple. I'll even give up this opportunity to you." Twizer smiled caringly, but his face changed instantly into an evil smile. "But do you think you can get away from me?" Tian Long acted like he had profound thoughts. He knew he'd be courting death if he went out. Twizer thought he had successfully riled up Tian Long into escaping. Tian Long had stopped escaping a long time ago, after all. After 6 months, Tian Long still showed no signs of escaping. This made Twizer very angry that he started thrashing him around like a ball. Tian Long was even more made to endure severe beatings, while the killing intent in his eyes overflowed. Twizer could see that, and it even excited him up more. This endless routine made Tian Long painfully aware that perhaps his life was just going to end like this. Another 6 months passed anew. At dawn, Tian Long was staring outside the window. He wished he could just escape this hell but didn't dare to do so. Just as Tian Long was staring outside, he saw a book falling from the sky. He was shocked and at the same time couldn't believe his eyes. He was almost sure that he started to hallucinate. He shook his head, rubbed his eyes, but he could still see it. The book came falling from the sky and fell behind a tree that was just nearby in the yard, not far from the window. Tian Long was pretty sure that he was hallucinating, but since it fell behind the tree from his viewpoint, he had no way to confirm other than going there himself. He felt a strong sense of curiosity, and his instincts were telling him to go check it out. This was the only mysterious event in his monotonous life that piqued his interest to sky-high levels. "What's the worst thing that's going to happen if I get found by the guards? Just beatings." And Twizer knowing about this, Tian Long consoled himself. He jumped out of the window and climbed down. Fortunately, no guards saw him jumping out of the mansion. Hence, they didn't instantly come for him. Tian Long hadn't tried escaping for a long time, which made the guards relax. The only guards who were active at this time were at the gates. In actuality, Twizer removed the guards who were monitoring Tian Long's window, all in the hope so that his pet dog might try to escape one day. Tian Long moved swiftly but quietly to the tree. When he arrived behind the tree, he was shocked to see a book lying down there. Death Book. The moment Tian Long saw the front cover, he immediately picked it up and hid it in his shirt. He swiftly returned to his room. He knew the CCTV recorded his movements from the window, but he didn't care. Everyone will just think he gave up and went back. In his room, Tian Long checked the book. The book was scribbled with a bunch of rules, and he felt it was pretty interesting. Without much to do other than using the PC, he decided to try it out on Twizer when he came back. In a sense, he was hoping it would work, and his current deranged mentality believed it to be the case. Davis, who was watching all this as he wished to kill Twizer, slowly disintegrated. Equal. After 3 days of painstakingly waiting, Tian Long could hear those hateful footsteps approaching him outside the door. He immediately wrote Twizer's name in the book and hid it somewhere behind his PC, and he started counting. 10. The door opened, and Twizer came walking in with a swagger. Mutt, I heard that you tried to escape but gave up. Tian Long just smiled. 20. You admit. Very well, I'll just make this punishment light. Cracking sounds came from Twizer's fist as he flexed. 30. Twizer swung his fists and started beating him up. Tian Long just kept smiling at him like a fool, which made Twizer feel uncomfortable for some reason. Did this kid break down, or is he planning something? Heck, just bring it on, Twizer thought with a grin. 40, 42, 44. Tian Long suddenly started chanting. What the hell are you counting? The number of punches. The chant made Twizer even more uncomfortable. 45. Die, bastard. Twizer's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked by his pet's sudden outburst. After a moment of silence, he regained his bearings. Die, and how are you going to make me die? Mutt. Twizer cruelly abused down Tian Long with his rapidly raining fists that boomed with each punch. It didn't work. Tian Long switched to his lifeless self again. He felt like he no longer had any chances of escape from the clutches of Twizer. He put all his hopes into that book and had expected too much from it. He had fallen into despair again. In these 10 years, he didn't know how many times he fell into despair only to dream of hope again. HMPH, don't get full of yourself, Mutt. Stay obedient. Twizer thought Tian Long was going to bomb him or become a suicide bomber and take him out with him. But on second thought, he realized that Tian Long had no means to secure a bomb, or even make one with insufficient materials, even if he can learn from the internet or the dark web. Twizer didn't want to stay anymore. He harumphed and left swiftly. Tian Long was lying down as he kept staring outside the window. His eyes seemed lifeless without any color. Suddenly, he focused his eyes only to see a monstrosity with long 6 wings appear outside the window. He kept staring at it silently with a shocked face. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He wondered what had happened to him this week. First, he believed in a stupid fantasy notebook, and now he felt that he was hallucinating. Tian Long chuckled to himself with a mocking expression on his face. After a moment of silence, "Who are you?" Tian Long asked, his voice trembling. Although he didn't want to admit it, that monster seemed very real. Its gaze was just terrifying. "Are you the human who picked up my book?" said the monstrosity. Book. Tian Long had a momentary lapse of his memory, but he quickly remembered the death book he picked up 3 days ago. Yes, I was the one who picked up the death book. Quickly help me kill that bastard Twizer. I wrote his name on the death book, but he just won't die. Are you the one who's going to kill him? Hope reignited inside of Tian Long as he asked with a crazed expression on his face. Hey, wait a moment, my name is Leave It. You can just call me the Death God Overlord. Death God Overlord. Tian Long gulped on hearing such a grand title. Yes, are you sure you wrote the real name of the person you want to die? The Overlord looked at him with a condescending gaze. Real name, Tian Long muttered. It's his fake name. Tian Long abruptly remembered when Twizer introduced himself. He said people called him Twizer. In reality, Tian Long had experienced Twizer's devastating abuse for over 10 years. He wasn't at fault when he thought that Twizer was his real name. After all, that name was plaguing him for over 10 years. Then help me kill him, Overlord. Tian Long requested with killing intent gleaming in his eyes. I can't. Even though you are now the owner of this death book, I will not help you kill someone. If you want to kill that person, then you have to find his real name. How? I have no idea, and he doesn't leave any traces either. Tian Long became worried. Boy, I have a deal that can make you find his real name. But for that, you will have deal. Tian Long didn't care as long as he could kill him at this point. Quick answer, but let me finish. This deal will require half of your remaining lifespan, and in return, you will get the Death God eyes that can inspect a person's real name and lifespan. Consider carefully, deal. There isn't anything to consider, Tian Long said with a determined expression on his face. He deemed that it's better to live a year freely than live these 2 years in hell. All right, equal. A week later, creak, the door opened, and Twizer entered Tian Long's room. He sneered and started with the provocation as if he would never be tired of it. Yo, Mutt, I see you are still the same obedient dog. Mo Wooming, huh? Tian Long sneered openly, imitating his expression. You disobedient dog, let's see how you laugh again. Mo Wooming promptly started beating him up again. Tian Long endured it as he always does, albeit he was a little excited inwardly. Mo Wooming felt a little uncomfortable and shouted, Aren't you going to kill me? 10 years have passed and you still can't beat me in a fight, you mutt. He shouted and suddenly lost the excitement to beat him up, so he left the room without even looking back. Tian Long immediately stood up and went to jot down his name on the death book. Mo Wooming finally, ha 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 ha. Tian Long let out a burst of crazed laughter. After 30 seconds, he dashed out of his door at full speed. He caught up to Mo Wooming in 10 seconds, who was walking over the corridor. There was a distance of 10 meters between them. You mutt, you dare to come out. Once Mo Wooming spotted Tian Long, he slowly approached him, readying his fists. 5. Mutt, what is that book in your hands? Mo Wuming didn't seem to remember giving Tian Long an object like this. 4. He showed the book to him. Death book, what's that? An artifact. 3. Mo Wuming grew enraged. What the fuck are you counting this time around for? 2. Tian Long possessed a crazed smile on his face. Fess up, Mutt. Mo Wuming got hold of his collar. 1. Die thump. Mo Wuming immediately clutched at his chest. He produced a shocked expression on his face filled with pain. Mo Wuming pointed at Tian Long and fell over Tian Long's shoulders. He lost his life permanently. Ha 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 ha. Tian Long pushed him away and laughed hysterically. Mo Wuming's corpse fell on the floor with a thud. After laughing for who knows how long, a voice could be heard in the corridor. Papa, a 6-year-old girl can be seen standing 5 meters away from him. She moved closer to the corpse and stood beside it. Papa, wake up. She gave a push to the corpse. After trying for some time and seeing her father not wake up, she started to cry. Tian Long stared at her and smiled evilly. Oh, Mo Wuming had a daughter. So unexpected, he used his death god eyes and saw that her name was Mo Huan. She even had a longer lifespan than her own father. For all the mistakes he'd done, it looks like I can vent myself on his daughter. Tian Long smirked. His pupils were red due to the death god eyes that made him look pure evil. Tian Long kicked the little girl away from her father, sending her flying. Iya, the little girl growled in pain and cried, woo-woo, everything is your father's fault. Papa, help me. Woo-woo-woo, the little girl pitifully cried as she tried to wipe her tears, trying to stand up. However, Tian Long came before her and started stomping on her little face. The little girl used her tiny hands to block his kicks, but it was of no use. She instead twisted her body and tried to crawl back to her father as she sobbed, Papa, Papa, do you know how many times your father trampled on me? Do you know how many times your father made me crawl? This doesn't even compare to 1/10 of what your father did to me. Tian Long let her crawl back to her father while he kept kicking her small figure. When Mo Huan reached her father, she got hold of her father's shirt and didn't let go. Oh, what's this? Tian Long found a knife on Mo Wuming's body. Maybe I can make my heart be at peace if I cut you piece by piece. Tian Long smiled evilly and made a slash at her face. No, help, Papa. The little girl who caught sight of the shimmering screamed miserably. Bang. A punch came out from nowhere, sending Tian Long flying through the corridor. And then in the eerie atmosphere, Tian Long suddenly disintegrated. I remember quickly running away rather miserably after seeing this girl cry her heart out sadly for her father. The 10 years I spent in this hell doesn't even compare to the guilt when I saw this child cry while cupping her dead father's face. If it weren't for this child, perhaps I would have truly turned out what I didn't want to become. A sigh escaped from a person who stood beside the child. He had blonde hair and an attractive face, even though he looked like a child. Still, to play such an evil role with my body, did you think you can change my heart demon? Davis produced a smug expression on his face while questioning himself. In the Redemption Tower, the 3rd floor, Davis, who was subconsciously cultivating the sacred luminance mist, slightly shuddered. A bright golden luminance surrounded him as he made a breakthrough to mid-level nascent soul stage. His cultivation climbed higher until his foundation stopped rising to a point and remained incredibly stable at that level. He opened his eyes, and he could feel with his soul that only 6 hours had passed while he spent 10 years in that hell. What a scary heart demon. It had me in its palm for over 10 years, little by little connecting me with my past self. First, pain. Second, emotions. Third, a state where I could only watch mindlessly and not make a move. If I hadn't realized at the last moment if I had managed to torture and kill the girl, would I truly be the one to return here? Davis trembled. He suddenly felt as if this question should be left unanswered for the time being. In any case, he felt he was the same as ever, not much different from the time he entered the heart demon trial. However, there was something about him different that he couldn't put his finger upon. He didn't ponder much, so he quickly stood up and exited the tower. When he came out of the tower, he could see a figure run up to him extremely fast. That figure instantly closed the distance before he could even react and hugged him, giving him pure warmth. He smiled. I'm back, mother. You silly, Claire released him as she looked at him. Davis realized that her eyes were red. She looked like she had cried for a long time. Logan came closer, walking slowly. He angrily stared at Davis, but he was inwardly delighted. What happened? Why is mother's eyes so red? Davis felt that he should be the one who was angry this time around. Davis, you idiot. The heart demon session doesn't even last over an hour, and you have been there for over 6 hours. Just look at how your mother was worried sick about you, HMPH. If you hadn't come out, I would have killed you myself. Logan explained with an angry face, but he didn't mean it one bit. Instead, at that time, he was fidgety and indecisive about whether he should stop the formation to rescue Davis. But if he were to do so, he believed that there might be unimaginable consequences. Hence, he decided to put his faith in his son. Fortunately, they saw him come out after 6 hours. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to stop the formation. After you entered the tower for more than an hour, your mother couldn't help but leave the Imperial Castle. She waited for 2 more hours in this place worriedly, but then she cried for about an hour and fainted. She just woke up just now. You are such a disgrace. What if something had happened to her and the baby in her womb? After seeing that his son was fine, Logan wanted to scold his son severely. Mother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you worry. I promise that I'll never make yo. Davis realized his fault and hurriedly apologized but was interrupted. Silly, you can't make that promise. You are meant to spread your wings in the future. No matter where you go, Mother wouldn't stop worrying about you. Claire knew that her son would soar higher than anyone else in the future. That is the confidence that she had for her son, her pride. Davis pursed his lips and felt moved. Even though it wasn't directly his fault, he felt that it was better to apologize and comfort his mother with words, because he learned that pregnancy posed a greater danger to cultivator women more than mortal women. There were just too many complications that could harm the baby if the pregnant women weren't properly taken care of, and he, Davis, made his mother, who was pregnant, with a child cry till she fainted. This might inadvertently worsen her situation. Hence, he couldn't help but feel extremely sorry at the same time. All right, let's return to the Imperial Castle. Logan shook his head and said, both of them nodded. Equal. The Emperor's quarters, so, you did make a breakthrough, right? Logan asked, quite in doubt. The amulet Davis had on him was concealing his soul-forging cultivation. Hence, Logan found it difficult to tell. Yes, I've advanced to the mid-level nascent soul stage, Davis replied with a smile. Good, Logan nodded in satisfaction. Davis, use your soul sense, Claire said as she touched her glabella. Davis spontaneously used his soul sense as he knew how to extend his soul sense from reading the basics. A transparent form of energy tinged with light golden luminance spread around 50 meters of him in a spherical radius. In this space, he could perceive everything that is within his range. It was an uncanny and strange feeling that left him momentarily stunned. Davis lost himself in a trance, perceiving his surroundings while Logan and Claire had their jaws drop. I know that his soul is powerful, but not this powerful, Claire muttered. Davis became confused. What part of him did it cause them to say that his soul is very powerful, but he immediately realized it. An average person with a mid-level nascent soul stage cultivation could only extend his soul sense for about 10 meters while, on the other hand, you can extend up to 50 meters. This precisely denotes that your soul is 5 times more powerful than an average person who trains in soul-forging cultivation, Claire explained. But then why can't I extend my soul sense up to 5 meters when I was in low-level nascent soul stage? Davis expressed his doubts. Silly, Claire giggled. It simply doesn't work that way. Average cultivators of the low-level nascent soul stage can only make their soul escape once their body is destroyed. Even then, their souls would quickly evaporate if they couldn't find a compatible treasure to secure their souls. Weak low-level nascent soul stage cultivators are simply unable to use soul sense at that cultivation base. Only people with powerful souls can use their soul sense to scan their bodies 2 or 3 times when in low-level nascent soul stage, like your father, Claire explained patiently. Logan produced a proud face when he heard her say that, but once he thought about how his son had beat him, his face deflated. Davis, you should have unlocked the first layer of sacred luminance missed by now. Display it for Mother. The first layer, okay. Davis nodded and circulated his soul to perform according to the first layer of sacred luminance mist. Layers of a cultivation technique can be easily comprehended, unlike battle techniques, which requires manual comprehension. The only prerequisite was that one should reach the required stage and trained in that specific cultivation manual. Of course, if one was stupid and talentless, then even that one will find it difficult to comprehend the layers of a cultivation technique, even if they reach the required cultivation stage. A bright golden force field spread 10 meters from Davis. Davis felt like nothing could damage his soul in this space. The sacred soul shield you formed is powerful as well. Both of them weren't surprised this time. Even peak-level nascent soul stage cultivators will find it very difficult to break that. Logan sighed in submission. He didn't even realize that he was competing with his son. That's it. Davis expected more, like a flamboyant move capable of thrashing around everyone around him. Cough, cough, ha, if this is the end, then it won't be any different than other soul-forging cultivation manuals, which enables you to deploy a soul shield. Claire confidently said and added, try shrinking it till you cover your entire body with it. Davis nodded his head and tried to shrink the golden force field. The golden force field shrank until it only covered his body. Logan and Claire looked at how his soul is not only powerful but pure as well. This wouldn't even infant soul stage cultivators find it hard to break this sacred soul shield of his, Logan muttered. Claire became dumbfounded as well. She uttered absent-mindedly, yes, the infant soul stage is the second stage of soul-forging cultivation. Davis was kind of happy, but at the same time, disappointed thinking that his shield was not useful against young soul stage cultivators. He didn't know that his parents were comparing him subconsciously with other cultivators who cultivated in other sky-grade soul forging cultivation manuals. Davis, since you have a powerful soul, it's also a must for you to become an alchemist, or else your heaven-blessed talent will just be wasted, Claire urged her son. Davis had both a stupid and crying expression on his face. That process where people make pills from a cauldron. It looks effortless to read in a novel, but is it really easy to do in reality? Claire noticed his expression and reprimanded. What? Do you even know what alchemy is? Do you know how easy it is to cultivate with pills in your arsenal? Do you how much respect the alchemists command in this grand sea continent? All right, Mother doesn't have to explain all this, just let Father teach me, all right. Davis replied as he already knew what kind of bullshit respect those alchemists have, those misers. Claire immediately glared at Logan, while he just looked around and started whistling as if he hadn't heard anything. Claire then said to Davis with a not-so-smiling expression on her face, Davis, your father was the fifth in line for the throne and wasn't interested in anything other than women and cultivation. He was moderately arrogant, so he didn't train in alchemy at all, and as a result, you see a failure of a father who can't teach you alchemy. Claire, Logan's face was red in embarrassment. This was a dark history that he didn't want anyone to know about. If his people knew that he, as an emperor, didn't know a dime about alchemy, they would probably laugh till they die. Davis gulped as he realized that his mother's sharp words could kill people sometimes. Screw the death book, I should have the mother book. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Claire felt that she went too far and said, he stopped flirting with other women when he started loving me. At least your father is very upright in this regard. Logan regained his bearings as he gained some face with that statement. No worries, even though many alchemists command respect, they can't compare to an emperor of a sky-grade empire such as me, and your talent is very high, which makes even me jealous. Alchemists will probably flock to have you as a direct disciple if they know how powerful your soul is, Logan explained with a proud expression on his face. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, but the problem is, it is not a good thing to reveal your talent in front of the public. We have just recently survived a disaster, and our overall prowess has dropped. Even though we are a powerhouse, we must be careful enough to not fall into the plot of others, such as assassinations. Claire pondered and moved her lips. Then we should just invite a high-tiered, trustable alchemist to teach Davis in the royal castle. We can secretly invite him using various proxies so that even if the invite failed, he would not be able to trace it back to us. That's doable too. Logan nodded, listening to his wife's idea. Does that mean that I'm not allowed to roam the royal capital? Davis didn't want to bring out the death book here, as his parents may know about it. As for why he didn't bring it out in the Redemption Tower, he thought that place was monitored as well. Obviously, you're not getting one step outside the royal castle without your father or me accompanying you. It is too dangerous, Claire scoffed, even though the imperial capital is our home field. Davis expressed his doubts. On the surface, the imperial capital may look calm, but many dangerous undercurrents are lurking unbeknownst to us, Logan said with a serious expression on his face and added, ever since the rebellion, we have been severely weakened, which made the other empires send their spies, assassins, and whatnot. There's no telling that a random person with powerful hidden cultivation might approach you from somewhere, only to kill you and die himself. Davis audibly gulped. I've underestimated this world too much. Even though he already knew that he was constantly under protection, he just thought it was a royalty thing. All these years, no attempts on his life had been made. Hence, he became rather relaxed in this life even though he was hardworking. And I will still know where you are as I have placed a soul mark on you. Where? Davis panicked and immediately checked his soul for any foreign entities. A bright golden talisman-like symbol shot out from Logan's soul to Davis's soul. Here, Logan smugly smiled while Claire laughed. Davis knew that he was played the fool right now. He glared at his father and secretly swore that he would take revenge for this. Davis, let Mother also mark you so that I can immediately react to any emergencies. Claire sweetly echoed, go ahead, Mother. Davis could only give up. One had already marked him. Hence, two wouldn't make a difference, and if he said otherwise, although they might retract their soul marks, it is also possible that they would turn suspicious of him, which he didn't want for the time being or any time in the future. Hee silly. Claire was very happy that Davis didn't put any restrictions or limitations in front of her. She also gave him a low-level sky-grade protective treasure, and it was in the shape of a locket. Father, I now want to train in body-tempering cultivation. Davis seriously declared, no, first you should stabilize your soul-forging cultivation. My soul-forging cultivation is already stable, Davis quickly answered. Then you have to wait for your body to get used to pain. Father, I am used to pain, Davis smirked. Logan's eyes twitched. At this rate, won't he punch a hole through the heavens and ascend quickly? He sighed, all right, let me get you a tutor for body-tempering cultivation first. Claire will arrange you the resources that you need to achieve a breakthrough. Won't you teach me, Father? Davis asked sincerely. I'm sorry, Davis, I don't have time for everything. Logan produced a difficult expression on his face. I understand. Davis knew that his father, as the emperor, must have a SHT load of work to do, so he didn't let it bother him. Father, what about the Essie? I know, once you complete your body cultivation, Claire will see to your essence gathering cultivation. Logan clearly had enough of his bullshit cultivating so fast. Was their son Davis going to war with the heavens? Or should I just assign you Anoth? Davis was more than happy to be with his mother together. Logan laughed. Haha, all right, it's getting busy for me. My subordinates will be getting anxious if I go missing for a long time. Hence, I must return. You and Claire should rest for today. Don't make Claire teach you too much a day. Let her rest for more period of time. I know, Father, at that time I will either be with Clara or in the Imperial Library, so no need to worry. I will take care of my mother. Logan and Claire both smiled, satisfied by his reply. Logan then left, Princess carrying Claire to her room. Davis smiled at their display. Maybe one day, perhaps I would also Princess carry a woman who likes me. He smirked at his own imagination and headed towards the study. Phew, looks like I can't even sneak out of the Imperial Castle. Then I will just have to get even stronger, so as to let father and mother acknowledge me enough to let me out. Davis had flames gushing out from his eyes. He understood that he was just 5 years old but still wanted to explore this world. Well, at least the neighboring streets for now. The next day, Davis went to the Imperial training grounds that was in the Imperial Castle. Only the Emperor's direct descendants were allowed to train in that location. Hence, it could be said that it was relatively empty. Normally, it would be filled with princes and princesses trying to improve their cultivation, but now such a sight couldn't be seen anymore. When Davis reached the entrance, he saw a middle-aged man who looked about 30 years old. That middle-aged man who was looking sideways shifted his head to see Davis approaching him. Hendrickson, isn't this guy the Imperial advisor? He is my tutor now. Davis used his death god eyes to inspect him when he turned sideways before, so he was unsure whether it would work on him, but it worked. Welcome, Prince. I am Hendrickson, the Imperial advisor, and also act as a military advisor at times of war. From now on, I'll be your tutor in body tempering cultivation. Hendrickson bowed lightly and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Hendrickson. I'll be in your care from now on. Davis acted rather cutely as if he was really excited to have him as his tutor. Oh, Your Highness, please drop the honorifics. Hendrickson is fine. Hendrickson didn't dare to act arrogantly. The Imperial family might have many plots and schemes when they have too many members, but he was sure that there is no such thing in this small Imperial family. He also knew that they were incredibly protective of one and another. Okay, Mies Hendrickson. Davis purposefully made a mistake as he adorable smiled. Haha. Hendrickson laughed weakly as he sighed. Still, why did the Emperor ask me to train a 5-year-old child? Isn't it too soon? Even though I rejected, His Majesty won't take no for an answer. Prince Davis, I heard from the Emperor that you have already trained your body to some extent. Let me check your body. Hendrickson released his soul sense and checked Davis' body, but he then noticed the sky-grade treasure amulet and locket, and he can deduce the locket's feature but didn't know the amulet's function. Mother, okay, Davis followed. Mies Hendrickson, what is your current cultivation base in all cultivation systems? Davis had an excited face when he asked that. Oh ho, Your Highness, it isn't anything great. Out of the 3 cultivation systems, I specialize in body tempering cultivation system. I've reached peak level silver stage, mid-level body transformation stage, and low-level young soul stage. Hendrickson explained calmly, even though he was secretly proud. What? My death god's eyes were able to inspect a young soul stage cultivator. Davis became secretly astonished. He didn't dare to use it on his mother and father. He didn't even dare to use it on the maids and servants anxious that they might be secret experts assigned to protect him. He was afraid that if they were to know him inspecting them, he would have to explain that he didn't want to one way or another. After all, he felt that the death book is the only secret which he shouldn't reveal. Oh, that is wonderful, Mies Hendrickson. Hendrickson had black lines on his face. He can only hear Davis calling him Miss Hendrickson every time, but he could only suffer this humiliation silently. Should I try using the death book? No, that would mean killing him. Killing him is no good, but I don't know if it will even work on him. Will the death book even work on cultivators who are way stronger than me? Humans back on Earth were all probably equal in soul level, so the death book was able to work on them. Even so, it was full of limitations. Here, I don't think the rules are the same. There must be different kinds of limitations. Davis felt a huge headache as he thought that he would have to experiment on people to find out its powers. Then that would mean I can only use it on people who deserve to die. The prison would be a good place to experiment. Thinking like this, Davis smirked with an evil expression on his face. They soon arrived at a place called the Body Tempering Chamber. This wasn't the only place of cultivation in the Imperial training grounds, but there were other chambers as well. The Body Tempering Chamber was filled with various kinds of training equipment. Davis saw his mother patiently waiting there for him. He saw her smile and he immediately rushed to her. Mother arranged this for you, so your body's foundation and strength might be even stronger than other cultivators on the same level. Claire smiled as she pointed at a wooden bathtub. Whoa, Davis happened to be moved inwardly, but he had to act like a kid in front of others. In that bathtub, a low-level sky-grade tyrant body pill is diluted in that spirit water. Your body isn't powerful enough to digest the whole pill. Your body will explode. Your Majesty, may I? Hendrickson asked. Go ahead, Royal Advisor, Claire nodded. Isn't it too soon for the prince to be body cultivating? What if His Highness receives a trauma and is unable to cultivate because of it? Hendrickson was simply worried that if Davis were to be in danger, he would be blamed for it. No need to worry, Royal Advisor. We have the utmost trust in our child. He will be able to do it, Claire declared confidently as a matter of fact. Hendrickson became baffled and turned to look at Davis's childlike, pure, innocent face. Where do they even get the confidence from? All right then, Your Highness, get inside the bathtub and start cultivating the tyrant body secrets. You could have diluted the pill and drank it, but we want your body to endure less pain. We want to have your body get used to the pain, Hendrickson said. Davis smiled innocently and nodded. He got inside the bathtub. He suddenly felt pain all over his body except his head. His eyes shot wide, and he now knew that body tempering cultivation was no joke. Davis immediately started circulating tyrant body secrets and endured extreme pain for 2 hours before he gradually got adjusted to it. Claire came closer to him and fed him the diluted pill essence, more powerful than the bathtub's diluted essence. If his pores were open, then he could have absorbed the diluted pill essence, but it had now gone to waste. Davis felt like his internal organs were burning. Even so, he continued to cultivate tyrant body secrets while gritting his teeth. He ran the absorbed energy through the meridians in his body. The painful sensation of the body tempering cultivation session lasted for 2 more hours until a faint sound could be heard from his body. Crack! His body emitted a little reddish-brown aura from his body, while he could feel his strength soar exponentially. Feeling the power welling up within him, he felt like he could now lift a car single-handedly if he tried. Claire beamed as she could see that he achieved copper stage, while Hendrickson became astonished to see that the prince could withstand the excruciating process of body tempering cultivation. Mother, I did it, Davis animatedly exclaimed, feeling elated. You've made Mother gratified, Davis. Claire smiled proudly. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your Highness has taken the first step in cultivation, earlier than anyone else I've known. Hendrickson nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't expect this naive-looking child's tenacity and endurance to be this high. Hendrickson nodded even more appreciatively. The prince didn't call him miss this time. Davis got out of the bathtub. He then excitedly stretched his limbs. He can feel that his body was filled with overflowing power that he had never experienced before. Hendrickson commented. Good, unlike the other 2 cultivation systems where you accumulate energy and advance slowly, cultivating and body tempering cultivation, you only need resources and resolve to advance, but it only gets harder and difficult as you advance. He shook his head, lamenting that he still finds it difficult to break through into the gold stage, the 5th stage in body tempering cultivation. Davis, there's a strength gauging equipment over there. Go punch it, Claire stated. Davis moved to the equipment which his mother pointed at and punched normally. Bang, 532 kg. Davis then clenched his fists and punched with all his strength. Bang, 1021 kg. Whoa, goddamn, this is so awesome. Davis became excited inwardly while looking at the numbers. Davis performed the first layer technique of tyrant body secrets. Claire smiled as she looked forward to his performance. Davis nodded as he started gathering power in his right fist. Reddish-brown aura suddenly covered his right arm, and he punched forward with all his might. 5164 kg, good. With the tyrant aura amplification, Your Highness could even rival low-level bronze stage cultivators in strength. For those who cultivate in an earth-grade body cultivating manual, Your Highness could rival a high-level copper stage cultivator in strength, Hendrickson commented. Copper stage is the first stage in body tempering cultivation, while the bronze stage is the second stage in body tempering cultivation. There were 4 levels separating them, from low level to peak level. But if I were to face a low-level copper stage cultivator who cultivates in a sky-grade body tempering cultivation manual, won't we be evenly matched? Yes, but that also depends on the manual that the other person is cultivating in, because even sky-grade manuals have levels. Of course, it even includes one's battle prowess too, Hendrickson added. Davis sighed, thinking, looks like I'm only powerful in soul-forging cultivation. But by the time you reach the gold stage gradually, you would have developed a tyrant physique that even increases your strength and defense twice. At that time, no one in the same stage will be your opponent. That's why it's named as Tyrant, Hendrickson proudly declared. Can I achieve the Tyrant physique now? Davis asked curiously with a confused expression on his face. The Lauret Empire doesn't have that kind of resources. Well, it had before, but for now there are no whereabouts of the mystic Tyrant fruit. I will inform Your Highness's Imperial father, the Emperor, if we ever were to find one in the future. Davis's eyes shone brightly. Looks like I still have hope to become even stronger. All right, Your Highness, just have to cultivate like this till you reach the peak level. If you find yourself stumped in front of any bottlenecks, you can visit me in this chamber in the morning. At other times, I won't be available. Hendrickson informed. Okay, Davis nodded. Davis, let's go. Claire held Davis, whom they both then left. Claire slightly grinned on seeing how he acted like a child from the start to the end. She shook her head, feeling rather humored. Equal, 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 equal. In the Empress's quarters, brother, a female baby jumped excitedly in her cradle. The baby neared 1.5 years old in age and 76 centimeters tall in height. Her face remained chubby and extremely cute while her cute purple eyes glowed mystically with an enigmatic feel. Her silky smooth short blonde hair cascaded to her neck. Clara, your brother is here. Davis hurriedly ran towards her, pinched her cheeks and tickled her neck. Ha ha no, ha ha, Clara giggled cutely. Davis lifted her and held her in his arms. He then turned to Claire. Mother, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have jinxed it. Davis was extremely regretful at this point. It's fine, at least it's a good thing. Claire sighed gently. Clara had a set of unique eyes from her birth. After a year from her birth, they recently discovered that her eyes were glowing. The three of them panicked, and later when they researched and discussed it, they calmed down. Apparently, Clara seemed to have something special called the Transcendent Truth Eyes. The Transcendent Truth Eye is a unique constitution. The one who possesses it could see through lies and deceit, and if Clara manages to perfect that power, then no one would be able to lie in front of her. The only problem now is that her eyes lit up randomly. She's just a baby, so she couldn't possibly control it. Claire couldn't help but worry. It will be fine, Mother. When she grows up, she should be able to control it. After all, the records you read in the Imperial Library mention that those who possess Transcendent Truth Eyes are natural-born rulers. Davis stated confidently. You're right, Claire nodded, but her face showed otherwise. Perhaps such is the fate of a caring mother. Mother, you can rest today. I'll start cultivating essence gathering cultivation tomorrow, if you say so. She smiled, thinking even if she persuaded him not to, he wouldn't listen. But in exchange, you have to tell me about that treasure. You said that we have it in our treasury, Davis asked excitedly as the name itself seemed impressive. All right, Claire couldn't help but laugh. Her son seems to be extremely interested in treasures and the like. Well, who isn't? Claire shook her head. The fallen extinction lightning was captured by our previous emperor, your paternal grandfather. He single-handedly journeyed and captured it from the Lightning Fall Mountains that is very far from our empire. But during the battle, sadly, he underestimated the fallen extinction lightning, so he was grievously wounded, but he still managed to capture the sky-grade lightning elemental. So my grandfather, the previous emperor, died from injuries. How can it be? He was so powerful, more powerful than father. Davis couldn't believe that a mere injury could make his grandfather succumb to death. His grandfather was at the 5th stage in all the cultivation systems, except soul-forging cultivation. Unfortunately, the fallen extinction lightning possesses corrosive and annihilation properties. He succumbed to the corrosive injuries that the fallen extinction lightning left behind in his body. Claire sighed. Since grandfather went to capture it, then he should have known the properties behind the fallen extinction lightning. I don't believe that an emperor who ruled an empire for decades didn't investigate it before. Davis shook his head, thinking something didn't make sense. Claire sighed again. In fact, it seemed that he did, but the information was outdated. He originally went to capture a peak-level Earth-grade silent extinction lightning for the first prince's son, but by the time he arrived there, it had already evolved into a sky-grade fallen extinction lightning. Everything was for naught. She shook her head sadly, but a complicated emotion flashed past her eyes. Partially because of that, I am able to reside here without a problem. Clara was placed in her cradle as she got tired of their banter. She slept peacefully like a newborn kitten while embracing her legs. Fortunately, your grandfather managed to erase fallen extinction lightning's consciousness before dying. The previous first prince and his son got assassinated, so it is now ripe for the taking. Claire grinned mischievously. If you use that lightning elemental to cultivate your essence-gathering cultivation, then you will surely be more powerful than cultivators who cultivate in other sky-grade essence-gathering manuals. Claire smiled resplendently at the thought that her son will only get more powerful steadily as time passes by. Children only concentrate on one cultivation system at a time, while Davis happens to cultivate all 3 cultivation systems at the same time. Hence, in Claire's eyes, her son was just becoming more and more powerful by the day, leaving his peers in the dust. Equal, 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 equal. The next day at the study, Davis sat cross-legged while examining the meridian refinement stage's cultivation process. Apparently, it looks like I have to refine the meridians in my body, and since I would cultivate with lightning-attributed manual, I should make lightning pass through my meridians, a sky-grade one at that. I'm done for. This is obviously shock treatment. Isn't this even crueler than body-tempering cultivation? His mind floated with images of people being fried to charcoal by lightning. Davis, are you ready? the door suddenly opened, and Claire walked in with a smile on her face. Yes, I'm ready." Davis gulped as that smile kind of looked evil to him. They then proceeded to a place that is designed for closed-door cultivations, called Cultivation Quarters. "Relax. Father and Mother are here to help you suppress the sky-grade lightning elemental. Don't fret over it." Claire comforted him as she can entirely see his nervousness when she suddenly walked in. Davis nodded and didn't say anything. They then made their way to a room in these quarters. There were more than 10 rooms in this place. Claire opened the door and walked inside, and he followed her. Inside, there was a formation that was capable of suppressing the power of lightning elemental to a certain extent. Logan was seated at the side, obviously waiting for these two to come. Even though it was just easier for all three of them to send soul transmissions, they didn't communicate through that way. They didn't want to reveal Davis's soul-forging cultivation under any circumstances. "Father, let's start." Somehow, Davis didn't want to show weakness in front of his father. "Well, aren't you hasty?" Logan commented and walked forwards. He looked at Claire, and they both nodded their heads. "Let's begin then, Davis. Sit inside the formation's heart and refine your meridians by circulating the energy while following the circulation method from Extinction Lightning Judgment Essence Gathering Cultivation Manual. You don't need to worry about the lightning elemental, as we will help you in suppressing it." Davis nodded as he took a deep breath before sitting in the middle of the formation. There were no words spoken further. Logan and Claire used the formation to control and refine the lightning elemental through the unique formation, and began sending the lightning essence energy to Davis with utmost caution. Davis began refining his meridians as he focused his mind on the energy that entered his body. The formation housed the fallen extinction lightning, as it also works as a suppressing formation. Hence, the lightning elemental that would have instinctively fried them became suppressed enough to be refined. Furthermore, Logan and Claire took the brunt of the refinement of the berserk lightning energy and only sent the tamed and refined lightning energy to Davis. Davis's meridians were already strengthened because he had reached the first stage in body tempering cultivation using Tyrant Body Secrets. As he slowly circulated the lightning-attributed energy in his meridians, he felt a tingling sensation at the start, followed by a burning feeling. It felt as if he was electrocuted and corroded at the same time. Nevertheless, its effects were negligible since it's being suppressed by both his parents and the formation. So this is the fallen extinction lightning. A lightning elemental that equals 5th stage powerhouse is really powerful. It's not bad. I don't feel much pain. It is a good thing that Mother and Father are here. If not, I would have to cultivate from the bottom of the food chain if I truly were to truly be an orphan again. His thoughts ran astray as he felt confident enough to cultivate even without the utmost concentration. He slowly repeated the circulation method again and again until he refined his meridians to a concise level. The process lasted for about 5 long hours before he advanced to the meridian refinement stage. Just when he was about to shout out in excitement, a voice rang on his mind. "Don't lose your concentration. We'll help you absorb the fallen extinction lightning. Immediately focus your soul on absorbing it now." Davis could feel his soul being invaded by the lightning elemental. He had his eyes closed, so he didn't see the fallen extinction lightning's form. In any case, he began absorbing it into his soul as instructed. Bzzz, arg, pain. Davis was instantly filled with extreme pain that rocked his soul. It felt like his thoughts were going haywire. He almost lost concentration, but continued to grit his teeth. He knew he wouldn't be able to last longer, so he concentrated anew, using his whole consciousness, this time to succeed without caring for any repercussions. The process lasted for a whole 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity to him before he fainted out of exhaustion. After some time, Davis woke up. He checked his soul and saw a pentagram-shaped black lightning residing within. It maintained a certain distance from the death book. Seeing that both didn't interfere with each other, he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. He then checked his surroundings and noticed that he was still in the same room. He saw his parents passionately kissing each other. They were so into it that they didn't notice him waking up. Even a slight movement should be able to alert them, but they didn't seem to notice. Logan licked his lips with Claire's. He held her waist and she cupped his cheeks. Her expression seemed to be sad as there were tears over her eyelids, and at the same time her lips were savoring his taste as if it didn't want to let go. At first glance, it didn't seem like they were doing this for excitement. Davis didn't make a sound. He stayed silent for some time before they separated from each other's lips. He didn't hear them talking, so he imagined that they must have used soul transmission to speak with each other. After a few seconds, Davis trembled as if waking up just now. At that instant, they instantly separated from each other's embrace. Claire's face became red while Logan's lower garment had a tent. Davis chose to ignore it altogether before he closed his eyes and acted as if he was checking his state. That gave them enough time to be normal again. Something must have happened, he thought. It isn't normal for them to act like that in front of me. Wait, something seems to be wrong in my soul. Davis became startled. He immediately released his soul sense, and it extended up to 500 meters in a spherical radius. I reached peak level nascent soul stage. He advanced straight from mid-level to peak level while skipping high level. It wasn't as if his soul-forging cultivation just skipped, it was just he didn't notice that he entered high-level nascent soul stage when he fainted out of exhaustion. Logan and Claire smiled as they knew the reason. Davis forgot that lightning has the effect temper one's soul. Hence, absorbing the low-level sky-grade lightning elemental became an incredible boon for him. He belatedly remembered that fact. He then abruptly felt complicated since his father also seemed to train in extinction lightning judgment, which meant that the fallen extinction lightning is heavily useful to him as well, but they decided to let it be and passed on the big pie to him. Not only was it heavily useful to Logan, but the fallen extinction lightning can also perhaps increase Logan's soul forging cultivation. However, Logan didn't take it selfishly and left the Imperial treasure to him. This also indirectly meant that they acknowledged him that he is their rightful heir. Logan and Claire were both ecstatic that their son was able to achieve this feat of cultivating all three cultivation systems at the same time, at such a tender age. They were even more extremely proud when they realized he was just 5 years old. Davis was now able to use his first layer of extinction lightning judgment. The first layer provided the ability to amplify his body with lightning. He can amplify his legs to move faster, clad his arms in lightning to paralyze, and corrode his opponent's flesh. He can even use it on his own brain to increase his thought process and analytical ability, but that requires an extremely high control over his lightning, or else he would just fry or corrode his own brain. The fallen extinction lightning, with its property, increased the effectiveness of his powers and battle prowess. After all, it adds an annihilative and corrosive effect to the lightning he employs. Since Davis has achieved basic proficiency in all three cultivation systems, he wanted to test the limitations of his death book as soon as possible. He didn't even know if it worked the same way or not anymore. Half a year passed. Logan, Claire, and Hendrickson taught him more about cultivation during this half-year period. However, they only taught him for at most an hour every day. They seemed like they were busy with something. He still didn't get a chance to use his death book because he felt like he was always being monitored. His parents were acting even more strangely. It was especially the case in this half a year. He knew that something fishy was going on here, but since his parents wouldn't tell him, then he didn't feel the need to ask. Davis went to ask his parents if he could practice his powers on live targets. His parents thought for a moment before they refused. Davis was adamant about it and proposed an idea to them. "Father, if you don't let me practice on live targets, how can I be an expert?" "Enough, Davis, how can you be adamant like this? You're just 5 years old, there's no need for you to fight people." "All right, Father, how about I take a step back and try my powers on restricted opponents who are in the prison?" "Huh, why don't you take me on then?" Logan retorted, clearly annoyed. "But Father, I won't even be able to beat you, you are too powerful." Davis shamelessly gave up as he whined. Claire, who was beside, glanced at them and laughed. She sent a soul transmission to Logan. Logan's face changed. He then sighed and permitted him to go to prison. "Only this time will I be yielding to you, there's no next time. You hear me?" Logan made a face full of anger and berated him. "Let's go." Logan then walked in the direction of the prison. Okay, Davis obediently followed and put on a black robe to cover himself. On the way, for some reason, the palace guards and maids acted like they didn't see him. They only greeted the emperor, and the atmosphere seemed tense. He could feel that a soul technique was activated on him. He then knew that he was being cloaked by his father. Is it so bad for a child of royalty to go to the prison? Is that the reason? Davis thought as he felt like he couldn't understand the intricacies of the royal family. They then arrived in front of the prison. Logan stopped there while the prison guards went on their knees and greeted him. The guards looked at the emperor with awe and reverence. The leader of the prison guard stepped up and bowed again. Only his face could be seen, which was pale. He was wearing a blue armor tinted with a yellow crest at the sides. "You are?" Reporting to the emperor, "My name is Bowen." The previous leader of the prison guards colluded with the rebels. Fortunately, Logan, who found his betrayal, managed to kill him before he released all the prisoners. "Bowen, I see." The two of them then stayed silent. It can be seen that they were communicating through soul transmission. Bowen had a confused face, then nodded his head vehemently. Then all three of them entered the prison. Logan stopped cloaking Davis at this point. "You understand, right?" Logan asked him with a ruthless glare. "Yes, your majesty." Bowen replied meekly. He understood that at this point he shouldn't do anything the emperor dislikes. Logan then left Davis there, not turning around to inform anything. "Cough, your highness, let me show you around the prison first." Bowen waved his hands. "Okay," Davis cheerfully replied. Bowen then took him around the prison. While walking in the corridor, he informed Davis about the prisoners. There were cells on both sides of the corridor which held the prisoners. While he explained, he just told about their crimes while leaving the gory part behind. After Davis heard about what he said, he couldn't help but cringe. Their crimes were devoid of humanity, but he didn't stop listening to him, nor did he command him to stop. Davis looked at the prisoners. All of them looked ruthless with no hint of humanity, while some seemed to act as if they were innocent, and then there were some prisoners who looked at him with lascivious eyes. Davis's eyes turned red. He glared at those prisoners one by one. He thought for a moment before questioning Bowen. Bowen, he suddenly interrupted him. Yes, Prince. Bowen looked at him. Why aren't these prisoners put to death? He glared at Bowen. It's not like that, Your Highness. The royal capital holds a public execution each month. They are put to death one by one. It also acts as a deterrent to other wicked criminals. Until then, they stay here waiting for their deaths, Bowen explained. Do you have a list of the prisoners held in here? I do, but what is it for, Your Highness? Bowen was confused, but he still handed over the list from his spatial ring. Davis took the list and saw the name of the prisoner who was going to be executed this month. Wagner. I saw him before, lead me to him. Davis didn't reply to Bowen, but just commanded him. Yes, Bowen didn't refuse, though he was confused. What is a 5-year-old child going to do meeting a prisoner? Make him change his ways? Heck, I'll be damned. Davis and Bowen made their way to the cell, where Wagner was locked inside. The formation in that cell was active, and it prevented Wagner from being able to use his cultivation, and the formation also made him unable to see what was going on outside. Wagner, who was undoubtedly a male, looked at the ceiling with a blank expression on his face. It was as if he was considering when he was going to die this month. Davis then saw a circle switch near the cell's gate. He pressed it. Nothing seemed to happen visibly, but Wagner turned around his face. He saw a small child with blonde hair along with a prison guard. Don't tell me you brought a brat for me to enjoy. Wagner seemed to jest, but it was obvious that he viewed Davis with lascivious eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Davis only asked a question. He already made up his mind to make him his first target, but he still wanted an impetus. Of course, to brutally murder and rape you. Wagner's breathing hastened as a crazy glint encroached his eyes. Davis became thoroughly disgusted, but his face remained the same. It was written in the records that Wagner had necrophilia, and it didn't seem to be faked. On the other hand, Wagner didn't care for anything as he was fated to die this month. It didn't matter whether he offended a big person or not, much less a child. I understand, Davis replied calmly. He then switched off the mechanism. You understand. Bowen became utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand where this conversation was headed to. Bowen, leave the prison. Davis commanded. I can't do that, Your Highness. Bowen was stunned before he replied with a calm expression on his face. You won't listen to my command. Davis narrowed his eyes. I was told by His Majesty to protect you no matter what happens. Bowen shook his head. He looked as if he wasn't going to leave Davis alone, no matter what. Davis slightly narrowed his eyes, but then a smile lit up over his face. I see, then I will have no choice but to say to my father that you molested me in the prison. What? Bowen couldn't believe his ear. What kind of words did this 5-year-old child utter? His mind momentarily stopped working, unable to form a reply. I said that I would have no choice but to say that you violated me in the prison. That is totally different than what you said before. Bowen started sweating heavily, but he didn't dare retort. Could it be that all the Imperial family members are like this? Your Highness, don't make this difficult for me. I was only tasked to protect you in this prison. Do you think my Imperial father won't act against you? Do you think that the Emperor will believe your words or mine? Davis profoundly asked, as if there's an underlying meaning in his words. What did I do to deserve this? This child is a demon in human form. Bowen was on the verge of tears, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How about this? You're only tasked to protect me, right? Stand guard near the entrance of the prison. This way you can both protect me and do what I told you, right? You think that these prisoners who are suppressed by these formations can harm me. This all right? Bowen considered a moment before yielding. He was truly afraid that the little prince, no, the little demon, would do as he said. Good, you're not allowed to use your senses on me, and you're not allowed to peek either. I will come to you to accept food every 4 hours, and with this you can verify my safety every now and then. This I understand. Although Bowen felt reluctant, what else could he reply? He already accepted His Highness' conditions once, and it did seem that he was able to protect the prince through this method. He at least had the confidence that no matter what happened, he would be able to protect him in the prison. Only he couldn't understand why the prince forbade him from using his soul sense on him. He imagined that it must have to do something with the Imperial family's secret, so he didn't dare to ask. After all, a child, especially an Imperial child, wouldn't come to this place just to sightsee, right? Bowen inwardly thought he left that part of the corridor and made his way towards the prison entrance. Davis checked his surroundings before tugging on the soul, summoning the death book. Black aura encircled around him as it changed into a hazy appearance. A book appeared on his hand as he looked at it. It was pure black on both sides of the note, and there wasn't anything written on the cover. He opened the book and turned the pages only to see that it was pure white without a single speck of dust. He pressed the switch again, only to see Wagner moving his right arm up and down. Honestly, there's no redemption for a bastard like you. Davis wrote his name while he felt disgusted. He'll be sure to give him a worse death. Equal, 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 equal. 3 days later, Davis was still roaming inside the Imperial prison, experimenting with the death book. In the Imperial castle, throne hall, Logan was seated in his throne while Claire sat beside him, but both of their faces appeared extremely grave. The whole throne hall remained crowded even though it was 100 meters long and wide. People were assembled here, ranging from middle-class officials to high-class officials from the Imperial palace and the army. The atmosphere enshrouding here was tense. No one dared to utter a word, afraid that they might be cast out or outright killed. Creak, a sound made from opening the huge door of the throne hall echoed, making the people present slightly shudder as if it was a crack from the underworld. An older adult with a commanding disposition walked in with great strides. He was covered in dark blue armor, and he held his grand headgear in his arms. He walked forward until he was in line with 5 other men who were clad in different yet luxurious garments. He kneeled on a single leg on the floor and clasped his hands. Reporting to the emperor, he took a deep breath and shouted, "The Albert Kingdom, which is under our jurisdiction, has been conquered by invading forces 2 days ago." Beads of sweat formed on his face. "We were unable to defend against the invasion of the combined alliance of the Raven Empire and Triter Empire." With a bang that caused numerous people to flinch, he kowtowed, "We were made to retreat in the face of the giant threat, and I cowardly made the decision for the army to retreat to the imperial capital. Please let this cowardly one die and atone for this mistake. Your Majesty." Without hesitation, he instantly drew his sword from his scabbard and proceeded to stab it into his heart. Bang, robust yet formless energy came out from nowhere and knocked the sword out of his hand. He stared blankly, not knowing who did it. "It's fine, this emperor forgives you, Supreme Army Commander Randall," Logan replied with a calm expression on his face. "Instead of making our army die a cruel and meaningless death, you made the right choice by giving the order to tactically retreat to the imperial capital in exchange for your own reputation." Randall's eyes became moist as he felt incredibly moved. He hardened his heart and made a great sacrifice by ruining his own reputation when retreating, and he cared for his subordinates so he couldn't let them die a meaningless death. He didn't think anyone or even the new emperor would understand him or his decision to retreat. So when he came to the imperial palace, he was prepared to die by taking his own life in return for his failure. Logan knew that Randall was a loyal commander in the army. As far as he knew, his imperial father would praise him a lot for his bravery and courage, but he also mentioned how he was compassionate and loyal. Logan also knew that Randall's subordinates admired and obeyed him, so losing him would mean a great loss to the already weakened Loret Empire, as the army morale would be at an all-time low. Logan, the current emperor, should have in all right beheaded Randall by himself for the mistakes he had committed to establish his authority in the throne hall, but he also understood that doing so was foolish, as it would only lead to dissatisfaction and chaos among his men. In reality, he had started to doubt whether if there were any people already planning to desert his Loret Empire. "How dare you show your face in front of the emperor after that miserable defeat? Instantly show yourself out." A handsome middle-aged man with sharp facial features berated the army commander, Randall. His face looked sharp, yet his eyes were slightly lazy, but even then he exuded a solemnness that didn't give someone the opportunity to mock him. He had lush green hair that is neck-length long. He is none other than the current head of the Calden family, one of the 2 noble families which sided with the imperial family to quell the rebels. Now, Duke Evan Calden, there's no need for that, our Majesty has already forgiven him." Another middle-aged man replied with a calm expression on his face. He looked dashing and had bright red hair that cascaded down to waist length. He's none other than the current head of the Nolan family, the other of the 2 noble families that sided with the imperial family during the rebellion. "There's no need to fight among ourselves now, and show some restraint. You're in front of the emperor, Duke Calden." Hendrickson calmly interjected as if he was tired of this farce. Duke Evan Calden harumphed and said nothing more. He was not that afraid of an emperor that was just a little more powerful than him. What he didn't know was that Logan had already broken through to adult soul stage. If he knew, then he would have not dared to be this disrespectful towards the young emperor. The other 2 were silent, as if this had nothing to do with them. They were the leaders of the Ruthless Sword Sect and Piercing Dragon Sect. Both of the sects were sky-grade sects, albeit low-level, in which they only had a single Law Seed stage powerhouse sitting on the helm of their respective sects. Nevertheless, the current Imperial Loret family wasn't that different from them, since they had lost most of their power due to the rebellion. The destruction of an empire has nothing to do with those 2 sects, but since they have connections to the Imperial family previously, there will probably be a chance for them to get eliminated by the invading empires. They were here to decide whether to help the empire cross over this calamity or not. "Enough," Logan echoed. His voice influenced almost everyone present visibly as they subconsciously turned attentive. His voice was magical, along with undulations that surprised each and everyone present. Adult Soul Stage, the 5 of them were astonished. They then replied in unison as they bowed, "Congratulations to the Emperor on breaking through to the Adult Soul Stage." The crowd in the back echoed as well. Logan nodded his head casually. "Randall, when exactly will they invade the Imperial capital?" he questioned. "Reporting to your Majesty, the invading empires will march here within a day." Randall replied to the best of his knowledge. Communications were lost, and the scouts no longer replied to him. This was the best answer he could give out right now. There was a momentary silence in the throne hall. "This is bad. There's no way we will be able to survive should we run." Various whispers and soul transmissions were swirling around the throne hall simultaneously. "Silence," Hendrickson bellowed. The crowd stood horrified and shut their mouths. Logan knew that this scenario remained hopeless. Most likely, the probable situation is that they would have to escape and reclaim the Empire later. Logan felt like he was stuck in a mire now. On the one hand, he felt like he had to protect his family no matter what. On the other hand, if he escaped, he felt like he was acting opposite to whatever he learned in his life, and that he would have no face to meet his ancestors after death. The Lauret family had always heavily valued morals and victory. From an early age, Logan was influenced by these values. To run and leave his empire to be pillaged, isn't that just the opposite of its teachings? Woo! Suddenly, the sound of a war horn being blown echoed throughout the imperial capital. Everyone was suddenly petrified. A random guard came inside the throne room with hurried strides and reported, "Your Majesty, this is bad. The invaders have arrived behind our northern gates." Logan had an ugly expression on his face so soon. He immediately looked at Claire, who was silently seated beside him, and his heart was almost convinced to escape when he heard a voice. "Your Majesty, do you plan to escape?" The two sect leaders asked in unison with a cold face. Logan became startled. He shot a glare at those two sect leaders, trying to obtain something out of their faces. He could vaguely see that they were not afraid of the consequences of betraying him. He knew that if he tried to escape, these two could betray him anytime they saw fit. He could even see them probably handing over his head to appease the invading empires. A hand grabbed Logan's palm, and he turned back to see Claire smiling beautifully at him. The same smile that made him remember the vow they took together when they married each other. "We live together and die together." The two sect leaders' faces flushed quickly with a red hue by being berated in this throne hall, where many people were witnessing their grandeur. Just when they were about to counterattack with words, they heard the Emperor's voice again. The two sect leaders were left with no choice but to follow. The other 4 of them also followed behind the Emperor as he walked with a grand disposition, and witnessing that the Emperor himself was leading them, the crowd automatically followed behind them. Logan abruptly sent a soul transmission to Imperial Advisor Hendrickson. "Escape with Davis and Clara." Hendrickson made a slight pause in his steps but kept walking instantly. "Clara is in the Empress's quarters while Davis is in the Imperial prison safely guarded. Find a chance to slip out, immediately secure them, and escape." Logan sent a soul transmission again. The war was also why he and Claire allowed Davis into the prison. Let him experience some combat so that he could adapt to their current situation. He didn't think that before they could get him back, the main invading army would already be here at the capital. The main invading army's speed was lightning fast than he expected. He knew this must be the work of numerous assassins executing their scouts. Logan then immediately told Hendrickson on how to deactivate the formation guarding the Empress's quarters. As for what that formation was for, one could guess easily. Logan then turned around his head, as if checking who were all currently following behind him. Hendrickson imperceptibly nodded his head, so no one ended up noticing their conversation. As for Logan's soul-forging cultivation, it was too powerful for them to detect his soul transmission. They then continued to travel towards the north gate. Not even halfway there, Hendrickson suddenly echoed, "Your Majesty. Your subordinate has forgotten his weapon in the Imperial castle, and without that I would not be able to use my full strength. Your subordinate will quickly return once I retrieve my weapon back." "What, are you scared?" Logan shot a glare at him as his killing intent erupted. "Are you trying to escape?" "I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. If you command me to die, then I will quickly kill myself to prove my innocence." Hendrickson trembled as if his plan was seen through. The other 5 of them thought that it was strange. They heard that Imperial Advisor Hendrickson was brave and courageous, as well as a loyal man. They didn't expect him to back out at this last moment. "Kill yourself then," Logan commanded in a cold-hearted tone. "Yes," Hendrickson severely trembled. He took out a normal sword from his spatial ring and stabbed right at his heart as he pulled his arm towards himself. Pachai, bang. Just when his sword was already halfway to his heart after piercing the body, some kind of energy knocked the sword off from his hands. "I now know your loyalty. You can go right now and quickly come back because we need your strength in this war." Logan replied, his face still cold. "Yes, Your Majesty." Hendrickson then left to the Imperial castle while healing the wound in his chest. "Does anyone here would like to get their weapons back?" Logan asked with an indifferent face. He was emitting a dense killing intent that made the other 4 shut their mouths. Logan then continued to travel while the others followed behind. Revolving core stage cultivators were able to fly, after all, not to mention that Logan is at the Law Seed stage, the 5th stage of essence gathering cultivation. His speed was even greater than mere revolving core cultivators could reach. Let's make haste, he echoed and sped off towards the northern gate. Equal, 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 equal. 10 minutes later, Hendrickson made his way to the Imperial Castle and went to his room before sneaking out stealthily dressed in a black robe that covered his features. He arrived in front of the Empress's quarters and knocked out the hidden experts and maids. He went inside and took Clara into his arms. Clara was sleeping, so she didn't notice and cry. He covered her with a black sheet and then made his way out. Just when he headed out of the room, he saw a flash of light. Slash. A blinding light slashed at his head. Hendrickson immediately ducked down. He rapidly retreated and saw the attacker's attire. Assassin, nicely evaded. The assassin's tone sounded surprised. Brother, are you here to abduct that royal baby as well? Yes, Hendrickson replied with a hoarse voice. Hee, you sure are kind, only knocking out those guards, Clara, who was in Hendrickson's arms, was startled awake, and she immediately cried upon seeing strange people surrounding her. Brother, just leave the baby, I won't make this difficult for you. Trash trying to waste my time. Hendrickson immediately took out his prized sword. He released his peak-level silver stage battle aura that radiated a fiendish might. The assassin visibly flinched. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. You can have the baby, and we'll have the boom. Hendrickson immediately covered the distance between him and slashed, not even seeing the result of his attack. He then made his way out the Imperial Castle and to the prison in a hurried manner. Did they find out where the first prince is? This is bad. Equal, Logan Lauret. Get out here now and face our emperor. Logan Lauret, you coward, get the fuck here now. Cowardly emperor, show yourself. Various degenerating cries were heard behind the northern gate of the imperial capital. The allied warriors of the two invading empires were throwing out various provocations. They didn't seem to be afraid as the two emperors of their own empires were standing behind them. Ha, it seems like we will be able to win this war without incurring many casualties. A hearty laugh sounded out. Surely didn't we ally for this endeavor? Jejej, an eerie laugh sounded out, but it almost sounded depraved. The man who heartily laughed looked fat yet strong with bulging arms. He had two luscious beauties on his thighs. He was holding their waists while flirting with them and commenting about the war. He is none other than the current emperor of the Raven Empire, Mike Raven. The other man who laughed eerily looked thin and cunning. He just provided these two beauties to the fat man, either enriching his relationship with the fat emperor or plotting something. He is none other than the emperor of the Triter Empire, Ken Triter. Two bastards who dared to invade my empire. Come out. Angry voice could be heard out loud as it resounded through the whole army. He is here. A middle-aged man beside Emperor Raven voiced. How can I enjoy these beauties now? His timing cannot be any worse. Emperor Raven had dissatisfaction etched on his face. Emperor Raven can enjoy these beauties later, and I'm sure these gifts will be worth your time. A voluptuous woman who was wearing revealing clothes chimed in with an alluring voice. She was beside Emperor Triter. Haha, you are right, my daughter-in-law. Emperor Raven laughed. The four of them simultaneously flew out and stared at Logan and his subordinates in the airspace near the northern gate. Ha, little emperor, you sure are powerful. Adult soul stage around 30 years old. Jejej, both of the emperors cackled eerily, yet they were inwardly relieved that they had made this move sooner. Or else wouldn't this treasure, known as the Lauret Empire, be out of their sights and hands after a few years? Greetings, allow me to introduce myself formally. I am the emperor of the Raven Empire, Mike Raven. Emperor Raven introduced himself to the Lauret Emperor, followed by Ken Triter. Ken Triter, emperor of the Triter Empire. Logan looked at the two people who looked contrasting yet had the same disposition. He couldn't help but question coldly. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves, teaming up to beat an empire which has already lost its strength during the rebellion? Shame. Can you eat it? Can you change it to cultivation resources? Hess, stop your nonsense, little emperor. Emperor Raven mockingly laughed. Jeej, we do possess shame, but do you think that we are supposed to attack when you are recovered and strong naive? This is the world of the strong, and weaklings can only beg and grovel. Emperor Triter grinned deviously. Oh, you two think you can defeat us with this lineup. Don't think you will be safe enough to leave in one piece. Logan spat out with a cold expression on his face. Haha, you are right. Everyone, I, Mike Raven, will not destroy anyone who does not help the Lauret Emperor. In fact, I will award you with the plundered riches. How about it, those behind him? Emperor Raven shot a greedy look to the people behind Logan. Logan was waiting for this exact moment as well. He was not afraid, but wanted to see who and all will choose to desert him in this hopeless war. But right at this moment, he and Claire felt the soul marks they left on Davis being erased, their expressions waning into despair. Logan and Claire looked at each other with apprehension in their eyes. The disappearance of the soul mark could only mean that Davis had either died or the soul mark they had placed on his soul had been erased by some method. The soul mark Logan left had been relatively gentle, not leaving an ounce of heaviness or restriction in Davis's soul. Hence, the soul mark can also be easily dealt with by any third-stage soul forging cultivators without much trouble. Logan and Claire clearly trembled, wanting to rush to see Davis's well-being, yet now they could only hope that Hendrickson had rescued Davis in time. There was a moment of silence before a voice sounded out. "Do you promise not to touch the Ruthless Sword Sect and Piercing Dragon Sect?" The two sect leaders who were behind Logan came forward together. "Of course, I have heard of your famous names across the continent, Sect Leader Hyan and Sect Leader Pedro. Good, then we'll sit this one out." Hyan, the sect leader of Ruthless Sword Sect, accepted and withdrew. "Your Majesty, this isn't considered betrayal, as we are just going to watch from the sidelines. The result doesn't concern us, as we are staying out of this mess." Pedro, the sect leader of Piercing Dragon Sect, gave out some trivial reasons as he moved out of their way. Logan didn't even glance at them and was just looking at the two emperors coldly. Anyone else? "Our promise still stands, and we absolutely won't attack anyone who stays out of this war." Emperor Raven still expected some people to defect, as he could see some hesitation in the two noble family heads. The two noble family heads looked like they were in deep contemplation. After a few seconds of consideration, they raised their heads and declared, "We will stand by the Lauret Empire hence. Nothing will stand in our way to protect our empire." Not expecting the two noble family heads to reject, Emperor Raven frowned. "Ha ha ha." Logan laughed heartily. He didn't expect that this would happen, but he held hope. After all, the three families crossed the rebellion together. "Emperor Raven, do you think that those who have crossed the rebellion with me can betray the Empire or me that easily? If they wanted to betray, they would have done it long ago during the rebellion." Logan indifferently said, "So what? I've still got a proposal." "Oh, little Emperor, we both know that we don't have to harm each other. If we fight, we cannot say who might win this battle." Emperor Triter abruptly said, "Heh, what is this? Are you backing out?" Logan sneered. "It isn't we who needs to back out, but you." Emperor Raven shot a look at Claire, who was beside Logan. What's this? Isn't the Empress pregnant? What a joyous affair. Do you want to see your wife brutally murdered and violated before you die?" Emperor Triter shouted out, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. "You dare." Logan immediately tried to rush out but received a soul transmission, prompting him to a halt. "Dear, don't go, they're provoking you," Claire shouted in his mind. Her stomach was a little bloated, as a baby was forming inside her womb. Logan stopped but shot a glance filled with hatred towards these two bastard emperors. He could only swallow down this humiliation. If he went out to fight, one would hold him back while the other might do something worse to Claire. "That's why I've got an idea. Why don't we play a game? We make our armies fight each other. If your side wins, then we will immediately back out of this empire. But if we win, hand over the Lauret Empire to us. You see, we don't want to pillage this beautiful capital filled with beautiful women." Emperor Triter laughed deviously. "Isn't the end already clear? You bastards will surely win." "What is this game for? Further humiliation?" Logan gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. "Are you up for this game or not?" The two emperors further laughed, clearly wanting to humiliate him before enjoying the looted riches. Logan gnashed his teeth so hard that blood was coming out his mouth. His eyes spewed flames of anger and hatred. If he made a move, he could say goodbye to Claire without a doubt, but if he doesn't make a move, then his army will be decimated. "I thought I would be able to die proudly defending my empire. Naive, I was too naive. I couldn't give my family up. I'm a failure of an emperor." His palms were bleeding as he put so much pressure with his fingers while tightly clenching his fists. He wanted nothing more than to ruthlessly hack them to pieces, but he was powerless to do so. At this time, he received a sound transmission from Hendrickson. His face immediately turned ugly. "What did you do to my son?" "Did the assassins I sent succeed?" "No worries, I will release your son if you accept the game and win." Claire became stunned for a second. "No." She miserably let out a scream hearing the conversation between them. "No, am I going to lose him again? I don't want to lose him again. This isn't happening, no, 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 no." She almost started having a mental breakdown while hovering in the air. Logan grit his teeth as he wished that he could kill and slice their corpses into 10,000 pieces. He wished that he could subject them to every available torture method in this world. "Your Majesty, allow me and my subordinates to leave our lives for the Empire." A voice could be heard behind him. He checked behind to see Commander Randall kneeling in front of him. "You all will die," Logan replied, his voice heavy and sorrowful. Randall kowtowed. "I know. We just request your Majesty to give us a chance to prove ourselves on the battlefield, that we aren't cowards who would run without facing our enemies. Please let us get back the honor we lost in the Alfred Kingdom." Logan became moved. He etched this scene into his heart as he turned back to look at those two emperors and unwaveringly said, "I agree. Good, let's sit back and enjoy this show to our heart's content." Emperor Triter laughed as he returned towards their camp. An army of 2,500,000 soldiers marched outside the imperial capital. Raven Empire had 1 million soldiers, while the Triter Empire had about 1,500,000 soldiers. They were all cultivators, and most of them were at the first stage while some of them were at the second stage, and very few were at the third stage, most likely the captains and commanders. As for their supreme commanders, perhaps they were at the fourth stage. Soldiers mostly trained in essence gathering cultivation, and secondly in body tempering cultivation. Hence their soul-forging cultivation could be said to be pretty much non-existent or extremely weak. Soul-forging cultivation manuals were a luxury, and perhaps over 95% of the population in the Grand Sea continent does not have access to it. Hence, the road to training in soul-forging cultivation required status, wealth, talent, and luck. Looking at their lineup, most people of the Loret Empire realized that their enemies probably conducted a mass recruiting in their empires to invade their empire, but no one knew if this matter was true or not. The soldiers of the Raven Empire were clad in black armor, while the Triter Empire's soldiers were clad in reddish-gray armor. An army of 1 million soldiers stood outside the gates of the imperial capital. They were the soldiers of the Loret Empire. They were clad in blue armor, and their presence on the battlefield was imposing and heavy, but their counterpart released a heavier presence and pressure at them, rendering their courage and battle experience almost useless. The Loret Empire's army lineup was the same as the invading empire, only having experts up to the third stage when excluding the Supreme Army Commander, Randall. A war filled with cultivators wasn't like a mortal's war. Whoever possessed the greatest fist ends up winning, but the Loret Empire seemed to have only one such individual while the other two empires possessed many. Ho, this is pretty pitiable. Why don't we add something into the fray? Emperor Raven shook his head and laughed. You are right, Jejej. Little Emperor, you can call people from the imperial capital to fight for you. Anyone below the third stage is welcome. Emperor Triter added fuel to the flames. Logan had an ugly expression on his face. Involving the people of the Empire was forbidden as the morale would drop, and even his own people might defect. Not only would he become a laughingstock, but all the other empires might besmirch him at the same time. Logan's pupils trembled as he could see that this war is utterly hopeless. The respective armies of the three empires assembled themselves in various battle formations that were used for warring, and let out an imposing war cry from time to time as if they measured each other's capacity. The Loret army fortified themselves on the walls of the northern gate. Ground troops were set in front of the gate as well. Various magical beast mounts were also used, forming cavalry and aerial troops flying in midair, overlooking the battlefield's scenery. The Raven army took the west front of the northern gate, while the Triter army took the east front of the northern gate. This formation persisted clearly to attack the Loret Empire from both sides, pinning them down. After all, they could successfully flank them from both sides if the Loret army were to be caught off guard. There were also many experts atop the walls of the imperial capital who were observing the war with their senses. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums started to echo throughout the battlefield, signaling the start of the war. Each commander of the respective armies took charge and led the soldiers into war. On top of the northern gate, in an inconspicuous corner, a silhouette of a person wearing a black robe could be seen. The silhouette was there for about some time listening to the conversation of these people above in the air. Its eyes were scarlet red as it scanned around the battlefield, a murderous light dwelling in it. Its lips moved as if it were talking to someone. You're the ones who came to invade, so don't expect any mercy from me. It looked at the hope-ridden battlefield and uttered in a low yet hateful voice. Die, thump. A big heartbeat sound, akin to a loud resounding thunderclap, reverberated across the battlefield. Multiple screams of agony echoed across the battlefield as more than 2 million soldiers clutched their chests as they fell to their knees. The ones on the magical beast mounts dropped to the ground, and numerous aerial troops who were above fell towards the surface. A second later, everyone collapsed to the ground like a pillar that had lost its foundation. There was absolute silence on the battlefield, and no one alive dared to talk. It felt like their souls had fallen into purgatory for a brief moment, silent yet deadly. No blood and no sound remained on the battlefield. This scene was so unbelievable that they couldn't fathom what had happened right now. The two emperors who were so ecstatic were now trembling in fear, their eyes wide and their faces pale with fright. They could not even detect anything as their army was massacred in the blink of an eye. Logan, who was in despair, suddenly trembled with excitement even though he couldn't believe his eyes. The reason for his excitement was because he could see that his army was not targeted for some reason. Logan wasn't a fool. He instantly clasped his hands with a boom as the air reverberated with his might and bowed down in the air with the utmost respect. Senior, this lowly emperor is extremely thankful for your aid. Do I have the honor to invite you to the imperial castle of my Loret Empire? Silence again. Absolute silence. A few seconds passed, yet there was no answer, and a few minutes later, there was still no answer. All of them present here were obedient like a child, yet no one dared to disrupt the silent atmosphere. No voice could still be heard. The two emperors heaved a sigh of relief while Logan smiled as if a burden had been taken away from his heart. Sect leaders of the Ruthless Sword Sect and Piercing Sword Sect, are you still going to watch by the sidelines? Logan asked coldly. The two of them immediately came behind him and hurriedly conveyed, Emperor, we didn't betray you. We only acted with the safety of our sex in our minds. Yes, we didn't have any thoughts of betrayal, and we only sat this one out instead of joining the other side. Logan watched them with an amusing gaze and harumphed coldly. He couldn't afford to make them an enemy right now. Hence, he turned around and viewed the two emperors with a gloating expression on his face. Why are you two bastards still staying here? Aren't your armies utterly decimated? Hurry up and scram. Logan laughed heartily. He felt like still killing them, but he knew what was important to him. Don't you dare to be haughty in front of us. We will readdress this humiliation at a later date. Oh, you're saying that you're going to pick a fight with Senior. Emperor Raven and Emperor Triter's face changed. They didn't dare say anything, and the four of them immediately left in the direction of their respective empires, along with the surviving entourage. They immediately left because they didn't even know if that Senior was still in the Loret Empire's airspace, watching them with cold and indifferent eyes. Their losses were immense, and they've lost their entire military prowess and are now vulnerable to all other empires. So if they don't return to their respective empires, then they will suffer the same fate as once Loret Empire did, being invaded by other empires. Claire looked at Logan with a wronged expression on her face. Logan then immediately remembered that those two empires abducted his son. His face turned ugly. Damn, I was so immersed at the thought of defeating them. I forgot about Davis. Regret, extreme regret. He felt like utter SHT right now for getting complacent with his victory over the two empires. Claire knew that he had forgotten temporarily. Even so, she did not blame him. She thought this was perhaps what being an emperor meant, to only care about one's empire at times of war. Don't worry, I'll get him. I swear I'll return with him. If I can't, then take care of Clara. Logan immediately left, chasing those two emperors who had gone at least more than 1,000 meters away from him. Don't go, I don't want to lose you too. Claire cried out and tried to follow after him. He hardened his heart and didn't look back or reply to her. The two family heads and the others who were there immediately stopped Claire from following the emperor. They received a soul transmission from Logan, so they could only hold her back and try to protect her. Just when he was halfway there, he received a sound transmission from Hendrickson. Equal. A few minutes earlier, while Hendrickson had just secured Clara, in the Imperial prison, Davis was still experimenting on the prisoners when, unbeknownst to him, a silhouette in black robes entered the prison. There was no one standing guard before the entrance. The silhouette entered and started searching. It went through various corridors when suddenly a voice rang out, I'll avenge my comrades, / The silhouette easily dodged the attack and commented with a concealed yet mocking voice, if you're going to sneak attack, at least do it sneakily. You wretched assassin, die. Bowen slashed his sword furiously at the assassin. He felt intense regret seeing his comrades die one by one from inside the prison through special means. The silhouette kept dodging his furious slashes. The assassin suddenly saw an opening and kicked Bowen in his stomach. Bowen felt his stomach rumbling while he was sent flying. He instantly realized that the assassin was way more powerful than him. Davis was near, so he heard the commotion and came to check. Davis had no idea what was going on here, but soon as he saw the silhouette in black robes, he had an inkling of what was going on. Oh, the kid is here, lucky he. The assassin laughed without care. Who are you, mister? Davis asked with an innocent expression on his face. Prince Davis, run. Bowen gritted his teeth and shouted, as he had lost all hope in being able to protect Davis. You shut up, the assassin swirled his body and kicked Bowen's head, instantly rendering him unconscious. Why did you beat him? Davis revealed a frightened expression on his face, but he could tell that someone was now targeting him. Haha, Prince Davis, no need to worry. I've been tasked by your imperial father to rescue you, and this guard just won't let me take you away from here. My name is Tyke. The assassin removed his hood. He possessed a handsome face that made him very easy to approach. Is it true, but why does my imperial father need to rescue me? Davis questioned. You don't know, your highness. The war between our Loret Empire and two other empires, the Raven Empire and Triter Empire, is ongoing for more than a year. Really, will my imperial father be able to win? Davis asked worriedly. Inwardly, he became astonished as he finally knew what had and still has been plaguing his parents for so long. He had tried to find out before, but no one surprisingly let out a word of it. Unlike modern Earth, the information could be easily suppressed as long as people looked the other way, and the imperial castle was an enclosed space where information could be easily contained or let out depending upon the brass. There's no way our emperor will be able to win against two empires. That's why we are going to escape, Tyke explained. Okay, so father did send you to rescue me, yay, Davis cheered. His expression was as he had entirely believed him. Yes, your highness, let's go. Tyke equally encouraged but sneered inwardly, and he felt somewhat pleasurable to trap a prince with cheap tricks. Okay, Davis smiled as he held Tyke's hand over his own accord. Tyke almost laughed, but he kept his cool and smiled refreshingly at the prince. They looked as if they were father and son, happily walking while holding each other's hand. Tyke felt increasingly wanting to tease the prince. He didn't think tricking a child of higher status can be this addicting and easy. His lips were slightly twitching, wanting to remove his own facade so that he could see the stupid expression on the prince's face. His eyes lit up as he thought up a plan. Just when they were at the entrance, Tyke suddenly uttered, "Ah, Prince, I just remembered that I was sent by the invading empires and not your imperial father. You're lying." Davis made a surprised sound and an expression that said that he didn't believe him at all. Tyke slowly turned around, his face filled with scars while not looking handsome anymore. He wanted to see the terror on the prince's face so that he can finally proceed to knock him out and abduct him. Davis suddenly let out a mocking expression, his lips curving into a grin. Tyke became astonished as he realized that the prince didn't seem to be terrorized. "Why don't we end this farce?" "Mr. Casper," Davis calmly spoke, his adorable eyes becoming abnormally sharp. Tyke's pupils dilated as he immediately felt that something was wrong and jumped back. His instincts as an assassin were screaming for him to retreat. However, his eyes that were wide open turned soulless, and before long, he then started spilling out any information about the current situation he knew before he clenched his heart and died. Davis removed Assassin Casper's spatial ring and bound it as his own. He then erased the soul marks of his father and mother using the power of the Death Book. During the experiments, he noticed that the Death Book inside his soul emits a dark, and perhaps an evil-like energy, which is especially useful to corrode and exterminate souls. With this kind of energy at his disposal, he found it extremely easy to get rid of his parents' soul marks that hovered in his soul sea like a floating rock in the ocean. He then wore the low-level sky-grade black robe, which was given to him by Logan. It conceals a person's cultivation undulations deeply. He then proceeded to store Casper's corpse in the spatial ring as he made his way to the northern gate. A few minutes later, after he left, Hendrickson reached the prison. He was incredibly angry to see all the guards before the entrance was brutally murdered. He went inside furiously, only to see the head guard, Bowen, unconscious and the prince missing. He then woke Bowen up and managed to learn that Davis had been abducted. He then took out his crystal and reported it to Logan. After arriving at the north gate, Davis saw how his father despaired as well as how his mother got humiliated by them. With a hateful expression on his face, he imagined that he would immediately give the two emperors cruel deaths, but then realized that their soul was more powerful than his killing prowess with the Death Book by a few unknown levels and stages. Davis had reached low-level infant soul stage while he was in prison. He had found that the Death Book can absorb the souls that it kills and refines it to increase his soul-forging cultivation. He was already on the verge of breaking through earlier from the peak level, so this ability had helped him a lot in breaking to the infant soul stage. However, it cost the lives of a few prisoners, as some of their soul-forging cultivation were very weak. The people above the battlefield then talked about their armies fighting each other, as Davis silently waited for his opportunity to massacre them. He used his Death God sense, the ability he gained after reaching the infant soul stage during his stay in the prison, to write the names of all the soldiers and commanders of the opposing army. He used the Death Book in tune with his soul sense to use the Death God sense. Using it, he could see the names and lifespans of all the people who were within the range of his soul sense. The Death God sense was used along with his Death God eyes. Hence, his mind worked fast enough to cast the names on the Death Book residing in his soul. His soul force did all the work at extreme speed, writing all 2 million names within a minute on the Death Book. After massacring them while watching it with cold eyes, Davis did not opt to absorb their deceased souls, afraid that he felt that he would get caught. He felt that the gathering of millions of souls might attract attention, and he needed to be closer to a corpse to absorb it as far as he knew. Hence, the 2 million plus souls had all gone to waste. Perhaps if he absorbed it, there wouldn't be much of a change, since the soldiers seemed to have no soul-forging cultivation. Even the prisoners were better, as they had some level of soul-forging cultivation. Hence, even if he absorbed all these 2 million plus souls, he felt that he wouldn't have much of an impact, since he learned that quality matters when absorbing and refining the souls. He perceived that even if he discarded all his inhibitions and threw away his caution to the wind and absorbed all these souls, he could tell that he would perhaps reach the peak level of infant soul stage and not the next stage, the young soul stage. Davis then promptly left the northern gate slowly, when no one dared to speak or probe around with their senses in fear of the so-called senior. After that, he swiftly returned to the prison and saw that there was no one present currently except the prisoners. He swiftly had an idea. He went into an isolated cell that hosted a living prisoner and entered it. Davis then used the Death Book to write the prisoner's name to make him his puppet. He then retrieved Casper's corpse, a dagger and a sword from the spatial ring, unbound it from himself and placed it on the corpse. He then gave the sword and the dagger to the prisoner. The prisoner stabbed the sword at the heart of Casper's corpse. The sword plunged right into the chest, piercing into Casper's heart. Davis then took a deep breath. He clenched his fists, made his soul blindly fluctuate 2,000 meters to his surroundings, and made himself faint beside the corpse. This caused a slight amount of damage to his soul, but was quite negligible in the long run as he could heal it. The prisoner who saw that bit his own fingers and drew on the wall of the cell with his blood. He then stabbed himself in the heart using the assassin's dagger. Hendrickson, who was wildly escaping with Clara and Bowen in the southern direction, immediately noticed the soul fluctuation. "It's coming from the direction of the prison," both exclaimed simultaneously. Hendrickson looked at Clara and gritted his teeth. He then gave Bowen a transmission crystal and ordered, "Bowen, immediately check what's happening in the prison." Bowen accepted and quickly went to check inside the prison, only to find Davis fainted beside the assassin's corpse and a prisoner's corpse. Bowen instantly went aghast, but then saw some words written on the wall that looked like a dying message. "I hope that with this, the Lauret Empire will forgive my sins." Bowen belatedly understood and checked that the prince was still alive and only fainted. He promptly reported it to Hendrickson, who then relayed it to Logan. Emperor, we've found the prince fainted in the Imperial prison along with 2 corpses. One seems to be a prisoner while the other seems to be an assassin. What? Hearing that, Logan was so ecstatic that he couldn't believe his ears. After all, he thought that Davis was abducted. "Yes, what I've said is true. I am at the southern gate of the Imperial capital with Clara." Bowen made his way to secure Davis and escape. "No need, we won the war." Return to the Imperial castle as quickly as possible with Bowen and Davis. Logan commanded excitedly. "What? Did we truly triumph this war?" Hendrickson couldn't believe his ears. He remembered that the situation was in despair. How could it possibly change? But there was no way the Emperor would lie to him, especially when the safety of Clara Lauret, the first princess, depended on him. Yes. Hendrickson immediately changed his course and headed back to the Imperial castle while informing Bowen to return to the Imperial castle with Davis hurriedly. He trusted the Emperor's words, so he tried to return as soon as possible. Logan hastily returned to Claire, who was still trying to get away from their encirclement while launching flaming attacks at them. However, due to pregnancy, her attacks were so weak that it was unable to harm the family heads of the noble families and the others. They just passively defended, trying to quell the Empress's anger with words. When Logan saw her, he immediately sent a soul transmission to her. "Claire, Davis is safe." Claire, who stopped attacking upon sensing Logan's return, became ecstatic but also despaired that she lost Davis. Her heart sank, but when she heard Logan's words, she had an angry yet confused expression on her face that remained lit with hope. "What? You're lying. How?" She cried and believed that Logan was lying, just to make her calm down. Really, Hendrickson and Bowen managed to find Davis fainted inside the Imperial prison. "Let's go back to the Imperial castle and meet them," Logan excitedly explained. Claire became stunned, a misunderstanding. She then became so ecstatic that she immediately left in the direction of the Imperial castle before Logan could even catch up with her. Claire reached the Imperial castle, and just when she entered, she immediately saw the unconscious Davis, who was being carried by Bowen. "Davis." Claire immediately took Davis from Bowen and wrapped Davis in her arms as she hugged him tightly, shedding tears of joy. Logan also arrived and finally let out a contentful smile when he saw the spectacle. He then heavily heaved a sigh of relief as he thought of successfully avoiding the worst possible outcome after that mysterious senior had saved them. A month passed from the time the invasion ended. Davis managed to explain that he and a prisoner teamed up to kill the assassin. He explained it in a way that implied that he knew the prisoner and somehow befriended him before the assassination attempt. He said that the assassin and the prisoner managed to stab each other when he attacked the assassin's soul, which made the assassin an easier target. Although his parents had their suspicions about the whole scenario, they did not cast much suspicion on him, and neither did they even doubt if he was the one behind the massacre of the 2 million-plus soldiers. Not even one person connected the Wild massacre to Davis, and neither did they have enough evidence to link that Davis and that mysterious senior was one and the same person. After all, the massacre of 2 million people occurring in their sight, without even making much of a sound other than that single amplified heartbeat, was only a feat only capable of powers unknown to them. They were even thankful for this miraculous event, and wouldn't dare to doubt the authenticity one bit. That is the effect that one could achieve with absolute power. Davis hadn't managed to kill those 2 emperors because he guessed that their soul-forging cultivation was way more powerful than him. He didn't want to fail, only to be backtraced. Hence, he made sure to kill the 2 million-plus soldiers at the same time to create a deterrent effect. And just as he thought, the 2 emperors turned tail and fled without much of surprise. The Lauret Empire gradually managed to gain peace, while the Raven Empire and Triter Empire were caught up in the flames of war, temporarily invaded by the other empires. Logan managed to establish his authority once again, so no one would dare to test his authority anymore, not even the 2 Sky Grade sect leaders who were in the Lauret Empire. rumors spread about the extremely powerful and mysterious senior throughout the Grand Sea continent. They even dared to make claims whether if the mysterious senior was an immortal existence, which the people strived to reach for in their entire lives. At that point, no one was sure if that person was related to the Lorit Empire or not by any chance, and no one dared to test it either. All the surrounding empires personally announced that they would soon visit Lorit Empire, except the Raven Empire and Triter Empire. After all, they were more than convinced that they would face their deaths after arriving at the Lorit Empire. Equal. Davis wandered into the study as he sighed a lot these days. He had a lot to think about the massacre he performed that day. He only killed a single life before, so he was feeling down for a whole month but eventually came out of it. He eventually understood that he would have to kill a lot of people in this world to climb up the hierarchy ladder to protect himself and the people he cared about. Seriously, this world is the same Thol as Earth. The only thing different was that I have lived in peaceful times after escaping from Mo Wuming. There's no use of thinking. I would have to kill a lot of people or let them kill me. This world follows the rule of the survival of the fittest, more than any other world. After the war, he learned many things. The casualties in the army of his empire were so high that his kill count was higher than the people he killed during the last battle. Originally, the Lorit Empire upheld its peace with its big and powerful army as well as its experts, but after the rebellion begetting division among the army, it couldn't keep up with the command to battle against the two empires, so about more than 60% of them had died before the final battle began. Even some common people, numbering to 1 million, had been slaughtered in the war even though they didn't resist, and combined with this fact, it was proved that the Lorit Empire's casualties were higher than the enemy's side. This was such a huge blow to the Empire's morale. Even though morals exist, people would have to uphold it, but in the world of the strong, only fists speak. People would kill at the slightest dissatisfaction, scheme when they dislike, backstab at the sight of a little opportunity. He finally acknowledged that people's lives were of no value to the powerful and depraved. Being showered in the love of his parents, he almost forgot what kind of a world he was living in because the walls of the imperial castle was so secure and peaceful that he found himself enjoying his life while being on experimenting over his newfound powers born from cultivation. However, he finally got out of this mindset. After all, the war and his visit to the imperial prison taught him more about the cruel side of this world. Being able to kill more than 1 million people in a heartbeat, leaving the guilt that he would experience despite the fact that they were the ones who invaded his Lorit Empire. The sheer emotions of possessing such power was enough to make him enter the path of depravity. I swear I won't misuse my powers. At least I definitely won't harm the innocents unless I absolutely need to, Davis affirmed to himself not to fall into the path of depravity. Davis didn't like to resort to this kind of massacre. If he could have, he would have killed the two emperors instead, and that would have sent the army running with its tail caught between its legs. Nevertheless, in the future, he knew that he would have to resort to this kind of drastic measure to protect himself and the people he loved. Davis lost himself in his thoughts, staring at the ceiling as he contemplated. Davis, you should get ready. Grand characters from other empires should be arriving at any moment now. Logan came inside his room at that moment. He was clothed in a luxurious blue imperial robe, decorated with golden dragon patterns. Yes, I'll be ready in a minute. Today is the day where people from other empires would visit the imperial castle. Logan wasn't arrogant as he knew for what they were visiting for. In reality, everyone knew they were paying respects to the rumored mysterious senior behind the Lorit Empire. Although they weren't sure that if the mysterious senior was present, merely making good relations with the Lorit Empire was advantageous to them as well. Davis readied himself as he wore a blue imperial robe of his small size, adorned with blue crystals on his shoulders that glowed like a sapphire gem. Davis nodded, and they both headed to the throne hall. They reached the throne hall and sat on their seat. Logan was seated on the throne while Davis sat beside him on a small seat. The Empress's seat was empty as Claire was nowhere to be seen. Claire chose to stay in her quarters since she was 7 months pregnant. Clearly, there was no need for her to attend. Clara was with Claire, although it was unknown whether she was sleeping peacefully with an adorable face or playing with all her strength. Davis, let me give you a heads up. Other than those 2 empires who invaded us, there are 5 more empires in this continent. Logan explained, afraid that Davis didn't know who and all were visiting. I know, Father. I've seen the continental map before, and my geography tutor had rather made me learn almost all the important locations. Davis grinned. Oh, good, then explain what the other 4 empires are in our Grand Sea continent. Logan tested him. Yes, although there are many low-grade self-proclaimed empires between all 7 of us in this Grand Sea continent, I'll not mention them. From our position, the Ruth Empire is on the south, while the Ashton Empire is at the northwest. West of us is the Ross Empire, and in the east is the Claymore Empire. Davis explained. Yes, you are right. The Ruth Empire's royalty has the dragon bloodline. Legend has it that a flood dragon had been buried there a long time ago, and it has formed as an inheritance for the imperialty of that empire. Logan continued, the Ashton Empire is adept at destruction as they use fire-attributed cultivation techniques. The Ross Empire uses water-attributed cultivation techniques, and for that sole reason, they are at each other's throats whenever they have the chance. Logan smiled. He let out a chuckle as he continued, the Claymore Empire uses swords as their main weapons, but they are not picky with the type of cultivation manuals. They are highly skilled at using swords and rumored to have even reached the realm of so-called sword intent. Suddenly, Logan's face changed to a baleful expression. The Raven Empire has the bloodline of the Dark Raven, and it is rumored to be equal in power to the Flood Dragon. It is in the north and is currently warring with the Ashton Empire to defend their territory. His face had changed to a gleeful expression as he said that. The Tritor Empire specializes in dark attributed cultivation techniques. In other words, they train in wicked and despicable cultivation methods. They have all kinds of cultivation techniques that lean on the dark side. One that absorbs blood from others, ones that plunder essence energy from others, ones that even supplement yang by plundering yin and vice versa. They are in the northeast. They are also currently in war with the Claymore Empire. Serves both of those bastards right. Anger surfaced on his face at the mention of those two wretched characters. I will have my revenge. Raven Emperor and Tritor Emperor, you bastards, just wait for it. Logan's eyes were full of hatred. Don't worry, father. You will have your revenge soon, I know it. Davis smiled comfortingly, but hidden behind his smile was also a deep hatred. Enmity had been formed, and his first two targets were already decided. Emperor Raven and Emperor Tritor, two fifth-stage powerhouses right off the bat. I know, Davis. Logan smiled while forcing a smile, but at the same time he felt heartened that all of them were safe in the end. Father won't forget the most important thing. I might be a failure of an emperor, but I'll protect you guys at the cost of my life. Logan stated with a determined expression on his face. Davis's lips widened in glee as he was content that his father thought this way. He didn't want a father who was spouting all emperor nonsense in any way. A few minutes passed before a guard announced the arrival of the various personnel from the other empires, one by one. The first to show up was the Ruth Empire, followed by the Ashton Empire, Ross Empire, and finally the Claymore Empire. Logan lifted his brows but was not surprised. The ones who showed up were the emperors of each empire, not the envoys. They gave respect to the rumored senior behind the empire, not him, the current emperor of the Loret Empire. He thought that they would send some envoys, but it looked like they actually came as they said they would. They greeted each other and sat in their designated seats respectively. A banquet was set up way before they arrived at the venue. Each of them enjoyed a variety of exceptional delicacies, consisting of peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beasts. Sky Beast stage magical beasts were equal to the third stage of the human cultivation. Emperor Loret, this blazing tiger meat is delicious and nourishing as well. This should have cost severely. Are you sure it's not going to diminish your empire's treasury? Emperor Alex Claymore curiously questioned. His face looked sharp while his eyes emitted sword-like intent that was capable of killing with a single look. He looked fit with his body, draped with a tight-fit, luxurious sword-patterned robe. Alex Claymore couldn't fathom how they were still rich even after facing two major calamities, and almost thought that it was due to that mysterious senior. Damn, his looks can kill, literally. Is that the formless sword intent? Davis's thoughts were swirling around his mind. One look at Emperor Claymore and that left his mind feeling dizzy inadvertently. He kept an innocent face while looking left and right, gauging the so-called grand characters of the Grand Sea continent. Haha, how can I hold back when I heard that the emperors were going to personally visit my empire? Naturally, if I can do this, then it is within my means. Logan grinned as he responded, his expression on the epitome of I can do it all attitude. Haha, the Loret Empire sure is rich. Emperor Van Ross laughed. His face looked amiable, and his eyes were ocean blue, different from Emperor Loret's sapphire-colored eyes. He looked a little fat, but that doesn't warrant others to look down on him as he was strong. He wore a lavish deep blue imperial robe with beautiful droplet patterns. Looks can be quite deceiving, Davis conceived as he gained a vague sense of unease while looking at him. Long years of peace must have filled their pockets immeasurably. Maybe the Loret Empire is even rich compared to the four of us combined. Emperor Louis Ashton smirked as he laughed. His face looked handsomely evil, and he wore dark red imperial robes with azure flame patterns. Davis looked at him but didn't feel a sense of unease like Ross Emperor. Heavens, this guy looked so sinister yet nice. He couldn't help but think, a little bit confused about his temperament. Davis was the observing type. He used his own methods to judge a person's character, and it was 90% correct most of the time. Haha, surely you jest, Emperor Ashton. Logan shook his head as he laughed. Now, there is no use probing hence. Let's enjoy the banquet a little more, gentlemen. Empress Isabella Ruth commented with a beautiful smile on her face. She looked like a beauty who could deeply quench a man's desire. She looked mesmerizing with her laid-back personality and waist-long purple hair with puff and wavy bangs. She had a fairy-like skin tone, her body ample with assets that would make a man drool. She wore an azure royal robe that accentuated her beauty tenfold. Davis gulped silently, his gaze attracted by her curves perfect. Fortunately, no one looked at him, so he measured them as much as he liked. Yes, yes, all three emperors simultaneously echoed as they laughed. Even Logan shook his head secretly. Her beauty was able to mesmerize everybody in this hall so much that they glanced at her from the corner of their eyes and didn't dare to connect gaze with her for even a short time. All the other three emperors were more than 200 years old. Everybody would think that she was a woman who lived for more than 100 years, but the truth was that her age was even lower than that of Logan. Nobody in this hall dared to underestimate this woman. Rumors had it that she was a power-hungry woman who had chanced upon an incredible lucky chance and had managed to secure the throne of her empire. So, Emperor Loret, you know what we all are here for, and since none of us is going to be straightforward about it, I might as well as begin. Empress Isabella Ruth sighed with a flutter of her eyebrows, her movements no longer laid back. She hesitated for a moment but gritted her teeth in apprehension and asked away, "The question is, does the rumored senior even exist?" There was a moment of silence in the hall. Everybody was tensed except Davis, even acting as if he didn't know what these people were talking about. Haha, Empress Ruth, the senior truly does exist, but the point is, that grand person doesn't want to speak to me either. Logan smiled confidently and bullshit-head. Everyone gasped in confusion but also relief. Can we possibly meet this senior? Emperor Ross timidly asked, albeit almost everyone knew that it was an act. How is it possible? Senior would be very busy and probably wouldn't want to meet us, lowly emperors, in the first place. If Senior doesn't want to meet us, then we can't possibly force him either. Logan answered calmly as he shook his head. Then do you know the place where Senior is currently in seclusion? Emperor Ashton asked. Who knows? I have no idea. Logan grinned, his hands spread wide. He made it look like he knew the place but wouldn't tell them even if they begged. Davis imperceptibly grinned as he inwardly praised his father. Damn, father, you sure are good at bullshitting. The discussion about the mysterious senior went on for about 5 more minutes. Seeing that the conversation isn't going anywhere, Emperor Ross decided to change the topic as he sighed. I'll leave it. I've already come this far, might as well make good relations with you, Emperor Loret. He snapped his fingers and then presented a small treasure chest to Logan. It's my pleasure, Emperor Ross. Logan nodded and accepted the gift graciously. He opened it and was astonished to see an orange square-shaped fruit in it. He instantly identified it as the Mystic Tyrant fruit. Excellent. This could help Davis attain the Tyrant physique. Logan became truly pleased but also secretly laughed. The Mystic Tyrant fruit is a low-level sky-grade treasure, an ingredient that is used in making pills, and it has the effects to greatly strengthen the body. However, no one other than the higher-ups of the Loret Empire knew that the Mystic Tyrant fruit aided in realizing the Tyrant physique. The Tyrant body secrets manual solely belonged to the Loret Empire. Hence, Emperor Ross could have said to make a loss, no, an extreme loss, since he literally helped a prince of another empire grow extremely stronger. I'm glad to see that you are content about it, Emperor Loret. Emperor Ross chuckled. After that, Emperor Claymore and Empress Ruth gave their gifts, but they were lower in quality to the Mystic Tyrant fruit. From this, it would be seen that the Ross Empire was at least sincere in their motive to make friends with the Loret Empire. But who could deem that it was in good faith? Ho ho, what's wrong, Emperor Ashton? Why are you still not presenting your gift? Don't tell me you forgot to bring one. Emperor Ross sneered as he made fun of his nemesis. Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes in displeasure. One could tell that Emperor Ross was spot on. Emperor Ashton was a selfish person. He didn't think that Emperor Ross would give out a valuable gift. He didn't want to offer a valuable gift either, nor could he afford to lose in front of his fated enemy. He suddenly remembered about a matter that he was worried about recently and smiled at Logan. Emperor Logan, we all know that you only have one wife. Isn't that right? Emperor Ashton smiled with a devilish countenance. I don't like where this conversation is heading. Logan suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Everyone knows that I love her deeply. Even so, Logan nodded. There was nothing to hide. Half of the whole Loret Empire knew of his deep love for Claire anyway, and he wasn't ashamed of being smitten with a single woman either. Wonderful. It is wonderful to see you love your empress deeply, but as an emperor, you have your duty to fulfill, Emperor Loret. How about you take my 36th daughter, Shirley Ashton, as your royal consort? Her talent is no less than yours. In fact, she can even be said to be the gem of my empire. Emperor Ashton boasted proudly. Logan had a difficult expression on his face. This offer tempted him, but he knew the consequences of accepting this offer both internally and externally. What, if it's the age? She is only 16 years old, the perfect age to get married. If you don't like that, you can wait for a few years to take her as your consort. Emperor Ashton looked as if he was determined to beat his rival, and possibly wouldn't back out after coming this far. But before all that, if he could marry his daughter to a promising and influential character and form relations with another empire, it couldn't get any better, or so he thought with a shrewd glint in his eyes. Besides, his prized daughter would also soar along with the Lauret Empire's growth. In his mind, this wasn't a bad proposition. Your offer is tempting, Emperor Ashton, but I would have to gracefully decline your offer, or else I wouldn't even know how I died. Logan shook his head with a sorrowful expression on his face. He, I see Emperor Lauret is either henpecked or blackmailed. How about this? I wouldn't mind marrying her to Crown Prince Davis, and he can take her as his first wife after he turns 16. Emperor Ashton hesitated as he compromised and reluctantly said as if this was an awkish proposition to settle on. After all, Prince Davis would be the next in line to the throne of the Lauret Empire. This can be accepted. Logan nodded as he also wanted to ally with a reliable empire. The Ross Empire separated Lauret Empire and Ashton Empire on the land, so they never had any or many conflicts in the first place. Perfect. Davis made a sound of incomprehension. The change of proposition was so quick that he couldn't fathom what had happened. He was just enjoying the show. Seeing his father placed in an awkward position was fun, and then out of nowhere he suddenly got engaged for no reason. Looks like the little prince is pretty happy. Don't worry, Crown Prince Davis. I will surely protect your bride from harm's way until you grow up, Emperor Ashton proudly declared. Davis nodded his head absent-mindedly. His thought process couldn't catch up to the conversation that is taking place right now. After a few seconds, he came out of his reverie as realization dawned upon him. Bastard, he set me up, Davis fumed. His father didn't even get his permission yet. It was one thing if he were truly a 6-year-old child, but he was not. How could he possibly accept this? He stayed silent, knowing that he shouldn't use soul transmission. He couldn't possibly lash out and start throwing a tantrum, could he? That would be too embarrassing, and they would also doubt his age since a kid shouldn't know about adult matters. The discussion went on for a few hours as they changed the topic to the happenings on the Grand Sea continent. All right then, we'll take our leave. If an opportunity presents itself, we shall meet again. Emperor Claymore stood up and bid farewell. Hope my gift truly satisfied you. Then I'll also take my leave. Emperor Ross left swiftly. I would relay the matter about my daughter's engagement, so there's no need to worry if she will back out of this, as I would take care of it. Emperor Ashton comforted Logan and left. Empress Ruth, who was about to leave, stood up, but she furrowed brows and shot her gaze near the throne and noticed the little prince's gaze on her. She produced a smile and elegantly walked towards him. Davis turned nervous instantly. He could see her peak sway a little, and when she arrived in front of him, she bent down and pinched his cheeks. He froze, his eyes hadn't moved away from her cleavage. What a cute child. Empress Ruth could see that Davis was intently gazing at her peaks. She smirked and didn't take it to heart as he was only around 6 years old. She thought it was his curiosity which led him to view her proud assets, a naughty one at that. She reflected to herself as she could feel that he was gazing at her most of the time during the discussion. Her physical sense had allowed her to sense all of the men's gaze on her. Then I will also bid farewell, Emperor Lauret. With her back visible to their sight, she left as she flew away. Davis remained frozen. She was too beautiful, and even her modest clothing couldn't hide her assets. Even though he had seen a lot in his previous life, he never had this much of a close contact before. He was a virgin through and would have been a wizard if he didn't transmigrate. He felt that it was exhilarating as his heart kept pounding. Finally, after a few seconds, he shook his head. I fucked up, he thought ruefully. For some reason, he was feeling disappointed that he didn't manage to leave a good impression on her. He found his father leaving the hall stealthily and ran to him quickly. Father, what is the meaning of this? Davis caught his sleeves and asked angrily. Logan smiled sheepishly and left without saying anything. Damn you, Davis shouted as he couldn't care less anymore. Laughter sounds echoed across the throne hall. Everyone in the royal castle knew that their relationship was amicable. Hence, they didn't think deeply about it. Equal. Davis headed to the Empress's quarters to complain to his mother. He indignantly walked with firm steps. He reached the Empress's quarters, entered it, and reached his mother's room. No one obstructed him on the way, so he was swiftly able to arrive. How dare he? I've had dreams of my ideal woman, but this alliance just sank my hopes down the drain. Davis wasn't ready to take this lying down, and he went there to address his grievance. Mother. That father, ha. Davis, I just now heard about it. Claire giggled. How could he? He didn't even ask for my approval. How can he do this to me? Davis became annoyed and helpless. After all, he had his own plans for his future soul mate. Sorry, Davis, but your father has no choice but to sacrifice you in this kind of proposition, Claire said with a sad expression on her face. You possibly couldn't want your father to marry again, could you? Claire had her eyes moist when she looked at him. No, Mother. It's just thaw enough, Davis. You would do well to see through this marriage, Claire declared as she avoided his gaze. But Mother, I have no feelings for the other party. Davis wasn't giving up either. Feelings can be developed over time, Davis. This engagement is already set in motion. If you back out now, wouldn't the woman you're engaged to receive a severe backlash to her dignity? How could she marry again? Think about what she will feel. Davis became tongue-tied as he felt that he couldn't counter that and could only give up powerlessly. However, he felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, Davis. I won't bicker if you get more women to marry in the future. Davis became stunned. What? But mother, aren't you against the idea of polygamy? Davis couldn't understand. Wouldn't she have allowed Logan to marry another woman then? No, it's not like that. It's just that I'm extremely selfish and won't hand over my husband to any other women. She declared with an unwavering expression face, but then just shrugged. Anyway, aren't you lucky? You're around 6 but have 2 wives already set in stone for you. 2. Davis's mouth hung agape. Oh, I thought that we should bring this matter up when you were 8 years old in the past, so nobody told you. You were already engaged to the Calden family's young mistress even before you were born. What? But how? Davis felt that this isn't possible. How many things are there that he didn't know about himself or matters that related to himself? During the rebellion. We had to gather many allies as we can, and I couldn't possibly have Logan marry a woman from the Calden family, so I can only reluctantly agree to engage you to their family's young mistress. Hearing her emphasize, reluctantly, Davis had black lines appearing on his face. He now knew why he felt that something was wrong, and why his mother supported his father in this case, because he realized he was screwed over by both of them. Time progressed leisurely, and gradually, a year passed. Davis continued to cultivate in all 3 cultivation systems. He pushed himself overboard and was determined to work hard. After experiencing the bloodshed of war, he was once again made to realize that life and death can be determined in a single instant. Even he was able to end lives with the help of the death book in an instant, much less the powerful people who were possibly above the 5th stage with unknown yet powerful means. He heard from his father and mother that their continent was isolated, and it was difficult for people above the 5th stage to enter into their continent. So they speculated that seniors who had arrived during the war must have been way more powerful than experts above the 5th stage. If he hadn't heard that, then he would have still been complacent with his empire's power and position, although he knew that such a senior didn't exist. During this time, he reached peak-level bronze stage, peak-level meridian refinement stage, and mid-level infant soul stage. Davis made progress in body tempering cultivation system the most, reaching the peak level of 2nd stage and even felt slightly proud of it. To enter the 2nd stage of body tempering cultivation, he swallowed numerous pills and tempered his flesh and further strengthened his meridians. The Laureate Imperial family had the required resources, and with his endurance, he successfully cultivated. As for soul-forging cultivation, he was a bit regretful that he didn't manage to absorb the souls of more than 2 million people he massacred. All of that went to waste. Otherwise, he thought that he would have possibly broken straight through the young soul stage. Of course, it was only in his imagination, and knew that it was not realizable at all. Due to the abnormality of the prison where numerous prisoners were dead, Davis temporarily avoided the prison and made an improvement in soul-forging cultivation by himself, experiencing an increase in level. Even so, with this kind of cultivation base, he was only 7 years old and soon going to be 8 years old. This was an achievement that no one in this Grand Sea continent was able to achieve. Logan took charge as the Emperor seriously and cleared the capital of any insurgents and spies he could find. He executed all of them in public, so people would have to think twice or thrice about being a spy again. Claire gave birth to another baby girl, the 2nd princess, Diana Laureate. Diana was born normally, and there were no mysteries concerning her, unlike Davis and Clara. She was thankful for that as well, pretty much content that she got a normal child. Clara was able to speak smoothly, considering her age, which was only 3. She picked up the habit of reading from her brother and quickly learned the language of the world. Then she started to read about matters relating to cultivation, as if she were a cultivation maniac. This became possible because she liked to mimic her brother. Davis was so astonished to see his little sister be like that, as he didn't think a 3-year-old baby would be able to grasp thoughts and concepts so quickly. If word spread, then everyone would think that she is a monster, but Davis still could not care about that, as he cared for her so much that it was reaching the levels of the term siskin. Brother, I don't want to play, I want to learn. A cute little girl shouted angrily, but no matter who saw her face, they would melt in sweetness. She is 94 centimeters tall. Her face remained chubby and extremely cute. Her purple eyes were like 2 glowing amethyst gems, and her neck-length blonde hair was silky smooth and wavy. Don't be like that, Clara. What is your age? You should be playing instead of studying, Davis shouted. Then what about you, brother? You're already way ahead of me, and you're only 7 years old. Her charming and adorable face puffed up in anger as she felt like her brother left her in the dust. She only recently learned about her brother's achievements in cultivation, so she no longer felt like playing anymore. HMPFH. You only say that because you want to play with me. Why are you using my age as an excuse? Not one time, not a single time has he managed to win against her in an argument. She could always see through his lies and was also extremely intelligent for her age. Maybe it was because of those eyes that she was quickly picking up anything and everything she was taught. Davis now felt like that there was no advantage in being reincarnated or transmigrated in front of other characters like her. All right, you can learn but not cultivate. If you want to cultivate, you can only do it after you get permission from our father and mother. Davis sighed helplessly as the days where he would even forsake his cultivation to play with his little sister was over, but Davis was having none of it. He waited for her purple eyes to stop glowing. Clara's eyes would slightly glow from time to time, randomly indicating that her ability was active, and for now she had no control over it. Fine, you don't want to play anymore, then I won't talk to you anymore either. HMPH, I'm going to see my sweet little sister Deanna, who's way cuter than someone else. Davis gave a side glance and left. Dawn, Clara wanted to say it, but the words wouldn't come out. She held her hands in front of her chest and looked sad. No brother is already so strong, and if I am still like before, then I won't be able to be with him. Clara's thoughts were pure without blemish. She solely wished to follow her brother as she heard tales about the world outside. As intelligent as she was, she realized that she was capable of complex thoughts for her age. She was only able to be herself when she was in front of her parents and her brother. She could feel the gaze of fear and doubt in other people's eyes when they looked at her, even when she was behaving normally. Even her parents were kind of awkward when she showed her intelligence, but her brother accepted everything. Clara could tell this because of her eyes that could see through deceit and lies. She could even see that most people acted in front of her, and that was quite an uncomfortable experience for her. So she had a slightly cold character in front of her parents and others. Only in front of her brother would she be a bit playful and warm. Only her brother was true in front of her. She could tell that although he lied from time to time, there was only care in it as he would immediately explain himself. HMPH, keep up the act, brother. Clara fumed with a flushed face and left. Although her eyes were not active, she would know if her brother lied or not just by her intuition. She even formed a habit of being capable of telling the truth apart from lies by using her intuition. Little did she know that she was little by little gaining control over her mystical transcendent truth eyes by practicing this habit. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Davis had managed to break through to the energy condensation stage, the second stage in essence gathering cultivation. Furthermore, he had started training in some battle techniques as well. He had eaten the mystic tyrant fruit and managed to attain the tyrant physique, making him invulnerable to people who were still in the bronze stage. He had to thank the foolish Emperor Ross for that, and thank his parents for giving this mystic tyrant fruit. His battle aura at least became 2 times stronger on consuming it, but he somewhat didn't feel happy about that as he missed playing with Clara a little bit. He would go see her sometimes, but she would quickly send him back, making him return to study. He was feeling regret for playing that prank on her on that day and thought that she had started to hate him, so he stopped bothering her for some time. He never had a little sister before, so he didn't know how he should treat her in this kind of situation. Other than that, today was a special day because it is his 8th birthday. He was feeling fidgety for some reason because he knew that today was the day he was going to get his personal maid. They brought her a month ago into the Imperial Castle, but he didn't get a single chance to meet her either, but knew that the castle maids likely trained her during this month. Apparently, the Laureate family assigns a maid to their princes after they reached 8 years old. He only knew this when he heard about the so-called custom assigned to the Laureate Empire's princes. In short, the so-called personal maids were none other than women who takes care of them in all ways. As an earthling who had no choice but to keep himself entertained with anime, novels, and stuff, he sure had a lot of fantasies about maids. But when he knew that he was truly going to experience that, he was not sure of what to feel of it anymore. He heard that she was bought from an auction, and her story was that she was an orphan abandoned on the streets, picked up by people who trained personal servants. She was brought up in life only to serve the people who bought her, so it didn't actually matter if the customer was a degenerate or not. Was he feeling happy, sad? Even he didn't know that. He couldn't help feel pity for their fates, but at the least, he got to break free from that prison of slavery and torture. Prince, there was a knock on the door, immediately followed by a young but a naive voice. Davis remained in the study, sitting on his bed. At that moment, he suddenly turned stiff for some reason. Feeling a little stupid, he calmed himself down before he answered. "Come in." The door opened, and a girl at the age of 8 appeared in his view. She appeared around 127 centimeters tall, around the same height as Davis. Her neck-length hair remained pure black without a single speck of dust, and she was dressed in a royal maid outfit that did not possess frills. She looked beautiful with her almond-shaped raven-black eyes. She nervously walked in and bowed in front of Davis. "Master, from now on, I am your personal maid. You can ask me about anything and command me to do your bidding." She muttered softly and shouted in the end. "Ha ha," Davis hollowly laughed. He forgot his nervousness after seeing her being this nervous. For starters, you could have told me your name, he replied. Sorry, I deeply apologize, master. I am called Elia. She stuttered, but it sounded adorable. Right, Miss Elia, could you please stop saying master? Call me Davis, at least when we are alone. Davis Riley smiled. He felt uncomfortable being placed on a high pedestal by someone his own age. Besides, he had other thoughts for this personal maid of his rather than letting her toil around him like a robot. He didn't want such people by his side. Since she was fated to him by the so-called customs, he had his own plan for her. Me, Miss Elia, your lowly servant doesn't require that much of an honorific, your highness. She blushed as she stuttered. Davis glared at her in scrutiny. Prince Davis, she corrected herself. Davis sighed as he looked at her subservient attitude. Looks like I should get used to my status too. Once he thought of how the castle maids would have trained her, he realized that he could not change her mentality so soon. One step at a time, he sighed and said to himself. Elia looked a bit troubled, but she also looked as if she was going to try her best to please him. Davis smirked at her face and asked, all right, you said that I could order you around. Elia acknowledged with a nod, yes, Prince Davis. Davis moved his gaze elsewhere before casting his gaze on her again. Let's play a game then. A game? What kind of game? Elia blinked as her face became blank. It looked as if she didn't expect to receive this kind of command at all. I'll say something and you'll have to repeat that fast enough. If you can keep up with me, then I'll reward you fairly. Elia possessed no expression on her face, but her body expression said that she was quite nervous. As you command, all right, let's start then. Davis glared at her again. She quickly grasped the meaning of his glare and responded, all right, let's start then. Davis nodded, excellent, you're very smart. Just like that, keep up with me. Excellent, you're very smart. Just like that, keep up with me. Easy, right? Davis became impressed with her. She was quick on the uptake. Now, let's play this seriously. Easy, right? Now, let's play this seriously. Elia grasped the game quickly and naively played with him like a child. She started to display a smile on her face, which at least told Davis that she wasn't broken like he was once. Their childish amusement went on for 5 minutes straight. By this time, Elia had a wide smile etched on her face. She forgot her status and competed with him to the best of her ability. Heavens, I wish these idiots would stop ordering me around. Heavens, I wish these idiots would stop ordering me around, she replied almost as fast as him. He could see that she was getting into it, and he secretly licked his lips in anticipation. They're nothing but idiots who are placed on a high pedestal, deserving to die. They're nothing but idiots who are placed on a high pedestal, deserving to die. Especially that Emperor Lauret, he is a fucking pig. Especially that Emperor Lauret, he is a fucking pig. Elia became really confused in that fast exchange, but chose to end the sentence with a doubt. Then she realized to her horror that the words she muttered were really blasphemous. She dropped to the ground with a blank expression on her face. You dare to say that my imperial father, Emperor Lauret, is a fucking pig? Davis asked with disbelief written all over his face. Elia tried to explain herself, but no words came out as her mouth moved. She had tears forming in her eyes before she finally gritted her teeth. No. But your highness, you were the one who asked me to repeat what you said. Her senses came back to her, and she remembered that the prince was the one who made her say this, so feeling wronged, she retorted back subconsciously. When did I ever say that? Look at this. He took out a crystal from his side. An imagery crystal. Elia recognized the crystal right away. It seemed like she had seen it before. Davis injected his energy into the crystal, and the crystal then projected numerous images flashing into thin air. It was playing like a video. Davis and Elia could be seen playing, and the audio could be heard as well. Just when Davis had said, okay, let's stop the game, she could also be seen to say the same sentence. After that, it was just her continuously speaking. The crystal was behind Davis, so only his back and her front could be seen. But no way, Elia shook her head and cried in disbelief. She started to think that she had hallucinated midway during the game. I have to immediately report this to my imperial father. Davis scrambled to get out of the study. No, Prince Davis, please don't. Please forgive this lowly servant. Elia cried out loud. She knew that she would lose her life if word of this gets out. Anything but that. I'll accept any punishments. Please punish this lowly one. She bit her lips and wasn't sure of her fate anymore. She even believed that her life was going to be miserable, starting from now. Will you listen to my words then? Davis looked hesitant as he asked. Of course, my prince. Elia replied as fast as she can, still tear-faced. Then call me Davis. Davis instantly replied with a smile on his face. Prince. Elia became dumbfounded at this point because she thought that she would receive some humiliating punishment from her master, but contrary to her expectations, she heard something else altogether. All right, I'm going to report. Davis left towards the exit. Davis. In a moment of haste, she shouted his name loudly and blanked out. Plop. The next moment, she fainted after realizing what she had done. Davis chuckled and shook his head wryly. In reality, he only moved his lips and sent her a soul transmission during the end of the game, so it seemed like he was still talking, but he wasn't. Poor Elia, who had just experienced soul transmission for the first time, couldn't differentiate between the two communication methods while she was so absorbed in the game. A solid step indeed. Davis's face revealed the smile of a devil. The next day, Davis finally got approval from his parents Claire and Logan to roam the royal capital, but they agreed only on one condition. That is, he must be accompanied by the Imperial Guards at all times, at least close by. His maid was accompanying him as well. Renard Nolan and 2 Imperial Guards who were at the 3rd stage were assigned to him. The 2 other guards were basically at the Iron stage and Revolving Core stage in Body Tempering Cultivation and Essence Gathering Cultivation, respectively. Only Renard Nolan was at the peak-level Iron stage, low-level Body Transformation stage, and mid-level Nascent Soul stage. Iron stage is the 3rd stage in Body Tempering Cultivation, while the Body Transformation stage is the 4th stage in the Essence Gathering Cultivation system. Davis became excited to have the chance to roam around the Imperial capital. He felt like a child who was going to experience a field trip. Of course, he didn't know what that feeling was since he didn't get to experience one in his previous life in the first place. Davis, Elia, and the royal guards had just exited the royal castle. He was still wearing the royal outfit, while Elia was in her royal maid outfit, and the Imperial guards wore shiny red armor. They went inside a carriage that reeked of the word royalty. It had royal blue patterned insignia all over its body, indicating that it was from the Imperial Laureate family. After being seated, the carriage took off. Then without much surprise, they were all silent. Davis felt like he had to say something since he felt the atmosphere was rather stern. "I've waited for this so long, Renard." "Yes, Your Highness. I've heard that Your Highness been cooped up all year in the Imperial castle." That was pretty sad," Davis replied sadly, and suddenly he remembered. "No need to thank me, Your Highness. It was my duty after all." Renard responded with an indifferent expression on his face. He don't be so stiff. I want to make friends too." Davis smiled a bit. "Friends, but my status doesn't al. If I say I want to make friends, then I want to make friends. You got something to say about it." Davis shot a glare, using his identity as a child to throw a tantrum. Elia and the others blinked. Elia couldn't fathom what was going on in this prince's mind. He was drastically different than what she imagined. "Your Highness, you can't be like this. You have your position and status as a crown prince. Please don't make it difficult for us." Renard wryly smiled. If word gets out that he made friends with the crown prince, then he would be suspected of taking advantage of the prince's kindness. To him, it was no different than being framed. All right. Davis then realized that his kindness could also be fatal to others sometimes. Since the other party lacked the courage, he no longer cared about and looked outside the carriage. The scenery was beautiful, with large buildings built in many different styles. On one side, he could see an old Japanese-style residence, and on the other side, he could see an old Chinese-style manor. Seeing that, Davis remained shocked. What is this? Why are the buildings a mixture of so many cultures? Cultures. Oh. Does the prince mean the architecture of the building? There are many types of architectures available from the ancient era. This is the New Age era, so we don't differentiate between cultures anymore. We just take them as a type of architecture. Renard Nolan explained. New Age era, I've read about it. It looks like the ancient era had many people from Earth visiting this world. It looks like I'm not the only one, Davis mused. Legend had it that the Skyward Emperor sacrificed his life to bring the end of the ancient era. It was rumored that he was a man with great ambition. He managed to use his powers to grant a new language to all the living beings in the universe. It is said that led to people and magical beasts communicating much better with each other and the creation of a new era, the New Age era, but no one knows the authenticity of it. "Oh, now I know why it is being called the Skyward language or the language of the world," Elia commented in response, but quickly placed her hands on her mouth, feeling that she had interrupted out of place. But contrary to her thoughts, no one came to bully or place her down. Davis kept looking at the window. He could see people walking to and fro, sometimes staring at the carriage with awe. He could see the capital city guards in every street they drove to, and he could see that they were at least at the 2nd stage in either the body cultivation system or the essence gathering system. So they can be all commanded by me. Davis felt a sense of surrealism. Being cooped up in the Imperial castle all day long, everyone listened to him, but they didn't nod to all his demands as there were many restrictions on him, with the main being that he was not allowed to go out. Hence, he never felt that he was a prince in a sense, but now it wasn't the case anymore. He could tell them to die and they would die. If not, the opportunistic others would force them to die. Just as the carriage was passing by, he saw a building that was 4 stories tall. There was a big banner-like board in front of the building that displayed, "Called an Emporium." "Stop the carriage," Davis suddenly uttered. "What is it, Your Highness?" Renard asked with a doubtful gaze. "I want to visit that emporium. Stand guard here," Davis pointed with his finger. "As you command, Your Highness. If there are any emergencies, immediately contact me." Renard Nolan handed him a crystal. "I understand." Davis took the crystal and placed it in his spatial ring. Yesterday, he got an Earth-grade spatial ring as his birthday present from his father. Needless to say, he can use it to store objects as long as it doesn't have any life in it. He had played with it for some time before he got bored with it. At that time, Elia was looking at him strangely, wondering what he was doing, but he didn't mind it and played to his heart's content. After all, it was a damn spatial ring that could store objects. Davis and Elia got out of the carriage. They walked and arrived in front of the Calden Emporium while the Imperial guards stood near the carriage with their backs straight and their sharp spears pointed to the skies. A person immediately arrived from the Calden Emporium at a hurried pace. He was dressed wealthily, his body decorated with all kinds of jewelry like gemstones. He had short green hair. He appeared a little fat and ran with dragged steps. "This, please forgive me for arriving late to pick you up, Your Highness. It's fine, and I never said that I was going to visit this place beforehand." Davis wasn't surprised that this person knew his appearance because Calden family was one of the two surviving noble family, and this person was obviously someone from the Calden family. "I thank Your Highness for your understanding. My name is George Calden, and I'm currently the manager of this emporium. Let's go inside, shall we, Your Highness?" Despite Davis being a small child, the manager didn't dare to not give enough respect. After all, the next heir to the throne was none other than Davis, since there didn't seem to be second prince being born yet. In fact, this matter presented a headache to Logan in the imperial court, as they would sometimes advise him, the emperor, to work hard. But they didn't dare to ask him to take another woman as a concubine because Logan had already made an example out of someone who tried to set him up. Davis nodded his head to the manager's statement, looking cool and calm. They then started walking inside the Calden Emporium. As he walked, he could see a lot of sellers with boards beside them in their respective stalls, and some even possessed a legit and luxurious shop that looked colorful. "So what is this place for exactly?" Davis asked with a slight amount of curiosity etched in his face. "Your Highness, this place is our Calden family's emporium. We sell various kinds of treasures here, and it also acts as a marketplace. A lot of vagabonds and merchants also come here to set up their shops here since we also provide high security for their merchandise." "Oh, you mean that I can also set up a shop here? Ho ho, Your Highness sure can joke." "No, I'm serious." Davis lifted his brows. George Calden only hesitated for a moment. "This Your Highness can also set up a shop, but no one would dare to compete with you, leading to less income for us." "Haha," Davis slightly laughed. "You are straightforward. I like it." "I'm relieved," George Calden smiled back. His lips were a bit greasy, perhaps from eating magical beast meat. They chatted for a few minutes as they walked. Just when they passed by the Calden pill store, Davis paused and looked at it. He was curious about pills. "Oh, that is our pill store. We sell various pills of renowned quality in there," George Calden explained briefly with a casual glance. He unhurriedly walked into the store while looking around, taking a glance at the wares. A young lady came forward and greeted them gracefully. "Hurry, the young prince is here. Get the young mistress here to greet the young prince." George hurriedly sent a soul transmission to her. "What?" The young lady was utterly dumbfounded as she shot a look at the little boy. Then she hurriedly nodded her head at the manager and returned inside, not daring to delay. The young lady was a staff member of the illustrious Calden Pill Store. She held her head high up, looking down on other people with ordinary standing. However, she dared not to pull her weight around the Prince of the Empire or the manager. Both were people who she couldn't afford to offend. She hurriedly ran and stood in front of a door. "Young mistress, the young crown prince is here. The manager has called you to go greet him," she anxiously shouted. After a moment of silence, a clear yet naive voice could be heard. "You can go now. Our young mistress will be ready in a moment." Yes, the young lady quickly left, thinking that she had relayed and finished her task. Right now, she was more interested in looking at the young prince rather than to wait. Equal, 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 equal. Inside that room, "Miss, the young prince is here, it seems," a young lady dressed in a maid outfit repeated. This clearly explained that she served under this so-called young mistress. "The prince, isn't he only 8 years old? What is he doing here, Maisie?" Another young lady around 18 years old questioned with a surprised tone. She appeared 160 centimeters tall, her eyes sharp and inky as black. Her nose seemed to be small, with her lips upturned in a smile. Her lush green hair reached till her waist while she had her side hair tied up in a bun behind her head. Her twin peaks were plentiful while her buttocks were perky. She wore a black cheongsam with red stripes over its edges, and this absolutely made her look quite mature for her age because her bosoms were almost swelling. Perhaps the young prince could no longer wait to meet his fiancée, hee. Maisie joked as she giggled. "Haha, he is only 8 years old. Surely he isn't here for me." The young lady said in a joking tone and shook her head wryly. "Even if he was here for me, I am merely designated to be his concubine. My fate is sealed for all we know, go where Maisie. If I escaped, then I would be a sinner of the Calden family. Let's go see him," but there would not be much to expect from an 8-year-old boy, nor would there be much harm. The young lady smiled a little before she regained her bearings. She stood up and left the room with Maisie. Equal, 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 equal. Look at this, Prince. These are all our topmost pills. This is a peak level Earth grade 3 Revolutions pill. It helps one break through the silver stage and the chances. George kept explaining all the top tier pills they had in stock. Davis was listening to him patiently while taking in the newfound knowledge. Learning all of this, he suddenly had some interest in alchemy. How good would it be if I can make these by myself? Davis sighed. He became slightly determined to get a good teacher for his alchemy training. All this war and its after effects had caused the Lorid Empire to be unstable. Without the rumored senior's fake presence, the Lorid Empire could have suffered another calamity. So with this situation over their head, Davis's parents didn't invite any outsiders over. Faint footsteps could be heard to his side. He turned his head to see a beautiful woman walk into the hall while being accompanied by a maid. The moment he set his eyes upon that lithe figure of hers, his eyes lit up in appreciation. She walked with an elegance that couldn't be found in any ordinary woman. Her eyes were a bit lazy yet beautiful as well as sexy in a mature sense. If there was a bulb over his head, it would have lit up bright by now. Haha, Your Highness, let me introduce her. She is our family's young mistress, Evelyn Calden. George Calden laughed as he introduced. What a beautiful name, Davis absent-mindedly commented while watching her advancing towards him. He couldn't take his eyes off her as he became truly captivated by her charm. Wait, what? Your family's young mistress? Davis's eyes were wide open as he recognized the name. Yes, she is your fiancée, Prince Davis. George Calden nodded proudly while taking in his reaction. That woman is my fiancée. Davis looked at her again and lost his composure. He suddenly felt that his mother did an excellent job by tying him in a marriage with this woman. She was totally his type. Evelyn came forward and introduced herself as she bowed lightly. A pleasant day to you, Your Highness. My name is Evelyn Calden. Davis gulped as even her voice sounded a little coquettish, capable of melting his sanity. Fuck, is she a succubus? A pleasant day to you too, Miss Evelyn. Davis clasped his hand and greeted her as well. He impulsively felt like he should leave a good impression on her, the same time as he felt with Empress Isabella. When compared, although Evelyn Calden lacked in terms of beauty, she possessed a charming expression as well as a voluptuous body. I am heartened to see you, Prince Davis. By any chance did you come here to visit me? Evelyn directly probed, wanting to know why he came here. Davis contemplated a moment before answering. Forget about first impressions. If he lied, then he would have to make a river of lies again to follow up. Besides, he didn't want to live a life of a lie, especially with his wife to be in the future. The truth is that I had no idea that you were here, Miss Evelyn. This is the first day I have been out of the Imperial Castle, and I was just roaming around in the royal carriage while I caught the sight of your Calden Emporium. I wished to check things out as I heard about the reputation of the Calden Emporium, so I came inside to sightsee. I honestly didn't expect to see Miss Evelyn in this place, as I thought that you would be likely in the Calden family mansion. It is pretty much my luck to see your beautiful self here. Davis, who looked like a teenage kid because of his body-tempering cultivation hastening his growth, kept his bearings and answered truthfully while also trying to flirt with her. At this moment, he also inwardly cursed why he didn't have a grown body. However, the plain sight of him trying to compliment her was pretty comical to Evelyn. Evelyn felt curious about this person and now somewhat had a good impression of him. If this was her fate, then she was determined to make a person like him care for her. If not, then she thought of backing out before it was too late. Presently, Davis was feeling not sure about canceling this engagement. The moment he laid his eyes on her, he was more or less mesmerized, and he absolutely realized that he had taken a liking to her. Even though his current feeling may not be love, but rather an attraction, he hoped that he could develop feelings with her. He sure did take a liking to her at first glance, but didn't want to force her either. Miss Evelyn, by any chance are you against this engagement? If you are, then I can ask my imperial father, the emperor, to cancel the engagement. This time, even Evelyn and the other people's eyes shot wide open. She very much wanted to decline this engagement when she first heard about it, but as a member of the family, she had little say in her marriage unless she showed a talent that a genius should possess. Age was of little concern in this world. In the Lorid Empire, after one turned 16, it didn't matter if he or she married a 200-year-old character. Davis was just 8 years old, but the marriage will only be held after he turned 16, and until then, she would have plenty of time to decide and even nurture some feelings. Actually, Evelyn already had thoughts about how this fiancé of hers would turn out to be from the time she learned about her engagement. After directly meeting him in person right now, she possessed a good impression of him. He did not appear to be arrogant, nor did he force her to do something humiliating to put her in her place. She heard that the prince was the only one in line to the throne of the Lorid Empire. Hence, it was common knowledge among people that his arrogance might have reached the heavens. There were even rumors that he would only talk with people by looking at the skies, directing his contempt for them. Now she could see that rumors were indeed rumors. There wasn't a hint of truth in it, or at least, in this case. Although she could sense his gaze that was intently viewing her as if it were examining, she felt that it was only innocent. It was normal for a boy to be startled when seeing her. After all, she was aware that she possessed immense racks that gave her some headaches whenever she stepped out of her mansion. Nevertheless, she was now a little hesitant about whether to drop this engagement or not. On the other hand, it's not like she had a choice anyway. This prince shouldn't say it like this. The engagement has already been S. Davis glared at George Calden, and that shut him up from saying any more bullsh tea. As you know, I have again been engaged to the 36th princess of the Ashton Empire. This means that you are fated to be a concubine of mine even if you marry me. I know that you are indignant about this, and anyone would be. Hence, I want you to make a choice. Davis elaborated on his thoughts. He did so while looking innocent and scholarly, so that he didn't appear to be immensely out of character for an 8-year-old. Davis could see that his fiancée, young Mistress Evelyn Calden, didn't immediately answer and was currently hesitating on her decision. Else she might have openly said that she didn't like this engagement or that she would willingly marry him. Looks like she is forced to. But I'm not opposed to this anymore, so it's not to anymore, Davis inwardly sighed. There is no need to decide so soon, Miss Evelyn. I can see some hesitation in your eyes, but the sooner you make your decision, the better it is for your reputation. Davis calmly said. Evelyn couldn't believe her ears. Did this little prince not take a liking to her and decided to let the engagement conclude just like that? Or did he consider her feelings and said that? She couldn't guess which exactly was it, whether the former, latter, or else with another motive altogether. Then I bid you farewell, Miss Evelyn. Davis had no choice but to leave after creating this awkward atmosphere like a coward. He wanted to escape from further embarrassment as soon as possible as he felt that he would slip up. Just because he had transmigrated wouldn't suddenly make it easier for him to pick up a woman with his words left and right, although his status would. As a man with no experience, he had no confidence in himself. Hence, for the first meeting, he felt a few words filled with his intentions were enough. Elia followed him closely while she eyed him with admiration. She didn't forget the experience she had with him yesterday. It turned her view of the world upside down. She could even get into grave trouble by playing a simple game with him. What else has the prince in store for me? She very much looked forward to it and followed him, like a curious cat. Elia clearly looked as if she wasn't the one to give up easily, but if this was her fate, to live as a maid till she dies, then she will her life to the fullest as a maid rather than try to break free from it. Well, at least she felt that it was better than to die early by betraying the imperial family. After the prince left, Evelyn had a complex feeling emerge in her heart. Interesting, she muttered with a wide smile on her face, her lips turning into a sensual curve. If Davis had seen that, then there was a chance that he would have probably kidnapped her to make her his first wife. But of course she didn't do that on purpose, but it was her natural disposition. Young mistress, the prince is just a little kid for now, so what His Highness says will not affect the marriage in the future. Please give up any thoughts of backing out. George Calden stated warily and left. He felt that he had to report this to the Calden family head as quickly as possible. Such a matter couldn't just be left out like that. Miss, wasn't that your chance? Maisie muttered over Evelyn's ears. Evelyn stayed silent. She felt mildly confused and felt like she couldn't make a decision anymore. She didn't have any lovers or such people in her life. Since she was engaged to the prince when she was 10 years old, no one dared to woo her openly either, so she didn't have much experience interacting with the opposite gender other than her relatives. Equal. Davis was deep in thought after getting into the carriage. Still, what is this feeling? I feel like I just gave her amnesty, pardoned her from her fate with a single sentence of mine. Is this how people at the top of the power hierarchy feel? No wonder they're so hungry for more power and authority. Even I feel like I can get drunk on it. He shook his head, sighed. He felt that he had enough of his first day out in the imperial capital. The moment he met Evelyn, he became rather satisfied for the day. Or did I enter the Calden Emporium subconsciously feeling that I would meet my fiancée? Davis felt amused at this thought. In a moment, he ordered the carriage driver to return to the imperial castle. He talked with Renard Nolan for some time about the imperial capital's specialties and sceneries till they arrived at the imperial castle. After that, he straightaway walked into the study. After making himself comfortable on the bed, he thought about what he should do next in his free time and decided to develop Elia's personality. After yesterday, she was a little sensitive to him and opened up a bit. He felt that perhaps now is a perfect moment to break her shell of enslavement since yesterday's effects were still present. So Elia, what do you think about Miss Evelyn? Davis asked in a casual tone. Me. Elia slightly widened her eyes and thought for a second. I think she's very beautiful and is a perfect match with your highness. Elia shook her head and sighed in half-hearted admiration. Truly a match made in heaven. Davis glared at her. Speak your genuine thoughts. Elia's expression froze. Looks like I was found out. She looks like an independent and proud woman despite her family circumstances, and I don't think that she will agree to be your concubine. Elia puffed and replied. That's what I thought too, Davis replied as he assessed Elia. It came as a slight shock to him that she even knew about this fiancé of his, or did she garner this much just by observing the two of them? He couldn't fathom. Perhaps not only was she talented in cultivation as he heard, but she was also skilled in various departments such as observation. Suddenly, Davis stood, his face right in front of hers. Elia froze, realizing that their heads were too close. Davis looked into her eyes deeply. What? What is this? Is His Highness going to do it now? Ba dump, ba dump. Elia's heartbeat increased like a young maiden's. She could feel his deep gaze, and it felt like her heart was going to explode. She couldn't bear his gaze, so she closed her eyes and waited for it to end. As a maidservant and half a slave, she knew whose woman she was going to become. Hence, she more or less knew what her future would be like, but she didn't expect it to occur this soon. She waited and waited for what it felt like a long time, but nothing happened. She slowly opened her eyes only to see Davis seated on his bed looking a little disappointed. Why is the prince disappointed? Was it because I didn't kiss him? Elia felt she had done something wrong. Elia, Davis's voice became tranquil. Why yes, Elia became truly nervous. Why didn't you push me away? Davis asked a question, but it sounded insanely stupid to her. Push. Elia's black pupils shook. How can I? There's no way I can do that. I am your maid, not your master. In other words, I am your slave. Feeling pent up from his bullying, Elia let out her angry emotions, thinking what did he even expect from his personal maid, in other words, his unofficial slave. Davis inwardly smiled. Fortunately, it was just as he expected. Elia didn't seem to be entirely enslaved and have fear engraved into her. The fact that she could get angry and refute him, the sole prince of an empire, told him numerous things like how she's still a child who can't control her emotions, and mainly how she is still redeemable. Even if she had been imbued with wrong beliefs, he felt that he could still break it. There was a moment of silence before Davis broke it. He opened his mouth and calmly asked, "Did I buy you?" No, Elia thought and answered, still feeling angry. "Did I ever say that you were my slave?" Davis stood up again. Elia realized that the prince never did call her that. She became a little confused and moved her small lips. No. "Did I ever say that you were my maid?" Davis walked towards her. No. Thinking of it, she realized that he never even treated her like that. Then why are you degrading yourself? He again stood face to face towards her. She couldn't think coherently anymore as her thoughts went into disarray. Suddenly, she felt small arms envelop her body in an embrace. She didn't know why, but she felt warm and secure in that embrace. "Become my friend," Davis suddenly demanded. Elia shuddered, feeling something enshrouding her heart. I can't," she muttered as her eyes became moist. "You can call me Davis." No, Elia felt like something was stuck in her throat. She tried to get it out. She couldn't say, but something felt like breaking in her head. "Call me Davis," Davis repeated as he said. He was not giving up after coming this far. A child was in front of him, seeking warmth. He did not have the heart to treat her as his slave. Elia felt a rush of complex emotions overwhelm as she screamed, "Davis." It was as if she finally had her inferiority complex break. Davis smiled as he knew that his plan is working. He didn't realize it before, but going out and interacting with people outside, and rather made him aware of how lofty his status and name are in the Loret Empire. Just calling his name alone is blasphemous to people of lower status, and if Elia, his personal maid, were to call him that, she would feel that she is a lofty person as well, increasing her self-esteem at least in theory. He cheerfully echoed, not letting that feeling in her heart disappear again. "Davis." Again, "Davis, Davis, Davis." Tears were flowing down Elia's eyes while she also finally possessed a smile on her face. "Yes, why am I degrading myself when the person I serve doesn't even look at me like a servant? Am I looking down on myself? Have I truly given up? Have I lost something? No, I have a friend. You, Elia, have unofficially become my friend." Davis let go of her and happily said with a grin on his face while holding her shoulders. He didn't think that he would be able to change her mentality so soon. Hence, it became a pleasant surprise for him. She must be a very strong-minded girl. He thought, besides that, he knew a person's mentality and personality would change extremely depending on the kind of experiences they go through, especially in their childhood and teenage years. So if he had a chance to change her personality and temperament, he felt that the earlier he did, the better. Elia bit her lips and nodded her head. At that moment, a thought sprouted in her head, which made her heart flutter. At this point, Davis didn't deeply realize that giving an inch can tempt people to take a yard. "Elia," Davis's voice pulled her back from her thoughts, making her blush slightly. "Now that we have become friends, it's fine to call me Davis whenever we are alone from now on, but for your safety, don't call me by my name in front of others. Things will take a turn for the worse for you if you say my name in front of someone else, but even if it came down to that, I would take care of that. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much about it. I got it, D. Davis." Avoiding his gaze, Elia shyly nodded her head as her lush black hair fell by the side. "So, Elia, why didn't you push me back? I think you can answer me now." Davis grinned meaningfully. Elia's face went blank as she held her hands in front of her budding bosom and mumbled, Thought that as a maid in training, we are made to learn about knightly services, so I was quite ready for it. By the time she finished, her face was so flushed that it looked like a crimson apple. Hearing that, Davis became dumbfounded. What, did those bastards do something to you? I will surely get revenge for you. Davis fumed with anger. What are they doing with little girls? This is unquestionably a crime in his moral notebook. Ah, no, no, we are only made to learn from books, and she hurriedly said, afraid that he might misunderstand, but went silent again. And what? Davis had a blank expression on his face. And we are made to learn from that crystal you took yesterday, and what the hell? Pornography exists here too. No wonder she recognized what type of crystal it is. Davis became dumbfounded again. And he gulped. We are then made to practice with vegetables. She shouted and ducked, holding her legs as she hid her face while she went silent in shame. Ha 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 ha. Davis laughed, quite literally rolling on the floor. He hadn't had a laugh like this in his whole life. He laughed so hard that a little drop of tear rolled out from his eyes. Hearing that laughter, Elia felt like that she could just die from shame. Stopping his laughter, Davis became silent and realized that he had awoken to the pleasures of bullying his new friend. Ah, this is gonna be so fun. All right, he lifted her shoulders and made her stand up. Elia, if you want to break out from this status you have, then you need strength. Strength is the basic form of power, and if you have it, no one will dare to look down upon you regardless of your status or your actions, he uttered seriously. Elia regained her composure and nodded her head. Inwardly, she wanted to meet his expectations. Davis uttered in a reliable tone, I'll teach you cultivation, so don't worry. It was said that teaching had the effects on comprehension where a teacher would be able to realize their own discrepancies in their comprehension, and that is why most male geniuses would gain disciples sooner, to verify their own comprehensions and grow. However, Davis didn't have such an attitude when he said that to Elia. Whether if it were fortune or misfortune, Elia became his personal maid, and he wanted to see to it that she is not a normal person whom he would not leave behind in the future. As a prince with self-awareness over what he's doing, he could have easily declined this so-called custom of the Lauret Empire if he remained adamant about it, but he didn't do so. Why? Perhaps he felt their meeting was fate or coincidence, or felt like living the royal life he didn't know. Maybe I became too bored with my current lifestyle and needed something to make it interesting. Davis inwardly laughed as he tried to make sense of his actions. Look at that. You are already at the high-level meridian refinement stage. Elia became slightly proud, hee. They said that I have some talent for cultivation. I heard that's why they sold me so expensively that only the imperial family could afford for a single slave like me. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that fact, but I guess your talent is good, considering the stage you achieved at your age without many resources, Davis said while accurately trying to guess how high her talent was compared to others. However, talent could only be measured by the primitive form of checking a cultivator's age and cultivation before sticking a label onto them like genius and other names. He didn't have a scale to check Elia's talent accurately. Oh, but I am pretty happy about that fact. After all, I was able to meet you. Thinking like this, Elia smiled in her heart. Whatever, let's go meet my mother. I want to introduce you to her as well. Oh, if it's the Empress, I have already met her Imperial Highness once. Her Imperial Highness only gave me a single purpose, and that was to take care of you well. Hearing that, Davis had a smile on his face, thinking that his mother still cared for him deeply. All right then, I guess there's no need to introduce you then. You stay here. I shall go to visit her. Equal. In the Empress's quarters, Yui, a child incessantly wailing could be heard, grating the ears of a woman. Now, don't cry, Diana, mother is here. Claire tried to placate Diana, but it was of no use. After a few minutes, she suddenly stopped crying and slept peacefully. Diana possessed two pure sapphire eyes like her father. She remained chubby and incredibly cute. Her black hair was short and wavy. If she grew up, it was of little doubt that she would come to look like her mother, combined with her father's eyes and hair. Davis knocked open the door and went inside his mother's room. Oh, Davis, come here. If Diana hadn't stopped crying, I would have gone looking for you, Claire said with a rueful expression on her face. Hee, mother, today I saw Evelyn Calden. Davis smiled, his lips curving into a grin. Oh, what do you think about her? Claire's eyes shot up as she probed him. She is truly beautiful, and I think I've taken a liking towards her as well. Haha, Davis, just like your father, you too easily fall for women with beauty. However, hearing that, she was finally able to relax. Davis shook his head but didn't deny. Who didn't favor a beauty? A crippled man perhaps, and a man with a broken or cold heart. Okay, there were many's. However, Miss Evelyn could be in no way compared to his mother in terms of beauty. The two of them could be said to be worlds apart. However, in terms of figure, Miss Evelyn took the lead without even a need to compare. Or Davis should say that her figure perfectly fits into his type. I guess that this marriage is now pretty much set in stone. Claire nodded her head in satisfaction. After all, she was the one who fixed this engagement in the first place. If this marriage got nullified, her face would be thrown away by her own son, not that she cared much about something like face in the first place. Not so soon, mother. Davis swung his hand. Claire did not expect him to reject, so she cast him a bewildered glance. He explained the events that took place when he was in the Calden Emporium. And that's it, I don't think she likes the marriage arrangement, and if she doesn't like me, then just let her go. Davis spread his hands wide. But judging by the events, it looks like she isn't totally against the marriage as well. Claire deduced after hearing his story. Then we'll have to see how it goes. If she doesn't want to be with me by any chance, then we will cancel the marriage. Agreed. This I can't decide that by myself, so you should ask your father. Claire had a difficult expression on her face. There it is, the legendary diversion technique he had heard about, used by almost all the parents in his previous world. Davis sighed. At least you can't force her, okay? All right, Claire gave in as she shook her head. So what about your new personal maid, satisfied? Claire smilingly winked at him. Very satisfied. He winked back at her. Wonderful. Mother pulled some strings to get her for you. However, she was quite expensive for a maid. She pouted as she thought about it. Just for facts, how much did she actually cost? Davis let his curiosity get the better of him. Claire calmly stated as she lifted up a single finger. 1 purple coin. 100 million copper coins. Davis had a dumbfounded expression on his face. So expensive. The currency in this world ranged from copper coins to purple coins, however not limited to it, as goods like treasures ranging from mortal grade to higher grades could also be accepted. 100 copper coins equated to a single silver coin. 100 silver coins equaled a single gold coin. 100 gold coins compared to a single platinum coin, while 100 platinum coins compared to a single purple coin. Purple coins are made from peak-level Earth-grade ores, extracted from mines spread throughout the Grand Sea continent. However, every mine present that was found was more or less mined. Hence, only the currency was flowing in the Grand Sea continent, and purple coins became the top currency to exchange with currently. It was also written in the records in the Imperial Library that there was even a higher currency, but disappeared in the passage of time due to the exhaustion of resources. Davis secretly shook his head, feeling that he had corrupted an expensive maid with his way of thinking. By the way, Mother, where is Clara cooped up? Davis asked, feeling a little bit sad since he hadn't seen her for a long time. Clara, Claire heavily sighed. That child isn't the same as she used to be for some reason. She is avoiding us, her father and mother, she said dejectedly and continued. What did I do wrong? Did I wrong her in any way? Your father is afraid to deal with her since it seems that she can think for herself naturally like an adult despite her young age. She only talks with you and won't talk much with us. I can also strangely feel that she maintains some distance from us. Claire bit her lips in frustration. Honestly, you two are so much different than a normal child that we even hesitate to choose the choice of words while having a conversation. I know about you, Davis, but your little sister just won't open up to us, unlike you. All she does is give a short reply or nod her head and return to do her own work. When did things get this serious? Davis's eyes twitched. Don't worry, Mother, this must probably be some kind of a misunderstanding on her part. Davis continued comfortingly, remember, Mother, even though she can process complex thoughts like an adult, she's still a child, both in body and soul, unlike me. It would take some time for her to understand her own feelings. He paused before grinning. If she can't, then I will just have to make her realize like a good brother. Claire became heartened and quickly embraced him. I knew I could count on you, Davis. You're the best. A dutiful son is indeed a reliable son. Hee. Equal. After spending some time with his mother, Davis returned to the study. He had nothing to do except cultivating, so he thought that he could use this chance to teach Elia about cultivation. Elia, I said before that I would teach you cultivation. Davis walked up to her as he struck up a conversation. Elia nodded her head. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't interested in it. Davis wanted to know her current knowledge. Before that, what do you know about cultivation so far? I only know about meridian refinement stage. I haven't been taught any more than that. Elia shyly pursed her lips, feeling inferior again. Then try explaining that to me, Davis said. Elia looked taken aback, but her eyes narrowed, and she gathered her thoughts before explaining. Meridian refinement stage is where we refine our meridians by absorbing heaven and earth energy from the surrounding atmosphere. It is almost impossible to absorb without practicing an essence gathering cultivation manual, which teaches us how to circulate the heaven and earth energy into the body and refine it in our danshin. The heaven and earth energy in the air is also impure, making it difficult for us to cultivate with that method. Hence, we have no choice but to rely on refined pills to quickly make it through this stage. Otherwise, we can only advance slowly by absorbing this impure heaven and earth energy. Later, we refine all the meridians in our body, opening almost all the meridian points and pathways until we can begin storing energy in our meridians for the next stage. Right, you have a good grasp of the meridian refinement stage. Davis nodded his head in approval as if he were an expert himself. Elia smiled innocently, genuinely delighted at being complimented by him. Davis then took over. Let me explain to you about the next stage, energy condensation stage. As the name implies, we start gathering energy from the surrounding atmosphere and store it in our meridians as we circulate the energy before finally storing it in our dantian. This causes our meridians to undergo a qualitative change depending on the element or attribute of energy we absorb. In my case, it's the lightning energy. With my parents' help, I've refined my meridians to be more inclined towards the lightning attribute. Hence, it can be said that I'm suited more for cultivating lightning attributed essence energy. Other than that, the pureness of the energy we refine and store in our meridian points and dantian depends on the essence gathering cultivation manual we cultivate. The purer the essence energy is, the more powerful we will be, even adding on the fact that our meridian points become more powerful, capable of storing more energy when we break through the next level in that cultivation system. Elia seriously nodded her head. She could understand his simple explanation. She thought it was way easier to understand Davis's explanation than reading through books, which really liked to make cultivation mysterious enough that she couldn't understand one bit of it. After this, he explained its concepts to her for some time before moving on to the body cultivation system. Let's move on to the body cultivation system. It isn't anything difficult to understand and doesn't require much comprehension, but requires more resources than the other two cultivation systems. We just have to absorb the energy from those certain resources and circulate it into our body, meridians, bones, tendons, inner muscles, outer muscles, and organs, making our entire body stronger in the process. The names of the body cultivation system in the early stages are organized by the aura we emit after cultivating it. After we keep cultivating and strengthen our entire body continuously, the aura we emit changes in color, indicating that we have broken through the next stage. In the copper stage, we emit a reddish-brown aura that envelops our body when we use the body cultivation technique. In this stage, only our flesh strengthens. In the bronze stage, we emit a refined brownish aura, and so on and so forth for the next stages. In this stage, the flesh and the meridians are strengthened. Also, it is rumored that the more you train your body, the more energy you can store in your meridians. However, since I haven't made much progress in essence gathering cultivation when compared to my body tempering cultivation, I failed to see the comparison. Elia kept nodding her head as he explained. After that, he emphasized how to efficiently circulate the energies from the absorbed resources into the body. He also explained about the dangers of cultivating in body tempering cultivation system. One wrong move, and the worst that could happen to you is you end up crippled or even dead. Elia gulped, but also felt like she could now confidently cultivate with his help. Leaving it that, I guess I could explain soul forging cultivation to you later. However, it is obvious that you are not ready for that. Okay. Elia obediently and adorably echoed. She was taking in all that information into her mind he said previously, so any more knowledge will become useless since she will undoubtedly get confused. Oh man, how do I explain soul forging cultivation to her? It has the most mysterious and involves a lot of complex intricacies out of the three cultivation systems. Davis felt a headache. More than explanation, soul forging cultivation concentrated more on the feeling, experiencing the resonance with heaven and earth energy. He knew that he was no teacher material, and he couldn't teach her what he didn't understand perfectly. Equal. In the Calden family manor at the royal capital. What? The little prince said that he would cancel the marriage between him and my daughter. Evan Calden, who was in his room, seated on a chair, suddenly went wide-eyed at the news as he stood up. His face looked as if it were about to explode. No, it's not like that, family head, a slightly fat man tried to explain. He was none other than George Calden, the Calden Emporium's manager, who came to report about the earlier event. Then what? The prince only told that young Mistress Evelyn has her choice to make and that he won't force her to become his concubine. If she doesn't want to marry him, then he stated that he would cancel the marriage with the help of his imperial father, the emperor. George Calden tried to articulate his choice of words. Evan Calden coldly snorted, HMPH, the Lauret family won't go back on their word. We aided them to cross two disasters, the rebellion and also the war. The marriage will occur as promised. Even if they don't go back on their word, what if young Mistress Evelyn refuses? The prince will stop the marriage from happening with having a good reason on his part. Evan Calden possessed a stern expression on his face before he heaved a sigh. He couldn't help but lower his voice. This did my daughter say anything? Young Mistress didn't say anything and also didn't back out from the marriage. Evan Calden couldn't believe his ears. He knew his daughter best, but he had no choice but to sacrifice her for the Calden family's prosperity. But he didn't think he was sacrificing his daughter, because he didn't know a more trustworthy family to marry his daughter other than the Lauret family. Marrying her to the Lauret family was the best proposition he could think of at the moment, as forming ties with the Imperial family was also important. Otherwise, their noble family might meet with their end sooner than they should in the passage of time. It looked like young Mistress was hesitating for some reason. This is also a piece of good news. George Calden widened his greasy lips as he smiled like a toad. Has she taken an interest in that little brat? No way. She was adamant about revoking this marriage arrangement when she was a child and remained like that even yesterday. What had happened? Even if you ask me, George Calden had a wry smile on his face. One whole year passed. Davis became 9 years old at this point. He grew up to 145 centimeters tall. His face began to more and more shape like his father, who undoubtedly looked like a lady killer. Combined with his mother's aspects, it is set in stone that he would indeed become popular among women in the future. Davis solely spent most of his time cultivating. He eventually reached mid-level iron stage, high-level infant soul stage, high-level energy condensation stage. He had entered the third stage in body tempering cultivation while just being 9 years old. This was rather a phenomenal achievement that would make any parent in the Grand Sea continent proud of, including his parents. During this year, he didn't get a chance to meet Evelyn, or rather one should say that he put that matter on the back of his head. He was still waiting for her reply, but none came even now. He also made Elia train in body tempering cultivation and essence gathering cultivation. He made her train in the same cultivation techniques he cultivated without caring for the opinion of others. Her talent was great as well, but not to the point of being a genius. He managed to pull some strings with some random excuses to get the resources for her cultivation. Of course, if his father and mother found about it, even he doesn't know what will happen, but he had the confidence to take care of it. Elia achieved peak-level copper body stage and peak-level meridian refinement stage during this time. Logan and Claire also worked hard and birthed a baby boy during this year. Davis was elated that he finally got a little brother and a scapegoat to put on this empire's throne. Any more little sisters, and he thought that he would probably get diabetes. Logan mostly worked his butt off to see to the affairs of the empire. He only had enough time to meet Claire, and he didn't worry about Davis while he had no idea what to do about Clara. Clara became a 5-year-old. She started cultivating normally like any child in the capital city would do when they reach this age, but she unhinderedly tried to make quick progress in cultivation. She reached low-level meridian refinement stage and was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of meridian refinement stage. But a day before, she was even gutsier than Davis and had tried cultivating body tempering cultivation system, only to fail miserably. She couldn't bear the pain and fainted. The remaining energy in her body went berserk and considerably damaged her small body. Fortunately, it was not fatal as Logan was beside her at that time. Logan, who had allowed her to cultivate body cultivation system, got severe thrashings from Claire. Of course, it had been all in Claire's room, or he would have lost his face big time. He didn't say anything as he also felt guilty about Clara. Davis, who had heard this incident, became worried and stayed with Clara in her room from yesterday. She still didn't wake up. Davis looked at her face warmly as he held her hand. Clara also tightly held his hands, but it was unknown whether she did it consciously or subconsciously. "Why are you trying so hard, Clara?" Davis muttered as he sighed again. He didn't know how many times he sighed like an old man from yesterday. He partially blamed himself for this accident as well. If only I had watched her properly, if only I had paid attention to her from that time. After all I said that to Mother about taking care of her, talk about pathetic. Thoughts like these were swirling around his head, making him severely depressed. Just as he was wallowing in his depression, Clara's hand slightly twitched. It woke Davis up from his depression and he anxiously shouted. Clara, Clara, who was lying in her bed, opened her eyes slowly as if her eyelids were heavy. Seeing that she was fine, Davis heaved a sigh of relief, much different from the previous depressive sighs he released. "Brother," she weakly smiled at him and called. Seeing that weak smile on her face, Davis lost himself in immense guilt. He felt like something was stabbing his heart. "Clara, I'm sorry, it's all Brother's fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at that time, no matter what. I've caused you meaningless sufferings. I'm so sorry. Even though you worked so hard, I've closed my eyes." Clara suddenly placed her finger on his lip as she weakly smiled, making him stop. "It isn't Brother's fault," a single sentence. That single sentence was like a spear that pierced through his resistance as he felt his guilt dissolve into boundless love. A single tear fell from his eyes as he bit his lips. Why do you try so hard?" Davis feebly asked. He couldn't understand. Clara was just 5 years old, and there was no need for her to be this hasty. In his eyes, she was a little girl who should be playing and smiling all day before falling asleep with a cute expression on her face. But she wasn't like that. He was a special case since he was a transmigrator and knew what he was getting into, and it wasn't as if he was blindly jumping into cultivation either. Only after learning all the possible methods and consequences had he decided to take this step. Clara slowly sat up and tightly embraced her brother as if she wouldn't let him go no matter what, "Because I want to stay with Brother forever." This time she didn't try to hide anything as she realized what she had gotten into had equally harmed her brother. She had never seen her elder brother shed a tear before, so it had even more impact on her all the more. Davis stood there, stunned. He could feel her pure emotions of wanting to be with him by looking at her innocent face. He became dumbfounded. Then why was she avoiding them? Wasn't she avoiding all of them for a reason? Why? Why me? Only you were there for me. Clara weakly replied as she bit her lips. Me? What about father and mother? Mother and father they both lie to me from time to time as if they practiced it beforehand. Even other people in the Imperial Castle lie and deceive, and it makes me very scared. Only brother didn't lie to me. Being with you makes me comfortable. Mother and father lied. It can't be. Davis shook his head. I'm telling the truth. My eyes have said so. In turn, Clara desperately uttered. Davis nodded. You truly think so? I believe my eyes. Then brother will verify it for you. Davis smiled. Clara became stunned. No, before she can even reply, Davis sent a crystal transmission to Logan and Claire that Clara had woken up and was immediately requesting their presence. It's fine. Brother will protect you, Davis strongly replied as he held her small shoulders. Clara nodded her head nervously. Previously she was worried, but now that her brother had reassured her, she felt heartened. Meanwhile, Davis thought, lies, what possible lies? This is getting rather out of hand. Even I have no way to tell if they are lying or not. I guess that I'll just have to ask them directly in front of Clara. Indirectly confronting them can also possibly lead to Clara losing trust in me. No matter what, I just want to avoid that as much as possible. Not even a minute passed before both of them simultaneously showed up in Clara's room. It could be seen that they were truly anxious. Clara, are you fine? Both of them asked simultaneously. Worry could be seen in their eyes, but they also maintained some distance from Clara, afraid that she might possibly show rejection to them. Clara nodded head but didn't dare to look in their eyes as she thought that she would get into trouble soon. If she had looked into their eyes, then she would have noticed the worry and care in their eyes. Seeing that she kept her head down, both of them looked at Davis with a questioning gaze. Cough, mother and father. Clara and I want to talk to you too about something. Clara visibly trembled, albeit slightly. Talk, is it a serious matter? Logan probed. Depends. Perfect, I have something to talk about to you two as well, Claire replied. I think what mother wants to talk about and what we want to talk about is the same. Claire had a puzzled expression on her face. Davis's expression became solemn. Now, I have a question to ask of you, and you both must answer honestly. Seeing that they were both clueless, he changed his attitude towards them for the sake of his adorable little sister. One could see that Logan and Claire had question marks flying all over their faces. They both couldn't figure out why Davis became serious all of a sudden. The two of you should know that lying to Clara is forbidden since she possesses the transcendent truth eyes. Not only would it give a bad impression, but it will also hurt Clara. Have you both ever lied to Clara before? Davis asked in a solemn tone. After thinking for a few seconds, Claire answered, I don't think I ever lied to Clara. Me neither. Logan shrugged with an innocent expression on his face. Davis turned his head only to see Clara being stunned. Her eyes were glowing, indicating that her eyes were active. Which is it, Clara? Are they telling the truth? My eyes seem to say that they are telling the truth, Clara uttered with a stunned expression on her face. Davis seemed to relax as he let out a breath visibly. Clara had a confused yet wronged expression on her face. But how? My eyes had also said to me way before that they have lied to me. Clara, believe me, we have never lied to you before, Claire uttered as she took a step forward. A misunderstanding, Davis softly muttered while he tried to make sense of the situation. Not a lie. If it is not a lie, could it possibly be harmless deceit? He considered. Clara, what exactly did mother say when your eyes said that she lied to you? Davis narrowed his eyes as he asked. Clara got out of her bed and stood beside Davis. There are many instances of mother and father lied to me, she said with a wronged expression on her face. It was apparent that she held some grievance in her heart. Many. All three of them were visibly dumbfounded. Clara gathered her courage and said with a determined face, one such instance is when mother said that she was going to the bathroom when I was around 3 years old. Mother only came to me after more than an hour. I questioned what she was doing there for so long, and she said that she was enjoying the bath, and so that it had taken her long to come out. Clara sniffled as she sobbed. I was waiting for her so long, yet she lied to me. Seeing that the three of them look at her with furrowed brows and confused expressions, she clenched her small teeth and continued. Another instance was when father was playing with me. He rarely plays with me, and even so he says that he is really busy. One day when father was playing with me, I accidentally fell asleep, and when I woke up what I saw was father beating mother from behind her. He even hit her back with his hand. They then quickly separated when they saw me wake up. I saw it. Don't you try to deny it, father. Mother's face was red and she must have been really in pain. Clara began to cry while pointing her fingers at them, and when I asked father about it, he said that he was just playing with her. Lies, all lies, wah. Clara cried and sniffled. Tears kept coming out of her eyes as she was unable to stop it. And when I asked mother about it, she also said that she was playing with him. Wah, brother, they're just lying to me all the time. Ano, all right, stop. Clara, it's enough, I've already understood. Davis embraced and comforted her while patting her back. Clara kept crying, pouring out her emotions over to her brother that she held in her heart. After a few minutes of consoling, she finally stopped crying. Davis then let her out of his embrace. He then turned around and glared at his parents. Without even letting out a word of excuse, they both put their head down in shame. Inwardly, he sighed. He could understand that they had little time to approach each other intimately as they had their duties as the Emperor and the Empress, but shouldn't they keep themselves properly in check in front of the abnormally smart and little Clara? All right, mother and father, care to explain yourselves to Clara? They both stayed silent, still hanging their heads low. Brother, does this mean that they admit that they have lied to me? Clara innocently asked, her face stained with tears. Sigh, Clara, they didn't lie to you, but Davis shook his head. They deceived you. Clara was taken aback. Deceived me? But why? Why don't you ask them yourselves, Clara? Go ahead. Your brother is here. They will answer you. Davis smiled at her gently. Inside his heart, he was laughing his ass off. He didn't want to let them easily go after they had created this mess. Clara nodded her adorably with a worried expression on her face. When she turned around, her expression became solemn. Nevertheless, it was still cute. Mother, why did you deceive me? There was no answer. Davis could see their eyes darting around. He could faintly guess that they were having a conversation using soul transmission. Father, why did you deceive me? Clara wasn't giving up. Her eyes moistened up again as tears formed over her eyes. Claire and Logan looked at each other's faces and sighed. Clara, it's too soon for you to know, Logan said. Davis narrowed his eyes. Seems like they're not going to admit it yet. Clara, when you said that father was beating mother, he was just using his pee-pee too. All right, I'll tell you. Shut up, Davis, Logan shouted out of shame. Then tell fast, Clara, and I don't have all day. We're busy with cultivation. Davis smirked as he patted Clara's shoulders. Clara cast a glance at her brother in admiration, astonished at the fact that he can even talk back to their father at his age. Logan visibly raged while Claire just stayed silent. When she heard his pee-pee, she froze. Even though she did not know what it exactly meant, she could vaguely realize it. Fine, Logan calmed down and said, Clara, I and your mother were just procreating at the time when we deceived you. At your age, you shouldn't know all these things. Clara's face became confused. She could tell that they were telling the truth, but she couldn't understand why they would deceive her for this reason. Why? Isn't it just an act of sticking a male's genital into a female's one? What's so special about that? Mother and father deceived me into hiding it from me. You, Logan and Claire were entirely shocked to hear what their 5-year-old daughter was speaking. Davis also became shocked but then sighed in realization. He came to understand her mentality quite well. You too, Davis shouted. His shout instantly grabbed everyone's attention, pulling Logan and Claire out of their anger. Both of you are just forgetting that Clara is just a child capable of complex thoughts and emotions, not an adult capable of complex thoughts and emotions. Even if a child utters the word sex, that child will only think of gender while adults will surely think of procreation. What she said is purely from her knowledge of reading books without any in-depth meaning to it. He paused a moment before sneering, unlike you two with impure thoughts all day long. Logan's veins popped up in his head while he clenched his fists while Claire put her head down in shame, but they understood why they were wrong. They subconsciously treated Clara as a second Davis momentarily as she spoke something outrageous like her carefree brother. Davis is inwardly an adult, and Clara is a child in terms of mentality. They realized that they were wrong to treat them the same at this time. Clara, father and mother, meant no harm. It was all for your sake. Davis tried to convince her. Clara nodded gently, her eyes showing faith in him, whom I believe in, brother. Glad to hear that, so it's all okay now, right? He asked doubtfully. Yes, I guess all the problems were with my eyes. She muttered regretfully. When will I be able to master it? Don't worry about that. You just believe in yourself, but also don't let a person's lie affect your mentality. Always be warm to your family, got it? Davis warned out of care. MHMH, Clara replied vividly. A brilliant smile appeared on her face as she narrowed her eyes. After that, Claire and Logan apologized to Clara for their irresponsible actions and behavior. They assured her that they would never lie or deceive her again, while also indirectly mentioning that they would not act inappropriately in front of them. Davis also watched this comical sight as he thought that it served them right. However, for the latter, he doubted that intimacy was something people could control whenever they faced their beloved. This horny couple, Davis shook his head, but in truth, he was just jealous. After all, he might be a child physically, but not mentally. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't pent up mentally. His immature body didn't rather let him be intimate with women. This was undoubtedly a curse in his perspective. After this situation concluded, he bid farewell to Clara. He then made his way to his study. Just when he was halfway there, he got blocked by two fierce and aggrieved silhouettes. He suddenly grew to have a bad feeling about this when he looked at their two faces. Why are you two here for? His tone carried nervousness. Logan cracked his fists. Claire, I think there's this one calf over here who doesn't understand his position. That rascal. How courageous of him to insult the Emperor and the Empress. Claire piped in, actually not knowing how to act unrefined. Davis took a step back as he felt something's about to happen. What do you think we should do about this brat who thinks that he is so smart? I am thinking of just before Claire could answer, Davis ran away. Davis tried to run, and when he was hallway at the end of the corridor, Logan captured him over his neck. Claire, can I? Logan grinned, permission granted. SHT, Davis shouted inwardly. At that moment he knew that his life became forfeit. Bang, 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 bang. After some time, Davis could be seen battered while being carried by Elia to his study with severe external injuries. Rumors spread about that one night in the royal castle, about how a lonely ghost screaming miserably can be heard at that time. Equal, 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 equal. A week passed slowly, and Davis's external injuries healed gradually. Today he healed completely. His parents didn't let him heal quickly and grounded him for a week. They also made these as his punishment. One day I'll teach that horny couple what it means to suffer, Davis muttered as he blew his long blonde hair. He didn't quite think that they would injure him, although it wasn't anything severe as it did not leave any consequences. Claire just watched with a determined gaze while Logan gave all the beatings. Of course, he didn't mean what he said either, as he knew that he had rather gone overboard when he humiliated them in front of Clara. Who knows, they might have actually felt mortified to stand like a guilty convict in front of Clara. Davis, since you are fully healed now, why don't we stroll around the royal castle? Elia said with a sweet voice. She pretty much knew how he got injured, but she only laughed when he heard his plight. She truly became a friend, and only friends would laugh when their friends get injured over a silly matter. Seems like a good idea. Davis stretched and stood up. He exercised his body and warmed up. He stayed in the study while recuperating his injuries and didn't go anywhere out since he was grounded, and that caused his body to be a little rusted. Only Elia was there for him at this time, mostly taking care of his injuries. All right, let's go. Davis then held her hands as he dragged her out of the study. He then made his way to the Imperial Library with Elia in tow, wanting to get her some battle techniques that might suit her. Just when they arrived in front of the library, he saw Librarian Oxford. They both greeted each other, and just when he passed by, he was stopped by Librarian Oxford. Prince, bringing a maid into the Imperial Library is forbidden, Oxford said with a straight face and then added, even if it is your personal maid. In the past of the Lorid Empire, the maids obtained favor from the royal members and sometimes caused chaos, and for this reason their entrance to the Imperial Library was completely revoked. Other than this, there was also the matter of status to consider, so the maids had no say and were completely suppressed existences. Davis narrowed his eyes. He had a good impression of the librarian before, and he still did have, but the next words he heard irritated him. You are just a maid, don't bite off more than you can chew. Librarian Oxford berated Elia with a cold gaze. Why yes, I'll just wait here for Prince Davis, Elia responded as she put her head down a little scared. Just a maid. Davis closed his eyes because he felt anger. He didn't think the librarian would be this type of person. He reasoned that the other party was just doing his job, but the last sentence he uttered to Elia that would make her feel humiliated went quite overboard. Oxford, Davis suddenly spoke. Prince, Librarian Oxford trembled when he heard that shout. He had a vague feeling that his soul was suppressed at that moment when Davis shouted, I'll say the same, don't bite more than you can chew. Since when did you get the authority to lecture my personal maid? But Librarian Oxford tried to explain. Davis widened his eyes. Where is your answer? I dare not any more. Oxford put his head down. This shall be your last warning then. Davis nodded and stepped forward. Elia, let's go. But my prince, the rules say. Davis shot a look at Librarian Oxford, which ultimately shut him up. They then walked inside and searched for some battle technique suitable for Elia. Prince, there was no need for that. I could have stayed outside and not caused you any trouble, Elia remarked dejectedly. She was happy that he helped her but knew that he would ultimately get into trouble for this event. He was just punished by the Emperor. How can he be so protective of me? She thought, a vague sense of affection filling her heart. There's no need to worry about me, Elia. Worry about yourself. Davis just smiled back at her. Elia's expression sprouted a smile back at him as she nodded. Davis thought that he had revealed her a little too soon, and the situation seemed like he was too protective of her. If word gets out, then trouble will soon follow her naturally, twisting that Elia, the personal maid, had seduced the little prince for whatever reasons the heavens forbid. He perfectly understood this but thought, whatever, at that time, I'll just protect her again. In any case, he wasn't afraid of trouble, and the only ones who would dare talk against him were his parents. He felt that his parents would rather not make this much of a problem since they gave him free rein, but that too depended on his actions that do not go overboard. Elia, since you just cultivate the same cultivation manuals as me, I'll find a suitable version for you as well. Elia nodded obediently, listening to his advice. Davis then brought out some books from the shelves, and returned after a few minutes. First of all, these are the copies of all the battle techniques I train in, but actually, I have already finished training in all these. He pointed at each one of these books and explained slowly. This is the Devastating Lightning Palm, a low-level sky-grade battle technique. It can cause a devastating effect if you manage to hit the opponent's body with your palm by using this technique. They will be in a sorry state as their internal organs will be fried at the targeted place. Listening to the description, she nodded her head. And this one over here is the cough, silent erupting finger, also a low-level sky-grade battle technique. This technique is a little difficult to train in. Other than that, it is a powerful technique that concentrates all your body tempering cultivation strength in your finger to erupt with incredible piercing power. This technique is useful for killing someone silently in the shadows. Hearing that, Elia's face went pale. She imagined her finger piercing into a person's chest. She restrained herself from retching right there and somehow calmed down. Davis noticed that something was wrong with her, but he continued anyway. He needed his new friend Elia to become a strong person if she was going to stay with him. This is the final one, known as Thunder Cloud Movement. This is the fastest movement technique that our empire currently possesses. It's a mid-level sky-grade movement technique. It creates a little sound that echoes like a clap of thunder when utilized. The first step you take while using this technique is an explosive step that you can use to quickly reach people's blind spot even in the 5th stage. So powerful, Elia gasped in astonishment. Even lower-grade battle techniques had more or less the same description, but the power exhibited would obviously be different. When used in sync with the first layer of Extinction Lightning Judgment, it shows an ability that's on par with a peak-level sky-grade technique. Or so I heard. Davis indifferently pursed his lips. Davis learned a few battle techniques before, some that even uses his soul-forging cultivation. Except they couldn't be called battle techniques, but supporting techniques, also called as soul technique or arts in some regions. The soul techniques he chose were known as Dark Concealing Shroud Art, Soul Suppression Art, Sacred Mark Art, and Unholy Brand Art. Dark Concealing Shroud Art is a low-level sky-grade soul technique. It is used to conceal a person's presence, energy, and soul aura using soul force. The soul force exhaustion is minimum, especially at night since it is dark attributed. Soul Suppression Art is a peak-level Earth-grade technique. As the name implies, it suppresses the target's soul, causing the target to face heavy pressure. If the target is weaker than the user in soul-forging cultivation, then the target will not be able to make any movements at all, at least in theory. But if the target is stronger than the user, then the technique will provide a suppression effect depending on the target's cultivation level. Even though the name Sacred Mark Art sounded righteous, it was no different than Unholy Brand Art. These two battle techniques, also called soul techniques, needed a person to cultivate either a light attributed or dark attributed soul forging cultivation manual. Davis decided to train in both since he had both the light and dark attributes from his Sacred Luminance Mist Soul forging cultivation manual and the Death Book, as well as for various reasons such as being able to throw his opponents off guard since it took only some of his time. There are many other battle techniques as well, but once you learn all these by yourself, even if you learn other techniques, it may not be much use since these are some of the top battle techniques we have. So what you're doing when you are in my study is secretly practice it. Now memorize these battle techniques. I'll stay here looking around for a few more useful techniques. Is it truly okay? If I get caught, you will be the one facing trouble while I might possibly die, Elia uttered with some worry in her heart. It's really fine. Even if someone got a complaint, it would have to go through my Imperial father. However, my Imperial father is the only problem since I think my mother wouldn't bicker much. Well, I'll handle it at that time. Davis casually replied. Is he thinking that he is above everyone else in the Empire? Elia became dumbfounded. Though she was really happy and thankful towards Davis, she couldn't help but think that if he was an idiot, but on second thought, she knew that he was shrewd rather than an idiot. Davis would puke blood if he knew what she was thinking right now. Silently making progress on the battle techniques, they stayed at the Royal Library for a few hours. Davis saw many miscellaneous battle techniques. He took a liking to some of them and memorized for training in them at a later time. For example, the family disabling palm, which is aimed at one's kidney. It indirectly ruins a person's ability to use his member and renders it useless. The technique should be used precisely, or else it would only damage the target's kidney and not have an effect on the member. Another technique is called meridian crippling palm, which cripples the essence gathering cultivation of the target if one can successfully sever the meridians. Although he garnered that it is useless for someone at the higher stages, Davis became interested as he thought of using the family disabling palm on his father, but after a moment of contemplation, he thought that it was too cruel to his mother, so he let go of his evil idea. In the end, he decided to learn these techniques as they might be quite useful in this world. As he just finished memorizing these battle techniques, he went to look for Elia. Just as he saw Elia, he stood surprised. Brother told you to learn here, you say, an adorable voice echoed. A little child about 5 years old questioned with a cold gaze. Yes, Prince Davis told me to learn these battle techniques, which he recommended personally. Elia looked left and right, waiting for the arrival of Davis. Once she caught sight of him, she shouted, "Prince Davis, brother." They then both looked at each other. Davis laughed, "Haha, Clara, I was just about to visit you." "HMPH, you didn't visit me for a week," Clara pouted. "How could I? Didn't Mother take you to tour around the royal capital for a week?" "Yes." Clara's face brightened up. After that event, the relationship between Clara and her parents became normal again as they brought her out for a trip. The true reason they brought her out was to not let Clara find out about Davis's punishment, or else things would rather turn awkward between them again. Davis also didn't mention that to Clara, as he possessed a tacit understanding with his mother, Claire. He didn't want to create problems either. "Good, come let me introduce you to my personal maid, Elia." Davis patted her head. "Elia, this is the first princess, Clara Lauret, my little sister." Elia pays her respects to the first princess. She bowed down gracefully and smiled. "Personal maid, no wonder she would say that you told her to learn here." Clara nodded her head in understanding. "But that doesn't mean a mere maid can learn our sky-grade battle techniques, let alone stepping into the castle library. And the way she calls you Prince Davis, it's almost as if she is acting." Clara narrowed her eyes and gazed at Elia like a hawk eyeing its prey. Elia's smile froze. A second later, she looked at Davis for help. "Such accuracy, my little sister's kinda scary." Davis blinked. She only heard her say a single time but managed to see the deceit in it. "Haha, that's my sister. Honestly, you have the potential to become a detective, but I won't talk about that right now. You see, Elia is my friend and she calls me Davis, a friend, not a maid." Clara became confused. Davis coughed both. "What? Which is first?" Clara looked at Elia and asked with anger. "I am a maid, then a friend." Elia answered truthfully. She had no idea but thought she should not lie to this person since Davis seemed to be honest. "Brother, she seduced you." Clara yelled as she stood in front of Davis and blocked him from Elia. Isn't that the opposite?" Elia inwardly cried while Davis facepalmed. "This is gonna be a headache," he thought. Clara, it was I who told Elia to call me Davis. I wanted her to become my friend, you see. How can a royalty lower oneself to be friends with a maid? Brother, this is atrocious and disgraceful." Clara looked behind and shouted furiously, though it still looked adorable. Elia put her head down in shame. In the end, her official identity was still a maid. There was nothing she could do about it. My life as a personal maid is going to end, probably even my life. Elia thought with a rueful expression on her face, afraid that she would be abandoned now that the secret was out. Davis couldn't get angry from little Clara's shouting, because it just seemed totally cute and reasonable. Well, he couldn't blame her as he understood she just accompanied her mother as she toured around the imperial capital, probably looking down on the commoners loftily. "So looks like I have a lot to teach her in the future, Clara." He shouted to get her attention. "How are you going to explain yourself, brother?" Clara asked with an exasperated expression on her face, feeling that she was right. "You say that royalty shouldn't make friends with a maid. Then what do you think royalty is?" Davis calmly asked. "I don't question me back, I know I'm in the right." Clara frowned, a sense of unease filling her heart. Could it be that I am in the wrong? The way her brother said it made her feel that way. "Just answer." Davis frowned as he glared her into submission. "A royalty is of high blood and immense power. Commoners and even nobles are way below us in status and power," Clara softly replied as she never saw this side of her brother before. She slightly became anxious. "Then do you think of yourself to be higher and more arrogant than any other person without possessing our kind of status?" She stayed silent before nodding her head meekly. "Then let me teach you a lesson." Davis shook his head. Clara took everything literally to the book, so there was no blaming her unless someone explained it to her. "You feel that it is beneath your dignity to make a friend of lower status." She nodded her head again. Sighed Clara, "What if I say that there are more than 1 billion people who are way stronger than us, have a more powerful bloodline than us, but are still counted as commoners? What?" This time, both Clara and Elia were astonished. "How do you know that, brother?" Clara shook her head, not believing it, but her eyes said the impossible was true. He paused before thinking. "There's no way I can say that this is the normal template of a Xianxia novel, can I? There's always a person above a person, a peak above a peak, heaven above heaven," Davis replied profoundly. "Our continent is sealed as far as we know. So even though we have many resources, it is probably the same as trash in the outside world." Elia and Clara made an O shape with their mouth, symbolizing that they were dumbfounded to the extreme. "So Clara, do you still feel yourself to be of royalty, even after knowing that there are billions of common cultivators out there who are stronger than us in this uncharted world?" Davis looked at her with a sharp gaze. Clara shook her head hurriedly. "So what do you think are the criteria for choosing a friend? If the compatibility between us is higher, then we can be friends. You remember what I taught in the past? Very good. Then Elia and I have good compatibility. Do you now think that we can be friends even though I am of royalty and she is of commoner status?" Clara looked at Elia before moving her gaze to her brother. She then nodded her head. Elia became inwardly astonished. She concluded that Davis had somehow managed to brainwash his little sister. "Perfect. Then you can be friends with Elia too." "Huh, friends?" Clara curiously asked as she thought, "My very first friend." "Yes, we can be friends with her, and we'll both have the same first friend." Davis shouted happily, trying to trick her into being friends with Elia like a kid. As far as he knew, being cheerful worked against Clara. Wait a minute, somehow this feels different. I feel like I'm tricking a kid in some other way. I'm no lolickin, Davis shouted in his mind. Same first friend. Clara's eyes glowed. She returned to her cool self and said as if it was a matter of fact, let us be friends, Elia. Elia had a helpless expression on her face as she looked at Davis for help. Davis just winked and imperceptibly nodded his head. Elia comprehended the meaning and sighed. Yes, Clara. Elia reluctantly smiled. How dare you say my name? Not again. Davis facepalmed while Elia froze like a statue. Equal. Somehow Davis managed to explain the stuff between friends. It took a whole lot of time to finally make them friends. Night finally arrived. He became tired and decided to return to his room, which was none other than the study. After a few minutes, Claire's voice could be heard outside the room. Mother, come on in. Claire opened the door and stepped inside as she ran her fingers through her glistening blonde hair. What is it, Mother? Are you finally here to console me? Davis raised his brows once he remembered how she let him get beaten. Sigh. Claire sighed, I am indeed sorry for letting him beat you. Nevertheless, you still deserved it. Wah, Davis got his heart pierced by a spear. Though that isn't the reason I am here. HMPH, I'm not listening anymore. Davis pouted as he turned his head away, acting spoiled. Claire ruefully shook her head. All right, your mother is truly sorry. I apologize, okay? She squeezed his face and kissed him on the cheeks. Davis smiled and shook his head. I'll listen, Claire smiled back. Your father's going out of the royal capital for some business in a few days. I heard it was for the crowning of a new king in the Alfred kingdom. Normally, an emperor doesn't have to go out for a mere kingdom, but since it was under our jurisdiction and we let them down during the war, he has to show them at least some sincerity. I see how many days will our father be gone. For all I know, it might range from a month to 3. Claire shrugged. This might be the perfect chance for me to sneak out of the royal castle. Davis thought excitedly, but he had a calm expression on the surface. He nodded his head. Anything else? Davis added. Claire thought a moment before replying. I know, Mother, I know. I'm not ready to receive another beating. Davis exclaimed and hurriedly shook his hand. Scoundrel. Claire blushed as she shouted and walked away as if she ran away from the room. Mother becomes embarrassed so easily. Davis laughed as he looked in a direction. It was a good thing that Elia was in the bath. Otherwise, she might have noticed how easygoing he is with his mother. Equal. For the next few days, Davis used this chance to break through to the next level in soul forging cultivation, and without failing a single time, he luckily reached peak-level infant soul stage. Other than that, he looked for a disguise art in the royal library. He managed to find one after a long period of search. It was a peak-level Earth-grade disguise technique, which pretty much conceals his appearance and physique. He didn't want anyone to know who he was in the first place. His actions were pretty strange these few days. He checked left and right almost every minute. Luckily, no one saw him acting suspiciously during these few days. Davis somehow managed to convince Elia to follow up. She had no choice but to reluctantly agree. He gave her instructions on how to make it look like he was always sleeping during the night. He planned to sneak out every night and roam openly during the day. He then, with his family, sent off Logan to the Alfred Kingdom on the final day. Finally, I never thought there would be a day where that idiot will leave the Imperial Castle. Davis screamed like an idiot. Who is that idiot? Elia asked doubtfully. The Emperor, of course. Davis grinned and laughed. You know no fear. Elia looked at him with a dumbfounded expression as she couldn't imagine how he could spout this nonsense. These two returned to the study after sending off the Emperor in the evening. Listen, I'll sneak out tonight. MMHH, don't ask me if I get caught. Elia nodded as she knew this plan of his beforehand. All right, at that time, you can say just that I snuck out without you even knowing, or you can even just say that I knocked you out and went somewhere. He then thought of something, but if Clara is the one doing the questioning or she is present nearby, don't answer, just faint, eh? Why? Elia turned confused. Simple, lies don't work on her. That's all if you say so. Elia had her doubts, but chose to do as he said. Meanwhile, he went to visit everyone and played with Claire, Clara, and Diana, while Edward Lauret, the second prince who was still a toddler, continued to sleep peacefully without a care in the world. This went on till he bid farewell to everyone and returned to the study in the night. Equal. In the study, he put on a peak-level Earth-grade black robe, which helps him to conceal his aura, but he only wore it as second-tier protection to conceal his true appearance when using the dark concealing shroud art and disguise art together. All right, Elia, I'll be going now. Remember to take care and protect yourself. Davis prepared to sneak out. Take care, Elia replied worriedly. Davis nodded and left. He was as silent as possible when he made his way out, even though such secrecy wasn't required when he was using his dark concealing shroud art, which was way effective in the night. He remembered the guard's patrol routine during these few days, so he was able to avoid people on his way out. He didn't jump out of the Imperial Castle because he feared that he might possibly trigger a detection formation that sounded an alarm. Davis finally reached the entrance of the Imperial Castle and exited smoothly. Yes, I made it out. With a silent roar, he walked on the streets. He looked to his left and right and saw those buildings which called his feet to step on them. However, he didn't dare run across on top of the building, afraid that he might trigger a formation, though he genuinely wanted to do that since every fantasy character he read did that at least once. Such hindrance, I might have been able to do that in a starting village, Davis reminisced ruefully. There were a lot of people walking around the streets. Even at night, people were pretty active as cultivators didn't require much sleep at all in the first place. Sleep was just a luxury to the cultivators unless, of course, they tired themselves out. Should I visit Evelyn? It's already been a year. No, maybe I should visit her secretly. Somehow he felt like he was having an affair on this lonely night. Davis shook his head and reflected. Yes, it is just difficult to talk to her in public. If I don't talk to her alone, then it will be quite difficult to get a true answer from her. Reasoning it like that, he left the streets and made his way towards the Calden family manor, as he knew that he would not find her in the Calden pill store at this time. Even if he made his way to the Calden pill store, he knew that he would get caught as he would trigger a formation, or possibly get caught by an expert while he sneakily enters the Calden Emporium. He arrived at the Calden family manor and maintained a certain distance from it. It looked like a Chinese-style manor. He more or less guessed that it would be like this since Evelyn wore a cheongsam. I did come, but now how do I possibly let her know that I'm here? He had no idea, so he circled the manor, hoping to spot her through a window or something. He didn't use his soul sense, afraid that he might be found out by an expert nearby. Even the guards regularly patrolled the courtyards and outer streets, making it difficult for him to even enter the manor. After all, this was none other than the Calden family manor, a noble family manor. He went around and waited for a long time, but still couldn't find or guess which room she was in. Davis narrowed his eyes in exasperation, feeling that he wouldn't be able to meet her today, at least not without a well-thought-out plan, as he possibly couldn't get caught. Otherwise, he would just be humiliating his imperial family. He simply sighed and left the place. Just when he left, a beautiful lonely silhouette could be seen glancing out of the window, and that glance was towards the towering royal castle. A sigh escaped from that silhouette before it closed the window. Equal. Davis walked around the streets with his head down, thinking about what else he could do to enjoy his day out as he entered an alley. However, all right, you bastards, care to come out? He had a vague feeling that he was being followed right after he left the Imperial Castle, but he then just took it as his insecurity during the night acting up. But the feeling just kept getting stronger while he was circling the Calden family manor. After a moment of silence, a burst of eerie laughter sounded out. You sure are perceptive, but how did you get out of the Imperial Castle without triggering any formations, brother? Are you an expert assassin? Two silhouettes appeared in the alley, both clad in black robes. Maybe who are you two? Davis smirked as he sneakily used his soul sense on them, but he became shocked, his expression slightly changing. I didn't notice at first, but your voice is pretty young now that I hear it again. Haha, you can't be like that. You shouldn't probe fellow assassins like us. If we do that, then we will not be able to survive in this field. They openly took out their weapons and brandished them with aggressive poses. Now, brother, we can let this matter go if you promise to give us the method to bypass the Imperial Castle's formation. What do you say? Good deal, right? Davis knew why they would ask this because they were. Stop bullshitting, Case Farnwan and Cooper Hawkwood. You want to get reported. I just wanted to say that. Davis inwardly smiled while his expression was one of ease. The two silhouettes went silent as they were dumbfounded right now. These two were precisely the two noble family heads who led the rebels and somehow managed to escape the purge of the rebels. Brat, I don't know how you managed to discover our identity. HMPH, we'll take our leave now. Case Farnwan backed out as he thought it wasn't wise to go against this fellow who could see through them even when they wore a disguise. And where do you think you two trash are going? Don't go too far. They both shouted as they turned to look back at him. Davis removed his hood while deactivating his dark concealing shroud art. With a grin on his face, he looked down on them condescendingly. You are the first prince. How can it be? Case Farnwan exclaimed. I never expected the first prince to be this powerful at this age. Cooper Hawkwood had his eyes go wide, while a faint sense of excitement abruptly swept through his heart, making him feel exhilarated. Luckily, he was stupid enough to get himself killed this early. They both then looked at each other as they laughed madly. Ha ha ha. Within a heartbeat, Case Farnwan and Cooper Hawkwood instantly surrounded him from both sides. Surrender if you know what's good for you, Case Farnwan mockingly uttered. His eyes were eyeing Davis like a snake, ready to plunge its fangs over his neck, or else you can say goodbye to your life. Cooper Hawkwood continued as he threatened with a wide smile on his face. However, he looked like a demented dog. It could be seen that they were desperate, that Davis couldn't help but want to take advantage. Trash spouting nonsense. If you've got guts, go slay my father. Davis laughed as he shook his head, acting as if he was an arrogant young master. Oh, we'll do that in time. Unfortunately for you, he just left the Imperial capital today. Case Farnwin grinned. He inwardly thanked the stupid prince for presenting an opportunity to get revenge. And you are the perfect bait for that, hee. Cooper Hawkwood laughed hideously. Now, don't be in a hurry. We have all the time in the world to talk. Davis had a stiff face when he said that and even took a step back. HMPH, trying to delay for reinforcements. Won't work on us, brat. No, really, I just wanted to know who the mastermind behind your betrayal was. They went silent all of a sudden. I knew it. There was someone behind you, traitors. Davis exclaimed as if he just found out the truth. So what? We don't even care if you find out, Case Farnwin said with an indifferent expression. So what if a brat could guess it? It wasn't worth hiding anyway, or so he thought. What good is it if you even find out? You won't even be able to escape from us. Cooper Hawkwood sneered. As he said that, he made his move. Cooper Hawkwood, who was behind Davis, rushed at him at an incredible speed. Davis didn't move at all. He only glanced at the back calmly. HMPH, weak and slow, only useful for leeching off resources. Cooper Hawkwood thought that the little prince became frozen in fear. Just as he was going to severely injure the prince with his iron sword for making him miserable, he abruptly collapsed and fell over, crashing as he tumbled on the ground. Cooper Hawkwood dies instantly. Davis used his soul to write almost instantly as he saw Cooper Hawkwood make his move. I'm just really glad that I managed to break through peak-level infant soul stage, or it would be quite problematic for me to kill you too. Davis sighed as he turned to look at his other opponent, who shrunk back in disbelief. Who are you? You are not the first prince. Case Farnwin dropped his weapon in fear. Hearing that, Davis sneered. Idiot, now then will you spit out the truth? Or Case Farnwin turned back and immediately tried to escape without answering. He didn't even try to pick up his weapon, indicating that it was done on purpose to let his opponent's guard lower. Coward, Davis still wanted to try out his newly trained powers on him, even though he knew he couldn't win with it. He just wanted to know his current prowess before he proceeded to kill them. But he changed his mind after he confirmed that there was something strange with the rebellion. Case Farnwin immediately turns into my mindless slave. Dies when he hears my voice give the command, die, Case Farnwin. Just as Case Farnwin tried to fly away, he stopped mid-air. He straightened his back as his eyes turned soulless. He turned back and dropped to the ground on all fours. Slave Case Farnwin greets master. Looks like no one can escape the death book's grasp as long as it's within my limits. Davis mused as he saw Case Farnwin really act like a slave. Although he had no idea how long the death book will keep Case Farnwin alive, but if it reached the limit, then it will immediately kill him anyway, so he wasn't worried. Who was the mastermind behind the rebellion? Davis asked without wasting his time. It was Emperor Triter. Davis's sapphire eyes flashed with killing intent. Ah, so it was that vermin. Now the war actually makes sense. Why did he target our empire, though? The Loret Empire is filled with riches with its peaceful disposition and mighty position in the Grand Sea continent with the previous emperor at the helm. No matter who sees it, it will be a big piece of the pie to the empires in the Grand Sea continent. What made you all defect to Emperor Triter? Davis narrowed his eyes. He promised us that the Hawkwood family, or we would succeed as the royal family of this empire with his backing, once we have successfully killed all of the imperial family members. The other noble families were tricked by us into rebellion for various other reasons. All of his replies were like an automated voice, answering the question like a doll. Certainly mindless, Davis sighed as he thought, killing Emperor Triter should be my father's job. Sadly, I have no use for this guy anymore. Davis instantly thought of killing him. But he hesitated. Wait a minute. Didn't he say something about assassin or something? Contemplating for a moment, he asked, you became an assassin. Yes, I have become an assassin. Why and when? Oh, ambitious. And then how did you two become assassins? We joined the Dark Earth organization to become an assassin. Davis became exasperated by his single-minded answers. Can't this guy just answer detailedly? He grudgingly thought before he remembered. All right, I forgot, he is mindless. Wait, being an assassin. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for me to collect souls to refine, hee. Davis's eyes glowed with an opportunistic glint. Feeling excited, he continued to question, what is the Dark Earth organization and how does one join it? The Dark Organization is the strongest assassin organization in this continent. Its headquarters is rumored to be situated in the Triter Empire. It has branches all over the continent. One can approach a branch to register for being an assassin. One has to complete a mission from the branch to be a member. O has branches all over the continent. Is there one here? There is a branch here. Where is it? Behind Violet Joy House there is an entrance to the underground. That is where the branch of the Dark Earth organization is situated in. Joy House, isn't that a brothel? His eyes shot wide open. But it makes sense because hiding behind a skirt is a means of camouflage as well. Does my imperial father know about this? Davis hesitantly asked. He knows, eh? Right? Davis became dumbfounded, but it made sense. Guess offending an assassin organization is a dumb thing to do, The question is, should I kill this person right now? He contemplated again for a moment before deciding against killing him. He didn't want to alert Logan into coming home, nor did he want to have their corpses in his spatial ring lest someone finds out by any chance. Store his corpse in your spatial ring and stay in a typical inn for a month near the Violet Joy House. Yes, Case Farnwin proceeded to store Cooper Hawkwood's corpse. And oh, where is the Violet Joy House again? Davis had a peculiar expression when he asked that. Case Farnwin's expression didn't change. He explained the location with a monotonous voice and left on Davis's command. Davis didn't dawdle and made his way to the red light district. This time he disguised himself as a short old man while activating his dark concealing shroud art. Words couldn't describe how he felt while after finally arriving at the red light district. Davis swallowed his saliva as he looked around. He could see many women with transparent and loose clothing. They were all scantily clad and added a type of glamour to this street. Various types of women with different types of revealing clothes. They were all beautiful to a certain extent without any blemishes or pimples on their faces. Davis was cloaked, or else an older woman would have called out to him to enter their brothel already. Do they train in some beauty technique? Davis thought while staring at those women. They were all more or less beautiful, that he felt that they could be from wealthy families. Nevertheless, he chuckled, thinking that it was a good thing that he still hadn't hit puberty for some reason, perhaps of his body tempering cultivation, or else he would have a certain problem currently in the lower part of his body while gazing at them. Ignoring the debaucherous atmosphere, Davis followed the instructions of Case Farnwin to reach the Violet Joy House. When he arrived at that place, he felt immensely awkward at being out of place. He pushed aside those emotions and circled the Violet Joy House. While he circled the Violet Joy House, he could not hear any of those sounds that should have been normally heard in these kinds of places. A soundproofing type formation, huh? How convenient. While thinking about what other features this place had, he arrived behind Violet Joy House. There was a dilapidated door that was half open. One would normally think that this place is where they would procure the new women as slaves. Davis moved closer to the half-broken-down door as he checked for any formations that might perhaps alert some people. Seeing that there was no formation in his vision, he relaxed and went inside. No formation, but that makes sense as well. It would only increase people's suspicion and curiosity if there was one right at the entrance. As he walked inside slowly while still being cloaked, he found a tunnel that led to an underground cellar. In the underground cellar, Davis could see a black-robed man was seated there in a chair. He went slightly closer to him and checked around for any possible routes. Unfortunately, he didn't find any roots but only found a formation. He then closed his eyes in contemplation. There's no more route, only a sentry is put over in charge at this checkpoint. Guess I could only go through him then, Davis sighed. Having decided his next course of action, he spoke in a hoarse voice while still being cloaked. Are you the one who's in charge of selecting recruits for the Dark Earth organization? Who? The black-robed man who heard that fell from his chair from being spooked by Davis. Davis then stopped using his dark concealing shroud art, which made him visible. The black-robed man was now able to see the sudden appearance of a short old man who was also clad in a black robe. Such concealment. Senior, you are surely an expert, which our Dark Earth organization needs. The black-robed man clasped his hands and bowed slightly. So what's the method to join? Hearing that, the black-robed man was immensely joyful. He hurriedly explained the procedure for one to join the Dark Earth organization. For one to join the Dark Earth organization, that person must be able to complete an assassination mission handed over by a certain person. And for this place, that certain person is me. Saying that with an animated expression, he took out 3 scrolls and gave it to Davis. Normally, I would give out only 1 scroll for a recruit to complete a mission, but since Senior is so powerful, I can give out 3 scrolls. Senior can choose any one of them and hand over the remaining 2 scrolls. Actually, this process in itself is unnecessary for you, as it is clear that you will be able to rank at least as a peak-level Earth-grade assassin, but rules are rules. Without those rules, the higher-ups definitely will not be able to run this organization for much longer. The black-robed man explained that he was afraid that Senior would misunderstand why he was being given out such a low-level mission. Wait, I never said that I wanted to join this Dark Earth organization. Davis interjected while the black-robed man's eyes went wide in confusion. What are the restrictions your organization imposes on its members? Hearing that, the black-robed man now understood and chuckled. Haha, there's no need to worry about that, Senior. Our organization doesn't impose any restriction on its Earth-grade members, and above, only mortal-grade members are confined to our branches until they can achieve Earth-grade rank. With Senior's strength, the organization wouldn't restrict your movements and whereabouts at all. In reality, our members just register themselves with their nicknames or titles, so their real identity is even hidden from the Dark Earth organization as well unless they are stupid enough to reveal it. Good, with this I will be able to increase my power quickly while assassinating people, Davis thought while celebrating inwardly. All right, Davis turned to look at the 3 scrolls. He opened the first one. Mission Assassinate Mark. Type Assassination. Grade Low-level mortal grade mission. Requirements. Description: a person who runs an orphanage near the Kyle restaurant in the Imperial capital. His cultivation is at peak-level energy condensing stage. Target's image. Reward: low-level mortal grade dark organizations badge. Mission issuer: anonymous. Reading that, Davis furrowed his brows. A person who runs an orphanage, an innocent. He immediately closed it and saw the next one. His brows furrowed even further. It still concerned killing an innocent. Leave it, let's see the next one. He opened the last scroll and read it. Mission Assassinate Grimes. Type Assassination. Grade Low-level mortal grade mission. Requirements. Description: a greedy pig who rapes innocent young girls purely for fun. I was one of the victims. He lives near the slums of the royal capital and is a local thug leader. His cultivation is around peak-level energy condensing stage. Target's image. Reward: low-level mortal grade dark organizations badge. Mission issuer: anonymous. Davis groaned in disgust. He handed over the last scroll to the black-robed man. I choose this. He then gave back the other 2 scrolls. I see Guest Senior doesn't like killing the innocent. That's fine as well. The black-robed nodded while looking at the mission contents. Davis narrowed his eyes. You're determining my character. It's not like that, but yes. For future references when I could possibly recommend some missions to you. The black-robed man shook his hands. Don't bullshit tea with me. Spit out the truth. Davis used his soul to pressure the black-robed man. He was in the peak-level infant soul stage, with his soul being 5 times as powerful. It would even work against a high-level young soul stage expert, much less this weak black-robed man. I apologize, Senior. It's a part of the recruitment. We have to see at least what kind of an assassin you are, the black-robed man blurted out in fear. Then what kind am I? Davis hideously grinned, his expression baleful. I think Senior is someone who upholds moral values, the black-robed man gulped. A few seconds passed further, making him tremble in fear. HMPH. Davis then retracted his soul from pressuring the black-robed man and turned back to leave. Next time I should be careful of people probing me. He frowned while reflecting. Senior, don't worry. When you return, I will keep some peak-level Earth-grade missions which are under your preferences so that you can climb up higher in rank. The black-robed man shouted. Davis ignored him and walked away while activating the dark concealing shroud art again. On the way outside, Davis saw 2 black-robed silhouettes. He gazed at them as he walked past them. The 2 black-robed characters minded their own business as they walked past him. However, it looked like they couldn't feel his presence as he perfectly hid without moving a muscle. Assassins. They looked considerably strong too. What are they here for? Davis contemplated for a moment before deciding to check it out later. He went outside to complete the mission and come back as soon as possible before the night ended. He quickly went outside the red light district and asked a random person on the street for directions. That random person was seemingly disgusted that an old man had asked him about the slums. Hence, he quickly yet condescendingly told the way to get rid of the old man as soon as possible. After arriving at the slums, he tipped a random battered kid on the street side for information. That kid, who received a silver coin, happily told Davis the whereabouts of Grimes. The slums existed even in the illustrious royal capital, mostly used as a base for underground operations that couldn't see the light of the day. The buildings were run down and dilapidated like no one cared for them in years. Mostly thieves and criminals existed there. Commoners who had lost hope also lived their lives in utter waste as they existed here. After knowing where Grimes lived, he headed in a certain direction by jumping over the dilapidated buildings. Finally, I got to enjoy the thrill of running above the rooftops. Davis was feeling satisfied. He suddenly stopped on top of a certain building. From there, through a window, he could see a bald, naked man asleep with a naked young girl lying over his shoulders. The young girl kept sobbing and looked as if the bald man had violated her. Guess I should have come a little sooner. Davis clicked his tongue in anger and disgust, feeling pity, but he didn't know that even if he arrived sooner, it wouldn't have made a difference since this matter had taken place hours ago. Shut your yapping, you bitch. Grimes suddenly woke up and kicked her aside. Ah, the young girl was sent flying, hitting the door as she cried miserably. Boss, has anything happened? A sound came from behind the door. Nothing. What the hell are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to scram away when I am enjoying my women? Grimes roared angrily. Why yes, boss. Grimes seemed like he didn't want anyone to interfere with his hobby of violating women, so he pretty much made them stand guard at the entrance of the building. But these underlings of him always come to peek at what he is doing, which more or less ruins his mood. Hee, don't try to act innocent, bitch. The young girl glared at Grimes with hate as he came closer to her. Let's start round 2, shall we? Grimes was getting turned on by her glaring eyes. I hope you die a gruesome death. The young girl spat out coldly. This is exactly what I want. That hate. I couldn't get enough of that. Grimes roared and was about to jump on her when a flash of light passed by him. Putchai. Grimes's eyes went wide-eyed as he glared at the young girl who had her eyes widened in shock. In that hateful eyes shone a crimson reflection. Grimes looked down only to see blood flowing down in copious amounts down his body. He touched his neck only to feel that his throat had been slit as he collapsed. Davis held a crude dagger in his hand, which he found in this room. He undid his concealment once he killed him. Here, take it and survive out there, Davis said as he placed a sack containing 100 gold coins on the floor and covered her with an ordinary black robe, taken from his spatial ring. Seeing that the young girl didn't reply to him, he shook his head and left. After some time, the young girl came out from her reverie and kept muttering 2 words while sobbing. Davis was on his way back to the Dark Earth Organization branch. He felt quite disgusted by Grimes, so he even killed his underlings, who were equally degenerated as him. His crude dagger sported a hole in every one of their heads, and within a range, no one dared to see what was happening as he chased and killed them. In truth, he just wanted that young girl to live without being chased by this gang, so he downright killed everyone in the building. As he reached that underground cellar, he saw that black-robed man again. I've completed the mission, a calm voice echoed out in the underground cellar. Bam! The black-robed man was again spooked as he fell from his chair. Oh, Senior, could you please stop scaring the hell out of me? He pleaded in a begging tone. I'll try, Davis appeared silently. The black-robed man shook his head in frustration. Here, Senior, he handed a triangular dark red badge that had a dagger symbol on it. Davis took it and asked, aren't you going to confirm my kill? He had the dagger and Grimes's blood on it, which might serve as proof. Oh, that I am sure that Senior wouldn't cheat with this inferior mission, and besides, we have our sources and informants. I see. Welcome to our Dark Earth Organization's branch. This way, please. The black-robed man activated a formation, and a curtain wall of the underground cellar disappeared magically. An illusionary formation. Davis commented on the wall, which disappeared as he looked at the narrow passageway. Yes, not only that, but the passageway is filled with offensive formations as well. The black-robed man replied proudly. Cough, by the way, my nickname is Yellow Bird 9. Senior can call me Yellow. Senior should soon decide a nickname to register as well. Davis nodded his head while thinking about a nickname. How about Pussydester 6 to 9? He thought of the names on the classic troll names on the internet as he smiled and shook his head. As they made their way through the narrow passage, they finally arrived in front of a door that can even defend up to attacks of third-stage experts. Naturally, it won't hold for a long time in front of those experts. Yellow opened the door with a triangular key, and they then went inside. Their vision suddenly became filled with a hall big enough to accommodate more than 100 people. There was a reception counter and a huge number of posters on every side of the wall. These posters were missions ranked according to their difficulty. All of these missions were only Earth grade and mortal grade, as not a single sky grade mission was found. Davis scanned around the room with his eyes and saw many people, all of them dressed in black robes, wearing different types of masks, hoods, and all kinds of equipment that concealed their identities. He also saw those 2 black-robed silhouettes he met at the entrance earlier, as they wore a peculiar mask, having more presence than any other people here. Their aura was quite spooky, appearing to intimidate the people around them. As he gazed around, the others also stared at him with a measuring glint in their hardened eyes. Those 2 black-robed characters with peculiar masks only glanced at him before minding their own business, appearing as if they didn't care about a newbie like him. Davis and Yellow came in front of the reception. Yellow greeted the receptionist and told him about the recruit. The receptionist nodded and took out a jade crystal. Please record your nickname so that the headquarters can also get a copy of this jade crystal. Other procedures such as renewing your rank will be taken care of by us. Davis nodded and recorded his nickname in the jade crystal and gave it back. You are now officially a member of the Dark Organization, Dead End. The receptionist greeted. Oh, Senior is now called Dead End. Such a cool nickname that denotes when one meets Dead End, their life ends up being forfeit. Yellow shamelessly bootlicked like an obedient dog. You sure can bullsh. T. Davis rolled his eyes as he thought about the future. But that will be true soon enough. I'll come to the point. I want to take a sky grade mission. Davis's hoarse voice echoed out. The surroundings went silent all of a sudden. After a second, there was full of murmurs and noise in the hall as they minded their own business as if nothing happened. This Dead End, you can only take those missions if you are a peak-level Earth-grade assassin. Yellow muttered while giving an apologizing look. Then give me a peak-level Earth-grade mission, Davis said calmly, not at all fazed by the weird and awkward looks thrown at him. This fine. We will make an exception in respect to your strength, Dead End. Yellow took a chance at gaining a promotion while making it seem like he suffered a huge loss. Every member who is not an assassin, especially a recruiter, had a slot. If the person they recommended completed the mission, then they might be rewarded or promoted. but if the person one recommended failed, then that one will lose credibility and receive a punishment. They couldn't just recommend anyone if they aren't fairly confident about them. Then please choose a mission that is on that wall. The receptionist pointed in a direction. Davis then approached that wall, which was gold-plated. Various posters could be seen. He used his soul sense to scan all of them and excluded anything related to killing innocents, as he guessed these were all issued from sinister people anyway. After a moment of contemplation, he chose all the peak-level Earth-grade missions that involved people who deserved to die. There was a total of 5 missions he chose. From that, he picked one and handed it over to the receptionist. Mission: Assassinate Harmon. Type: Assassination. Grade: Peak-level Earth-grade mission. Requirement: high-level Earth-grade assassin and above. Description: this person massacred a whole village near the Alfred Kingdom about 40 years ago. I don't know why he did it, but it looked like fun for him. I worked my whole life for issuing this mission, for someone to find and kill this person. His cultivation base is approximately at peak-level revolving core stage, peak-level iron stage, mid-level infant soul stage. Whereabouts are unknown but were last seen in the Alfred Kingdom. Target's image. Reward: peak-level Earth-grade Dark Organizations badge, 1,000 platinum coins. Mission issuer: anonymous. Receiving the mission poster, the receptionist went wide-eyed while Yellow hurriedly explained. This mission, it's not possible to complete it in a few years. We have no clue where the target is, even with our intelligence network. Besides, the target trains in all 3 cultivation systems, which makes it all the harder to kill him. Disregarding the current whereabouts of the target, this target is even hard for our sky-grade assassins to kill, as he knows so many escape techniques and art sci. For that reason, this mission is still not yet completed, even though it was posted more than 10 years ago. Davis didn't reply while the receptionist kept looking at Davis. Then I'll assign you to this mission. There are already 3 sky-grade assassins, 7 peak-level Earth-grade assassins, and 2 high-level Earth-grade assassins working on this mission currently. Oh, can I take multiple missions? You can take multiple mortal-grade missions, but not Earth-grade missions. For that, you need to be an Earth-grade assassin. The receptionist explained calmly. I knew it. Davis frowned and walked away with Yellow. So who are those 2 assassins? Davis discreetly pointed at those 2 whom he met at the entrance today. They're sky-grade assassins, most likely assigned to a sky-grade mission, as they wouldn't bother to take a low-level mission unless they're injured. Yellow glanced at them and answered. Sky-grade assassins deployed here. Guess it must probably have to do with assassinating a powerful person. Davis guessed. Seeing Davis deep in thought, Yellow reassured. Don't worry, senior dead end. You'll be able to do sky-grade missions once you complete your current mission. Hee. Davis chuckled hoarsely and nodded his head wisely as if he were an old man. He then left. Well, aren't you in deep trouble now, Yellow? That person will not be able to complete this mission so soon, leaving you hanging in anxiety all year long, ha. The calm receptionist suddenly changed his tone and spoke in a teasing voice. Sigh, there's no way I can take it back. Leave me alone, all right. I'll just have to hope that he'll complete the mission at least before 10 years, Yellow sadly uttered, worried about his future. Yeah, keep dreaming, Yellow. The receptionist laughed as he mocked. Equal. Davis wasn't worried about finding Harmon because Harmon would come to him with a single move. All he had to do was write his target's name in the death book while knowing their face, and the target will be dead in no time. Davis only needed to know the name and face of a person to kill him using the death book, albeit it had some limitations. Nevertheless, he needed Harmon's body to prove his death. Hence, while returning to the Imperial Castle, he thought of a plan and executed it immediately. Harmon. A sudden thought compels him to show up stealthily near the south gate of the royal capital in the Loret Empire within 10 days. He stays in that place, searching for clues on what compelled him to show up at this place. If he hears the words, "You will be paralyzed," then his body will be paralyzed. He waits there until a certain person shows up to end his life. Davis smiled at these words and looked at the sky. Seeing that it was almost dawn, he returned to the Imperial Castle and safely entered his study without any hassle. Elia, I've returned. Has anything happened? Bang. Davis suddenly appeared in the study, alarming Elia. She leaped in shock and hit her head on the ceiling. He ruefully pursed his lips as he cast an apologetic gaze at her. Looks like I have to stop emerging behind people. Davis, you dummy, Elia yelled and then mumbled with a tearful expression on her face. Well, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time, so. Did anything happen while I was away? Davis chuckled and asked. He was not at all feeling sorry but enjoyed bullying her. Other than the fact that you scared the life out of me, nothing important happened. Elia glared at him as she pouted. Ho, you are taking care of yourself. Keep up the good work. Davis patted her head. Elia evaded his gaze while still pouting. Right, don't forget to practice those battle techniques now and whenever you have the time. MHHMM. Elia gave him a noise of acceptance. Equal, 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 equal. The following 3 days, Davis stayed at the Imperial Castle to avoid suspicion during the day and went to the south gate to spot Harmon at night. Unfortunately, Harmon still didn't appear. Davis guessed that he was probably on his way, so he wasn't impatient. Today was the 4th day. He planned to visit Evelyn a few days ago, so he sent word to the Calden family manor 2 days ago to them be prepared, although that wasn't his intent but done for imperial reasons. This time he was accompanied by Elia and the same elite royal guards who accompanied him last time. Davis arrived at the Calden family manor, which he tried to infiltrate 4 days ago. His goal was to make contact with Evelyn and somehow tell her to meet him at night. He knew that he and Evelyn would not be able to talk to their heart's content when surrounded by people, so he wanted her to meet him alone. He got off the carriage only to be greeted by a whole crowd of people who shouted, "We warmly welcome and pay our respects to the first prince." The whole crowd then systematically bowed. Davis was flabbergasted as he surveyed the scene. He was again reminded that he was a person of high status, being cooped up in the imperial castle all day long, reading and learning about cultivation while cultivating left him a bit out of reality. "Raise your heads," Davis said with a calm face, and although he felt a little awkward, he didn't let it show on his face. "Such bearings, truly a son of heaven, so cute," various murmurs echoed around, but it only made Davis want to hide in a hole. "I only just acted," he thought ruefully. There was a limit to how much people could bootlick, right? "Welcome, Crown Prince Davis. My name is Henry Calden, an elder of the Calden family. If you will, please let me show you around the Calden family manor." "All right." Hands behind his back, holding his head straight, Davis replied. He then followed Henry Calden, while Elia and Renard followed him. They arrived at a hall where many people were gathered. Many had looks of excitement, while some were gazing at him calmly. Davis didn't take heed to any of the reactions as he quickly got bored, but looked around to admire the architecture of the manor. He just sat down on a chair without greeting anybody here, while Elia and Renard stood behind him. Some people who didn't like his arrogance narrowed their eyes, yet they couldn't possibly question the crown prince, could they? "Let me get to the point. I announced 2 days ago that I would personally visit Calden family, but my purpose here was to meet Miss Evelyn. So where is she?" Davis scanned around and adopted an arrogant young master's attitude. Hearing that, some people were overjoyed while some others frowned. The people who were happy were all elders. They thought that the crown prince was finally smitten with the beauty of their young mistress. They were afraid since a year ago when the prince said it was fine for her to back out of the marriage, especially after a year passed with no news of the imperial family saying anything about it. But it now looked like there was no need to think like that. All who frowned were young enough to make many mistakes. They didn't seem to like the tone of the haughty prince. Even though their family was using Evelyn like a tradable item, she was still immensely beautiful in their eyes. So some of them were jealous of giving her to him as a concubine, even though they don't have a chance to be with the young mistress of their family in the first place. Although most of them were Calden family members, some of them were not directly related, meaning they could marry each other as long as the elders accepted. "Haha, the prince is sure eager to meet our young mistress." A random elder shook his head. "She will be here soon. No need to fret, Crown Prince Davis." An old woman added, and her robe indicated that she was also an elder. Davis nodded his head as he inwardly tried to measure their strengths. One or two of the elders definitely have a big presence. They must be at the 4th stage, maybe at the peak level, he thought while he felt the pressing need to appear forceful and arrogant. Otherwise, people wouldn't seriously consider his words, especially looking at his age and his childish yet attractive face that perfectly suited a future silk pants image. A group of young people suddenly clamored. Everyone turned around their head to see a beautiful woman walking towards them, followed by a maidservant. Davis's jaw almost dropped, but his mouth was slightly agape. Damn, what a vixen. If a mosquito was present beside him, perhaps it would have a chance of going into his mouth. Evelyn looked like an enchantress with her seductive figure. She wore a bright purple sleeveless cheongsam which accentuated her curves. Her cleavage was slightly visible as a triangular-shaped cut was present on her dress. Her long green hair reached her waist, and her side hair had been tied up in a small bun behind her head. Davis automatically stood up like a man who has been smitten and arrived in front of her to greet. "I hope you've been well, Miss Evelyn." He clasped his hands. "Prince Davis is too caring. I've been well from the time you left after seeing me last time." Bowing her head slightly, Evelyn responded with an indifferent voice. "Haha, I see." Davis chuckled awkwardly. The way she said it, there seems to be a hidden meaning behind it. He slightly thought, though he couldn't tell if her meaning was positive or negative. After that, everyone took their seats on the dining tables, respectively, leaving the two who were engaged to their devices. Davis and Evelyn were seated opposite each other on the same table. There was a huge feast prepared for everyone to munch on, so they more or less only had their eyes on them while their mouths to the front. "Miss Evelyn, today I came especially here to see you." Seeing that it was abnormally silent at their table, he started the conversation. "See me? You flatter me, Prince Davis." Miss Evelyn still replied indifferently. However, when her luscious lips moved, it was as if a spell was cast on him. Yes, truth be told, I thought of you many times after that day we last met. Davis told the truth in all honesty as he did think about her from time to time. Those peaks cough, that beautiful lazy eyes, and her seductive voice, haha, the prince sure can joke around. Evelyn rolled her eyes as she said nonchalantly. Davis made a wry expression on his face. His compliments probing was done, and he now knew that he somehow made this woman angry. Time passed as the two finished eating in this awkward atmosphere. No one disturbed them, but they were just listening to their conversation silently. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries from time to time, but the conversation didn't seem to be progressing anywhere, especially with Evelyn taking a defensive stance. Even an idiot can tell that she is angry with something. Did I offend her? When did I do that? Davis ruefully thought as he contemplated. He already thought of the matter where he left her alone for a year without giving any word, but surely she would not expect word from a child less than 10 years old, right? In fact, with all the work piled on him, he expected her to send him a letter or something, saying that she wants to decline the marriage or something, but nothing came to him. To him right now, she was not a priority, but to the future him where he wished for a family, she was a priority. That's why until he stacked and built a certain amount of cultivation, he didn't go see her. Davis pondered for a while but couldn't find when he had made a mistake. Miss Evelyn, I can see that you are angry. If I had offended you for some reason, then I apologize. Let's forget about our status and have a fair talk for once, shall we? Evelyn widened her eyes in disbelief. She didn't think that this little kid would have the capacity to behave like a gentleman and give an apology. At least he has the capacity to think like an adult for his age, and for that, I guess I should be thankful. That's right, Evelyn. Why are you throwing a tantrum in front of a child? Are you an idiot? She asked herself as she almost blushed in shame. How do the royal family even bring up a child like that? She felt that she didn't even have the level of mentality that Davis possessed. When she saw Davis at the hall, at that moment, she thought that she should release all her frustrations on him, which will make him cancel their engagement. Now, all that frustration that made her suffer seemed like her own misconceptions after he apologized. She managed to regain her bearings as she finally smiled. I'm also apologetic for making the crown prince worry for my sake just now. Davis, who saw that smile, became a bit mesmerized. Prince Davis. Evelyn saw that Davis suddenly froze while gazing at her. She asked with a bit of worry as she had slightly taken a liking to Davis. She thought that she might have somehow offended him slightly now. Davis woke up from his reverie as he decided on something. He placed his elbow on the table, interlocked his fingers, rested his chin on them as he smiled. You're too beautiful, Miss Evelyn. Badump. Her heart skipped a beat as she froze for a second before feeling content for some reason. You jest, Crown Prince. I am aware that I'm not that beautiful. Evelyn felt cheerful. Truth be told, Davis wasn't immune to beauty at all. Because he held back in his previous life, he wanted to live the fullest in this life and almost decided on this woman. He liked her and wanted to make her his if she liked him back, but he always has to take the first step as a man. I've got a gift that I wanted to present to you, Miss Evelyn. He took a chest out of his spatial ring as he said that. Evelyn stood up in shock as he didn't expect a gift. They both had stood up. He came close to her and opened the chest. Inside the chest was a peak earth-grade pill which emitted a unique fragrance. Isn't this the core expansion pill? A knowledgeable person nearby shouted once he saw the pill. Core expansion pill, the one that is said to be difficult to refine because of scarce materials. Another person asked in confusion. Yes, this is the core expansion pill, which is used for one to advance a level in revolving core stage regardless of which level you are at. It can even increase the chances of one reaching the body transformation stage, hence the scarcity and rarity, Davis replied with a small grin on his face. Whoa, the surroundings clamored, becoming awed by the Imperial family's wealth. They could produce peak Earth-grade pills too, but not gift them as easily as the royal family. Evelyn looked flabbergasted. What did I do to deserve this valuable gift? Could it be that he has truly taken a liking to me? Evelyn thought but didn't move to take the core expansion pill. Even her Calden Emporium would not sell this easily if they managed to make or procure one. I insist, Davis said softly. Seeing that Evelyn still didn't take the chest from her, he pushed it to her as he closed in on her and whispered in her ear. In the chest, look below the pill holder after you're alone. Feeling his hot breath, Evelyn's eyes widened as she blushed visibly. Davis moved back and smiled at her. Since the prince insists, then I won't refuse. I thank the crown prince for his bountiful present. Evelyn slightly bowed as she held the chest. Her blush still didn't disappear, but she wasn't flustered. She only appeared more beautiful. She then took that chest into her spatial ring. Seeing the chest disappear, many cultivators in the revolving core stage and even below were extremely jealous, but they couldn't do anything about it. Then I bid farewell to you, Miss Evelyn. Davis turned around and continued with clasped hands. I thank the Calden family for the sumptuous feast. It was delicious. I'll take my leave now. He then left with Elia and Renard while they joined up with him as he left. Henry, who was an elder, and a few others, accompanied Davis until he reached the carriage. They spoke some pleasantries while trying to make a good impression on Davis. However, no matter what they said, Davis deflected them with his eloquent speaking that he was improving on from today. Without causing a ruckus, he then bid farewell again and left the manor. Equal. After some time, Calden family's manor in Evelyn's room. Miss, why didn't you reject the gift? If you did, then I think that you would have made him so angry that he would have decided to cancel this marriage with you. Maisie, you sure can imagine. I don't think that level-headed child will fall for that trick. Besides, Evelyn said as she blushed but stopped midway. Anyway, miss, please take out the core something pill for me to see quickly. Maisie acted spoiled in front of Evelyn. Their relationship was amicable and good since they were together since childhood. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered the words Davis whispered to her. Thinking of that unfair action of his made her blush a little again. No man or even a boy has ever gotten that close to her. She nodded and took out the chest from her space ring. She immediately opened it, was suddenly anxious to see what was underneath the pill. Whoa, this pill has a good scent. One sniff and I can tell that this enhances my energy condensation stage cultivation. Maisie took in deep sniffs as she felt intoxicated by the unique fragrance. Evelyn handed her over the pill and warned her, "Don't you dare eat it. I need it too." I know, hee. Maisie innocently laughed and took the pill from her hands as she returned to being intoxicated. Using this chance, Evelyn removed the pill holder in the chest and saw a letter and a jade crystal. A letter. And a jade crystal which breaks when the other one is broken. She took out the letter and read it. "I want to talk to you alone, Miss Evelyn. Possibly during the night when no one is around and able to interfere with our decisions about the marriage. I know that you'll be watched during the night if you go out, so I want you to stay in the Calden pill store these few days to avoid suspicion. I'll somehow sneak out and come to the Calden pill store in these few days to meet you. I'll break the jade crystal signaling that I am in the Calden pill store, so I hope you will be there as well at that time. He wants to meet me in the night, and alone." Indecent thoughts swirled around her head as she considered various possibilities, but as soon as she saw it was about the marriage, she calmed down. Well, a little boy would never be that devious, I guess. She contemplated for a moment before ordering. "Maisie, prepare a few things. We'll be staying in the Calden pill store for a week. Also inform my father about it as well." Okay. Maisie glanced at Evelyn for a moment before continuing to sniff, circulating her cultivation manual. "1 week, I'll wait for you for a week, Crown Prince Davis," Evelyn softly muttered as she stored the letter in her sleeve pocket. It was unknown what she had decided just now, but her gaze appeared curious and determined. Davis, who had returned to the Imperial Castle, couldn't wait to see Evelyn alone, as he now liked her to a certain degree than any woman he had seen in his previous life as a mortal. In the study, Davis, what happened? Elia asked Davis with a weird expression on her face. Nothing happened. No matter how I see it, you're smiling creepily from the time you entered the study. Don't tell me you have been seduced by that Vix, your future concubine." Elia almost screamed but held back at the last second. Only did Davis realize that he was smiling like a fool after checking his face. Have I been seduced, or did I fall for her by myself? There is no way she could have seduced me. My soul is more powerful than hers, Davis thought as he slapped his cheeks. It's not like that, but I think I have started to like her, Davis replied sheepishly. Didn't you say that you will release her from this marriage if she doesn't like you? I did say that, but now if she said that she didn't like me, then I will just have to make her like me. You're going to use unscrupulous means. Elia had her eyes widened. Hey, I never said that. Davis hit her head lightly while Elia pouted. I won't do that, and she's not taken as far as I know. I'll try my best to win her heart since it is rare for me to like someone in the first place. Elia glanced at him complexly before she asked, what if you can't? Only time will tell, Davis said with a profound expression on his face. What time will tell? You'll only bully her just like you bullied me, Elia thought hatefully. She didn't know why, but she almost felt slighted. Equal. Night came as daylight hastened away. Davis snuck out smoothly as he was pretty used to this now. He made his way to the southern gate, hoping to spot Harmon again while using his soul sense to scan the area around him. Fuck, he blurted out loudly as he could see many people fuck in their rooms, bathe in their restrooms. His soul sense was mostly concentrated on women for that moment, as if it was natural instinct before he quickly pulled back his soul sense. Ah, my soul. Davis held his glabella. What the hell? Why didn't these people set up stronger formations around themselves? I can see them fucking around like dogs. Arg, why didn't the novels I read mention this before? Davis had every cell of his brain turn hostile to the authors of the web novels he read. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. This time, he used his soul sense to avoid the places where he last saw people acting indecently. His soul sense can extend up to 15 kilometers, while normal peak-level infant soul cultivators can only extend their soul sense up to 3 kilometers. This again proved that Davis had a very powerful soul. Since he was at the infant soul stage and had a soul comparable to young soul stage experts, he felt that he could truly summon his soul out of his body. And as a matter of fact, he did try to summon out his soul when he was in the mid-level infant soul stage, and he was able to summon it smoothly. However, when he summoned his soul out of his body, he realized that he couldn't control his body, to his horror. He was dismayed for a second before calming down because it made sense that he was unable to control his body with his soul being outside. He then thought that he would be able to control his body after reaching a higher stage in soul forging cultivation. He tried performing some battle techniques in the soul form. Body tempering cultivation and its related techniques were totally useless in that form, as he was not able to cast them without circulating his energy through the relevant meridians. He could only unleash his soul forging cultivation and a bit of essence gathering cultivation. But the essence gathering cultivation techniques he cast were weak, insignificant, and couldn't bring harm to another cultivator, so he realized that his soul form could only be used to escape in a life and death moment. Just when a few seconds passed, Davis's eyes lit up. He finally arrived. Davis became jubilant because he wouldn't have to waste his time while waiting for this target anymore. There was a shady silhouette in the alley a few kilometers away from the southern gate. That silhouette looked as if it was searching for something or inspecting something. Davis knew that the silhouette was his target because his soul sense could penetrate the silhouette's concealment and disguise without even alerting it. Harmon would only find if Davis's probing was deep, like inspecting his body for a few seconds. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel a thing. This applies to almost all cultivators, and that's why powerful soul cultivators were deeply feared. Their ability to probe someone without that someone being able to notice the probers often left them paranoid, especially when they do something wrong or sneaky. Who would want their privacy to be invaded? Davis casually moved and headed to the alley where Harmon was at. After a few minutes, he arrived at that place silently. "What are you searching for?" Harmon, who was minding his own business, was startled. He quickly stretched his soul sense out and began to look around for the source of the voice. But to his astonishment, he couldn't find anyone with his high-level infant soul stage cultivation even after probing. Suddenly, he felt his senses tingle, telling him to dodge. Without hesitation, he quickly dodged sideways. Splat! Blood gushed out of Harmon's neck in the side as he felt his neck corrode and burn. He immediately tried to suppress the rampaging energy, but to his surprise, he found out that he couldn't stop it even though the prowess of the essence energy running berserk inside him was of energy condensation stage. "What is this? Who are you?" Harmon shouted fearfully as he totally lost calm. He could instantly tell that his foe had a powerful soul forging cultivation. Davis deactivated his dark concealing shroud art. He still had his disguise on. "What is a vermin doing sneaking around the Imperial capital? Senior, are you one of the cultivators from the Imperial family? I guess we're fated, so there is no need to fight." Suddenly, Harmon's eyes abnormally glowed as he looked at Davis. What the hell is this person saying? Davis was confused but still had an indifferent expression. "Senior may not believe me, but I received divine intervention from the heavens to come to this place and wait for something or maybe someone. Since Senior is here, then it must be related to you," Harmon hurriedly explained. Davis finally understood. As I expected, it looks like the death book can even really whisper into one's soul and deceive them. Or did he believe himself to be a chosen one and got delusional? Since things were like this, Davis decided to play a little with Harmon's delusions before killing him for good. "Haha, this was just a test. If you had failed, then the heavens had commanded me to kill you." Davis laughed in a hoarse voice. "Then did I pass?" Harmon asked doubtfully. "What do you think?" Davis approached closer to him. "Since I was chosen and have successfully dodged your move, then I can say that I have at least passed," Harmon deduced, but still took a step back while seeing Davis near him. He was still a little fearful of the pain. "Yes, you have successfully passed," Davis smiled. He was now in front of Harmon. "Really?" "Yes." Harmon clenched his fists in delight. He felt that the heavens weren't wrong and that his strength was going to leap soon in a short amount of time starting from now. Davis felt a bit idiotic himself to look at this cold-blood idiot believe him with only a bit of doubt. How could it be like this? He snorted and tried to see how far the effect of the death book can influence the target. "But I don't think the heavens require your help anymore, so could you please die by killing yourself?" "What?" Harmon, who heard that, felt as if he had been thrown into a pit of despair. He couldn't believe what he heard, as he had just believed that he had received the grace of the heavens at this moment. However, this farce lasted just for a moment before he turned around without saying anything, trying to escape. "I see. It doesn't affect his personality if I don't write about that specifically, huh?" Davis thought as he inwardly chuckled. "Harmon, sadly you cannot defy the will of the heavens. You will be paralyzed." Harmon, who tried to fly away with his revolving core stage cultivation, plummeted down the alley as he crashed. What have you done to me?" He bellowed in confusion, but only incomprehensible words came out of his mouth. Then he sent him a soul transmission. "Oh, that I said that you could not defy the will of the heavens, so you will obviously have to die." Davis casually replied. With the death book, his opponent had become totally confused and almost did not seem to know left from right. Spare me. Davis stood in front of him and lifted him up as he grabbed his collars. Spare you? Why didn't you do that when you massacred a whole village? When you massacred dozens of villages? They should have said the same. No way, even if I massacred, the heavens chose me, so how could I die? Harmon shouted with rage clouding his mind. Now I get it. This person is twisted and probably broken somewhere. That kind of explains his massacring hobby, Davis thought as he shook his head, but hearing his self-confident delusional statement, Davis snapped. I don't know how trash-like you can think of the heavens helping you. Even if the heavens are neutral, they surely won't side with a scum like you who kills for no reason. Essence energy erupted as Davis used the silent erupting finger once more in conjunction with the first layer of extinction lightning judgment, lightning amplification. Stab, his finger pierced into Harmon's chest before exploding with the power of his lightning essence energy. The extinction lightning started to corrode and burn his heart as well as all his internal organs as the lightning strands spread within him. Harmon's body convulsed on being electrocuted. He shouted in pain but wasn't able to move as he was paralyzed. He tried to escape using his soul, but before he could do that, a bright lance pierced his forehead and stabbed at his soul. Your fate is sealed, Davis stated as he held him up. That bright lance was the technique he had gotten from the second layer of sacred luminance mist, the piercing sacred lance. It was even rumored to have the power to exorcise ghosts effectively, but who knows whether if it was true or not. Harmon's eyes went wide and froze as his eyes abruptly lost their luster. He had unmistakably died at this moment. Davis didn't bother to waste his time. He swiftly absorbed Harmon's deceased soul and refined it using the death book, feeling his soul being rejuvenated. This amount 2 more peak-level infant soul stage souls, and I could probably break into young soul stage quickly. His face revealed a look of excitement before he calmed himself down. Davis then stored his corpse casually with a calm and indifferent face. He activated the dark concealing shroud art and made his way out of the alley. Just when he was traversing along the streets, he suddenly detected 2 more presences heading to the place where he was before. Davis narrowed his eyes. These 2 aren't they the 2 sky-grade assassins from before? What exactly are they here for? Could it be that they're going to kill a target in that direction, or are they leaving the Imperial capital through the southern gate? Davis became curious, so he thought for a moment before he followed them stealthily. But after following those 2, he saw that they stopped at the alley where he was before, investigating for a while before returning in the direction of the Dark Earth Organization branch. Davis contemplated their actions for a moment again, because he now possessed a vague doubt that it was because of his death book. Could it be because I wrote, he waits there till a certain person shows up to end his life on the death book, so even if I hadn't made a move, he would have already died from getting killed by some other person. In this case, the death book somehow attracted those 2 assassins to get him killed, but before that could happen, I lied await and killed him. If that is so, then the death book is truly interesting. Davis grinned at the thought, but quickly calmed down. Then I will have to be extra careful on what I write on the death book, lest I bring trouble to myself. He sighed, thinking that this death book could even act as a double-edged sword if he wasn't careful. Davis then left the area, heading towards the Dark Earth Organization branch. Once he reached that place, he deactivated the dark concealing shroud art. He used the Dark Organization badge to temporarily deactivate the illusion formation in the underground cellar. He then used the badge again to open the door to the hall. In the Dark Earth Organization branch main hall, Yellow, who was wallowing in sadness, suddenly saw Davis. He suddenly had a look of fear. Senior Dead End, he shouted and hurriedly ran to him. Davis heard that and headed towards him calmly with hands behind his back. Is Senior here to withdraw from the mission? It might take a long time to find and kill him, but there is no need to withdraw for that reason, is there? I can wait for a long time for Senior to complete the mission. I can even wait, afraid that Davis might withdraw from this mission. Yellow tried to come up with various kinds of reasons to not make him withdraw, but before he could bullsh tea, Davis stopped him as he raised his hand slightly. Senior, please, if you back out, then I will be punished as a result, Yellow anxiously pleaded. I have completed the mission, Davis said calmly. Senior, please don't withdraw from this mission. My life depends on it. Yellow looked like he was going to cry soon. Davis snapped his fingers. It made Yellow come out of his reverie and consequently turn the attention of the crowd towards him. I said that I had completed the peak-level Earth-grade mission. Davis enunciated his words, causing Yellow's mouth to hang abruptly. Yellow's eyes went wide. He felt what Davis had said were. The surrounding crowd were startled as well. They then looked at him as if he was an idiot. Seeing the looks of incomprehension on the people, Davis waved his hand. A corpse flew out and crashed into Yellow. Yellow yelped and saw the corpse's face. His face was one of horror before gradually turning into elation. This is Harmon, Yellow shouted out like an idiot. It was as if he obtained some treasure. Then, a voice startled Yellow. It was from Davis. Yes, yes. You have completed the mission. I'll just formally inform the receptionist, that's all. I'll get your badge and the reward soon. Yellow excitedly said and ran off. Davis waited there for a while, receiving looks of awe, astonishment, jealousy, and even other emotions. He then noticed that some people were approaching him. The two people were the two black-robed people from before. Davis entered a state of caution but didn't show it outside. Fellow assassin, are you the one who battled near the southern gate? The black-robed person asked in a hoarse voice. That voice made it difficult to determine the gender. Davis just stared at him before questioning them. Who are you two? Oh, it was bad of us to not introduce ourselves. I am Left Sky and he is Right Sky. The other black-robed person replied. The gender of this voice was difficult to determine as well. Way to go, brother, you just revealed our gender. Right Sky complained. And now he knows that we are siblings. How many times have I told you to call me by my nickname during work? Left Sky rebutted. But he could have just struck that us of as good friends. He would have never known that we were twins. Right Sky shouted in anger. Hey, 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 Davis shouted in confusion to stop them. Didn't these two just act cool before? Now, why are they revealing their traits one by one, or is it just an act? His shouting attracted those two, and they turned immediately embarrassed but didn't show it outside. What business do you have with me? Davis asked calmly. That is seeing that you have completed a mission that is quite difficult to complete. We decided to invite you to the Sky Grade mission. Left Sky replied and took out a jade crystal. It was the type to hold information. Just before he gave out that jade crystal, a voice could be heard. Senior Dead End, here is your Peak Earth Grade Dark Earth Organization's badge. Yellow came running like a 4-year-old child. It could be seen that he was really happy. He arrived in front of Davis and handed over the badge as well as the reward. Davis collected both the badge and the reward as he stored them in his space ring. Senior, you are now officially a Peak Earth Grade assassin. Davis nodded his head indifferently as he turned to face Left Sky. Left Sky then gave out the scroll to Davis. Davis then opened the scroll. His expression was one of astonishment, then turned into an ironic smile. Mission, abduct Davis Lauret. Type, abduction. Grade, low-level Sky Grade mission. Requirement, peak-level Earth Grade assassin and above. Description, first Prince of the Lauret Empire, aged 9. Known to be protected by elite guards of the Empire at all times. His cultivation should be around the first stage of body-tempering cultivation and essence-gathering cultivation. His guard's cultivation should be around that of the third stage in both the body-tempering cultivation and essence-gathering cultivation. Sometimes he is under even the protection of his father, the Lauret Emperor. This month is the only chance to complete this mission without much difficulty. Target's image. Reward low-level Sky Grade Dark Organization's badge, 4,000 purple coins. Mission issuer, anonymous. What the actual FK? Did these two just invite me to abduct myself? Davis rolled his eyes. He would have laughed out loud if it were not for his calm-headedness. So Dead End, will you work with us or move alone? So far, what kind of information have you gathered about this mission? All normal ones. If you ask our informants, they will tell you. Davis took a moment to decide before answering. I'm not doing this mission. What? Why? Left Sky and Right Sky were both dumbfounded. Just when Davis tried to give some reason for his rejection, Yellow, who was on the side, hurriedly explained. Two seniors. It isn't that Senior Dead End rejected your request, it's just that Senior Dead End doesn't like this kind of job. Yellow sadly said. Nice job, Yellow. Davis gave a thumbs up to Yellow mentally. Davis chose safety and being incognito over having fun. He was sure if he had joined that mission, then he would have to kill those two and possibly others, which would have marked him suspicious if he had been the only one to remain alive. So he decided to kill them without accepting the mission, as he can remain from any suspicion that might be possibly targeted at him after he had killed them. At the most, he would have been able to have fun if he had joined that mission by seeing the incredulous looks of the dying assassins when they finally know that they had been killed by the target whom they were planning to abduct. Oh, personal preference. Then leave it then, saying that the twin assassins left dejectedly. Right, leave that mission. We have other Sky Grade missions that might fit Senior's criteria. Let's go meet the receptionist for more information. Yellow said as he went off in a direction. Davis followed him and arrived in front of the reception. Congratulations on becoming a peak-level Earth-grade assassin, Dead End. The receptionist's tone was now favorable. Let me take a look at all the Sky Grade missions that you have, Davis said rather indifferently. With your rank, you can only see up to low-level Sky Grade missions, Dead End. Fine, the receptionist then pulled out a few jade crystals, which obviously had information on low-level Sky Grade missions. Davis then probed the jade crystal with his soul sense. His expression changed into one of anger before he hid it quickly. In the jade crystals, there were also missions to abduct Clara, Diana, and even the newly born Edward. He had the urge to crush those jade crystals, but stopped himself from doing that. He could laugh it off when he saw his name in a mission, but he couldn't take it when he saw his siblings being targeted. Makes sense, if I'm a target then they are too. Wait. These are just low-level sky grade missions. Maybe even Dad and Mom are listed in the higher grade missions. Just who is the mission issuer? It might possibly be that Emperor Triter or that Emperor Raven for all I know, damn it. Davis felt helpless right now. If he had known who was targeting them, then it will make it easier for him to kill whoever it was. He was not wary of famous people. He was only wary of people who hide their identities. With the Death Book, he could easily kill off famous people who were within his limits, but cannot do the same to people who hide their identities, as he would have to discover their identities first, which makes it a little difficult for him to kill them. He took a few seconds to calm himself down before probing into the jade crystals once again. He found some suitable missions for himself. If he was able to kill those targets, then he will be able to reach even the mid-level young soul stage sooner. After accepting multiple missions, he then left the Dark Earth Organization branch and headed off to kill a target. This target was a powerful merchant of the Loret Empire who engages in shady business secretly. His age was over 200 years old, and his soul cultivation was that of low-level young soul stage. After Davis had used the Death Book to bait and kill him, it was almost dawn. He absorbed his deceased soul and refined it. He felt his soul energy increase rapidly as he absorbed the refined soul energy, and after a few minutes he felt his soul energy reaching its limit. Just when he tried to break through, he encountered a bottleneck. Things won't be that simple, will it? Davis sighed. Seeing that it was late, he made his way to the royal castle. He decided that he would turn in the mission later tonight or tomorrow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Davis concentrated on his efforts to break through into the young soul stage. He turned in his target's corpse on the first day and got the low-level sky-grade Dark Earth Organization's badge and 1,000 purple coins as his reward. After this, he thought of visiting Evelyn before deciding to concentrate on his soul cultivation first. He felt confident in breaking through, so he stayed in seclusion in the royal castle as 3 days passed. In the evening, Davis, who was in seclusion, finally achieved low-level young soul stage. He could now feel his soul residing in his soul sea weirdly palpitate in resonance with the Death Book. He felt that his Death Book probably gained a new ability, but he wasn't in a hurry to find out, so he put the matter aside. He kind of felt immensely proud of himself for breaking through the bottleneck in 3 days before his thoughts quickly moved on to someone else. Yes. Today night, I will finally visit Evelyn no matter what. Just as he made his way into the study, he saw Elia cultivating there with a peaceful expression on her face. She sat in a lotus position while focusing, but it just made her look cute. It almost made him want to pinch her face, but decided not to, since her cultivation might go berserk if he had disturbed her. He just sat and watched her face with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but think her off as a cute animal. It even all the more made him want to pat her head. He hurriedly shook his head. This isn't right, I'm acting too close to her. It's almost as if we are siblings. He thought, a little disoriented. Davis unknowingly moved closer to her. He then looked at her face again. His face was at arm's length away from her face. This time his eyes involuntarily stopped at her lips. He couldn't help but feel an unknown emotion in his heart. Elia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. She caught him staring at her lips as she felt her face burn up. Davis had seen her open her eyes, so he involuntarily made a sound. Damn, I got caught. Davis had a calm face outside, but his heart was beating slightly faster. He stood up and walked back whistling as if nothing happened. He then calmly left the study and headed to the library. Elia, who was seated there, clenched her fists in embarrassment. Her face still didn't stop burning up. What was that? What was he doing so close to my face? Why did he keep staring at me? Thoughts swirled around her head as she entered her own world of delusions. After that, she couldn't get into the mood to cultivate no matter how she tried. Davis, who was on his way to the library, chanted in his head, I'm not a lollican, I'm not a lollican, I'm not a lollican, I'm not a lollican. He kept chanting it as he noticed a slight problem in the lower part of his body. I've hit puberty, he thought wryly. He would have been happier at the fact that he had hit puberty, but the situation that he had found out in wanted to make him hide in a hole. He felt weird since morning, but as he was cultivating his soul, he put the matter at the back of his head, which now led to his embarrassment. Anyway, this is bad, and just when I am going to meet Evelyn, I hope I don't make stupid decisions at her place. He felt that someone was playing with his life. He was determined to not let his lower part of the body influence his thoughts. Davis then arrived at the library to pass his time. He read some information on how to use his soul effectively and read about some miscellaneous information which could possibly be useful one day. Night finally arrived. For the first time, Davis felt that he had never waited so much in his life. He left the royal castle and made his way to the Calden Emporium. The Calden Emporium was still open. Cultivator shops are normally open during the night, as well as they don't require much sleep, but are keen on their profits. Davis wore a black robe as he activated his dark concealing shroud art to conceal his aura, but not his presence. He then entered the Calden Emporium casually. The staff saw him come inside, but they didn't go disturb him since he was dressed in a black robe. Black-robed people usually conceal their identity and don't want to be disturbed unless they require some help, so they didn't opt to go near him. He then made his way to the Calden Pill store straight away without taking any detour. Just when he entered the Calden Pill store, he was greeted by the same young lady he met last time. "Dear customer, how may I help you?" Davis had a headache. He didn't want to reveal his voice or his disguised voice either. He just pointed at the pills kept in a shelf randomly. "Oh, what kind of pill do you like, senior?" He ignored her, went to grab the catalog that was placed on the desk near the entrance. The young lady got mad and started to ignore him as well as she went minding her own business. She only approached Davis to get acquainted and earn a sum from the commission if he bought something. Meanwhile, he used his soul to probe around the Calden Pill store. He was confident that with his soul cultivation, no one could detect his probing here unless they had an adult soul stage expert hidden here. He got sight of Evelyn's location, so he broke the jade crystal silently when no one was looking. Evelyn, who was cultivating with all her mind in a room, was just about to swallow the pill which Davis gave in her mouth. She felt something break in her space ring. She got it out and it was the pieces of the jade crystal. "He's here." Evelyn's eyes went wide. He really came. But how? With all those guards assigned to him, he managed to sneak out, or did he come with some other people? Evelyn had her doubts, but she quickly got up and headed to the hall of the Calden Pill store, but she suddenly stopped right at the door of her room. "No, if I go receive him personally, then people will suspect us," she thought. "Miss, where are you going?" Maisie asked. "Maisie, go invite a certain person who is in the hall of our Calden Pill store to my room." "But miss, who exactly should I invite?" Maisie asked in confusion. Evelyn contemplated for a moment before answering. "You just stand there in the main hall. That certain person will probably come to you." "This okay," Maisie replied in confusion before heading out herself. Davis, who was waiting there, was browsing the catalog as if he won't accept anyone's help, and he finally saw a young girl coming from a certain direction. He recognized her as Evelyn's servant. He then saw her being fidgety and looking around for some reason. "Is she possibly searching for me?" Davis thought. He closed the catalog and then approached her. It didn't take long for him to stand in front of her. Maisie, who saw the black-robed person, asked nervously, "Are you?" Davis just nodded his head. He thought she was going to ask if she was Prince Davis, so he quickly nodded his head. He didn't know that she was just going to ask if he was the person her young miss wanted to invite. She then left in a certain direction. Davis then followed her. He knew where she was going, but he couldn't just go alone. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a door. She opened it while he went in. She then followed him inside. Suddenly, Davis and Evelyn, who saw each other, started chuckling together for no reason. Maisie, who saw this, couldn't understand. She could tell from the laughing voice that the other party was a male. Davis, who saw Evelyn smiling, did not waste time and got to the point as he didn't know how long he could stay here. "Miss Evelyn, I've come to propose to you officially." Evelyn was startled. It was just as she thought. He liked her for some reason now. "No. Young miss is already engaged. You can't propose to her," Maisie defended as she stood in front of Evelyn. They then both were startled. Davis looked at Evelyn only to see her laugh gently. "You finally came, my love," Evelyn said teasingly and winked at Davis. He got the underlying meaning in her wink. This woman really has guts and can keep her calm. She even dares to make misunderstandings and is a little playful. Davis thought, but decided to not throw sand on her efforts. "Oh my Evelyn, how long has it been till I last saw you?" He extended his hand, playing along. "It has been too long, my love." She took his hand, betting on the fact that he won't do anything to her. "Miss, you are having an affair." "No way." Maisie, who saw this, got confused that she started pulling at her hair. They both then laughed together, seeing that she was tricked. Maisie got even more confused, so Davis finally stopped his act and removed his hood. You are that Br. Prince Davis." Maisie almost blurted out, but she quickly held her tongue. "Did this girl just call me a brat?" Davis's eyes twitched. Evelyn just smiled at the sight. Davis, who also saw that, was thankful to Maisie for creating a good atmosphere. He didn't know how to create an atmosphere for her to comfortably talk with him. After all, he wasn't well versed in approaching women. "Do you now get it, Maisie?" Evelyn asked her calmly. Yes, Maisie was embarrassed for her misunderstanding. "Prince Davis, do you have another black robe?" Evelyn asked. "I do have, but for what?" She didn't answer him but spoke to Maisie. "Maisie, wear that black robe and wander around our Calden Emporium for some time. Here, wear this too." Evelyn removed her amulet and gave it to Maisie. It had the power to conceal one's aura. Davis also took an unused black robe and gave it to her now that he had understood her plan. It was to act like him for a while. Maisie wore it and went out of the room. She now knew that they were meeting secretly. "Now, Prince Davis, as you requested, we are all alone." Evelyn smiled. "Alone, seems like it." Davis probed around with his soul sense, so he knew that they were absolutely alone. But there was no need to send her out too. No. Maisie is talkative, so she will interfere with our conversation, which might possibly anger you. "Your Highness, it's my pleasure. Please sit down." Evelyn then sat at a table and he followed suit. Now that we are alone, are you not afraid that I will do anything to you? Davis grinned as he asked, since she seemed like the playful type he teased her. What can the prince possibly do to harm me? Maybe you have your guards outside the Calden Emporium. No. Oh, this woman thinks that I got here with an entourage. Well, I'm not going to correct her either. Haha, Miss Evelyn sure is perceptive. This is only normal, Evelyn said as she poured a cup of tea for Davis. Davis took the tea and probed it. Seeing that there were nothing harmful in it, he drank. It doesn't hurt him to be cautious after all. Why? She asked suddenly. Spud. Davis spat out the tea at the side. He thought that she found out his probing of the tea. Why did you say that? Evelyn had a complex face when she asked that. She didn't mind spitting that action of his. Now Davis knew what she had asked. Cough, Miss Evelyn, I started liking you, so I am a little serious about this marriage, Davis replied truthfully. Leaving aside why I'll ask when did you start liking me? Evelyn had her eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp. From the moment I met you, he said calmly. You're lying, she sighed. No, that is the truth, he strongly replied. Why does this feel like an interrogation? Davis had a vague doubt. Then why did you ask me to consider our marriage when we first met? She made a sound of dissatisfaction as she asked. Davis then said seriously, at that time I felt that you were clearly against this marriage, so I spoke up. And now, she questioned again. Davis replied with a glint in his eyes. Now, I realize that I like you very much, so will you accept this proposal? Isn't that selfish? Evelyn laughed sarcastically. Yes, it is. I want you for myself, Davis replied shamelessly. You, what if I refuse? She narrowed her eyes again. Then I can only work hard to change your mind. I am sure that I will somehow make you like me, he grinned as he said, after a few moments of tension and silence. Evelyn unknowingly, visibly relaxed. This woman, she's acting tough. Is she treating me as an adult? No, she is treating me as her future. Makes sense that she is this serious about it. Davis was watching her every expression to find out what she was thinking, and he could only rely on his perception to do so. Davis then sighed. If only Clara were here, it would be way easy to hold an advantage in a conversation. But in this case, I can see her ruining this marriage 100%. He secretly laughed to himself. Cough, so what is your answer? Miss Evelyn, there's no way I can give it so soon, not without knowing much about you. Evelyn glared at his shamelessness, but somehow she liked his straightforwardness. Maybe because he is cute, she thought. You have a point. I wish to know more about you as well. If we have the opportunity, then we'll tour around the royal capital one day. Davis nodded. She never expected him to invite her to take her out, so it kind of came as a surprise for her as she fell silent. The atmosphere in the room again got silent and awkward. Haha, I wonder what cultivation level has Miss Evelyn reached? Davis randomly asked a question. Nothing that can catch your eye. Suddenly, her voice changed to an icy tone. Oi, it's not like I asked your weight. Davis's eye twitched. Seeing that he chanced upon a bad topic, he tried to say something. He quickly then glanced around to search for a topic and said to her, I guess I disturbed Miss Evelyn's cultivation session. It's no wonder that you are angry with me for asking about your cultivation, Davis said with an all-knowing tone. But he then later panicked as he realized that this was also a topic concerning her cultivation. What perception? Evelyn thought, her eyes wide. But he already knew that she was cultivating when he probed around with his soul sense when he first came here. But hearing his tone, something in Evelyn finally snapped. You just want to know my cultivation stage, don't you? In fact, you already know it right. Do you want to make fun of me as well? All right, I have only reached peak-level copper stage, peak-level energy condensation stage. Miserable, right? At my age, with my status, I should have at least reached the third stage in both by now. Go ahead and laugh all you want. She had tears forming in her eyes. She waved her hands as she said that with a livid expression on her face as if she had been wronged. What young mistress of the Calden family? What I am blessed to be married to the prince. Does my opinion even matter in my family? I am just outright being sold off to you. Tears dropped like a fountain from her eyes as she looked at him with grievance in her eyes. Davis was extremely dumbfounded. One moment she acted mischievously, another moment she acted tough, and another moment she cried. He couldn't say if it was acting or not, but seeing her cry, he felt sad for some reason. He didn't have a deep relationship with her. He felt that any consolation at this point would just feel like a formality. Davis looked at her with a complex expression and said comfortingly, You've worked hard. Evelyn froze. He just left her with that sentence, as remaining here shamelessly would make her even more embarrassed. All those years, she tried so hard to cultivate, even though her talent was subpar at best. She would cultivate day and night, sometimes even without resting for a month. Compared to many geniuses, her talent was trash. If she wasn't the family head's daughter, then she would not even be a respected member of her family. With her looks, at best she would have been sold off to someone in the name of marriage. No one had acknowledged her hard work other than Maisie. Almost everyone looked at her like an object to increase the status of their family. At that moment, she truly felt content and acknowledged as she cried out her grievances. On the way to the royal castle, Davis felt truly bad. He believed that he had made her cry. He felt like he shouldn't have acted selfish, like in a hole. He didn't know that her cultivation was her sore spot. If he had known, then he wouldn't have dared to ask. Now he realized that woman was putting up a front in front of everybody, all the while she bears a huge burden in her heart. From this, he even could tell that she had an inferiority complex about her talent and cultivation. Is it too bad to be a little forceful? He thought as he shook his head. He wanted to make her his, so he pushed her a bit in courting her. Was it wrong? But what he didn't know was that sentence he uttered had helped him increase his impression on her to the next level. Midway, he suddenly stopped. Damn it, I don't feel good. He got angry and took out a jade crystal. Sorry, looks like your death date is moved to today. He thought coldly as he headed to assassinate the target. Originally, he planned to kill them from tomorrow, but decided to take his anger out on them today. Davis, like before, baited and killed the target while also getting some combat experience. He also implemented a failsafe plan in case his target tried to escape just like before. After he had successfully assassinated the target and absorbed the deceased soul, he felt getting one step closer to the next level in soul cultivation. He believed that he could make his soul cultivation experience leaps and bounds as long as he had the death book and the appropriate souls. He then made his way back to the royal castle as it was almost dawn. Days passed as he went on killing his targets one by one. Soon, he almost became a legend in the Dark Earth organization for his efficiency and credibility for killing his targets. He felt like he couldn't talk with Evelyn because he felt awkward to see her once again. Still, he wanted to talk once after that, but he just couldn't find her because she went back to her manor. 20 days passed as he killed off 8 low-level sky-grade mission targets. Almost 4 of them had low-level young soul stage cultivation, while the others had peak-level infant soul stage cultivation. During these 20 days, he found no one targeting him or his siblings all night as an assassin, so he failed to finish off any sky-grade cultivators who might possibly come after them. He felt that this was strange since this was the perfect opportunity to target him and his siblings since Logan was out of the royal capital. He had also tried to find out what was the new ability of the Death Book, but he couldn't discover it to no avail. He almost doubted whether if his Death Book had been granted a new ability or not, also whether if it had stopped evolving or not. Regardless, he successfully achieved mid-level Young Soul stage after the ruthless execution that he had performed. He then increased his cultivation to peak-level Iron stage and peak-level Energy condensation stage. From the execution performed and the number of souls absorbed, he understood that he needed the soul of at least 5 mid-level Young Soul stage experts to advance to the next level. Fortunately, his Death Book was extremely helpful in that regard, so he didn't need to worry about it. The royal capital was in a panic as powerful figures, famous for their wealth, kept dying one by one. Those powerful people were none other than the targets Davis had killed without any mercy. So he was not in fear at all, but that can't be said to be the same as other people. Davis understood that his actions were of tantamount to declaring war against evil people and organizations, but he did it anyway as no one would be able to find his identity unless they were to bring in some adult soul stage cultivators. He also understood that his actions attracted his father indirectly, as his father was the emperor. This made his father leave a little sooner from the Alfred kingdom. Logan was on his way to the royal capital after he had heard about a powerful assassin known as Dead End, who always kills his target without fail. But he was not anxious because he did his homework and knew that Dead End's targets were all scums and degenerates and definitely wouldn't be his family, so Logan was worried but not anxious. He was worried that the strength of the royal capital would further decline as powerful cultivators would leave, fearing the assassin, regardless if they were degenerates or not. So he left a little sooner to put a stop to this assassin, known as Dead End, even though he felt a little thankful to him for clearing the royal capital of vermin. The world welcomed dawn. Davis, who had just returned from his hunt, knew that he wouldn't be able to sneak out anymore due to his father coming home sometime today. He headed to the study to finally take some rest, even sleep. He felt kind of exhausted for not sleeping for more than 20 days. He went hunting, cultivated all 3 cultivation systems, which took a huge toll on his body because he wanted to improve as much as possible before his father returned. Cultivators don't need that much sleep, but it is still a process that one enjoys, so even cultivators have the habit of sleeping from time to time because it helps them relax. Ah, damn, I'm so exhausted. A night of good sleep will rejuvenate me. Even though it was almost morning, cultivators didn't care when they slept. Just as he opened the door to the study, he saw Elia. Lightning cracked as sparks of electric currents swirled around Elia. She was seated in a lotus position with a serious expression painting her face. She's breaking through to the next stage. Very good. Davis had a happy expression on his face. A few minutes passed before the lightning which sparkled around her subsided and her face returned to a calm expression. Then when she checked her cultivation, her expression was one of elation. Davis smiled as he said, "Elia, congratulations on breaking through the energy condensation stage." She nodded her head, still in elation. Suddenly, a powerful soul sense probed the royal castle. Oh, looks like Dad is back. Davis was startled before he recognized the soul sense's aura. Even though Davis was just in mid-level young soul stage, he could detect being probed by a low-level adult soul stage cultivator. He could even probably detect probing from a mid-level adult soul stage cultivator, since his soul is so powerful. Davis was sure that he can fight his dad equally if they just fought with their soul cultivation. The Emperor is, Elia widened her eyes. Davis rubbed his chin as he spoke, yes, and it looks like that we got caught. Elia's face turned pale. Logan, who returned with his entourage, floated above the royal castle. The first thing he did was not return, but extend his soul sense to scan around the royal castle for any abnormalities. He saw Claire together with Diana and Edward in her room, Clara cultivating alone in her room and Davis in his study with Elia. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he removed his soul sense and relaxed but frowned. The cultivation technique that Davis's maid trains and resembles the extinction lightning judgment. What on earth is he thinking? But he soon sighed. Then he entered the royal castle through the entrance as many greeted him as he walked past them like an emperor. He straightaway headed for the throne hall as the master of ceremonies announced the return of the emperor. It echoed throughout the royal castle like thunder. Claire, Clara, Davis, and all other subordinates who heard that headed to the throne hall. Seeing that his family and his subordinates all came to pay respects to him, he nodded his head. The royal family can be cozy all they want in an informal occasion, but in a formal occasion such as this, they have to give their respects and be formal to their emperor. Logan exchanged a few pleasantries with his subordinates as few minutes passed by. Then suddenly, a guard came running in the throne hall with hurried steps. The guard then hurriedly reported, Emperor. A black-robed man with unknown origins claims to know where the traitors of the rebellion are. He currently is in front of the entrance of our royal castle, awaiting your majesty's permission. Let him in. Logan's eyes glowed. He couldn't wait to finish off those two bastards who escaped at that time. Yes, the guard hurriedly relayed to the people below. After a few minutes, a black-robed man walked into the throne room with calm steps. He then bowed. Who are you? Do you know the whereabouts of those two traitors? Hendrickson asked the black-robed man with an interrogative expression. The black-robed man didn't say anything, but just waved his hand. Thud, a corpse with a hole in its chest suddenly fell on the floor of the throne hall. Immediately, everyone was alarmed and extended their perception to the corpse. Logan also extended his perception over to the corpse, but refrained from probing the black-robed man as it would be considered rude. This is Cooper Hawkwood, Hendrickson shouted. Everyone's eyes went wide, including Logan. Hendrickson was just about to ask a few questions when suddenly Davis approached the black-robed man. Seeing Davis approach the black-robed man, he immediately probed the black-robed man with his soul sense as he couldn't care less about being rude anymore. Just when he probed, the black-robed man suddenly moved and rushed to where Davis moved. Davis, who saw that, quickly moved back as guards near him hurriedly rushed to defend him. Case, you bastard, you dare. Logan's eyes went wide as he shouted in fury and hurriedly cast a soul technique. Swirling currents of bright ocean quickly submerged Case as he shouted in agony. His soul was ground by swirling currents of sharp needles as he collapsed. It didn't even take a few seconds for him to die. What Logan used was the fourth layer technique of the sacred luminance mist, celestial needle ocean. It is a highly destructive technique, which can even pierce through soul defenses to attack the soul of a person. It is also used as an area of effect attack, used to attack multiple opponents at the same time, but it was slower than the second layer technique of the sacred luminance mist, sacred piercing lance. Although it was slow, Logan wasn't sure if his sacred piercing lance can kill him in one hit, so he used the celestial needle ocean for a sure hit kill. And fortunately, it was successful since the distance between the two of them was small. Logan heaved a sigh of relief. I can't believe that he used his own comrade as a means to delay our reaction as he planned to abduct or kill Davis. Claire, who was beside Davis, said with a serious expression on her face. She felt as if she had failed her duties to protect her children. Fortunately, he failed, Logan sighed. Davis, why did you go closer to him? Didn't you think that it could be dangerous? Logan asked with a questioning gaze. I felt his gaze on me after he took out the corpse, so I moved closer to investigate him. He suddenly attacked me, but don't worry, I was cautious the whole time, that's why I quickly pulled back. I know, don't try to do something so stupid later, Claire said as she berated Davis. All right, Mom. Logan and Claire then moved to take care of the matter of those two corpses. Clara, who was there, couldn't detect any lies from her brother, so she gazed at those two corpses curiously. Davis, who was alone, slowly looked down and grinned secretly. Just as planned, this whole scenario was orchestrated by him, but he didn't think it would go this well. Before Davis returned to the royal castle, he instructed Case to do as he said, and it worked without a hitch. He ordered him to come to the royal castle, seeking an audience with the emperor, using a piece of certain information when he notices the emperor returned to the royal castle. Case Farnwin, who was on the lookout the whole time, noticed the commotion in the royal castle, and made his move. He then did what Davis instructed him to do one by one. When arriving at the entrance of the royal castle, he was ordered to say that he had information on those two traitors and request an audience with the emperor. Then he was ordered to wait for the permission of the emperor to go inside the royal castle. Next, when he was in the throne room, he was ordered to throw out Cooper's corpse and gaze at a little boy when someone asked him a question. Finally, he was then ordered to attack the little boy when he sees one approaching him, which ultimately led to his death. Davis did all this because he wanted his father to be the one to avenge his deceased family so that his father could let go of the burden in his heart. A day passed after that incident. Logan felt a burden in his heart disappear. He took care of the matter of those two traitors. He saw that Cooper had a hole in his chest, so he didn't suspect anything at all. That hole was created by Case's power, so he wasn't suspicious. Davis did order Case to put a hole in Cooper's chest way before he entered the royal castle yesterday. After taking care of these matters, Logan probed the whole royal capital with his senses as he moved to each location, but he couldn't find dead end at all. All he found was a few assassins lurking near the royal castle as he killed them later. The assassins he killed included those two assassins who were named Left Sky and Right Sky, but Davis didn't know that at all. If he knew, then that would have removed a headache for him. "Elia, are you ready?" Davis asked as he touched. "Yes," Elia replied with a soft voice. Her petite body was trembling. "I'm entering now," Davis said with a confident expression on his face. Creak. Davis opened the door to the Emperor's quarters as he went inside with Elia. "Father, as you requested, I came with Elia." Logan, who was seated near his desk, nodded his head. Yesterday, after the incident, Davis was asked by his father to visit his room as he wanted to talk with him about something. He was also then told to bring Elia along with him. "Davis, demonstrate your cultivation for me," Logan said that as he rested his chin on his hands. Davis nodded his head and demonstrated his cultivation for him to see. Black lightning sparkled around Davis as he emitted his energy from his body. Then his body emitted a gray aura, as the pressure from his body that was being generated increased. "Excellent. You have reached peak-level iron stage and peak-level energy condensation stage." Logan's expression was one of proudness. To have reached peak-level iron stage in a few months from mid-level iron stage, Davis worked hard during the day to cultivate his body. He had the required resources, so he concentrated on quickly increasing his body cultivation these few months. Davis didn't show his soul cultivation since Elia was here as well. Logan didn't ask him to demonstrate it either. It was a tacit understanding between them. Logan then turned his head towards Elia. Elia, who saw that, immediately started trembling again. She clenched her fists as she tried to calm down, but to no avail. She couldn't. "Elia, was it?" "Why, yes. Demonstrate your cultivation too." Elia gulped as she stayed silent. "What's wrong? As the prince's maid, you have the duty to protect his life and also take care of his needs. I heard that your talent was good, so I wanted to see what kind of cultivation level you have reached." She looked at Davis only to see him nod his head gently with a smile on his face. Seeing that she also nodded a little and demonstrated her cultivation with determination. Lightning sparkled around Elia as she emitted energy from her body. It was a flash of normal lightning tinged with a small extinction attribute, as she didn't have a lightning elemental like Davis. After that, her body's aura emitted brown-red color, as the pressure from her body radiated a tyrant kind of aura. Logan nodded his head and commented, "Not bad for a maid, but do you understand now that you are even more indebted to the royal family?" "Yes." She looked at the Emperor and replied with a brave front. "Good, you can leave now. I want to talk to my son alone." Elia bowed and silently withdrew as she quickly walked away from the room. After she went out, there were a few moments of silence before Davis asked, "Aren't you going to ask me about it, father?" Logan said with a calm face. "Why?" "I believe that you have your own reasoning to train her with our monopolized techniques. I trust your decision." Father, Davis was moved. He thought he would have a big fight with his father just now, but he didn't expect that he would let them off this easily. "Don't give me that look. If the deceased royal family was still alive, you would have been executed for handing our secret techniques to a mere maid. But since I'm the emperor now, I get to decide the rules. And since you're my son, you get a lot of leeway at that." Logan grinned with a profound expression on his face. "Just make sure that those techniques don't get leaked for some reason." Logan then frowned. Davis chuckled. "I will, that goes without saying." Logan then nodded his head, satisfied with the answer his son gave. "And what was it that you said that you wanted to talk to me before?" Davis then asked, curious as to why his father called him here. "Yes, that was the main reason I called you here," Logan replied as he took a deep breath. "Do you know how I met your mother? Do you know how we fell in love with each other, my mother?" "Father, did you just call me here to talk about your love story?" Davis chuckled. "Haven't you ever thought about your mother's parents? Haven't you ever thought about why your mother doesn't talk about her origins? Maybe because my mother's parents are dead." He more or less assumed it like this since his mother frowned upon anything related to her origins. Logan shook his head. Davis got a bad feeling about this. Why are you now suddenly asking this? You met the Ruth Empire's Empress, right? Logan didn't answer but asked a question instead. I remember Empress Isabella Ruth. Davis nodded his head. His mind couldn't help but trail off to a glamorous world. Why is he bringing her up now? It can't be that she is my mother's sister, or something like that, right? He thought incredulously. Rumor has it that Isabella reached the fabled 6th stage and successfully left the continent. Logan suddenly dropped a piece of explosive news that ringed like a bell in Davis's ears. Impossible. Isn't our continent sealed by a barrier which makes it hard for people above the 5th stage to enter? Maybe if you see it from the outside world's perspective, our continent is almost like a secret realm. Davis shouted in disbelief. It seems like the barrier only restricts outsiders and not the ones who are born in this continent. Even so, how did she reach the 6th stage, which is truly difficult to reach here? Davis had his doubts. Even if she reached the 6th stage, so what? The ancestors of this continent were once at this stage too. I told you right, that she got an inheritance. It must have been really powerful. Davis finally nodded his head in understanding. It's no wonder that she could reach the throne so soon at her age, even when her predecessors are still alive. It looks like her ambitions are much higher than conquering a lousy continent. Good for us, though, Logan commented while feeling a little jealous of her strength. And what does that have to do with my mother? Davis looked at him and questioned as he vaguely understood but wasn't sure of it. Logan said in a solemn tone. Your mother is not of our continent. Davis widened his eyes and clenched his fists, because he knew that if the Grand Sea continent were to know about it, then she would be targeted by all the empires. You know that every 15 years is the opening of our realm for us and the outsiders, right? Logan held Davis's shoulders. Yes, during the opening of the realm, various 5th stage and lower cultivators swarm like bees to invade the continent, but luckily, all the forces of the continent join hands every 15 years temporarily to stop their invasion. 5th stage experts of the continent are very few and less nowadays. That's why they don't take part in wars and instead defend the continent from the outsiders. The next opening of our realm is, he continued, in 2 years, right? So you met Mother 13 years ago, Davis interjected. Very perceptive, yes. 13 years ago was when our realm last opened to the outsiders. Logan nodded. He then smiled. She and I were originally enemies, but fate played us together. But I am very thankful for the heavens for that as well. I won't go detailed into our past, but your mother forbids herself from returning to her homeland, severing her martial career. She made a cruel choice on herself to stay with me. That's why I want you to be just like Empress Isabella Ruth, who had carved a path for herself in this boundless world. By the time he finished the sentence, Logan held Davis's shoulder tightly. Make yourself strong, stronger than me, stronger than everybody, so that you would make your mom immensely proud. I will, Davis answered with fervor and determination glowing in his eyes. Then once you are high above, return to our continent and prove that your mom's decision at that time was not wrong. Yes. Davis's blood boiled as he clenched his fists. Logan calmed down before saying, in a year the Grand Sea Continent meet will take place. I want you to participate in it and get the first place just like I did. Wasn't Empress Isabella Ruth stronger than you? Davis asked in confusion. She was probably receiving her inheritance at that time, so she didn't show up for the competition. Logan grinned and said, oh, what's so great about the competition for me to participate in it? Davis wanted to know why he should participate in a competition that he wasn't interested at all. There is another entrance, Logan suddenly said. What? Another? Davis's eyes went wide. Yes, and it only allows people below 30 of bone age to pass through that entrance, Logan said. His tone was one of disappointment. So the competition is for choosing the young heroes to stop the invasion of the outsiders in that entrance. Yes, spots will be handed out for the top 200 geniuses to enter that entrance. Ah, so the powerful people are monopolizing the loot they get from the invaders. I understand. Davis laughed sarcastically as he understood. Yes, this is how the world works, but it won't be so easy to kill a genius from the outsiders as they have escaped talismans, while we don't, Logan said in a grave tone. I see. Davis shrugged because it didn't matter if they had escaped talismans or not. He can kill them in an instant after all. Even if they have looted, it'll only be the worth of mid-level sky grade and lower, but not higher. Wait, then why don't you guys just soul search their minds for their cultivation techniques and information about their homeland? We tried, but all their souls have been sealed by higher powers from leaking information. They can't even divulge, even if they wanted to share their information. Even Mom? Davis asked as he clenched his fists. Yes, that's why I wanted you to get stronger since you have a powerful soul. If it's you, then I can be assured that you can remove the seal from her soul sooner, and I believe that you can grow stronger than anyone else in a short period of time. Logan said as if he had blind confidence in his son. Why do you say so? Davis narrowed his eyes as he felt it be fishy. Your soul has grown much stronger, and that amulet isn't powerful enough to block my probing, so I obviously know that you have at least reached the young soul stage. Logan looked smugly at Davis as if he won a battle against him. Haha, looks like I got caught. I thought I would give you a surprise during the competition, Davis said, a little glad. He failed to consider the amulet's power for blocking people from probing. Looks like it couldn't block an adult soul stage's soul sense. Don't be stupid. If I didn't know, then I wouldn't send you to the competition at all in the first place. Your safety is the most important after all. Logan berated him. And above all else, you're only 9 years old, Logan said with a grin. Davis and Logan then looked at each other with an underlying meaning in it. Davis was thankful that his father didn't ask about how he managed to increase his soul cultivation quickly. Logan obviously understood faintly that even if he asked Davis, he wouldn't answer this question. So Logan didn't ask about it, or else it would have made things awkward between them. A week passed by in the blink of an eye. News spread as the royal family of the Lauret Empire announced the participation of the first prince in the Grand Sea Continent meet. The news brought shame and disappointment to the citizens of the Lauret Empire, as they were mocked by others for not having a genius cultivator, having no choice but to rely on a 9-year-old kid to represent them in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Is our emperor sane? Why is our emperor sending a 9-year-old kid to participate in that competition? It's not like they have a choice. The royal family was almost decimated after all. Last time, it was our emperor who managed to grab the first place in the Grand Sea Continent meet. So our emperor surely has a plan to make the prince get into the top 200. Right, conversations like this were heard throughout the empire. Logan didn't care one bit to explain, as he knew that his son would ace the tournament with almost no effort. Instead, he looked forward to the amusing reactions of many people in the tournament a year from now. But the other empires didn't think the same. They all thought that Emperor Lauret was at his wit's end, so he had no choice but to send his first son to be a laughingstock. The Grand Sea Continent meet was also a platform to show off the strength of their sky-grade empires, sects, and organizations. They would take it very seriously, as this matter contains their honor and pride. Here, the young elites take this stage very seriously, as their fates could change if they were to rank in the top 200. Especially the young elites of the various sky-grade empires took this competition very seriously, as it holds a greater meaning and honor for their empires. And what they aimed for is not the top 200, but the top 10. Logan didn't need to worry about his empire's safety anymore, as the Grand Sea Continent meet is approaching. Nobody would dare to attack other empires at this time, as they all ceased any conflicts between them till the closing of the entrance for the outsiders. During this time, Logan arranged a sky-grade alchemist to teach Davis about alchemy openly. With Davis's soul cultivation, he was positive that Davis wouldn't need much time to learn about alchemy. As one's soul cultivation increases, the amount of information that they could take in and recall will increase as well. In Davis's case, even if he read 1,000,000 books, he could still remember it clearly. And finally, today was the day when the sky-grade alchemist would arrive at the royal castle. Davis was anxiously waiting for his new teacher, as he wasn't confident about his alchemy skills. He didn't have one, neither did he read about one. This was totally a new subject to him. Even in his previous life, his cooking skills were subpar at best. Even though he was encouraged by his parents a while ago, he was still feeling worried but not nervous. Davis headed to the throne hall with calm steps. When he got to the throne hall, he saw a middle-aged man greeting his father. Except for his father and that middle-aged man, no one was there currently in the throne hall. The middle-aged man was almost 6 feet tall. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His face was kind with calm features which made him easily approachable, as he kept a smiling appearance. He wore a normal alchemist robe. Ha ha ha, drop the formalities, Alchemist Highwood. I am very honored to invite your esteemed self to teach my ignorant son about alchemy. I'm not even one of the members of the Alchemist Association. How could I dare to drop formalities when meeting an emperor of a sky-grade empire? Alchemist Highwood replied with an indifferent tone. Logan laughed as he said, You surely jest, Alchemist Highwood. Everyone knows that you are only second compared to the head of the Alchemist Association. I'm sure you had your own reasons for not joining the Alchemist Association, Logan added. That is not a big secret. Everyone knows that the current Alchemist Association is corrupt to its bones. If I entered that, I wouldn't even know where my corpse would be even buried after I die, Alchemist Highwood replied with a disgusted expression on his eyes. Alchemist Highwood disdained the ways of the Alchemist Association. Their ways were one of tyranny and high-handedness. Of course, and that's why I don't want my child to be taught by those hypocritical people, Logan replied in scorn. This, Emperor, is it true, about what you said? Suddenly Alchemist Highwood asked nervously. He didn't dare to believe what Logan said to him when he got invited. To make sure of it, he came in haste. It's Abzo. Looks like my son is here. Why don't you ask him yourself, Alchemist Highwood? Logan laughed figuratively. Alchemist Highwood turned his head to see a kid who was almost 5 feet tall approach him. He widened his eyes in shock. Me mid-level young soul stage. Alchemist Highwood stood there like a sculpted statue as he muttered silently. Davis made no effort to hide his cultivation, so Alchemist Highwood was easily able to see his cultivation. Alchemist Highwood stayed rooted for a short period of time before his face widened in utter delight. The first Prince Davis Laureate, was it? I can now see why Emperor Laureate decided to make you participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Alchemist Highwood sighed first. It was Empress Ruth, and now you. Young talents are leaving us in the dust like it's none of their business, and that makes me feel so old, Prince Davis Laureate. Please allow me to be your alchemy teacher. Alchemist Highwood said as he bowed his head. Davis, who was watching this, thought wryly, isn't it supposed to be the opposite? Teacher, there's no need to do that when I'm the one learning from you. This is bad. Davis awkwardly said, that would be the case if I were your master, but I'm your teacher. In fact, a talent such as you, I'm ashamed to take you in as my direct disciple. I'm not worthy. But teacher, it isn't Lee. Davis saw that Alchemist Highwood wasn't arrogant and instead placed himself below him, which made him feel bad. You would soon soar the alchemy path like a breeze, so there is no need to call me master. Alchemist Highwood smiled and replied as if he didn't mind the seniority. All right, teacher, how long do you think I would need to learn your alchemy skills? Davis asked in doubt as he really wanted to learn alchemy as quickly as possible. Alchemist Highwood thought for a moment before answering his question. 1 year. 1 year would all you need to surpass me if your talent is high in alchemy. If not, then 5 years at best. Haha, I'm glad that my son is recognized by your esteemed self, Alchemist Highwood. Logan laughed and joined in the conversation. If I handed over such a talent to the Alchemist Association, that would be such a sin, Alchemist Highwood said calmly, but he was glad to have Davis for himself. Certainly, Logan agreed with him. Prince Davis, let us get to the basics immediately. First, before practical, is theoretical. I want you to memorize all this as soon as possible before we try our hands on alchemy. Alchemist Highwood suddenly uttered as he took out a space ring from his space ring. Davis saw the space ring and thought, looks like he is eager to teach me too. He then took the space ring and quickly probed it with his soul sense. The contents of the space ring were books, all books, ranging from books recording information of herbs, pills, and treasures. There were also a lot of books on herb encyclopedia, pill creation process and techniques. The herb encyclopedia included information on the types of herbs, their characteristics, their variants, and even their general location. It also included how to pluck the herbs without damaging it, and the other features one would have to know if they were aiming to be an alchemist. The pill creation process explained the process of creating pills with the herbs and treasures, while the pill creation techniques explained how to create a pill using a certain technique. There were more than 100,000 books that contained a lot of information. If a mortal were to complete reading these books, it was unknown how long would it take for them to complete it. Seeing the huge amount of books in the space ring, Davis's eye twitched. I thought so. I have to absorb a lot of basic information about herbs and pill making. Davis had originally planned on reaching the 4th stage in body tempering cultivation, and the 3rd stage in essence gathering cultivation in a year, but it seemed like he would not be able to achieve it now without much hard work. I thank the teacher for his guidance. Davis bowed. Don't fret it. These are all just the information on herbs and pills which are of mortal and earth grade. Once you're finished with that, come to me. I'll test you. If you pass, then I'll hand over my entire inheritance to you. Alchemist Highwood replied with fervor. He was actually honored to have Davis as his student because, according to his beliefs, Davis would reach greater heights than him soon enough. Haha, that's just my alchemist title. Don't call me that. My name is Kevin Wood. Alchemist Highwood laughed. All right, teacher Kevin. Davis smiled but was a little irritated by the number of books that he would have to read. Haha, don't disappoint your teacher, Davis. Make sure to learn properly. Logan then left him with a mocking smile on his face. And where do you think you're going, my emperor? Suddenly a female voice could be heard, but as it was familiar to Davis and Logan, they quickly recognized it. Davis had a gloating expression while Logan's face went pale. Alchemist Highwood, I hope that you also teach the emperor about alchemy. The royal family will then be indebted to you. Claire clasped her hands and bowed. Emperor Laureate doesn't know alchemy. Kevin Wood turned to face Logan in shock. Logan had an embarrassed expression on his face. Don't worry, Empress. What is one more student to me? I'll easily make the emperor learn about alchemy. Kevin Wood said as he looked at Logan with a weird expression. I thank Alchemist Highwood for his understanding. I bid farewell then, Claire said as she left while glaring at Logan. Davis and Kevin Wood then looked at Logan with pity in their eyes. Cough, well then, it looks like I am also one of your students, Teacher Kevin, Logan said as he accepted Kevin Wood as his teacher indirectly. Ha ha ha, call me senior brother, Daddy. Davis couldn't hold his laughter in. Scram, Logan shouted in embarrassment. Kevin Wood went speechless. After that, Davis went to visit his mom. Mom, how have you been? Davis asked. In this week, he went to meet her a lot of times. What is this? You come here almost every day now. Why are you suddenly worried about me? Claire was surprised before noticing that he was acting strangely nowadays. Ah, that, Davis mumbled. Sigh, did your father tell you? Claire's expression looked forlorn. Davis avoided her eyes before saying, Yes, do you now hate me? Claire asked wryly as she looked at her son moving his gaze away. Impossible, I would never hate you. Davis screamed at her as felt sad in his heart. Mom, so what if you're an outsider? Even I am like a part outsider. You are my mother for all I care. That doesn't matter at all. I promise that I will remove that lousy seal from your soul. Just you wait. Davis yelled as he told his heartfelt emotions. My child, I'm so proud of you. Claire hugged Davis as she felt warm in her heart. She abandoned returning to her place just for Logan. She abandoned her cultivation career just for him. She abandoned everything and followed her love. She didn't regret her decision until Logan hid her only child away for 3 years. Every day without him was hell for her. Her cultivation stagnated, thoughts went into disarray as she almost started hating Logan, and then her son returned. That moment when she saw a scrawny kid in the royal castle, she almost immediately knew that he was her son. At that moment, all her regrets and dissatisfaction flew away from her like a kite with its string cut. She showered him with love and care, even pampered him a lot. And now she felt that he has grown up so much that she can now finally rely on him. With his words right now, she was feeling totally content with her life now. Her only regret was her cultivation career and her close ones who were on the other side. But for her love and family, she now felt that everything she did before was worth it. No matter what, I would protect her at all costs, Davis vowed to himself. Sorry, Davis, it's just that Mom has just lost too many things, and not in one way would I want to lose you too. Claire smiled. Her smile was like an autumn breeze. Davis said softly, It's okay, Mom. I'll always be your ally. Sigh, anything related to that entrance in my home, I will not be able to say it, Claire uttered. She felt sad for not being able to help her son. She knew that he was going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet as Logan came to convince her beforehand. I know, Dad informed. Davis shook his head indicating that she shouldn't bother about it. Claire nodded her head as she felt gratified once again. Then should Mom help you get together with that woman you like, Evelyn, was it? Claire then teased her son. Davis was dumbfounded before yelling in embarrassment, Mom, how did you know? It was Elia, wasn't it? Davis said as he grit his teeth. Seeing that his mom didn't refute it, he got even more annoyed. He then realized that since she was bought by his mother, then she must have been made to report about him to his mother once in a while. Oh, looks like I have to bully her even more, Davis thought as he smiled sadistically in his mind. You like her too, don't you? Claire smilingly asked. Hearing that, Davis was startled before he remembered the scene when he got so close to Elia's face while she was cultivating. His face involuntarily turned slightly red. Looks like I was right. Claire laughed gently as she pinched her son's cheeks. Mom, cut it out, Davis said that as he was truly embarrassed. You didn't think I would know. You are my son, how could I not know what you're thinking? The way you treat her, it is so obvious, of course, I treat her like my friend, Davis said with a straight face as he tried to hide his embarrassment. Claire giggled, yeah, a friend, that said. I want you to concentrate on your alchemy for now because it will incredibly be helpful in your future. Claire's tone changed as she spoke seriously. Davis nodded as he knew that she was talking about his venture into the outside world in the near future. And also, don't cultivate to the 3rd stage of essence gathering cultivation. Don't ask me anything, just trust your mom. This all right, Davis said as he couldn't understand why his mom forbade him now from cultivating to the 3rd stage, but since it was his mother who told him, he chose to trust her. Suddenly, a cute voice sounded out, Oog, brother. Hugged. Davis and Claire looked towards Diana, who was just sleeping before. Beside her was Edward, who was sleeping as well. Looks like she woke up, Claire said as she smiled. Aw, come here, you sweet girl, Davis said as he lifted and held her in his arms. Diana was just 2 years old and looked chubby and cute. Diana, who just woke up, went to sleep right after using her brother's shoulder as her pillow. After that, Claire and Davis engaged in some small talk as time passed by before he left sometime later. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Dead End disappeared from the Dark Earth organization. Everyone either thought that he was killed or escaped from the clutches of the Emperor. Davis mostly concentrated on building his alchemy knowledge during this time. He almost finished 70 of the books he was told to learn. He was this fast because his soul was 5 times as powerful. When Kevin Wood measured him, he didn't know how powerful his soul was, as he could only tell his actual cultivation. Now for a few days he couldn't concentrate no matter how he tried. His mind was worried about the matter of Evelyn, so he made up his mind to visit her today. He tried to visit her before, but she stayed in her manor for a long time, rendering him incapable of visiting her. Now, she was currently in the Calden pill store, so he knew that this was his chance. He knew all this because he had his sources as a prince of an empire. Many people would fall at his feet and get in his good books if it meant that they could rise in rank and position. He arrived at the Calden Emporium with his entourage during the day. He went inside the Calden pill store with Elia and notified Evelyn about his arrival using the manager. Manager George Calden accompanied Davis as he openly came to the Calden Emporium. He had no choice but to escort him as his status was way above him. Evelyn entered the hall and met Davis. She smiled as she knew that he would probably come to visit her once she returned to this place. Haha, I see that the prince specifically came to visit our young mistress. George Calden laughed in an all-knowing manner. If you see that, then why are you still here, Manager George? Davis gave a side glance as he spoke. Haha, then I shall not disturb the young ones. I will take my leave then. George Calden didn't get offended, as he unquestionably knew his position and was a business-minded person. He clearly knew how to deal with certain people. He then left. Okay, Davis said as he followed her. His eyes stuck to her perky swaying butt like glue. Evelyn walked seductively as she smiled. She could feel his gaze. Unknowingly, she realized that she felt good teasing him. When they arrived at her room, he and she went inside while Elia and Maisie stood outside. HMPH, that swaying, seductive movements of her. No matter how you see it, she is absolutely seducing him. Elia's expression was one of indifference, but she was boiling with anger and jealousy inside. She wished that she could save Davis from that vixen and chop her to pieces. She thought that as she looked down at her non-existent chest. It will grow as big as that, won't it? Her face changed to one of worry. Nothing could be said about last time. It was my fault, so I apologize for throwing a tantrum when you put in all that effort to meet me last time, Evelyn suddenly said as she turned her head back to look at him and bowed. Davis was astonished to see a woman apologize for her mistake. He heard that most women don't apologize for their mistakes in his previous life. I knew it. Looks like that it was a deception painted by the people who lurk on the internet, he thought. But you were also in the wrong for hitting my weak spot, Evelyn said as she pouted. All right, looks like the denizens of the internet were right. Haha, as you said. I was also in the wrong to carelessly speak about a topic which you don't clearly like, Miss Evelyn. Davis said as he clasped his hands. I apologize as well. After that, they exchanged some pleasantries as they sat at a table. They were now both happy that they were able to talk freely with one and another. I heard that your family announced that you would participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Evelyn was interested in that topic as she wanted to know why he would participate in it with his measly cultivation of the first stage in both cultivation systems. Could it be that he has achieved the second stage in both cultivation systems? She guessed. Hee, Miss Evelyn. It was my father who made me participate in it. As for whether I will be able to get into top 200, we will see it at that time. Davis grinned as he spoke vaguely. You've sure got guts. Looks like I should hasten my cultivation as well. I haven't made any improvements since then, but I can feel that I am close to reaching the revolving core stage. She clenched her fists as she said that. That said, it was my incompetence which made me a failure in cultivation. Evelyn couldn't help but think that her talent was average or even subpar at some times, which makes her sad. Davis narrowed eyes and said, please don't take that to heart. You will eventually be able. As he said that, his thoughts moved to what his mom said. He suddenly thought of an idea to curb her from cultivating in a moment of desperation, which might ultimately lead to cultivation deviation. This I don't know if it's what I think it is, so please don't continue cultivating to reach the revolving core stage, Davis said as he tried to choose his words carefully. What? Evelyn felt like she didn't understand his words clearly. He asked me to not cultivate. She suddenly felt that he was mocking her again before immediately pushing that thought away. Then calmed down after she thought. The way he said it doesn't seem to be the case. Why? Evelyn asked as she couldn't understand. Davis was thinking the right words to make his message clear, but couldn't since he wasn't sure of what his mom tried to convey exactly at that time. Then he thought if he couldn't use the right words, then he should use the right actions to make her not cultivate for the time being. Anyway, she's going to be my wife, why hesitate? Davis thought shamelessly as he held her hand suddenly while he stood up. Don't be surprised, Miss Evelyn, he warned her almost immediately. Evelyn was surprised totally as she felt her hands being held by him and went bright red as she heard him warning her. Her thoughts went into disarray as she hurriedly thought of multiple possibilities, but stopped as she felt a slight tingling sensation in her hands. This is the energy of peak-level energy condensation stage. Evelyn was shocked as she stood up. Her eyes went wide at him as she looked at him like she was looking at a ghost. Yes, it's just as you think. This is the reason for my father's confidence in me, Davis slowly stated. Evelyn nodded, still looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. What does that have to do with me not cultivating to the revolving core stage? But she asked in doubt. For some reason, my mother forbid me from cultivating to the revolving core stage. She is my mother, and I know that she wishes the best for me in everything. That's why I chose to believe her and stop cultivating to the revolving core stage. You mean that? She said it with an incredulous expression on her face. Davis nodded his head solemnly and said, it is possible that the revolving core stage in our continent is either incomplete or there are still some more enhancements to it. In Evelyn's ears, what he said echoed as rumbling thunder to her. Why are you saying this to me? What if I leak this information to my family? Are you not afraid of it? She asked unbelievingly. Which prince would tell his family secrets like to even his lover? Evelyn thought incredulously. She couldn't help but think that she got involved in some serious business. Then I can only blame myself for treating you like a trusted person. Let me just tell you that I like you so much, not love you. If you betray my trust, then the best case would be that I would leave you for good. The worst case would be that I would kill you and my feelings for you in my heart as well. Davis said that with a hurt expression on his face. He knew that words once said couldn't be taken back. A determined expression appeared on his face. The worst for me would be that I would carry some heart demons, but even so I won't hesitate to do what I said. Her heart palpitated as a weird feeling came over her heart. She didn't feel offended as she knew what consequences there would be for betraying the trust of a person, especially a person of high status. Even she couldn't handle it if someone betrayed her for some reason. Evelyn asked as her eyes glazed. "You trust me?" "I do." Davis looked at her eyes and replied solemnly. She bit her lips. "Do you love me?" "I want to, but I believe we are not in that stage yet." He shook his head. I see. Her face went into contemplation as she pulled her hand back. It was unknown whether she was happy or sad as her facial expression was hard to read. "I've decided to guard your trust, and I've come to a decision." "What is it?" Davis asked in anticipation. "I've decided to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet as well. If you can beat me, then I will become yours in both heart and soul," Evelyn said with a determined face. Davis's eyes went wide in astonishment. "You mean that? I won't go back on my word." Davis clenched his hands in excitement as his face shone with enthusiasm. The matter of this marriage was pretty much a done deal now, or so he thought. Poor Evelyn didn't know that he had also body cultivated to the peak of the third stage. If she knew, then she would have vomited blood for challenging him. She thought that since he achieved peak-level energy condensation stage, then he wouldn't have had the time to cultivate in body-tempering cultivation. Even if he had time, he couldn't have possibly reached the second stage in body-tempering cultivation. Since it involves immense pain, children wouldn't have the fortitude to cultivate body-tempering cultivation. This was something like common sense among the people of this continent. There were a few exceptions, but they were all children with beast or unique bloodlines. She planned to cultivate to the third stage of the body-tempering cultivation in the remaining few months as she had the confidence and resources to do that. She determined herself to withstand the pain which she might obviously experience, so she boldly proposed the deal to him with guts. "Even if I lose, it's not like I'm losing anything," she thought as she laughed inside her heart. "All right, you can go out now," Evelyn shouted as she grinned. Davis was dumbfounded at her change. "Aren't you the one who said we should talk equally, putting aside our statuses? Besides, we're competing now." Davis now understood as he clapped once. "Good. I'll go to the Grand Sea Continent meet and get myself an Evelyn." "You?" Evelyn's face went beet red. "What? You're the one who accepted us as being equals and competitors." Laughing out loudly, Davis left with grand strides. After a few moments of silence, Evelyn's face was still red as she blushed so hard at his declaration. How did I pledge myself to this shameless prince? This was a question which she wanted to know the answer for herself. 6 months passed. Davis successfully learned alchemy during this period. In terms of knowledge, he's even currently on par with mid-level sky-grade alchemists. Even his teacher, Kevin Wood, acknowledged him for his ability to recall the things he learned. Kevin Wood was completely gratified with his student. Unfortunately for his practical lessons, like creating a pill, Davis had no time or luxuries for that. So he wasn't able to teach, and Davis wouldn't be able to make a single pill even if he tried his hand without prior experience. So Davis decided that he will come back from the Grand Sea Continent meet to learn to make pills. During this time, he successfully entered the fourth stage of the body-tempering cultivation, silver stage. Even without his soul-forging cultivation, he felt that he could crush his competitors with his body-tempering cultivation. He improved his fighting skills with Hendrickson during the last month, and the result ended up in him being able to use a spear proficiently. Although his skill wasn't that great, he was able to harness a power of 100,000 kilogram strength to crush his opponents, and that's only with his normal strength. Since he has the tyrant physique, he can harness 200,000 kilogram strength, which can easily suppress low-level silver stage cultivators and go toe-to-toe with a mid-level silver stage cultivator. It was now time for him to leave the royal capital and head towards the Grand Sea Continent meet, which was being held at the center of the continent. Davis and Logan bid farewell to their family and journeyed to the middle of the continent. Actually, Lauret Empire was the closest to the center of the continent, so they were the ones to journey later than anyone else. The center of the continent was a sea, and it was named the Grand Sea, so the continent was named after it, as well as no one conquered the continent from ancient times. The Grand Sea was 100,000 km long, filled with sea beasts that were at the third stage. Even fourth stage and fifth stage beasts reside there, but are wary of humans and won't generally attack during this time because, after a beast enters the fourth stage, spirit beast stage, they gain sentience. Some magical beasts even have the ability to gain human form when they reach the spirit beast stage, but sadly, the current continent hadn't seen one yet. There were a lot of islands in the Grand Sea, and the competition will be held in any one of the islands. Logan, Davis, and a lot of others who were going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet departed in a sky-grade ship which was impervious to the attacks of third-stage sea magical beasts. The ship was 2 km long and 10 stories tall. It was able to house 1 million people for the voyage. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was quite crowded. People shared their rooms, but the people of high statuses had their own rooms assigned to them. Though it was impervious, it was quite slow as well. Wow. So many people, Davis shouted at the sight of it. He was standing near the deck. He had his own room as well, so he stayed there with Elia. Elia was also participating in the Grand Sea Continent meet, as she was encouraged by Davis to do so. This ship housed 1 million youths from the whole of Lauret Empire, as they were all going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Sometimes there were a few itinerant cultivators who can earn a spot in the top 200. So with hope in their minds, millions of youths travel from every empire to the Grand Sea Continent meet. Even if they can't get into the top 200, there wasn't a problem for them at all. As long as they enter the top 100,000, their lives would be pretty much settled, as various powers would invite them as honorary members or even elders. Haha, this is always a sight to see. Actually, when I went to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet last time, there were more people than this. Logan frowned. Maybe it's because they think that we will lose face during this Grand Sea Continent meet. No, Davis asked. Might be, but alas, they will miss the legend of an era. Logan grinned as he said. They both then looked at each other as they laughed together. It will only be a legend here, though the world is huge after all, Davis commented after laughing. Logan contemplated his words before he said, That's a pessimistic view, but you're right. We shouldn't be narrow-minded and set our sights here instead. We should set our sights on the outside world. Speaking of the outside world, I wonder how huge it is, Davis thought as he looked at the sky. Who knows, it could be a world smaller than our continent for all we know. Logan smirked as he joked. Haha, our continent itself is massive, to say much less of the outside world. Davis laughed. I wonder how big our continent is. Elia, who was standing behind, questioned to herself as she heard their conversation. Davis, who heard that, looked at her and smiled as he said, Our continent is around 600,000 km long, including the Grand Sea, which is almost 100,000 km long. That huge. Elia was visibly dumbfounded. She never left the royal capital, and her knowledge of the continent was very less compared to the royal family. Davis nodded his head, yes. Most of the territories are occupied by the sky-grade empires such as ourselves. For example, our Lauret Empire has many powers under its jurisdiction, such as the Alfred Kingdom, Maxwell Kingdom, and many other powers. I don't understand. Elia had a confused expression on her face. Davis sighed as he said, Look, a sky-grade empire has various powers under its authority. Ours is an empire, so we have many kingdoms under our territory which have subordinated themselves to us, like the Alfred Kingdom. Not only that, sects, organizations, families are all under our subordination as well. Only other sky-grade powers such as sky-grade sects and organization can escape from our grasp if they stay in our territory, like the Piercing Dragon sect and Ruthless Sword sect. Oh, I get it, her expression was one of understanding as she nodded her head like a rabbit. Good, are you prepared to compete in the Grand Sea Continent meet? Davis laughed and questioned. I am. A determined expression appeared on her face as she said that. All right then, let's make your cultivation breakthrough to the iron stage. Davis held her shoulders as he said that. Yes, Elia nodded her head with renewed resolution. I must follow behind him no matter what. She thought as her courage grew, strengthening her determination. 2 months passed as they voyaged through the Grand Sea to arrive at an island known as Gathering of the Elites, also known as Goat Island. Finally, we arrived after a long journey, Elia said as she stretched her small body. The heaven and earth energy here is dense, Davis commented as he tried to absorb the energy greedily. Of course, this is a formation set up by the Guardian Alliance. Its effects are as great as it could be, Logan, who was on the side, commented. But his face immediately turned solemn at the mention of the Guardian Alliance. All three of them were standing on the deck as they enjoyed the scenery of the island. The Guardian Alliance is the one who hosts this competition. They were the ones who mostly protect the continent from the invasion of the outsiders. One could join the Guardian Alliance if one can successfully break through to the 5th stage, at least in any one of the cultivation systems. Usually on the surface, the Guardian Alliance doesn't interfere with the affairs of the continental struggle, wars. If they move, then they will move secretly in the shadows to maintain their upright and moral image on the surface. So no one dares to offend the Guardian Alliance, afraid that they might be targeted secretly. Actually, even if someone wants to destroy or give trouble to them, then they can't, because it is the strongest alliance in the continent, albeit the alliance doesn't work together before the event. The Guardian Alliance only starts moving 5 years before the invasion. Until then, their members will be on inactive. Logan's father, the previous emperor, was also a top member of the Guardian Alliance, but sadly, he died, leaving the Lauret Empire without any standing in the Guardian Alliance. This placed Logan on a tough position as he couldn't do as he pleased during this visit. He had no backing here, after all. The other emperors were a part of the Guardian Alliance. They feared the Loret Empire because of the unknown senior, but here, they could team up and strut around their might. Logan was worried about that as he still hadn't joined the Guardian Alliance, neither did he have the chance to do so. Because other than having a fifth stage cultivation, one is required to have achievements in killing the outsiders during the invasion. Only after this upcoming invasion would he have the rights to join the Guardian Alliance. Guardian Alliance A group of hypocrites, Davis sneered. It is only their right the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. Logan shook his head. Father has a point, Davis replied as he looked at the Goat Island. He scanned the surrounding of the island with his naked eyes, not opting to use soul sense since he might be discovered. There were a lot of ships carrying the symbol of each empire, docked in the middle of the ocean near the island. Each ship was more or less the same as their sky-grade ship, except the model and structure as they were all unique to each empire. Looks like they arrived long ago, Davis muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Of course, some would have even arrived half a year early. Logan scoffed at their eagerness. Why would they? Elia yelled as she clearly couldn't understand why some empires would arrive half a year earlier, wasting precious time. Because of the dense heaven and earth energy. Davis replied. Ah, I see. How stupid of me. Elia put her head down in shame. It's all right, you don't know much about the outside world. No need to be ashamed of yourself if you can't figure out something yourself that is so simple for now. Remember Elia, one step at a time, Davis said as he lectured her like a tutor. Logan, who was on the side, looked at the two of them weirdly. Is he the prince, or is she the princess? He thought amusingly. After they docked the ship near the island, some made their way into the island. They were all either powerful or people with high statuses. Goat Island had a restriction imposed by the Guardian Alliance which only allowed people with high statuses or people with cultivation at the fourth stage to enter inside. So the other youths who couldn't enter since they possessed no status stayed in the ship till the start of the tournament. There were other islands near Goat Island, but they were used for the preliminaries. So it was off limits to land near those islands. Goat Island was quite small as there was only an arena in the middle of the island. The island was only 5 km wide and long, while the arena in the middle was 2 km wide and long. Davis and the others made their way into the Goat Island in a small flying boat, which was capable of flight through using energy. So this where the final competition will be held, Davis asked as he put a calm and indifferent face. That's right, the preliminaries will be held in other islands, Logan said as he nodded his head, but you don't need to participate in the preliminaries since you're from a sky-grade empire. Logan glanced at Elia and said with a frown, though your maid, Elia, needs to participate in the preliminaries. Hearing that, Davis frowned. As they talked, they arrived near the entrance of the arena situated in the middle of the island. They got down from the boat as they were greeted by certain people of high stature. After they exchanged some pleasantries, Logan and the others made their way inside the arena. When Davis got out of the entrance, he saw a massive field which contained 3 combat stages, each 500 million long. The 3 combat stages were surrounded by a huge bunch of audience who came to view the battle between the young elites. In the north end of the elevated audience area was the VIP area where all the people of high statuses were seated. Logan looked at the north end and made his way there coolly as Davis and Elia followed him. Haha, long time no see, Emperor Loret, I am sure you've done your best to uphold the honor of your empire. As he finally got there, Logan was greeted sarcastically by a middle-aged man who looked quite fat. Yes, this 15-year period was quite a hurdle for my Loret Empire, Emperor Ross. Logan sneered inside but didn't let it show on his face as he said indifferently. He clasped his hands as he said, I hope you had been all well during this time, Emperor Ross, Emperor Ashton, Emperor Claymore, and Emperor Ruth. His eyes scanned past the other 2 emperors who looked at him coldly as he sat in his seat. He was burning with rage but chose not to do anything here. There were 7 spectacular seats at the top of the arena. All the emperors arrived there and sat as they chatted with each other. Davis and Elia sat near them but not too close. They sat with the chosen elites of the various empires. Logan chose to ignore Emperor Triter and Emperor Raven altogether as the other party did the same. HMPH, you kid, you have the guts to say I had been well. Look at that daughter of mine, too arrogant. She didn't even spare me a glance and took away my position as if it were a roadside vegetable which was ripe for the taking. Hearing that, all the other emperors laughed, in addition to Davis. But the other elites didn't dare to laugh at his statement. The one who spoke was Emperor Mark Ruth. He was the emperor until Isabella Ruth took the throne away from him for her own empowerment, or so the rumors stated. My condolences, Emperor Ruth, you had it hard, Logan perfunctorily replied, but he was laughing inside. Sigh, leave it, you had it harder than me. This 15-year period was a calamity to your empire. You have my condolences as well, Emperor Ruth said as he shook his head. Logan nodded his head and didn't say anything. Could it be then the rumors were true? Emperor Claymore asked incredulously as he narrowed his eyes. Yes, that little girl is in her own world, not listening to anyone's advice. She left on her own to the outside world. "That girl, I hope she stays alive," Emperor Ruth said as his face turned grim. Even though she does not listen to his words, he still doted on her as she was his daughter and his pride. Various gasps could be seen in the place where the young elites of each empire sat. Their faces looked as if they had been given a huge blow, but even so, some still stayed haughty and arrogant as they considered themselves to be of the junior generation. Even the emperors sighed in admiration of her extraordinary feat. Some were even extremely jealous. In the outside world, there are probably many powers which are extremely powerful than us, so I hope that something doesn't happen to your daughter that can be considered brutal, an eerie voice quipped from the side. Everyone turned to look at him. It was Emperor Triter who uttered those words. Those words, what exactly do you mean? Emperor Ruth asked as his aura flared. Some were happy to see the spectacle while few others frowned in displeasure. I meant exactly as I said. I hope that nothing happens to your daughter, Emperor Ruth. Emperor Triter grinned hideously as he said those words. His words might sound appropriate, but everyone knew that he was wishing the opposite of what he said. Emperor Ruth gnashed his teeth in anger. Just when he going to do something, a voice echoed out. Leave it, Emperor Ruth. Some people just couldn't bear to see others climbing atop of their heads. Logan uttered as he said those words indifferently. Haha, nicely said, Emperor Loret. Hearing that, Emperor Ruth laughed as he started to like this newly crowned emperor. Emperor Triter narrowed his eyes and laughed suddenly. Bringing 2 kids to the VIP seats, even if they are of royal status, their cultivation is probably low that they don't deserve to be seated here. In fact, they do not even deserve to directly participate in the final competition. Emperor Loret and Emperor Triter glared at each other. A tense atmosphere started to whirl around the VIP seats. So what if they don't have enough cultivation level? As long as I'm here, if they want to directly participate, then they will be able to, Logan said overbearingly with an indifferent face. What gall, are you disrespecting the Guardian Alliance? Emperor Raven raised his voice with a sneering tone. The other emperors didn't say anything as they knew that these 3 have a personal vendetta. Oh, who is that little girl near Prince Davis? I remember that your daughter should be only 5 or 6 years old. Emperor Triter asked with a questioning tone. In fact, with his intelligence network, he already knew who this girl was. Elia, who heard that, shuddered. She wore a purple robe and her hair was tied up in a bun. But no matter who saw this, they quickly knew that her bearing was not one a royal family member. HMPH, that is my son's maid, just so you know, she will participate in the preliminaries. Logan replied in dissatisfaction. Then she has no business here, Lean. Throw her out. Emperor Triter sneered as he said indifferently. The other youths were also displeased about a maid sitting together with them. Which of them didn't have their own pride? Yes, a youth, who supposedly belonged to the Triter family, stood up and looked at Elia with teasing eyes. He looked lean and his eyes were sunken as if he indulged in sexual pleasures all day long. Logan glared at him like a hawk eyeing its prey. Lean Triter went speedily, not caring a little about the glaring eyes of Emperor Loret as he had his backing near him. Haha, little girl, it's not safe for you here. Let me take you outside, and there, he stopped his words suddenly as he saw a little boy standing in front of him, blocking his way to that little girl. That little boy wore black-robed clothes, which might have made him look dashing in appearance if he was some years older, but now it just made him look cute. He laughed and said, Little Prince Davis, I don't want to hurt you. Could you please move aside? Davis raised his face above as he looked at Lean and uttered a single word. Scram. Laughing sounds echoed from all sides. The young elites who were seated had a good laugh after hearing the words of Davis. He said, Scram, scram, haha, oh my heavens, what a loss of face for Lean Triter. I wouldn't stay here anymore if I were him. Does that kid even knows who he's dealing with? Some mocked Davis while some mocked Lean. Lean's face turned green from hearing the mocking comments. Brat, I'll give you one last chance, move aside. Lean's face burned from being embarrassed as he shouted in fury, but he didn't dare to attack before giving a warning. Fool, I'll say it again, SCRM. As Davis said those words slowly, even more laughing sounds erupted from the sides. Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lean clenched his fists and punched at Davis's face. Davis calmly looked at the incoming fist that he thought was so slow. He thought that he could have dodged at least 10 times during this period. Just when Lean's punch neared Davis's face, Davis moved his face slightly to the side as he dodged his punch with incredible timing. Looking at Davis, everybody was stunned. Davis wasn't afraid that his body-tempering cultivation would be found out because he knows that as long as he doesn't reveal his body's aura, there is no way that they can figure it out. He knew that they could only try to guess or probe. Just when Lean finished receiving his fist back, he felt himself flying through the audience seats as he fell down on the arena. Davis's fist was so fast that Lean didn't see it coming. Lean struggled to stand up as he tried his best. He felt as if his innards were coming out. Just when he stood up, he spat a mouthful of blood as he glared hatefully at Davis. I'll kill you. Just when he lost his mind, he suddenly received a soul transmission from Emperor Triter, which made him get back to his senses. Looks like your son is the one who doesn't deserve to be in this place, Emperor Triter. Emperor Ashton suddenly piped in as his eyes glowed. After all, seeing his son-in-law being highly talented, he thought that he should help him no matter what. HMPH, my son might be somewhat lacking compared to this 10-year-old genius, but that maid doesn't deserve her place here. Emperor Triter said in displeasure. He felt that he had lost some face because of his son's incompetence. Suddenly, a stomping sound could be heard as all heads turned to look at the little boy. Davis was the one who stomped his legs to garner attention. He clasped his hands and said, "Emperors and young elites, I am Prince Davis, and this is my maid, Elia. Targeting her is the same as targeting me. You should be beware of the consequences that might come around to your doorstep one day. That said, I and Elia are going to participate in the preliminaries to broaden our horizons even if you hadn't said anything, Emperor Triter. So this whole time I am very sorry to waste your nuz breath on us," Davis said as he grinned. He had a mocking expression on his face. Insolent. Emperor Triter's face went red in fury as he stood up. When had he, an emperor of high stature, had been reprimanded and mocked by a 10-year-old child? This was courting death. Many youths froze in horror, and some looked at the sight in admiration. They all thought, truly a newborn calf doesn't know the fear of the tiger. Emperor Loret and Emperor Ashton hurriedly moved in front of Davis. "What is the meaning of this, Emperor Ashton?" Emperor Triter asked in annoyance. There's no way I'm going to let you harm my son-in-law just because your opinion was not accepted by anyone. All right, there's no need to start a dispute just because of one maid. Emperor Ruth stood and said, "Prince Davis, could I ask you to go to the preliminaries then? We will be starting the preliminaries tomorrow. So go gather at the east side of the island for now." Davis nodded his head as he could clearly see Emperor Ruth giving him a way out of this mess, and naturally, he wouldn't decline this offer as he didn't want to deal with a person who he can't currently handle without using his death note. His impression of Emperor Ashton also grew, but not much as he knew that it was a result of showing off his talent in the public. "Then I will take my leave, everyone." Davis clasped his hands as he bowed perfunctorily. The pressure he was facing was offset by the two emperors who shielded him from Emperor Triter. "HMPH, thinking of running right after you picked a fight with me. Coward." Emperor Triter wasn't ready to take this lying down. "I wonder who was it that honestly got scared and turned tail after blatantly coming to destroy our empire?" Davis asked as he questioned mockingly. "You." Just when Emperor Triter was going to make a move, a majestic aura spread as it surrounded the arena. "Emperor Triter, are you not going to show me some face? I've already said to stop and you're still not stopping," Emperor Ruth said as he released his majestic aura. He was dressed in golden imperial robes which had flood dragon patterns. "HMPH. Emperor Triter said nothing as he sat down. He felt like torturing Davis for what he had done. One thing he couldn't understand was why Emperor Ruth would help the little kid. "Let's go," Davis said as he left the arena with Elia. A lone girl with fiery red robes sat in exactly 6 million away from Davis. Her face was covered by a veil, but her eyes were fiery hot as she blinked. Her long hair was blazing red as she tied it up in a ponytail. The left half of her face was covered by bangs as she blew it upwards with her mouth. From the moment she saw him, she was analyzing him with scrutinizing eyes. What guts? Doesn't he understand that he will get killed silently somewhere down the road? Some youths were looking at her weirdly. She felt as if their looks were asking, "Is that kid your future husband? What are you looking at?" "Scram," Shirley shouted as she felt embarrassed by Davis. The other youths hurriedly turned their heads as they were somewhat afraid of her. "All right, lads, you should learn from him. Look at his disposition, even daring go toe-to-toe with an emperor. A person of such caliber said that he's going to broaden his horizons. What are you all doing? Go participate in the preliminaries." Emperor Ashton sent a sole transmission to all who came with him to participate in the tournament. That's a drag. No way, we're not going. It will be a massacre if we go. Those plebeians won't even be able to stand before us." HMPH. The replies he got almost burst his head. These kids. He thought as he sighed. Shifting his sole transmission to a lone girl who wore fiery red robes, he said, "Shirley, what do you think of him? What broaden his horizons? Won't he get killed before even he reaches his adulthood?" Shirley Ashton said as she fumed. Emperor Loret was with him, but Princess Davis' confidence doesn't clearly come from him, Emperor Ashton said as his face changed. He thought of a certain possibility but didn't dare to make sure of it. "Isn't he a little too overbearing for his age?" she asked in confusion. "I think he has the power to back it up, although I'm not sure of it. Then we will see it when the competition ends," Shirley said as she looked forward to it. She was confident that she will get the first place during this Grand Sea Continent meet. Her temper is fiery when she speaks, but when she contemplates, her personality changes to a calm disposition. You could say that she just couldn't control her mouth, but could control her thoughts to a certain degree. After this, the emperors chatted as they spent their time leisurely. The young elites exchanged some pleasantries, and then went back to being silent as if it were none of their business. But there were some youths who actively went around greeting and making acquaintances with everyone. This arena was full of people with sky-grade powers on the north side. Even various sect masters, organization heads were present, but they chose not to interfere with the emperors. Instead, they either talked or argued with the people as same as them. A silhouette was running to the east of the island in a relaxed manner, albeit that silhouette was extremely fast. Davis, wait for me. A girlish silhouette, which was frantically running with all it got, shouted atop of its lungs. Hearing that, the silhouette, who was Davis, slowed down and maintained a pace which matched Elia. Why do you run so fast? Don't leave me behind. Haha, sorry. This place is so fun to run freely. I couldn't help but loosen my constraints. These two were currently going through a forest. It was greenish with its calm and peaceful scenery which was filled with life. What if something happens? Then I won't be able to report to the Emperor. Don't go running without me, Elia said as she tried to berate him. Davis, who was running in front of her, turned his body towards her as he kept moving behind. Yes, my queen, he said as he bowed with one hand on his chest. Elia, who heard that, was stunned as her face blushed. He pretended to not notice her blush and turned front. He felt good to bully her, but didn't know that he was acting shamelessly, as a result, which only made Elia like him even more and more. After a moment passed, she calmed herself down and asked Davis, as she was curious about that matter. Why didn't you let me fight that person? Even though I was kinda scared, I was sure that with my cultivation level that I could have taken him down. You could have taken him down, but the consequences would have been different, as that Emperor Triter would have straight away killed you without giving any reason, as your status isn't high. So I had no choice but to make a move, as he can't kill me that easily. Hearing that, her face went pale, but she quickly calmed down as she shouted at him. I swear that I'll get reliable like you, so please just help me grow stronger, Davis. Davis smiled and nodded at her. This was the first time she asked anything of herself to him. In the east end of the Goat Island, there were a huge amount of people, amounting to more than 1 million. There were also a large number of queues in which the young cultivators lined up to get their tokens. Seriously, I have never seen a queue this big before, a young man who looked quite naive uttered in an annoyed tone. Me neither. A young girl who was behind the young man replied. Heh, you don't know, but it would have been more of a humongous queue if everyone came to get their tokens at the same time. Suddenly, a random young cultivator piped in, trying to show off his knowledge to the young woman. Brother, you mean? Another young man who looked scrawny joined in on the conversation. Yes, there are already more than 5 million contestants who have already got their own tokens. That random young cultivator replied. Yeah, right. The other empires have already arrived here earlier after all. That scrawny young man nodded his head in understanding. Davis and Elia, who were passing over the people who lined up in the queues, heard a lot of conversations like this, which made it easier for them to understand what was going on. Elia, did you hear that? Elia replied as she digested the information she heard. Looks like there are 12 islands in which the preliminaries will take place. Not only that, but the island in which we will be assigned to will be decided by the tokens we draw, it seems, so there's a chance that we will be separated, huh? Realization dawned on her face as she went sad. Seems like it. Davis carelessly muttered and looked at sad her face. Seeing her sad expression, he comforted her. Haha, don't be disheartened. It's not like we're going to separate forever. He then added, besides, we don't know if we are even going to be separated absolutely, so don't lose heart. I hope that we are always together. Elia smiled and replied innocently without any ulterior meaning. Davis, who heard that, froze. Her smile was bright and pure. Combined with her words, she looked like an angel to Davis. He then hurriedly looked away as if he hadn't minded what she had said, but deep in his heart, it pretty much had a high impact on him. They both then lined up to queue for getting a token for the two of them, as they conversed. The two of them received weird looks from the start, as they seemed like two kids who were going on an excursion. Davis didn't pay any heed to their weird expressions, but Elia was visibly discomforted by their unwanted attention. Don't pay any heed to others, Elia. As a child who came to attend the Grand Sea Continent meet, you should be proud of yourself. Elia nodded her head as she put up a proud front. Davis laughed at her proud expression, which made her instantly embarrassed. After getting their 2 tokens, it was already night. They were almost the last participants to get their tokens. Why isn't there a writing on the token? How am I supposed to know which island to go to? Davis, who saw the token, couldn't help but question. Maybe the letters would appear magically. Elia replied in a joking tone. Suddenly, a solemn voice sounded out to the whole island from nowhere. The voice even sounded out a few more kilometers. As I have already said before, the letters on the token will reveal itself on the day of the preliminaries. You have decided to host the preliminaries tomorrow, so those who did not manage to get a token by today will be automatically disqualified. Hearing that, many youths who were in the ships or somewhere around the island hurriedly went to the east of the island to get their tokens. A powerful voice amplification formation. No, doesn't look like that. It probably is an additional feature of another formation. Davis thought as he couldn't figure out where the voice came from. Time passed by as morning finally came. No one bothered Davis and Elia, as they all thought that these kids came from some powerful family to broaden their horizons. Again, that solemn voice echoed in fervor. The time period for collecting your tokens is over. Anyone who failed to procure one will be disqualified automatically. Hearing that, the many youths who ran to get their tokens yesterday night like their lives depended on it heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the letters in the token will reveal themselves in any moment now. Suddenly, Davis could sense an energy wave coming from a formation somewhere. He managed to pinpoint it, as the formation's energy came from the center of the island. Various transparent lights shot above from the middle of the island, which was invisible to almost 99 of the youths who came to participate in the preliminaries. Davis also saw those transparent lights as it came close to him at an extreme speed and collided with his token. This kind of situation happened to all the young cultivators who held a token in their hands. No matter if they were on a ship or somewhere far away from the island, those transparent lights successfully hit the tokens in their hands. Davis saw the transparent light transform into some words in the token. Fifth Island, but for some reason, the token in his hands, which was originally white in color, suddenly converted to a red color. Elia, which island did you get? Davis then asked Elia. Fifth Island, Davis heaved a sigh of relief and said, we are on the same island, thankfully. Really? Elia clenched her fists in excitement as she almost jumped on him to hug, but chose not to as it would be considered rude. Yes, hee. Davis laughed in a relieved tone. Actually, he was the one who was most afraid of separating from Elia as there were many dangers here in the preliminaries. After all, it wasn't too difficult for a person to kill another person in this place. Somewhere on the island, a black-robed silhouette held a token in its hand which glowed red as it thought. Fifth Island, why is it red now? That silhouette then looked into the sky and thought, I wonder if he is in the arena. HMPH, I'll surely pass through this preliminaries and meet him there. It then returned to its teammates who were some few hundred meters away. That solemn voice then echoed again. Now for those of you got the first to third island tokens, head to the north end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Next, for those of you got the fourth to sixth island tokens, head to the east end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Then, for those of you got the seventh to ninth island tokens, head to the west end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Finally, for those of you got the 10th to 12th island tokens, head to the south end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. The rules will be explained once you reach your designated islands. The whole island was silent for a moment before some people scrambled to get to their destination. Davis, who was already on the east end of the island, laughed wryly while looking at the incoming ships. The ships docked on the shore as the participants began to board the ship in a hurried manner. Davis and Elia also casually boarded a ship which was designated to go to the fifth island. Sometime later, that silhouette also boarded the same ship. The ships hosted about 1 million youths each, which then set sail to their designated islands after a period of time. It was already noon by that time. The ships then reached their destination when it was almost night. It was starting to get dark when Davis and Elia arrived at the fifth island. The solemn voice echoed again to all the 12 islands. I shall explain the rules now. The tokens you have carries each 1 point. Some of you may have a red, blue, or green token. These tokens contain 100, 50, and 10 points respectively. These tokens are distributed randomly, and the one who possesses these tokens may have a head start from all of you. But it may also be a disadvantage if a weak cultivator possesses it. The preliminaries will go on for 10 days, earn as many points as you can, and distinguish yourself from the other cultivators. The top 100,000 on the 11th day will be qualified to participate in the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. The preliminaries will officially start in the midnight, so scatter throughout the island for the time being. Young cultivators of all the empires, the stage has been set for you to achieve your glory. The strong will advance while the weak will lag behind. Your fate depends on your prowess, so if you don't want to lag behind the others, give it your all even if you have to die for it. As the voice echoed, all the youths were filled with renewed vigor. Davis, who heard that, couldn't give a SHT about it, while Elia couldn't help but get nervous. So this is the fifth island. Elia muttered as she looked at the eerie forest from the shore. Stay with me, don't get lost though, Davis casually said as he yawned. He almost got bored by this tiring trip. They then headed into the forest, so did the other young cultivators. Many followed after them as people thought that 2 kids were easy targets, but Davis and Elia managed to easily leave them behind with their speed. But some managed to follow them, but only by managing to use their full speed. Those people who followed them were astonished by the fact that these 2 kids were faster than them. That's right, Elia. If someone wants to take something away from you, don't let them get away with that. Just plunder them back. If they want your life, then take away their life. Don't leave anyone behind, as that might come to be fatal one day. Elia kept nodding her head as she learnt how to survive from him. There are about 8 people who are following us. When midnight starts, you will face them. Elia, who heard that, was astonished. She asked, You are not coming. I will be near you, but I won't help you. Since it's your first fight, depend on yourself. Win with your own power. All right, I will do as you say. She narrowed her eyes as she said. Faint fighting intent emitted from her eyes as she clenched her little fists. Davis had already measured their pursuer's strength, so he was confident that she should be able to handle it. Davis nodded his head in satisfaction. If she threw a tantrum right now, then he will have no choice but to give in, as he couldn't force her to do something that she doesn't want. Time passed as the chase continued through the forest. Davis even identified many mortal great herbs as he thought wryly. As I thought, looks like the high-grade herbs had already been cleared a long time ago. Just when it was about to become midnight, that solemn voice echoed again. Now, young participants, whether you rob or kill, work hard to accumulate your points as your fate depends on it. I hereby declare the start of the preliminaries. It's time, Davis said as he disappeared from Elia's view. How did he do that? Elia widened her eyebrows at his disappearance. She hurriedly stopped at a place and climbed above a tree and stood upon its branch. The 8 youths arrived at that place and looked like they were searching for something. SHT, where did that little boy go? Haha, little missus, it will be better if you hand over your token. We don't want to hurt you after all. Look, even your friend who was with you got scared SHT less and escaped. Yes, it would be better if you hand over your token. Then we'll be on our way. These 8 people teamed up to advance in the rankings and coincidentally also noticed Davis having a red token, which was why they decided to follow them. Elia, who heard that, managed to calm down as their intent wasn't to kill her but only rob. The 8 youths were clad in different armors and had different weapons which made them look like a group of ragtag. Elia narrowed her eyes and shouted in a brave voice as she steadied herself, "If you want it, then come and take it from me. Haha, I admire your courage, but it wouldn't be wise to let go of our offer. Leave it. Everyone who participates here have their own backbone. You can't just expect them to hand it over. Then I'll take care of her." A youth with a spear on his back approached Elia. "I can do this," Elia thought as she readied herself. "Bullying a little kid isn't my hobby, but we are fighting with our lives on the line here. You can only blame yourself for stepping on this land." That youth who had a spear charged at her with open fists. It seemed like he had cultivation but no fist skills, as he was clearly clumsy with his fists. A spear user. "He went easy on me," Elia thought as she jumped out of the branch. She aimed her fists at him and collided with each other. Bam, arg. That youth was sent flying as he felt his bones crack in his arms. Hand over your token now that you have been defeated." Elia threatened in a not-so-threatening tone. "Hess, little miss, did you forget that there were 7 of us left?" A voice echoed at the back of her head which startled her greatly. She ducked her head down as suddenly a black sword cut the top of her hair a little while she hurriedly moved away from her position. Elia, who was almost killed, was greatly angered as she looked at the scrawny youth who sneak attacked her. "Hawk, what are you doing?" A youth with a sword shouted. "She's just a little girl. Why are you aiming to kill her for?" Even the guy who had his fists broken shouted at him. "HMPH, you guys should just give up and go back to the ship. If you don't have enough resolve, just go back to your hometown." That scrawny youth who was called Hawk sneered in derision. A short handling of the little girl led to a confusion in the newly formed random team. They exchanged back arguments as they decided what to do with her. After all, every team here was either formed way before or after this preliminary started. He's right. If you don't have enough resolve, then you guys should just hand over your tokens and leave. That's right. The situation went out of hand as an internal fight broke out among them while they argued whether to kill her or not. Out of the 8 individuals who pursued them, it was only that youth who had a sword and the youth who had a spear outright denied to kill her. Elia, who watched that, felt an emotion wash over her as she laughed at herself in derision as she thought, "How lamentable. They're fighting over whether to kill me or not, as if I am a savage beast. So this is what Davis, my prince, meant by that he is weak, even when he is so strong. Heh, this is why he told me to make myself stronger, so that there will be none who could control my fate by then." Stab you, the scrawny youth who argued with the youth with the sword suddenly had his heart pierced as electricity ran through him like a snake that was bent on devouring the innards of its prey. Elia looked up at him in indifference as she thought of him as an ant. That scrawny youth's eyes went red as he collapsed while his heart corroded as it let out a charred smell. "Kill her." The 2 youths who supported her froze, while the other 5 youths who were clad in different armors surrounded as they charged at her in all directions. Elia looked at her surrounding calmly as if she weren't the one who was targeted anymore. She looked like a bystander who was calmly watching an ongoing battle. Her eyes looked indifferent to her surroundings as she cast a technique. "Lightning storm," she lightly muttered to herself as she looked at those 2 youths who shielded in a different light. Suddenly, thick lines of lightning tinged with a light black color erupted from her body as it flew to the youths who charged at her in a zigzag motion. "Hurry, dodge," a youth shouted in horror as he saw that lightning approach him like a snake. But alas, the lightning discharged by Elia was faster than them, resulting in the black lightning hitting them with a crackling sound. Lightning covered them as they were burnt like a pig while a charred smell wafted in the air. The 2 youths who supported Elia froze in fear as if they saw a ghost, their face pale as snow. "Hand over the tokens and leave." Those 2 youths who heard that threw over their tokens hurriedly and ran away with their lives pathetically as if they were granted an amnesty for a great crime they had committed before. "Davis, I won. Look." Elia shouted as she turned jubilant while she collected the tokens from their tokens, as if nothing of importance happened a moment ago. Just when she collected the last of the 8 tokens, she collapsed on the grass as if she was exhausted. But just when she was going to fall on the grass, a hand extended around her waist and supported her from falling. A few minutes ago, Davis looked at the confrontation in utter concentration, as he couldn't let Elia die in front of him so easily, no matter what. 8 youths, let's see how she would handle this, Davis thought. He was on the branch where Elia had supposedly stood on before, watching the battle below with eyes wide open. He used his dark concealing shroud art to make himself invisible to the people below. In fact, even all the people in this preliminary couldn't see through his cloaking. Even if he stood beside them and acted like a clown, they wouldn't be able to notice. Davis saw Elia send a youth flying, with her fists. Oh, looks like that youth is a bit okay as he is not aiming for Elia's life. Guess I could spare him. Just when Davis thought like that, suddenly he noticed a scrawny youth get behind Elia as he lifted a dagger and slashed at her. Davis almost immediately launched himself at him if it weren't for the stupid mistake the scrawny youth made when he arrived behind Elia. That idiot. I thank the heavens that he isn't an assassin. Davis's heart felt at ease when he looked at that scrawny youth speak before slashed at her. He was at least sure that Elia would have been able to dodge that with her skills as he had sparred with her before. Then he saw Elia dodge that slash as she hurriedly retreated when suddenly, an internal fight broke out in the enemy team. What the hell? Davis couldn't hold his laughter, but his impression of those 2 youths who shielded Elia turned good. Suddenly he could see Elia laugh weirdly as she moved to the scrawny youth in a second. Davis's eyes went wide as he saw her stab that scrawny youth's heart with her finger while she had a calm and indifferent expression on her face. He gulped as he thought that was scary. He never saw this expression before. Had she killed a person before? He thought as he shook his head. He then saw those 5 youth who were ready to kill her, surround her in a bid to end her. Davis narrowed his eyes as he thought of making his move. He thought that Elia will panic as she had no battle experience before, but the sight before him made him stay his hand. He saw Elia cast the second layer technique of the Extinction Lightning Judgment with a calm face as she fried her opponents to crisp without any reaction. Davis's heart almost leapt out of his chest as he couldn't believe this scene. He thought that she turned into a person that he doesn't know of. Since when did she start killing people like cutting cabbages? He had this thought and hurriedly moved to spare those 2 youths who had supported her. He then saw Elia sparing those 2 youths, which then made him heave a sigh of relief. He thought as he ruefully smiled. Haha, guess I jumped to conclusions. It was my fault. I brainwashed her too much about survival that she didn't even blink to kill her opponent. Davis then saw her call out to him as she collected the tokens one by one. Fuck, as I thought. Which human could possibly not be exhausted and pained mentally when they kill another living being for the first time? He thought as he felt guilt in his heart, but quickly assured himself that it was a necessary process for her to stay alive even if anything happens to him later on. After all, he couldn't be there for her every single time when something bad happens. A day passed while the participants either killed or robbed to get their hands on the tokens. At a place where there was a multitude of flora and a vibrant grassland filled with countless trees, 2 silhouettes could be seen as one was sleeping on the other one who was sitting. These 2 silhouettes were Davis and Elia. What is this? Why is she still not waking up? Davis thought as he looked at her worriedly. It had been a day and still, there was no sign of Elia waking up. Just when he thought of scouting his surroundings, he saw her eyelids gently tremble. Elia opened her eyes as she looked at Davis, who was looking at her intently. She then realized that she was given a lap pillow by Davis while she blushed visibly. Good morning, Elia. Although it is night, said Davis as he greeted her in a warm tone. Elia quickly stood up while she involuntarily remembered about the event that took place earlier as she started to breathe heavily. Calm down, Elia. What you did was correct. There's no need to be hard on yourself. It was for survival and there was no helping it. Davis couldn't help but comfort her, seeing this sight. He originally thought that he shouldn't pry on this topic as it might remind her of something unpleasant, but since she remembered, then he had no choice but to comfort her. Elia, who heard that, was visibly comforted, but she shook her head as if that wasn't the case. Davis couldn't get what she was trying to say. She then shook her head again and looked at him sadly as she bit her lips. It's nothing, I was just too scared, Davis replied. Anyone will be scared after their first experience of killing. No need to worry over that. In this world, we will probably get used to it. He thought to himself ruefully, but didn't say it to her as he thought that she should understand this herself. Elia nodded as she stayed silent. A few moments passed awkwardly before Davis suddenly remembered something he had to say to Elia. Just when the first day ended, that solemn voice made its entry again. It said that we will be able to see our ranks in our tokens, as well as the number of points we hold. While saying that, he took out his token as he inserted his energy into it. 5th Island. Name. Position 9,040,6,970. Points 50. Oh, it also said that we could insert our names or alias into it. Davis then added, Elia, check your token now. Elia nodded while she took out her token as she inserted her energy into it. Fifth island. Name. Position 11,446,330. Points 1. It says that I have only 1 point. Elia muttered in confusion. Of course, you haven't still absorbed their tokens, have you? Yes, Elia uttered as she gave the tokens she collected to Davis. Hey, increase your points. Didn't you defeat them? Davis refused it as she was the one who defeated them. Okay, she muttered as she absorbed those 8 tokens. The 8 tokens then disintegrated as if they didn't exist in the first place. Out of the 8 tokens, 2 tokens were green, 1 token was blue, while the other tokens were white. Fifth island. Name. Position 8,636,767. Points 76. Now my points have increased to 76, said Elia as she looked at her token and had a sudden doubt. But the name slot is empty. Oh, that voice also said that we can use our energy to input our names or alias, Davis said as he looked at her in a meaningful way. What? Hee, I'm going to use an alias. Flicking his sleeves, Davis gave off an impeccable air which seemed to imply that he had a grand alias in store for himself. Elia looked at him weirdly as she knew whenever he posed like this, there wouldn't be one good thing that would happen. She then ignored him and replied as she used her energy to input her name into the token. Oh, I'll just use my name. Fifth island. Name, Elia. Position 8,636,767. Points 76. She looked at the token in satisfaction and felt a little good as though she managed to carve and leave her name in a monument. So what alias did you pick? Even though Elia was not even the least bit looking forward to it, she was still a little curious. Heh, not telling, Davis laughed. Days passed as Davis and Elia actively hunted for tokens. They killed whoever wanted to kill them and robbed whoever only wanted to get their tokens. They did as they pleased and spared no one, even under any circumstance. As long as they felt some killing intent from their enemies, they won't hold back either. Davis made Elia do all the fighting, and as a result, her battle experience increased. Furthermore, she never got to be in a disadvantage during a battle, as she dual cultivated both body tempering and essence gathering systems. Elia faced more than 100 battles, and she collected more than 3,000 points. Meanwhile, Davis ran off to hunt whenever she had taken a break from her exhaustion from battling. He had also managed to gather 2,000 points as he made his way into the top 10,000. People who had lost their tokens had no way to participate unless they rob a token from a participant and start from the beginning. So it doesn't matter how many points one collect, it was important to protect their own token as well. Once a person lost it, all the points that the person had collected will disappear, but it won't add to the one who absorbed the token. The one who absorbed will just get the point of the token that they have absorbed. It was the 5th day of the preliminaries. A black-robed silhouette, along with 5 young people, ran across the forest. They looked pretty happy as they checked their tokens. Hey, look at this, my ranking is in the top 1000s, the youth who said that had a lush green hair tied up behind his neck. He looked suave and had a dashing presence around him. Not bad, the voice sounded out with a tone that can melt one's state of mind. Haha, young mistress, it still doesn't compare to your ranking of getting into the top 100. Stop that, all the tokens that I absorbed were from the hard work of us all. Honestly, all of this should have gone to you, Kent. The 6 of them were none other than the Calden family youths who were sent to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. There were 2 women and 4 young men in this group. Doesn't matter if my ranking is in the top 10 or top 100 in this preliminaries. This ranking will be of help to you when you marry into the Lauret family so that others won't look down on you, Evelyn. Kent Calden smiled and said she was wearing black robes to cover her identity from someone. Kent was a close cousin of Evelyn's. He was next in line to inherit the family head position since Evelyn was born as a girl. The other candidates don't quite measure up to him in cultivation, so they were no threat to him at all. The only threat to him was Evelyn. If someone had married her and got into the family, then he would lose his family head position. But to his luck, Evelyn got engaged to the prince, and she will marry him into the Lauret family, which clears the line for him to become the next head of the Calden family. This made him feel content, so he had no qualms in helping Evelyn, who was his cousin, achieve a greater glory in the Grand Sea Continent meet. The Calden family team was quite powerful that each of them could hold their own against a motley team of youths who were only out for the top 100,000 positions. Evelyn, who had a pretty low cultivation, rode on their coattails, as she didn't deem it necessary to use her own powers in this preliminaries. They chatted as they randomly went in a direction to encounter a team to battle and casually collect some tokens while they were at it. Suddenly, Evelyn froze as her team encountered 2 kids who were lone without any reinforcement. Her team also froze because they have seen this two kids before. Well, isn't this a coincidence, my dear Evelyn? An astonished voice drifted, breaking the silent atmosphere in this place. Davis was surprised to see her in this island. There were other 11 islands which made his chances of meeting her were very low as well. Evelyn was dumbfounded to hear that he had found out her identity with just a glance. She felt that all that concealing her identity and strength had gone to waste. She removed her hood and replied calmly, my Evelyn, I don't remember becoming yours. Oh, you will, hee. That matter. Are you up for it now? Davis asked with a playful tone. You sure you want to take me on? She said as she released a grayish aura from her body. This she has reached the iron stage. Kent and the others who saw Evelyn was visibly astonished at her cultivation. Evelyn said nothing as she revealed her cultivation proudly, expecting Davis to be astonished at this sight. Clap, clap. Davis clapped as he was genuinely happy for Evelyn, but he still said in a playful tone while he walked closer to her, congratulations on breaking through the iron stage. I'll happily take you on right now. Don't tell me his body cultivation reached the third stage. Evelyn frowned as she saw his playful expression. Still, she walked forward as she readied herself for a battle. She couldn't possibly back out even if she now knew that he was in the iron stage. Make your move, Miss Evelyn, Davis said as he stood calmly, not bothering to pose for a battle at all. Evelyn, who saw that, sneered as she thought, what was I worried for? He is still a kid then, here I come. Evelyn shouted as she used a technique to muddle a person's thoughts with her aura. That shout traveled as it reached Davis's ears that made him look a little disoriented. Evelyn hurriedly moved forward with elegant steps to hit him as soon as possible. She closed in on him and used her delicate palms to attack. Davis, who looked befuddled, suddenly dodged her palms as he caught her dainty wrists, which were soft, with his small hands. He then playfully smiled at her as he freed her wrists and moved back calmly. Whistle. Kent, who saw that, whistled in approval while Evelyn's face went red. She now knew that she was cheated as he wasn't affected at all by her sonic technique. They then both exchanged fists as the battle intensely erupted between them. But it was intense only for the onlookers, and Evelyn as she was fighting with her full strength while Davis was visibly relaxed. A few moments passed by. Evelyn was visibly shaken as she felt herself tiring down with her fast-paced movements. What made her truly shaken and tired was that Davis still didn't release his body cultivation aura and was still fighting solely with his own bodily strength. The Calden family youths were visibly horrified at the sight of it. He is only 10 years old and has such strength. Does he have a beast bloodline? He will surely be able to rank in the top 10 of the Grand Sea Continent meet. When such thoughts were running around the Calden family youths, Davis suddenly backed out and smiled wryly at her. Miss Evelyn, can you give up? Why? You won't dare to attack a woman. Evelyn shouted at him as she knew that he was defending the whole time and hadn't made any moves on her at all. She now knew that she was no match for him, but still, she felt frustrated at the thought of giving up, so she continued attacking to save herself some face. She felt that she could give up if she was beaten up badly, but giving up before that made her think that it will be a stain on her life and ungraceful. Haha, Miss Evelyn, it's not like I don't dare to hurt women, it's just that I don't dare to harm my future wife. You shameless. Evelyn blushed as she felt her face burn but felt an unknown emotion in her heart. HMPH, you tricked me, but I will keep my word, Evelyn said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Yes, Davis howled mentally in his mind as if he had achieved a big dream. I know that my future wife isn't a sore loser. I can always trust my instincts. Davis replied as he waved his sleeves. Suddenly, she calmed down and smiled as if she was the one who achieved victory. Whatever, keep bragging. Though I lost, it won't end here. What do you mean? Davis narrowed his eyes as he continued. Are you going to go back on your words, Miss Evelyn? No, I did say that I will give my heart and soul to you. She grinned playfully as she added, but I never said that I will give my body to you. Davis widened his eyes in astonishment as he thought, Riley, this woman. She played with her words. He suddenly laughed, holding his stomach. Everyone thought he went insane, including Evelyn and Elia. Evelyn suddenly felt that she bullied this kid too much and was just going to comfort him when suddenly, the Davis in her vision blurred and appeared right in front of her in an instant. Davis held her chin as his face went closer to her ear while she momentarily froze as he whispered. As long as your heart is with me, it's enough. Evelyn dumbfoundedly watched as he mystically disappeared along with Elia, while the whole Calden family was horrified at the fact that they lost sight of two kids who were not half the age of them. The whole Calden family team looked at Evelyn with envy and jealousy, especially the other woman who was in the team. She almost went insane as she thought why she didn't get to be born as the young mistress. Why didn't she get to marry this monstrous prince? Such a delicious deal. Who wouldn't want that? These kinds of thoughts ran through the Calden family youths. Kent Calden suddenly had a weird thought that if he were to be born as a woman, then he would do all in his power to fight with Evelyn. Evelyn, looks like you did a great deed in your previous life to be able to be blessed with this kind of opportunity. I hope you have a great life. And don't forget about us too, Kent Calden said with a congratulating tone. The whole affair happened in front of everyone, so they were able to form their own theories about the matter both were talking about. Everyone congratulated her while Evelyn was dazed. She nodded her head absent-mindedly to their compliments and praise. Her head was still buzzing with those sweet words he whispered. Abruptly, she came out of her reverie and said in a calm tone, "I'm withdrawing." What? The whole team were dumbfounded as they all thought doubtfully. Shouldn't she work hard to gain the favor of the prince by giving it her all in the Grand Sea continent meet? They couldn't understand why she was acting arrogantly in front of the prince. This young mistress, isn't this a little too hasty to withdraw from the competition? Yeah, this is only the preliminaries. With your power, you could score more in the second round of the Grand Sea continent meet. Evelyn calmly said, "I have finished my business in this place, so I'm withdrawing." She then whipped out her red token and stretched out her hand to Kent. "Take this, it's of no use to me now." Kent looked at that token weirdly and backed off. Then he slowly said, "Evelyn, I have no idea what business you had here, but shouldn't you at least make an effort to be worthy of the prince? I thought about this before as well, but you are too arrogant." Evelyn, who heard that, was visibly shocked at his thoughts. "I am arrogant." Her eyes went wide as she asked them, but her tone was one of questioning herself. "I meant no offense, but what makes you think that you are worthy of Prince Davis? Comparing your measly talent with his talent, combined with the age difference, what exactly makes you think that you are worthy of him? If it weren't for the risky decision of our family during the rebellion, which as a result made the royal family indebted to us, do you think that you would be able to enjoy its benefits?" Evelyn was visibly shaken while each word hit her deeply as she was dragged down to reality. "It's not like I wanted this marriage. He was the one who had taken a liking towards me." She shouted back in frustration. Kent narrowed his eyes as he continued. "The prince had miraculously somehow taken a liking to you, probably because he had just reached puberty. If I guessed it correctly, then he was probably enamored by your charms and figure which could drive a man crazy. If it weren't for that, how could he, a person of high stature, possibly take a liking towards you who at best possesses only an average talent? Don't you think that one day when he grows up that he will just get tired of your figure and realizes that he should no longer try to please you since you are so arrogant and not worthy of his time?" "No, stop, I didn't want this. It was our family who forced me to marry him." Evelyn shouted as she couldn't bear to face her reality anymore. "HMPH, what had you done for the Calden family other than wasting resources? Do you think that you can be so free that you can do anything you want just because you were born as the daughter of the family head? As the young mistress of our family, you have a responsibility to satisfy the family whether you like it or not." A few moments of silence passed by as the atmosphere turned rather tense. Kent harumphed and said, "So you don't want him, huh? Fine, look at Zara. She looks like she couldn't wait to steal the prince from you, so why don't you rather gift the young mistress status to her if you don't want this marriage? Simple, right?" Evelyn looked at Kent in disbelief, and Zara Calden, who was the only other woman in this group, suddenly looked startled as she had no idea why she was brought into this conversation. "Zara, don't you want to marry the prince? Weren't you keen on her marriage?" "Evelyn says that she would gladly give her status to you if you want to do so." Zara was shocked again as her secret motives, which she hadn't acted on, were revealed in front of everyone. She hurriedly bit the bullet and said, "Yes, I would gladly take the young mistress's position and marry the prince if young mistress doesn't want it. There you have it. Zara says that she would like to marry the prince. Your problem is solved, right? I know you just want a peaceful life in the family. Zara, with your position as the future young mistress, isn't this a piece of cake for you?" Kent grinned as he feigned his voice to a serious tone. "Yes, if our Evelyn wants to live peacefully, then it is within my powers to do it. In fact, I can agree with her future demands as well." Zara spoke seriously while she hid her excitement at the prospect of climbing the hierarchical ladder. As a talented member of a family, she had envied the young mistress position of Evelyn. She felt that Evelyn didn't deserve to be the young mistress just because she was the daughter of the family head. In the Calden family, it was difficult for one to keep their positions if they haven't achieved anything. If it weren't for Evan Calden, Evelyn's father, who had secretly protected her from every problem, then Evelyn would probably be dead or sold to some powerful characters even before she reached 15. As a father, Evan Calden had wished the best for his daughter in everything, and to him, marrying her off to the prince seemed like a deal from heaven which couldn't be any better. Silence rained down on the place as everyone looked at Evelyn for her answer. Evelyn stuttered as she trembled. Visible anger filled her face violently when suddenly, she felt reality drowning upon her. Abruptly, she lost her bearings and went crazy as reality hit her hard. "Shut up. Who do you think you are? I won't hand over my position. Neither will I hand over my fated one. He is mine." Utter silence reigned once again as everyone looked at her lose her mind while Kent, who was the only one who was calm, grinned in satisfaction as he nodded as he thought, "Provoking always works on someone who thinks that they're high and mighty." Evelyn looked at others bewilderedly. It was not that she couldn't believe what they had said, it was because she was dumbfounded at her own words. Various thoughts raced through her head as she realized her own deep wishes. Time passed as it was almost the end of the preliminaries. Davis was in a good mood these 4 days. He felt ecstatic as he thought that he managed to leave an impression on her, but most importantly, he felt that their relationship would move forward a little as well. After that, he thought that seizing the first position was a drag, so he and Elia stopped hunting for tokens altogether. It didn't take them long to realize that their positions stayed stable as all the weak opponents had been eliminated from the preliminaries so far. So they explored the island and enjoyed the scenery as if they were on a vacation. It was a refresher as they didn't have to see blood and kill people. And of course, during this time, they encountered a little stronger opponents than the usual teams, but they still didn't opt to fight them but instead chose to steer away. Brave youths of the Grand Sea Continent meet. I hereby announce the end of the preliminaries. The top 100,000 positions will move on to the next round. The others will have to return to their designated ships if they are alive. A solemn voice echoed throughout the island as it marked the 10-day period of the preliminaries come to an end. It continued, those who have passed the preliminaries will move onto a ship that holds the flag of the Guardian Alliance and hand over your tokens. The Guardian Alliance ship flag was yellow in color with a shield of different colors in the center. It sailed from the first island to the 12th island, picking up the contestants who were in the top 100,000. It was pretty quick as everyone knew their own rankings, and the ship released a signal, indicating its position to the participants, making it easier for them to head over to the ship. They then handed over their tokens to the staff on the ship as they went to their designated rooms. The ship was big as the first ship they came in, so there was plenty of space to accommodate the remaining top 100,000 participants. They were all satisfied as this was a luxurious ship with plenty of delicacies and services. The youths who were in the ship started to imagine their glorious future as the ship sailed to a new island. I wonder what the second round entails. Hey, look at that, she's hot, go talk to her. No way, man, she's way out of my league. Various conversations ran through the ship as everyone started to either give up and enjoy the ride or get nervous and stayed in their room, preparing to compete for the top 1,000 positions. Only a few who had faith in their abilities were carefree as they knew that they would advance into the top 1,000 positions. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ship solemnly. Victors of the preliminaries, I will now explain the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. The second round is to hunt magical beasts. What? Magical beasts, I knew it. Whatever, it is better than killing people. Everyone had different reactions when they heard that they have to hunt magical beasts, but most people felt happy as they didn't have to needlessly kill anymore due to survival. Somewhere in the ship in a certain room. Isn't that good? Davis asked. Yes, but a beast. I've never fought them before, Elia replied meekly, totally different from the way she used to behave during a battle. Don't worry, I haven't fought them before as well. We'll stick together as we try to kill them one by one. That solemn voice, which waited for the youngsters to digest its words, echoed again as if mocking Davis's words. I will explain what exactly the second round involves. Each of you will hunt for the magical beasts individually, so if any one of you is found hunting a magical beast with another participant, you will be immediately disqualified without any delay. Robbing is also forbidden, as this round only depends on your ability to hunt magical beasts. A clamor broke out in the ship as everyone who tried to get lucky through their teamwork felt dejected. But no one can change the rules, so they continued listening. After you arrive on the island, each of you will be given a spatial bag, in which you will store the cores of the magical beasts you personally hunt. The cores of the magical beasts also contain fixed points. A low-level mortal beast stage core will give you 5 points. A mid-level mortal beast stage core will give you 10 points. A high-level mortal beast stage core will give you 20 points. A peak-level mortal beast stage core will give you 50 points. A low-level Earth Beast Stage Core will give you 100 points. A mid-level Earth Beast Stage Core will give you 200 points. A high-level Earth Beast Stage Core will give you 300 points. A peak-level Earth Beast Stage Core will give you 500 points. A low-level Sky Beast Stage Core will give you 1,500 points. A mid-level Sky Beast Stage Core will give you 3,000 points. A high-level Sky Beast Stage Core will give you 5,000 points. A peak-level Sky Beast Stage Core will give you 10,000 points. A low cough, that island doesn't have a 4th stage beast, so you can relax. Everybody had black lines on their face as they heard the voice continued speaking even more after a peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beast. But after they heard the voice comforting them, they couldn't help but laugh and relax. That voice made their nervousness go away in an instant, Davis thought, as he sensed the atmosphere in the ship visibly relax. A Sky Beast stage magical beast can possibly kill them even when they work together as a team. So what is the possible result when they confront one individually? It is almost certain death. This made them nervous and sent them panicking before the voice made them relax again. Magical beasts are inherently stronger than humans. Unless one trains in at least 2 of the cultivation systems, one cannot hope to fight equally with them unless their battle prowess is higher than the norm. Young geniuses, as the top 100,000 cultivators, you are the future of our continent. If you sense that your life is in danger, please do back out and go to the east end of the island. There are already more than 5 million deaths in the preliminaries. Each of them was promising in their own right, but ultimately it still led them to die in the process of gaining glory. Everyone was shocked to see the death toll, but quickly returned to normal as this was expected. This also happened in every other previous Grand Sea continent meet, so nobody cared, but they cast looks of gratitude towards the voice as it told them to retreat when danger closes on them. However, Davis sneered, what, please do back out. You guys only want to recruit them and get them under your control, strengthening your respective empires in the process." The voice then continued, however, if you're caught cheating, instead of you youngsters getting yourselves killed by the magical beasts, you will be executed by us. The top 100,000 participants who had thoughts of cheating immediately wiped away such thoughts. Also, the spatial bag contains your token, and it works in tandem with a formation. So the number of points you obtain will be updated in the scoreboard, which is on the deck of the ship. In fact, you youngsters should also try to work hard, because another scoreboard is also in the main arena, so your ranking will be displayed in front of the great emperors. The youths clenched their fists in agitation, dreaming to arrive at the top position, so they can distinguish themselves from the others. They were all thinking that once they reach the top 10, they can enjoy all forms of luxury for the rest of their life. The ship then continued to sail to the island, where the second round will take place. Time passed by as the 12th day arrived. In the distance, a huge volcano could be seen on an island. Davis and Elia, who were on the deck, looked at it in awe. But what they were admiring was not the volcano, but the island, which was divided into 2 by a river. The whole island was elevated, while one end had a volcano, while the other end looked like a glacial mountain. An ice volcano, Davis muttered as he looked at it in awe. He never saw an ice volcano before. This was a new sight to him. Young geniuses, we have arrived at the designated island. Now is the time to prove yourselves in front of everyone and make it to the finals. Move on to the island. The second round will last for a total of 5 days. Collect as many cores as you can. I hereby declare the start of the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. Just when everyone was going to jump out of the ship, that voice kindly echoed again. Don't forget to collect your spatial bag from the exit of the ship. The contestants had black lines on their faces as they forgot about it, or either thought that it will be handed over once they reach the island. Suddenly, a youth ran in front of the exit and inserted his hand into a big chest. He took his hand out, collecting a spatial bag in the process. He then made his way out as he went to the island. Looking at that, all the youths understood one by one as they made their way to take their spatial bags that were in the chests. They all understood that it was a formation, but couldn't figure out which type of formation it was. An identification-type formation. Davis thought while he looked at it. He had more knowledge than these people concerning formations. He had read about it in the library. After all, he had almost spent 2 years there, only reading books. Why do they take a random spatial bag from the chest? Didn't that voice say that our tokens are also in a spatial bag? Elia asked in confusion. Although she was in the royal castle, she wasn't allowed entry to the library after all. Davis explained as he shifted his look to her. What the formation does is identify your energy imprint. Everyone has their own unique aura, energy, and soul. So what the formation does is match your energy with the token and bring it out. So what I take out is mine. Yes, you can say that. Even though Davis wasn't totally sure, but he assumed that this was the case. Elia nodded as she understood, but she also lamented at her ignorance. She secretly vowed that once she had reached enough strength, she will achieve something and get permission from the Emperor himself to gain entry into the library. Just when he was watching the exit of the ship, he saw Evelyn and her team approaching the exit. Why is she still participating? Didn't she only come here to battle with me? Davis thought as he looked at her in confusion. Maybe I was secondary and she came to achieve a position for herself in this competition. Davis laughed at himself but felt a little sad for some reason. Well, I'll keep an eye on her too, in case if anything happens. Suddenly his face was pushed aside. He turned to look back at Elia, who was the culprit who pushed his face. Elia, is something wrong? He asked in incredulity as this had never happened before. Rather than being angry at her, he felt happy that she pushed his face aside because she never had the courage to touch him herself, not even once. Elia just pouted without saying anything as she moved towards the chest at the exit of the ship. What did I do? Why would I do that? It's that, it must be that. Elia panicked internally and had no idea why she did that. Sadly, she could only guess. Wait, I'm also coming. Davis had no idea what had happened, but he happily rushed forward as he caught up and walked beside her jubilantly. They collected their spatial bags and then reached the island. The island was almost 500 km long, and it was unquestionably a unique zone in the Grand Sea. Fog eternally perpetuated in this place, as the conflict between the two conflicting temperatures endlessly clashed from the time people found this island. The left end of the island had seabeds which were extended by the erupting volcano every decade. There were also hidden reefs and molten caves which were used as a hideout or as a home for the magical beasts. The right end of the island was covered in ice, and the land was frozen widely with small hills that looked like it was encased in ice magma. Davis walked hand in hand with Elia to the left side of the island. It was perpetually hot in this place, and their field of vision was quite limited, but Davis had a unique soul which made him sense his surroundings with clarity, so he couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of this island. Furthermore, he also sensed a bizarre bug flying around him. A monitoring bug, he thought as he guessed. It was all over the island, but the bugs were quite small and almost invisible to the naked eyes, but he could sense them as he had a powerful soul which also made him sensitive to his surroundings. That said, he confidently walked together with her because he knew that he was not violating the rules of the second round. The rules only said that the participants were not to hunt a magical beast together. But the rules never stated that the participants cannot travel together. This was a loophole which was realized by some of the smarter participants, which led them to also travel again with their previous team. I never thought that I would get to see the Furzin Island, which had been stated in a certain book of the Royal Library. Davis nodded in appreciation. He could see unique plants and herbs which were growing on this island. Most of them were fire-attributed herbs which were very useful in alchemy. He collected some herbs and tore those apart as if they were roadside weeds. These kind of herbs were quite ordinary to him, and he wanted to get a realistic feeling on the internal structure of the herbs. Elia followed beside him and curiously looked at his serious expression that was on his face. She personally felt that it was cute. Then Elia had a confused expression on her face just when she had realized something. Davis, aren't we supposed to be hunting for magical beasts? What are you doing there? I'm just looking into the internal structure of the herbs so I can learn about its working and essence when used in alchemy. Davis continued his research and didn't look at her. But don't you think that something is wrong? We are already in the outer zone, but we haven't encountered any magical beasts. This is kinda weird, Elia said in worry as she believed that they should have encountered a magical beast by now. Davis suddenly froze as he looked at Elia in horror while pointing behind her. Look, a great serpent. Elia felt alarmed awe. She then immediately screamed as ran behind Davis while cowering her head. Few moments passed by as nothing happened. Elia then opened her eyes and looked at Davis, only to see him having a can't-hold-my-laughter expression on his face. Her face went red as she embarrassedly screamed, "Stop playing around. Don't scare me like that. Calm down, Elia. Honestly, you have a good sense and perception. Just relax and maintain your vigilance at the same time. I know that it is difficult, but this is something that you should master if you were to become a pro magical beast hunter. A magical beast hunter is just the name that the people have given to people, who mainly hunt beasts for their survival. It isn't an official occupation or anything." Elia then discerned that she was stressed out the whole time, even though she acted calmly on the outside. This was a new experience for her, and as a maid, she had seen the scary carcasses of magical beasts which had made her not want to see them alive, walking around. What you said has a point. But the concept you forgot was that we came to this island openly. We, the 100,000 people who are currently hostiles to the natives of this island. Do you think that those magical beasts will just get slaughtered by us? Even though they can't think or speak like us, they do have sharp instincts. So the magical beasts you were talking about must have run to the inner zone of this side. Suddenly, he grinned as he walked to a tree that looked charred, except some brave magical beasts which are looking to have their own delicious victim. A burst of light passed through the tree vertically, as the tree slowly split into two trunks that fell on each side. A brown snake slid off the tree as blood washed over the ground gradually. It was 3 million in length, but its thickness was quite small. Its scales were brown as if they were burned, though it was not the case as it was a natural scale color for it. A charred boa, a high-level earth beast stage magical beast. Davis mentioned its name calmly as he collected the core of the snake by cleaving up its head with the spear he used to kill it. He then smiled at her as he said, "I wasn't kidding around when I said that there was a great serpent." Elia, who was flabbergasted by his method of teaching, nodded her head in appreciation and apology. "Sorry," Davis smiled. "No need for that, I'm just trying to teach you the best I can." Elia stared at him blankly and wondered, is this the difference between a royal and a commoner? I feel as though I can never reach that place. No matter how she saw it, he was always ahead of her, even when they are of the same age. Though she thought that this was because of their difference in status, she didn't attribute to it and felt that wasn't the case. Suddenly, she discerned something and had a mocking smile on her face. How ugly am I? Without even realizing it, I was taking advantage of his kindness to improve myself. Heh, it was too arrogant of me to even think of always staying by his side, much less berate him. When Elia had realized that she had started treating Davis like a friend, she started feeling happy and almost at the same time, she felt fear as well. She felt happy that she was able to live a good life but felt fear because she was afraid of being abandoned. Adding to the thought that she had about Davis, this was almost like heaven for her. But one wrong move and she felt that she could end up in hell. To her, even though she also treated Davis like a friend, it just didn't feel natural. With the binding of a slave servant on her fate, she always had a subconscious limiter in her memory that kept her reminding about her status and position, which made it truly difficult to make friends with Davis. "You are so kind," Elia muttered as tears involuntarily dripped down her face. Davis's face changed to an awkward expression as he thought that his method of teaching went too far. Elia then started wiping away her tears with her wrists while her face went red again from the embarrassment. She felt that she had made herself a laughing stock. Haha, hasten, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Elia was shocked as she felt ticklish on her waist, which made her suddenly laugh like an idiot. 10 fingers were simultaneously stimulating her waist, giving her a ticklish and pleasurable feeling which made her want to die as she laughed like an idiot. Ha ha ha, sto dev, ha ha, enough. Elia lost her footing as she fell back when. Elia's breath was heavy as she gasped for air. She had a smile on her face with a heavy blush on her cheeks. "That's right, you only need to have a smile on your face. Please don't make such a sad face in front of me." It was Davis who was embarrassed this time as he turned his face sideways as he continued. "Actually, don't be sad even when not in front of me. I will always protect you no matter what kind of a person you are." Tears erupted again from her eyes like a flood which she had no way to stop, but this time she was smiling as she was crying. She was shedding tears of contentedness. Davis smiled wryly. He only wanted to comfort her and make her stop crying. During the time he spent with her in the preliminaries, he felt that she had changed a little bit as her character and her actions were a little off. He only felt that a little bit and couldn't put his hand on it, which in turn led him to believe that she was facing some kind of internal conflict which he didn't know. All he felt like was like SHT, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Without knowing it, he could only offer some comfortable words with his non-existent social capabilities. Davis sighed. "It was all my fault. It was too soon for you to experience all these things." A delicate finger was placed on his lip, which made him unable to open his mouth. "As you said before, this is the only way for me to increase my standing and status." She paused for a moment as she thought before continuing, "And if I could be with you, I wouldn't stop halfway. Besides, what do you mean that it was too soon for me to experience these things? Aren't you the same age as me?" Prince Davis. Her tone was more of a mocking one rather than a berating one. Davis had a wry smile on his face and didn't answer this question of hers. There was no way he would tell about his origin or their relationship wouldn't be the same anymore. "And when exactly are you going to release me?" There was a faint, shy tone to her voice, which made her sound like a cute fairy. Laughing slightly, he made her regain her balance as he removed his arms from her waist. An awkward moment of silence emanated in the surroundings. Suddenly, Elia spoke. "Let's go hunt, and this time I won't be afraid or fall back." Her face was calm, but her eyes were clear as if she had resolved her inner conflict. Davis looked at her and smiled good, but suddenly thought of something and continued. "You will have to hunt by yourself, don't forget that." Elia looked taken back but quickly formed a smile on her face as she remembered the rule. "That's right, I can't keep depending on him. Guide me then," Elia uttered as she started walking in a direction. "Sure, no problem," Davis spoke as they walked together. The direction they were heading to was the inner zone of the volcanic mountain. 4 days had passed since the start of the second round. In the Goat Island main arena, people were bustling with activity as conversations of the second round of the competition were being discussed on. People remained here as they talked about the various happenings as they never seemed to run out of topic. The main reason that they were able to be free of boredom was that because of the profound formation which projected the situation and the events of the Furzin Island through the bugs which were monitoring the whole island. "Oh, look at that blue-robed youngster take down a crimson ape with pure strength. He must have purely trained in the body cultivation system and reached at least low-level iron stage. I know this person. Isn't he the young master of the Nolan family from the Loret Empire?" Young master of the Nolan family. I think he was called Kevin Nolan. They then checked the scoreboard, which had his name in the 13th position, with a score of 14,500 points. Not only the Calden family, but all famous and noble families from all the empires had also participated in the Grand Sea Continent meet. After all, it is an opportunity for them to increase their strength and fame. Various conversations of the famous youths like him could be heard throughout the arena. Even the emperors and the royal family geniuses watched them with some interest in their eyes. But no matter what, all their eyes were concentrated on a certain someone. Emperor Triter had a smiling expression on his face the whole time. He then suddenly commented with a mocking tone, "It's been 4 days since the start of the second round, but your son seems to only have killed a peak-level Earth stage beast, which gained him 500 points. Even his maid had killed a lot of beasts. He mainly seems to be following and instructing her. At this rate, wouldn't he be a failure to the position of a royal heir?" Hearing that jeering remark, Logan sighed while all the other emperors had turned their attention to over their conversation. Does this bastard even have a life? Logan thought. And what does that have to do with you? Emperor Ashton asked in displeasure. He had enough of Emperor Triter's bullshit these few days, which were filled with cynical remarks. It has nothing to do with me, but it sure looks like that it has everything to do with you. Emperor Triter sneered. What do you mean? Emperor Ashton's voice turned solemn as he narrowed his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That lowly servant is in the 5th position. Looks like he is entirely seduced by his maid that he doesn't even have the time to hunt his own beasts. He might be stronger, but still doesn't have the brain to control his desire. And what does that have to do with me? Emperor Stan asked again with a sneering tone. I heard that you gifted one of your daughters to him, so I guess that makes her status even lower than a maid. Jejej Emperor Triter laughed in a mocking tone. Shirley, who heard that, couldn't help but frown in displeasure. You, Emperor Ashton almost lashed out when, hey, don't blame me, besides you were the one who had asked what that has to do with you. If you're going to blame, you might as well as blame the Laureate Emperor. Emperor Triter sneered. Emperor Ashton harumphed in displeasure and looked at Logan for an answer, but he didn't ask anything as just stared at him. Logan stayed silent and calm as if hadn't got anything to do with this situation. A few moments passed silently, while everyone looked at Logan for an answer. As the expected answer wasn't heard, Emperor Triter sneered while Emperor Ashton ran out of patience as he asked, What do you have to say, Emperor Laureate? Nothing, Logan uttered calmly as he slowly looked at Emperor Ashton. He then continued, I have nothing to say to you or that old fox. The decisions my son take aren't decided by me. If you have any problem with it, go ask him yourself. And if you feel that this isn't fair, then by all means, please feel free to take back your daughter. We wouldn't say a word about it. He has full control over his actions. Emperor Ashton, as well as all the emperors and the geniuses, were taken aback as they thought, but Emperor Ashton's expression quickly changed, which made him believe the hypothesis he had made earlier. Haha, I know. In fact, we all know that Emperor Triter wants to see the world burn. I was just asking for fun. Emperor Ashton suddenly laughed as he cleared away the tension. Logan was astonished. He had no idea why this greedy fox would suddenly decide to placate the situation. Emperor Triter clicked his tongue as they got out of the flow he created, but he still wouldn't back down just because of a failure. He looked below and said, Princess Shirley Ashton, I feel very sorry for you. Even if you married Davis as his first wife, your real status will always that of a concubine if this keeps on. You, Emperor Ashton suddenly flared as his aura spread out. Shirley's face went pale as she was publicly humiliated. She had no way to berate an emperor even if her temper was 10 times greater. Not everyone is like Davis. All of them understood their own status and position as well as their rightful place. Who is Emperor Triter? He is the one who stands above all in the Triter Empire. He is one of the 7 powerful beings in the Grand Sea Continent. Even if she had 10 times the guts, she wouldn't really rebuke him. Emperor Triter didn't pay any heed to Emperor Ashton as he continued, All right, leave the maid. I heard that Prince Davis has another fiancé who belongs to the Calden family. Jeej, even if the maid isn't there in the picture, you still are fated to be a concubine. Shirley's went face even paler. She held her fists tightly as she violently murdered Emperor Triter in her mind. Hunger filled her soul as she could feel the desire for more power. Just before Emperor Ashton could shout out, Emperor Ruth stepped out and said overbearingly, Emperor Triter, you have gone too far. Publicly humiliating a pure maiden is not something an emperor should do. You would do well to refrain from using such words from now on. Emperor Triter narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were 3 emperors ready to fight out with him, he looked at Emperor Raven only to see him eating delicacies while having a beaming face as if enjoying the show. He then snorted and stayed silent as the odds were against him. He wasn't that stupid as he knew when to back out. After a few moments of silence, the tension subsided. Emperor Ashton sent a soul transmission to Shirley as he consoled her. Shirley's face regained color bit by bit as she was consoled by her father. Then she suddenly realized something as her face exploded in fury. It's all because of that brat and his maid. If it weren't for the 2 of them, I wouldn't have been humiliated to this degree. Since she couldn't focus her hatred on Emperor Triter, her mind subconsciously directed her hatred onto the 2, who were the reason for her humiliation. Later, she then calmed down as her reason returned and felt that it was a little childish of her to focus her hatred on the 2 of them. But still, as a woman, she felt hatred against that maid who would possibly steal her future husband from her. A lowly maid thinks of stealing my fiancé. She must be dreaming. She then relaxed and returned to her haughty personality. Suddenly, waves of clamor erupted around the arena as the audience viewed a single projection which contained a kid confronting a single beast. What is he doing? Shirley suddenly stood up as she shouted incredulously. She couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't help but worry about him. She had already started liking his personality when he confronted Emperor Triter earlier. Ha ha ha, challenging a peak-grade sky-grade beast. Your son is very brave, Laureate Emperor. Emperor Claymore laughed in satisfaction as he looked at the projection. Some laughed while some nodded their heads, though everyone thought that it was a last-minute attempt by Davis to gain some points to increase his ranking to the top 1,000. Standing 9 meters tall, a crimson ape that had reached peak-level sky beast stage looked condescendingly at a little child who dared to confront it. Its muscle veins looked spread with a red glow, its eyes deep red as though it was ferocious. Its body was full of crimson fur. Whoa, so tall. Davis looked at it awe as though he was enjoying a scenery. He never saw beasts like this, so it was truly an eye-opener for him. Just looking at it made him look forward to his future discoveries. If someone were to see him acting like this, they would think that he was truly an innocent child, just like a newly born calf that doesn't fear the tiger. But no one would have thought that he was looking at the beast condescendingly, just like it looked at him. Not even the beast imagined that it was being looked down upon. While Davis was admiring the beast got tired of him and moved its giant paws to slap him. Davis dodged the incoming palm with a clumsy movement as he exclaimed, "Whoa, aren't you a hasty one?" The crimson ape was now incomparably furious as it thought that a mere ant has managed to dodge its palm. Pewee. The crimson ape was incredibly dumbfounded as it saw the ant spit on it. Davis then ran away as he left in a certain direction. The crimson ape pounded its chest, screaming loudly, and with a dash, it followed him crazily. Seeing that the crimson ape was following him, Davis grinned. "What's this? Why is he running away?" Emperor Claymore asked in confusion. Just before Logan can answer, a creepy voice intercepted the conversation. "Isn't that because he realized that he is lacking?" Emperor Triter laughed as he taunted Logan. "My son must have a certain kind of plan." Logan thought a moment before he replied, totally ignoring the taunt of Emperor Triter. "I see, it makes sense." Emperor Claymore nodded his head, although he was a little disappointed as he thought that Davis had resorted to tricks to kill it. Emperor Triter was naturally displeased of being ignored, but he just shrugged it off as if it was a daily occurrence. Most of the emperors here were not fond of him, neither were they fond of giving sarcastic remarks all the time. They watched the projection calmly, but it was not entertaining enough as there was no audio. After a few moments passed, they saw Davis confronting a creature in addition to being chased by the crimson ape. Is he going to provoke that beast as well? Emperor Ashton asked in doubt. Everyone had the same doubt as they looked at Logan, because the beast Davis was provoking was another peak-level sky beast stage magical beast, a volcanic rhinoceros. Logan thought for a moment before replying as he held his chin. "Maybe my son is trying to get the two of the beasts to fight, while he later steals all the spoils for himself." Makes sense. Few of the emperors nodded, while the others viewed at the projection with doubt. Just as the Emperor Triter was going to make a sarcastic comment on Davis, he was interrupted by a startled voice. "Why is he spitting on it again?" Emperor Ashton stood up as he could not believe his eyes. What would others think that if his son-in-law provoked some beasts that he couldn't afford to offend and died pathetically in the process? Emperor Ashton couldn't help but think of it as a chill flashed on his back. He hurriedly shook his head as he removed this thought from his head. He then looked at Emperor Loret while the others did the same. Their gazes were unquestionably weird. Logan maintained a calm appearance, but inside he was embarrassed to the point of burying himself in the ground. "What the hell is he doing? And you all, why are you all looking at me? I have no idea as well." Logan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still, Logan knew that Davis could kill the beasts if he wanted, so he said confidently, "Can't you guess? He's going to kill the two beasts at the same time." This time the emperors were a little skeptic, but they still nodded their heads. "Damn you, son, I don't care what you do. Just kill the beasts and save some face for your father." Amidst those weird gazes, Logan shouted in his head, Emperor Loret, why is your son running again?" Emperor Claymore asked, a little disappointed. This time, Logan didn't reply as he just watched calmly. He saw Davis running away from the beast. He had no idea what his son wanted to do, so he kept staring at the projection intently. Soon, everyone saw Davis provoking a third peak-level sky beast stage magical beast, with the same despicable method, spitting on the face of the magical beast. Everyone's face involuntarily turned to Emperor Loret, who was watching the projection intently. Logan, who was watching the projection, coughed and leaned back on his seat. His face started to burn up, but he quickly managed to hide it. In the next second, their faces turned to the projection, only to see the figure in it run away the next instant. The atmosphere turned incredibly awkward, as sneers and mocking sound could be heard in the arena. This continued until they saw the figure inside the projection provoke a fourth and fifth peak-level sky beast stage magical beasts, then getting chased by them. By this time, the entire arena was filled with muffled waves of laughter. Emperor Triter also laughed out creepily. He was incomparably happy to see Emperor Loret's son make a fool out of himself. Logan kept his face calm, without any signs of awkwardness. He continued watching the projection calmly as if he couldn't care less about his son, who was being chased by 5 peak-level sky beast stage magical beasts. But inside of his heart he was screaming, "Please kill me. I can't take this humiliation anymore." When had he received this much embarrassment? He hoped that this event would not continue to plague him one day. Innumerable heads turned to the projection as they watched Davis get surrounded by 5 magical beasts which were all of peak-level Sky Beast stage. This, Emperor Claymore uttered as he looked at the sight. He then turned his head to check Emperor Loret's reaction, but was confused as he saw him appear calm. He couldn't see through his expression, so he continued watching the projection. The other emperors also had the same reaction as Emperor Claymore. Davis looked at the 5 mighty magical beasts which chased him to an open space. The field was marshy, surrounded by a dried-up river with little water left over the field. He stopped and let the 5 magical beasts surround him. The 5 magical beasts didn't attack him, but suddenly started shouting at each other as if they were declaring that the ant they chased was their prey. Davis laughed, suddenly witnessing the comical sight. He had no idea that it would turn into this kind of situation. He just thought that they would crazily attack him because of his shameless actions, but was surprised to see those beasts acting rationally. "Stop fighting by yourselves, don't say I didn't warn you. Scram while you can." Davis's face turned incomparably solemn as he exclaimed. The magical beasts suddenly looked at the ant, then looked at each other, as if confirming that if the ant was the one who spoke just now, they knew it had spoken something but couldn't understand any of it. "Ah, you beasts couldn't understand any of it, so does that makes me an unreasonable killer? Whatever, I don't need any justifications for killing a person or a beast. All I need is justifications for my heart to remain untainted," Davis said solemnly, while he took his spear out from his space ring. Those words were said to himself as if he were trying to understand his own thoughts. Suddenly the beasts saw him disappear from their sight. A second had just passed when they saw the crimson ape's head getting severed from its head as blood splashed like a fountain through the open marshy fields. The magical beasts were alarmed as they looked at the human which had suddenly emanated an imposing silvery aura with its little body. "Sorry, but all of you are fated to death," Davis uttered as stood on the severed head of the crimson ape. He waved his spear as he dashed to the remaining beasts. "Lightning storm, a few minutes ago. Jedjed, finally. Your idiot son got surrounded by 5 peak-level Sky Beast stage. No reaction, huh? Aren't you heartless?" Emperor Loret. Logan just yawned as he finally noticed that Davis was going to make his move. He didn't say anything and just smiled mockingly at Emperor Triter. "HMPH, we'll see how you laugh when your son dies miserably." Emperor Triter harumphed. A few emperors glared at him for making an inauspicious remark, as if they were warning him to close his mouth already. Emperor Triter naturally wasn't a fool. He was just blinded by the reception that these people were giving him. They all ignored what he said, which made him irritated to the point of not holding back some words that shouldn't be said. Emperor Triter always had his way in his empire. Who dared to not bootlick him? He would do as he wished, and if someone had complaints, they could only stay silent or be executed later for false charges. This is how he lived as an emperor. And here it was just the opposite. No one was even paying any heed to him, which made him annoyed enough to not care about his remarks anymore. They then turned their heads back to see the projection, only to notice the head of the crimson ape getting severed in an instant. Silence reigned in the main arena as they watched him stand on top of the severed head. They then saw him activating lightning storm technique, which didn't harm the beasts but paralyzed them a little. By the time those beasts had the strength to move, 2 heads were severed again in an incomparably gruesome manner. As they watched the projection in disbelief, the remaining 2 heads of the beasts were severed in the next 10 seconds, as if it were an incomparably easy feat for the spear user. The geniuses had their jaw drop, while the emperors and other heads looked at the projection in great disbelief. A few moments of silence passed as Shirley muttered in an unconvincing manner as she shook her head. Silver stage. Silver stage and only 10 years old. The other emperors also had the same thought as they looked at Davis. Emperor Triter narrowed his eyes as fear started crawling upon him as he felt a chill in his back. "I must kill this kid before he grows up." His eyes grew cold as he watched Davis collect the cores of the magical beasts, but even though this was unbelievable, facts were facts. Emperor Ruth stood up and clasped his hands. "Congratulations to the Loret Emperor for giving birth to a prodigy. It looks like we will see the birth of another figure such as my daughter." "A dashing figure indeed," Emperor Claymore also commented as he nodded in approval. "No wonder he dared to bicker with Emperor Triter. He isn't far from reaching our level." Emperor Ross also nodded, but suddenly felt a little disoriented as he didn't compete with Emperor Ashton before to betroth one of his daughters to Davis. "Ha ha ha ha, good, good, good." Emperor Ashton laughed jubilantly as he was incomparably happy. Emperor Triter, the reason why he had tagged along and guided his maid was because of this. He had confidence in his abilities to even battle a 4th stage beast, Logan said majestically as he mockingly gazed at Emperor Triter. Emperor Triter had an unsightly expression on his face. Suddenly, Lean Triter, who was seated below them, pointed at the scoreboard, his finger trembling in anger. "Royal father." "Look," Emperor Triter and the others who heard that looked at the scoreboard as they lifted their heads up. Emperor Triter stood up in incomparable anger as his face turned ugly. Position, first name, your granddaddy is here, traitor. Points, 50,500. Boisterous laughter erupted in the main arena as everyone lost their bearings. Ha ha ha. Emperor Ashton loudly laughed as he bent down, hugging his stomach. Logan also couldn't take it as he laughed in satisfaction while he thought, all that humiliation I experienced earlier was worth it. Good, good. The other emperors also couldn't hold their laughter as they looked at Triter and laughed. The geniuses looked like they were suffering from constipation as their face looked flushed. They tried to hold their laughter through various means. Some tried to hide their faces, while some buried their faces as they held their stomach. Emperor Triter's face went pale from anger. When had he ever faced a humiliation like this? His arms were trembling as he gritted his fingers tightly while blood was dripping out of his palms, dirtying the ground. What is meaning of this? Logan Lauret. His tone was incomparably cold as it induced a bone-chilling effect on whoever heard it. Heh, weren't you the one who sent him to the preliminaries, doubting about his abilities? Look, isn't he nice? He didn't even forget to send you his regards, Logan said in an earnest tone. His face looked as if he was incomparably sincere in explaining. You, no matter, how can you lose your bearing over the tantrum of a child? Remember that you are an emperor, Emperor Raven reminded him. Emperor Triter gritted his teeth as he looked at the projection in hatred, only to rage again. You are courting death. The projection showed the ground around Davis were filled with letters of blood. I hope you had liked my present, grandson. Not only that, but Davis could be seen waving at them in a carefree manner. Another round of continuous laughter erupted in the arena as the geniuses really couldn't stop themselves from laughing anymore. Suddenly, Emperor Triter regained his bearings and calmly sat on his seat. He then lazily uttered, reasoning with you people is useless, no haste. I'll wait for your cute son to come here. As he thought about the humiliation he received, his eyes flashed with killing intent. The reason why he was able to calm down was that he had already started concocting a plan for killing Davis, a plan that was well-deserved and humiliating for Davis. Logan, Emperor Ashton, and Emperor Ruth narrowed their eyes. The other emperors could also see the killing intent in Emperor Triter's eyes, but they remained silent as it wasn't related to them. Emperor Lauret, if he makes a move on your son, know that this emperor will aid you in helping your son escape. Emperor Ruth sent a soul transmission to Logan. Yes, this is serious. It would be fine if he did this in our home, but disrespecting an emperor is the same as disrespecting us as well, so it will be quite difficult for us to protect him. That said, I won't watch him take it too far with my son. If he wants to kill my son, then he should be prepared to die. Logan said as his eyes turned cold. Logan also received a soul transmission from Emperor Ashton. Now he felt relieved as two emperors were supporting him. I bet that stick man is pissed off if he had watched what I'd done. After waving his hands to the monitoring bug, Davis took off in some other direction. Of course, the direction in which he headed to was where Elia was. He felt so good doing that stunt which was childish. He knew that he was needlessly provoking Emperor Triter, but he knew that one shouldn't let their enemies live long, so he took a leap of risk in provoking him. The impression Davis had about Triter was that, a person who would adopt any means to kill off his enemies. As he made his way to the place where Elia was, he saw a lot of participants still hunting for some beasts. Suddenly, he stopped because he caught sight of Evelyn, who was battling a peak-level Earth Beast stage magical beast. The beast looked haggard as it went an intense battle against Evelyn. Its fur was red in color and back was razor-sharp. One of its eyes were slashed, while one of its two tails were cut off. A two-tailed red tiger, Davis muttered as he looked at the almost dead beast. Evelyn held a sword in her hands which was dyed red from the beast blood. Die beast. She cast her sonic technique which added onto the damage she had already inflicted on the tiger. Roar the beast roared as it felt its head ache while simultaneously it closed its only working eye. Slash. The beast's head was severed as the head flew and landed near Davis. Davis. Evelyn saw a familiar silhouette and called out doubtfully. Davis walked inside her range of sight. After all, there was fog perpetually all over the place. Seeing Davis showing himself in front of her, her heart relaxed. After all, she was all alone in this place, hunting a beast. If she saw a vague silhouette that looked like a kid, then she would have been spooked if she didn't know that a kid like Davis was participating in the second round. That was a good kill, Davis commented as he approached her. Oh, that, I couldn't fight it in close quarters, so I used that technique which was ineffective against you to overcome the gap. And effectively I was able to sever a lot of its body parts. When Evelyn caught sight of him, she turned pretty nervous. So to hide that, she tried to explain what she had done. Something wrong with her. Why is she turning nervous? This makes no sense, Davis thought as he saw her getting fidgety. He wryly laughed and asked as he changed the topic. The second round is almost ending. Why don't we travel together? SSS sure, Evelyn said as she hastily went near the beast to take out its core. But she then remembered something as she continued. My team is nearby as well. We should move together then. All right, Davis had no objections, although he felt like he had lost something in that instant. He then realized it a second later as he felt intense regret. Fuck, I lost my time to be alone with Evelyn together. A few km away from Evelyn and Davis, near a natural hot spring, a little tent could be seen. Inside that tent was the Calden family youths. Damn, this roasted meat of the crimson ape sure is delicious, one of the youths exclaimed. Too bad we didn't bring any seasoning, another youth sadly muttered. For some reason, the atmosphere was quite awkward because of a certain someone. Haha, come on Zara, cheer up, competing over a prince is quite normal. No one is going to look down on you. To each their own. After all, you have to depend on yourself to carve a path for your future. Kent Calden looked at the disappointed and sad Zara, who wasn't herself for the remaining days, except for hunting beasts, which was her only stress relief. Zara lifted her face as she heard that. She then narrowed her eyes and glared at Kent with a grieving expression. If it weren't for you, would I have even acted on my thoughts? I originally didn't have any plans for offending her, but with your intervention, I am now a hindrance to her. In fact, you must have even totally squashed our non-existing relationship as well. Kent laughed dryly. Well, if you're worried that Evelyn will make a move on you, then you don't need to worry about it. As far as I know, she isn't that kind of a person. Zara smiled at him sarcastically. As far as you know, huh? Meaning that you are not sure. Kent's mouth closed up as he thought, well, how am I supposed to understand you women? One moment you are all kind and the next you decide to go bonkers. No, you really don't need to worry. I can assure you. Assure what? A calm voice echoed inside the tent which alarmed everyone, but they soon calmed down as they recognized this voice. Evelyn, you're back. Kent Calden stood up and exited the tent as the others followed suit. I hunted down a peak-level Earth Beast stage magical beast. My rank is now 32nd. Kent and the others were astonished, not at her rank but the little kid beside her. Prince Davis, what a coincidence for us to meet again. You must be really fated to be with Evelyn. Kent, as shrewd as he was, didn't forget to heat things up between them. Davis's face, which was calm, lit up with a smile while Evelyn blushed as she thought about her involuntary confession during the preliminaries. Even though he could guess what kind of person Kent was, he couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Cough, that conversation should be spoken only after I reach adulthood. This is too soon. Davis coughed and casually replied. He gave an image as if he was reserved. Of course, your highness, Kent replied with a polite tone. Right, get ready. We're leaving the island, Evelyn said as she walked into the tent. All right, wait for me here, I'll go get Elia, Davis said as he dashed off in a direction. The youths then entered the tent as they got to ask the details of their encounter. Evelyn also explained it to them as there wasn't anything to hide. Besides that encounter, that whole short journey was silent as they didn't converse during that time. Well, that's that. What are you guys staying here for? Go prepare yourselves, Evelyn said as she looked at Zara. Everyone noticed it and went out of the tent promptly. A moment of silence passed by as Zara started sweating a little. She had her head down and didn't dare to look at Evelyn. Look at me, Zara, Evelyn calmly said. Zara lifted up her head and looked at her with a puzzled expression on her face. She was puzzled because she didn't detect any anger coming from that voice. Evelyn sighed as she asked, do you love him? Zara was startled but shook her head no. Then why are you after him? Evelyn asked. Because I can increase my standing and strength with the prince by my side. Zara thought for a moment before answering truthfully. Though she was quiet, she was quite short-tempered as well. Even though she eyed Evelyn's position, it still didn't make her a wicked person. With that kind of thought, you should stop pursuing him. Even though he is a child, I can say that he is as sharp as a hawk. Even if what you're saying is true, didn't he still fall for your figure? What makes you think that I won't have a chance with him? Zara looked at Evelyn as she pointed at herself. She was in only a level inferior to Evelyn in body shape, but in terms of beauty, she wouldn't lose to Evelyn either. Evelyn sighed. I see you still won't give up. How can I back down? Not after Kent revealed my thoughts which I haven't acted upon. Zara shook her head slightly. Why, don't you think that you should love a person before you spend your life with them? Evelyn asked as she could not grasp her thoughts. There's no need to think like that. Love can be nurtured after marriage as well. In fact, this is how people flow, and you are the one who is thinking out of the box. What? Are you afraid that I will steal him from you? Evelyn froze when she heard the sentence. Love can be nurtured after marriage. She then realized something and laughed as she replied. It's not like I'm afraid of you stealing him from me. After all, he will have many concubines with him in the future as a prince. The reason I hesitated to marry him was also for this reason. She then stopped laughing as her eyes turned sad. Is it wrong to have him all for myself? I did decide to annul the marriage, but I don't know now. My heart can't decide. It doesn't accept marrying him, neither does it accept giving him up. I am a mess now. Zara grinned as she said, isn't this a sign that you have already started to like him to a great degree? Isn't that why that you're all the more reluctant to share him with others or me? Evelyn thought for a moment before she recognized that may probably be so. Evelyn sighed. Anyway, I won't stop you from pursuing him, but if he doesn't want your company, then obediently back off. That is my bottom line. She then stood up and left the tent. Zara felt a hostile intent in her voice. What bottom line? No matter how I see it, you don't want me to go near him, HMPH. She then frowned as her intuition told her that she should stop while she can. What she said also has a point in the event that I get to marry him, but didn't manage to receive his attention, then my life will be basically ruined. The results don't match the risk. She contemplated for a moment before making a decision. In the far west end of the Furzin Island, a black viper swam out of the ocean as it hissed. It was 8 million long, but it looked a tad bit harmless. It then looked above as it spotted a bird flying above a certain spot of the island and slithered to its direction. In the main arena, "Geej, let's see how you stop this one," Emperor Triter laughed as he thought. When Evelyn walked out of the tent, Davis arrived a few minutes later with Elia. "Gather around," Evelyn commanded as she looked at those two. The Calden family youths gathered behind her and greeted Davis, but ignored Elia. "All right, let's move out," Davis said calmly, and no one ignored his command as they all moved out. They headed in the direction of the ship they arrived in. The competition was almost going to end, and they were as good as selected for the final round, so they had no qualms about their ranks being surpassed at this point by a rank or two. As they moved in the direction of the ship, they engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, Kent proudly revealed his ranking in front of everyone. "I'm in the 15th position, what about you people?" As expected of the next heir of the Calden family. Davis calmly nodded his head. "Haha, that's a secret." "I understand that's a little disappointing." Kent made a sad face. The others also looked a little disappointed. "Hey, aren't you going to hunt Prince Davis?" Elia asked incredulously. "What do you mean?" Evelyn looked at Elia as she asked. Davis grinned as he said, "I already finished hunting and that's more than enough for me. It can't be. The time your highness hunted for was too short. Only a few hours had passed," Elia said as she shook her head in worry. From Elia's point of view, Davis was helping her hunt the whole time by guiding her, and he had just taken off to hunt magical beasts for a few hours. "We still have some time. We can hunt for a few hours," Kent said as he narrowed his eyes. "Oh, Elia, just when I wanted to impress Evelyn, why do you do this?" Davis cried as the thought. "No need, by the way, I have already hunted 5 magical beasts and am currently in the top 1,000, Davis said as he sighed. "It's all my fault if the prince didn't guide me in hunting magical beasts. He would have surely gotten the first place," Elia said sadly as her eyes turned moist. "What? He helped guide her in hunting magical beasts." They ignored the part where he would get the first place and instead focused on the part where he guided Elia. "You dared to waste the prince's valuable time," a youth shouted as he looked at Elia. "You should have just quit if you don't have the skill to hunt the magical beasts by yourself." Another youth berated her as he used this opportunity to get in the good side of the prince. Elia dropped her head down as she was feeling ashamed. She felt sad as all that time has been wasted on her. Just when Kent was going to comment on it, "You two, shut the hell up." A solemn voice startled the two youths. "You two combined wouldn't be able to defeat her. So stop your nonsense. No one asked you two to reprimand Elia." Faint killing intent emanated in Davis's eyes as he gave his warning, which made the two youths hold their breaths. "Elia, tell them what your rank is," Davis commanded in a proud tone. Rather than using a proud tone, Elia said sadly, "5th rank." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It was one thing if a child of a Skyrank empire managed to achieve this feat, but what they witnessed was a lowly maid of a Skyrank empire achieving this feat, which utterly dumbfounded them. Evelyn looked at Elia and felt a sudden flux of inferiority. She clenched her fists and gazed intently at her. Her gaze was that of no longer of how one views an ordinary girl. Instead, it changed to how one sees a rival. Davis made a smug face, viewing their expressions with satisfaction as he thought, "That's right, she isn't a mere maid. She's my friend." "This how?" Kent incredulously asked, as he couldn't fathom what amount of resources the royal family would have used on her. "You want to know how? Because she is my friend and I used some resources to train her." "What? You have a problem." Davis didn't hide anything as this was a fact to him and something to be proud of even though it looked unfair for some others. "I don't dare. I didn't know she was the prince's friend." Kent shook his head. He felt good to have not stepped on a landmine before. "Then why is she your maid?" Then Evelyn asked the question everyone was wondering. Davis narrowed his eyes. "She was originally recruited as my maid. Later, I made friends with her." "Is there a problem?" No problem," Kent said as he smiled wryly and thought. "Problem my ass. This is a matter of public execution for the maid." Observing Kent's wry face, Davis understood what he was thinking and said, "If you're worried if she will face punishment, then you don't need to worry about that. If someone wants to punish her, then they have to go through me. Besides, if you're talking about cultivation talent, then it even compares to my father. So the matter of her receiving the resources is perfectly justified." The others couldn't help but nod, because her talent was unquestionably astonishing. Everyone's attitude towards Elia changed, but they still had a superiority complex which restrained them from communicating with her. They were halfway to the ship, which was docked in the south end of the island, when suddenly, a black light flashed from the distance as it shot towards Elia in a blinding speed. "Watch out," Evelyn shouted in horror when she by happenstance noticed the flashing dark light. When Elia noticed it, she was already near the range of the dark light. Her reaction to the incoming danger was rather calm instead of panic. Just when the dark black light was going to pierce through her, her hand was caught by Davis as he jumped out of the way with her. The dark light flew past them and landed in a direction where there were many bushes and weeds. What is that? Kent and the others went on alert. None of them could sense the blinding light. If it weren't for Evelyn's timely warning, they thought that they could have lost their lives. The bushes were shaking as if something were slithering through it. Davis had already seen what the dark light looked like, even though the others were only able to get a glimpse of the black light. A mid-level spirit beast stage magical beast. No way, a magical beast such as this shouldn't be here. Davis shouted in his head. Retreat. Davis gave a command instantly as he narrowed his eyes. When he used his soul sense to investigate the source of danger, he identified it as the inverted harmless viper. An existence that was observed to have two personalities, a tame and a violent personality. It was obedient to its master and violent to its enemies. Due to this exact nature, it was popular among the nobles of a certain empire. No matter how he thought, he couldn't find a reason for a magical beast such as this to exist on this island. If that is the case, then it must have belonged to that traitor bastard. Heh, I didn't expect retaliation to come too soon. Davis smiled as he thought. However, his smile was one of which reeked of coldness. Elia and the others, who were frozen silly, hurriedly withdrew as they felt the pressure from the magical beast attacking them. The inverted harmless viper hissed and threw itself against a certain person. Elia, move out of the way, Davis shouted in anger. He couldn't catch up to her as the viper was faster than him. Elia, who heard that, didn't look behind her as she frantically dodged, horizontally dashing from her position. Ah, Elia shouted in pain. The inverted harmless viper bit a piece of flesh from Elia's calf as it whistled past her. Davis took out his spear as his eyes shot wide while his heart went cold. Berserk change. Davis's silvery aura abruptly erupted to pure blinding form, while the pureness of his aura increased vastly to a tremendous volume. His spear glowed with a dazzling silvery aura as he imbued it with the tyrant aura amplification. Die, you vile viper. Davis intercepted it while his speed increased from using the Berserk change technique. The Berserk change technique was the ability of the fourth layer technique of the tyrant body secrets. It purely changes the aura of the body to a berserk state, which increases the pureness and volume of the aura, resulting in an improved combat prowess for a short period of time. Pierce. He brandished his spear multiple times at the inverted harmless viper to his anger and injured it to a great degree. The viper hissed in pain as it looked at Davis violently. Its diamond-shaped eyes glowed, lustrous and violent at the same time. It opened its mouth and spit venom from the long end of its tongue. Davis dodged the incoming attack while it fell on the bushes and disintegrated them. Davis noticed it. His eyes widened as he started to sweat. Fortunately, the direction he dodged helped him get near the inverted harmless viper. He swiftly pierced his spear into its head. Blood splashed and dripped on the ground as its body froze. Davis deactivated his technique as he started gulping for air. Although Berserk change technique increases his combat prowess, it also puts some strain on his body as well. Blood dropped pitter-patter on the ground as a frail body held its arm in pain, while also trying to tolerate the pain without making any sound. Davis immediately rushed to Elia and hurriedly fed a peak-level Earth-grade pill, a quick rejuvenation pill. Elia gulped and swallowed the pill in haste while wincing in pain. A few moments passed before the part of flesh that was bitten started healing in moments. Though the rate of recovery was visible, it was very slow. Elia looked a little disoriented as her eyes dropped due to the blood loss and experiencing a serious injury for the first time. An injury to this degree dampened her ardor, making her feel like a frail girl. Thankfully, it didn't poison you, or else, on a second thought, he realized that he possessed some antidotes as well but quickly denied it. I don't know if these antidotes will work on the poison from a spirit stage beast. Davis used his soul sense to investigate his surroundings during the battle. He noticed that there were no monitoring bugs in the vicinity. He also noticed a strange bird in the sky, hunting down the monitoring bugs far away from him as it flew away. He then became even more sure that it was Emperor Triter who set them up. Evelyn and the others quickly came back as they noticed the pressure from the beast disappear. They noticed Davis treating Elia with care as he comforted her, but they ignored it and looked at the corpse, with a spear pierced into its head. They then looked at Davis. Their eyes were full of respect and awe. Davis sat beside Elia as he comforted her with encouraging words. He felt immense regret as he wasn't able to protect her, even though she was that close to him in proximity. He felt that it was his fault for not quickly engaging the beast when he noticed that it was a spirit beast stage magical beast. Curse it. If I only knew that its target was Elia in the first place. He felt angry at himself as he clenched his fists. He felt this angry because the reason he was cultivating to become stronger was to protect his loved ones. He only had one aim to fulfill, and he failed in that. He thought that if he couldn't even protect his loved ones, then why should he even cultivate? Thinking about all this induced hatred in his heart. Evelyn looked at Davis and Elia. She suddenly felt irritated for a reason. She narrowed her eyes and continued to monitor them through her observant eyes, silently. In the main arena, why did that screen disappear suddenly? A person noticed as he asked doubtfully. I don't know, maybe you should ask the hosts about it. Another person, who sat next to him, replied nonchalantly, haha, leave it, it's just a projection. That person could care less. Few moments passed before all of them started noticing some projections disappear from the arena. What is happening? Emperor Claymore asked in doubt. This is definitely strange. I think we should send someone to investigate it, Logan replied. The projection where his son was projected also disappeared. It could be just some birds who came to hunt some bugs. Look, only a part of an area is not visible. Emperor Raven laughed. The second round will end soon. Why should we send someone to check things out? Besides, if we send someone and they manage to save some participants, won't that be unfair to the participants who died until now? Emperor Triter piped in. Everyone looked at him weirdly. They all thought, a thoughtful comment from him. This is getting even weirder. Logan narrowed his eyes. He knew that Emperor Triter was up to something, but he just couldn't put his hand on it. The other emperors all accepted his opinion since the second round was going to end soon. Emperor Triter clenched his fists silently, satisfied. Let's see how you endure the predicament I sent towards you, brat. My inverted harmless viper is used to assassinate some specific people, so no one knows that it's mine. It has a 50 chance to kill him while exterminating all who is together with him. After all, its poison is as deadly as me, Jejej. Emperor Triter mentally laughed in twisted satisfaction while he kept grinning. Little did he know that the inverted harmless viper was killed before it can even unleash its poison. Fortunately, the inverted harmless viper was foolishly confident in itself and deemed to use its poison in the later stages of battling them, which led to its quick death. Of course, Davis increasing his power also contributed in killing that inverted harmless viper quickly. If it weren't for that, it would have been able to poison Elia to death. Emperor Triter didn't form a mental connection with the inverted harmless viper, as he knew that people would find out about his pet when they investigate, so he wasn't able to realize that it was already dead. Meanwhile, the bird he was contracted with took off after teaching the viper of the position of the target, as it cleared the monitoring bugs in the vicinity. Emperor Triter was all smiles. He kept grinning like an idiot while eagerly waiting to see the corpse or the miserable face of the brat. After Elia's wounds were 50 healed, the group made their way to the ship. This time there were no disturbances as they reached the ship safely. Davis was calm the whole time, except there was a seething anger that was about to erupt in his mind, but he kept a rein on it without losing his mind to anger. His presence of mind was totally focused on Emperor Triter, while he only thought about how he should kill him. He unconsciously ignored Evelyn's presence, who was behind him the whole time. In fact, even if he noticed her, he would only nod at her and wouldn't have the time to care about her mindset. Evelyn was visibly upset at being ignored, but she could only stay quiet as Davis was also silent the whole time. Besides, she also noticed that he was too calm, considering his precious Elia was injured badly just now. Evelyn had already subconsciously acknowledged Elia as her competitor somewhere in her heart, but she still couldn't realize that and accept it in her mind. People of higher status always looked down on people with lower standings. No matter what, in this world, they were heaven-chosen children who had their own pride and superiority complex. It isn't easy for them to acknowledge someone who is lower than them. They won't yield unless their pride had been smashed altogether. A few hours passed like this, and the second round finally came to an end as the solemn voice once again echoed throughout the island. Those who are in the top 1,000, congratulations. For you have successfully advanced to the final competition, where you will face intense battles and have a chance to battle with the top elites of the various empires. Immediately return to the ship in half a day's time. We will return to Goat Island. Davis and the others boarded the ship after they heard the announcement, followed by several people showing up in the distance. In the main arena, looks like that kid's luck is greater than I thought. He managed to survive my inverted harmless viper. Emperor Triter, who saw the scoreboard, noticed that Davis's score didn't go dim after the end of the second round. If Davis died, then his name that is lit up would dim. But surely, whoever is traveling with him will have met a fatal end. Especially this time's main target, that maid called Elia. She would have been ripped to pieces. Sigh, it would have certainly been a sight. Emperor Triter knew that it would be difficult to kill Davis, so the main objective was to give the rising genius some despair. In fact, he even wanted that hot-headed genius to find the culprit himself, so as he could have a valid reason to finish him off before he grows up. All he had to do was deny that he was the one who sent the inverted harmless viper, and frame Davis with something else to finish him off openly. Emperor Triter giggled as he thought about the despairing face of the brat. The ship waited for half a day for the participants before it left with the top 1,000 cultivators. The other participants who were still alive were made to go in another ship that was practically as big as the previous ship. The cultivators who didn't make it into the top 1,000 felt remorse as their dreams were shattered, especially for those who were close to the top 1,000th position. But still, they held their heads high, not at all ashamed as they eventually managed to reach this position. When they returned to their clans or wander around the world, they would be recognized and praised no matter where they go. Only people with higher statuses would have the right to ignore them. What did this mean? It meant that over 95 of the Grand Sea continent's population would have to bow their heads to them. Their lives were practically smooth sailing right now unless they meet a higher mountain. The ship sailed for another half a day before it finally arrived at the coast of Goat Island. When 1,000 cultivators got down the ship, they walked by the green meadows while they were greeted by many clans, organizations, and families, which astonished them to a great extent. Davis ignored them, his face incredibly cold. At this point, he would just walk past anyone who called out to him. Normally, he wouldn't mind chatting with some people, but a certain someone has been on his mind for an entire day now, and all he could think of was getting rid of that vermin. Elia followed him silently. She guessed the reason for his anger was her, but she had no idea that it was not because of her injury and incompetence, but because of a vermin who tried to take her life. This silence that was from Davis was just too unsettling for her. She remembered how cheerful he was when he was with her. Moreover, rather than affection, what she had for him were feelings of awe, admiration, respect, and a hint of possessiveness. Furthermore, adding the way he took care of her during these 2 years caused a huge impact on her mind. She couldn't take this silence as this just kept hurting her heart even more. Just when they were all alone, she bit her lips and gathered the courage to raise a question. "Davis, please talk to me," but unbeknownst to her, what came out of her mouth was not a question, but a plea. Davis looked at her, his eyes wide. Elia froze, realizing the mistake in the words she had made. Davis smiled. He slowly raised his palm to touch her right cheek while he brought his face closer to her. "Don't worry, I'll kill the guy who harmed you," he whispered in her ears. Elia, who was happy that Davis had returned back to normal, froze again. "What do you mean?" "It was Emperor Triter who attempted to murder you with a spirit beast stage magical beast," Davis said solemnly. Elia's face paled. "How do you know? What makes you say that?" Davis replied, "From what I've seen and heard, I could guess about more than 90 that he is the culprit." As for the specifics, he then explained about the monitoring bugs, the strange bird, and that inverted harmless viper, which was popular in the Triter Empire. Elia's face turned ghastly. She never even thought one day that she would be targeted by an emperor. Tears of fear had formed in her eyes, making those 2 pearls moist. "Elia, being with me has its benefits and risks. What you are facing now is one of the risks. For me, don't forget that you are always my friend, not a maid. As such, remember that you can have your freedom if you wish so." Davis held her hands as he spoke. He made sure to set up a sound barrier with his soul from the start. Although he said that, even he himself felt that he would feel depressed if she were to leave him one day. Elia looked at his eyes, which held a longingness to them. She thought that he unquestionably treated her like a genuine friend, so much that she started tearing up like a frail little girl. "Really? Why? Why are you so good to me?" She really couldn't still understand why a prince like him would treat her like a genuine friend. She, a person of lower status, being treated like an equal by a person of a higher status honestly made her feel afraid. She couldn't help but imagine the future where she lost his favor and eventually face abandonment. A certain conversation with Davis flashed through her mind. She wiped away her tears and made a determined face. "I want my freedom." Davis widened his eyes, his hands trembled. He looked at her, closed his eyes, and said after he took a deep breath, "Then I grant you freedom, you have my word." His heart felt like it had fallen into an abyss while he felt his breath go heavy. He kept in mind that he was dealing with a child. It was no wonder she was scared of a powerful cultivator. But still, it pained his heart to see her leave him. After all, she was with him for a period of 2 years. Davis attributed all these events to the work of Emperor Triter, so the hatred he had for him deepened. "Do I have my freedom now?" Elia curiously asked. "Yes, you are free to leave any time. If anyone has a problem with it, then they can take it with me. Am I no longer your maid?" she continued. Davis paused a moment before hiding his sadness. "Yes. Good, let's go." Elia smiled. She had found her newfound resolve. "Where?" Davis was astonished before realizing. Shouldn't she return to the ship? Wait, on second thought, being with me is safe too. He smiled wryly, thinking that she was using him as a shield. "Where? Hee, now that I lost my servant status and am now a free person, all that I have left is a friend, and now I am following that friend of my own will, not bound by any servitude." Elia said and smiled resplendently as she thought. This way, I would be able to be his friend without any of those negative thoughts restricting me from being with him. Davis was taken aback as he never thought that Elia would play a cruel joke on him. To him, it might be a cruel joke, but to her, it was about changing her way of life. Instead of clinging to him like a leech and acting like a fake friend, why shouldn't she take the initiative to strive forward and be equal with him, was her thought. Davis hid his face with his palms, while he felt embarrassed for assuming that she was a girl like every other greedy girl. He then clapped. "All right, I have a gift for you. Let's go to the main arena." "Gift?" Elia's eyes widened with glee. "Yes, it's there. You will like it very much. Also, it will make you feel relaxed." Davis nodded his head as he grinned. They then approached the main arena with energetic steps. This had been a long wait. Seems like the ship had arrived on the island. It's about time we start the final round. Emperor Ashton raised his voice for everyone to hear. The audience clamored with fervor as they could see the final competition that would be packed with heroic elites, battling each other intensely. The geniuses, who were waiting for the final competition, felt fired up as it was finally their time to shine. Oh, looks like the participants who passed the second round are entering the arena. A random person shouted upon noticing a few people dressed in different types of clothes enter the arena. Everyone turned to look at them, nodding their heads in satisfaction. Each and one of those contestants looked like a battle-hardened veteran, with sufficient bearings of an elite. While some looked easygoing, one could say that their outer appearances were deceiving. Time passed slowly as the participants entered the arena, looking around the arena with a passionate light in their eyes. Emperor Triter, who was calmly observing the participants, was almost sure that his inverted harmless viper had killed those two brats who didn't even deserve to hold his shoes. Just when he was confident about his guess, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Davis and Elia entered the arena. Their smiles, as well as their facial expressions, expressed no fear nor any dismay. Elia, being the child she was, ignored the threat, that is Emperor Triter, while looking forward to the gift that Davis had prepared for her. They managed to escape. Emperor Triter thought as his face turned ugly, but quickly turned calm since he was prepared for this scenario as well. No matter after this competition ends, I'll be sure to end you myself, Emperor Triter thought as he smirked. Davis and Elia headed to the place where the geniuses sat. As they walked towards them, some of them frowned while some of them smiled. Davis didn't take any heed to them and sat on a seat while Elia hesitated for a moment before she sat beside him as well. Just because that she decided that she was no longer going to be a maid doesn't mean that she can break out of that mentality that quickly. The arrogant geniuses shrugged it off as she was powerful enough to be placed fifth in the second round. As such, Elia was able to sit there without any repercussions this time. Haha, son-in-law, don't just sit there, come above. Emperor Ashton laughed. Davis looked at Elia. She nodded her head, indicating that it would be fine. He then walked above to the place where the emperors sat. His small eyes viewed Emperor Triter for a moment before looking in the direction of Emperor Ashton. Excellent maneuver you have shown in using your skills, but you should also work on your spear skills. Spear skills? Oh, I was just waving and thrusting the spear with my power, nothing else. Davis replied perfunctorily. Everyone's eyes twitched from hearing that response. They thought he looked somewhat cool, but thought, shouldn't one accept their mistakes and rectify it when an elder corrected them? Emperor Ashton held his abdomen. Haha, that's right. There's no need to stand on ceremonies with me. Davis nodded his head. To this man who looked straightforward and jovial, he had a good impression. Since you're already here, why not meet my darling daughter? Emperor Ashton grinned as he continued. After all, last time you missed the chance to be acquainted with her because of a particular someone finding issues with you out of nowhere. Davis laughed in response. His laughter was genuine, because the person who Emperor Ashton indirectly pointed to was Emperor Triter. Emperor Triter's face had no changes, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Shirley, come on up, Emperor Ashton lovingly called out. A figure stood up from the seating, blazing red hair cascaded down till her waist. Slowly turning around, her face was covered with a red transparent veil. Bangs covered the left side of her face as it reached beside her petite nose. She wore fiery red robes which wrapped her entire body till it accentuated her S-shaped curves. The part from her shoulder to her elbow was the only visible spot where one could see her jade white skin. She elegantly moved her legs in the direction of her father and stepped on the air. Davis widened his eyes. Peak-level revolving course stage. Her legs danced in the air while her skirt fluttered in the wind as she made her way to their place. Looking at her figure coming closer, Davis sighed. Why are there so many beauties in this world? He felt that he should try to gain max resistance to beauties and be able to resist their charms once he grew up. Or else, he could only imagine what kind of tragedy or calamity would befall him in the future. Naturally, this confidence came from the killer looks of his face. Shirley leapt from the air and stood beside her father. Her eyes involuntarily looked at Davis for a moment before she clasped hands to her father and the other emperors as she greeted. It's already time for the final competition, so quickly get to know yourselves, Emperor Ashton said jubilantly. His eyes gleamed. Congratulations on obtaining the first place in the second round, Prince Davis. Shirley clasped her hands and said. Her tone was rather bold, not soft at all. It did not sound grating, but sounded attractive to the one who was listening to it. There were two reasons for it. One, there was Evelyn, who was a vixen herself. Second, there was a person right next to him who he was itching to kill. Though it seems that the body transformation stage is near my grasp, it will take some years for me to reach that stage, Shirley replied, quite proud of herself. She knew that there was no need to compare herself with this little monster, an anomaly, as doing so would only curb her confidence. Body transformation stage is the fourth stage in the essence gathering cultivation system. Even though its name may denote that it was from the body-tempering cultivation system, it surely does not. Body transformation stage is no joke because one would have to use the accumulated energy in the previous level to temper their danshin, compress their revolving core in each level until it starts to take the shape of a seed in the danshin. Doing so would inevitably induce changes in one's body, where the meridians will be capable of storing more energy, and controlling the flow of energy will be even smoother. Not only that, but the compression of the revolving core increases the quality of the energy stored in it as well. Furthermore, one would be able to sense faint laws from the heavens to form a suitable seed for the subsequent stage. During the process of compressing the revolving core, one requires utter concentration in doing so, or else, failure to do so may result in cultivation deviation, or possibly even resulting in the explosion of the revolving core, leading to certain death unless one had cultivated to a certain degree in soul-forging cultivation or body-tempering cultivation. In a remote region of the arena, a figure stood there along with some people, watching the spectacle that unfolded on the place where the emperor sat. Evelyn looked at the place with a longing and an admiring gaze in her eyes. At the same time, she felt jealous and inferior to the woman who was clad in red robes. That's right, Evelyn. Your fiancé is out of your reach, and your father arranged a marriage that was out of his authority. It's fate that you will have to cross some hurdles to get to him. Seeing that Evelyn had a complex light in her eyes, Kent explained, "Are my thoughts that easy to guess?" Evelyn looked at him. Kent hid nothing, yes. After you have revealed your intentions, it has become easier to guess your thoughts. Evelyn smiled. "I am not afraid. From what I've seen, I know that he won't leave me if I agree to marry him." "Then what are you worrying about?" Kent asked, confused. Evelyn sighed. "My only worry is that I am not worthy of him. He will soon soar the skies with his talent while I get left behind. No matter how I see it, my future is bleak." Kent just stayed silent as he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly she laughed. "Isn't it laughable that I'm treating a kid as my future?" Kent didn't laugh, but replied solemnly, "It doesn't matter if he's a kid. It's only a matter of time before he grows up, and by that time it will only be harder to gain his favor. Remember that once a man sets his ambition high, the things around him will fade away as he will only concentrate to climb higher on his path to supremacy. Only when he realizes that he has no future in cultivation will he wholly concentrate on his women and heirs, just like your father, our family head." Evelyn didn't reply anymore as she continued to watch them. Davis and Shirley exchanged some pleasantries and chattered as they got to know each other. "I heard that there is another woman you are engaged to, Prince Davis." Shirley suddenly changed the topic. "Well, that is true, haha." Davis laughed, a little awkward. He didn't feel polygamy was wrong because he was never a part of a society in his previous life. Besides, the shows he watched and the novels he read all had multiple women chasing the protagonist. It's just that he liked the concept of one life, one love, which was why he was indecisive when he learned that he was already engaged to 2 women. "Well, I don't mind my prince having a concubine or 2. "Oh, really?" He was astonished because he assumed that this proud princess will demand him to annul the marriage between him and Evelyn. Besides, he couldn't give a SHT about the main wife and concubines concept. To him, as long someone was his women, then they were all equal to him. "Yes, it's just that I hope you choose your concubines to be with a high status, or it won't reflect your image well to the masses," Shirley replied. Her face was indifferent. "What do you mean?" Now Davis was truly confused. Shirley sighed as she thought before her eyes widened. Is he acting, or could it be that he was possibly seduced? After all, masters, being enamored with their servants was a common matter in this world. "Don't you realize that you have been seduced by your maid?" she asked with a questioning gaze while raising her hands. "Me?" Davis pointed at himself. "Me? Wait, is this déjà vu?" He remembered the time when Clara confronted Elia. "When exactly? What's your basis?" He laughed, remembering that scene while he asked a question. "No master would go that far to defend their servants from a powerful adversary," Shirley replied calmly, her tone still bold. "You certainly don't mince your words." Davis liked that because she called Emperor Triter an adversary in front of him, without mincing her words. Her meaning was made clear, that Emperor Triter was their enemy. Don't change the argument. Besides, why don't we have her come up and let her speak for herself? Shirley grinned. Her beautiful smile was not at all visible as it was hidden under her veil. Hearing Elia's words, Davis frowned. He couldn't decide whether to call Elia here or not, because thinking positively, it might be a good experience for her, but as a result, she might experience getting bullied. From the seats below, a little girl stood up and walked above. Oh, Davis turned his head and was astonished to see the sight. Elia headed to the place where the emperor sat by herself, without anyone's encouragement. She held her head straight as she kept staring at Shirley while walking with bold steps. Once she reached that place, she trembled a moment before those powerful emperors before calming down herself as she took a deep breath. She then clasped her hands and greeted the emperors as she bowed slightly. Elia greets all the emperors. HMPH. Emperor Triter harumphed while many others frowned. According to ethics and hierarchy, a servant should bow down on all fours. What Elia did was showing them little respect. It could be even said that she no respect. Little girl, aren't you overstepping your bounds? Emperor Ruth asked. Elia just shook her head with a calm facade. Since she decided to come here, she decided that she will give her best till the end so that she can prove herself to be worthy to be his friend. Oh, Emperor Ruth rubbed his chin as he smiled. He wondered what confidence this girl had to be this impertinent in front of them. You, a servant, regardless of your age, tried to seduce the prince. Do you know what kind of offense is that and what kind of punishment it leads to? Shirley was almost sure that this little girl used her innocent facade to seduce Davis. After all, in her eyes, all she saw was that this little girl could even stand in front of the emperors while still disrespecting them. Hearing that, Elia sighed. As expected, it always comes to that. As of today, I'm no longer a servant of Prince Davis, Elia said solemnly. Each word echoed in Davis's ears as he smiled. Logan was puzzled. When did this happen? Logan didn't reply but looked at Davis. Seeing that Davis didn't have any problem with her response, he understood that it was true. Logan nodded his head. It certainly is, I knew it. The sky-grade cultivation techniques she uses are from your Lauret Empire, Emperor Aston shouted. Just before Davis opened his mouth to explain that, I am now an independent common cultivator and also a friend of Prince Davis. As of now, I'm a free person. Furthermore, I promised to work under Prince Davis as a subordinate to repay the favor he had shown me my whole life. Elia said as she tightened her fists. Is that any different from being a servant? Shirley sneered. Elia replied, her headstrong will pushed her forward. It is, my life is no longer in the hands of others. You're wrong, that is your delusion. Your fate is still decided by the strong cultivators like me. All I need is a single hit to end your puny life. Shirley extended her hands as she pointed towards Elia's forehead. She had a half-inch long nail on her fingers. Suddenly, a voice erupted from her side, as if continuing her sentence. And try to make a single scratch on her. Let me see if you're still alive the next second. You, Shirley pointed her finger at Davis as she trembled in anger. A moment later, she believed what he said was untrue, but his cold eyes seemed to say otherwise. She obviously didn't expect him to go this far. Jed, this kind of hilarious spectacle is the first I've ever seen from the Prince of an Empire. Emperor Lauret, can't you see that your son is disgracing himself for the sake of a lowly slave? I guess it wasn't a mistake to believe that the Lauret Empire has fallen with the fall of your late father, Jej. Emperor Triter, who was silent this whole time, finally saw an opportunity to annul this marriage alliance between the Lauret Empire and the Ashton Empire. Logan stood up as his aura flared up. He couldn't stand it when someone disrespected his father. Davis narrowed his eyes. He finally had enough of this person who always seemed to piss him off. And you, why the hell are you spouting nonsense? Weren't you the one who sent this overgrown, inverted, harmless viper to hunt me down? Emperor Tri-SHT, Davis snapped as he took out the corpse from his space ring. What, is it true? Logan and Emperor Ashton simultaneously shouted, seeing the inverted, harmless viper corpse. Insolence, you dare to frame me. Do you know the punishment for a false charge against an emperor as well as disrespecting an emperor? Emperor Triter's heart skipped a beat, but he still feigned an angry facade as he shouted. His facial expression denoted that he was falsely accused. HMPH. Everyone would know whether if I'm framing you or not. Davis grinned before continuing. Everyone, do you know the time when a certain part of the Furzin Islands projection went down? Yes, how do you know that? Emperor Ruth questioned, quite inquisitive. I know that because I saw some strange bird hunt down the monitoring bugs around us at that time. In the next moment, the inverted, harmless viper attacked us the moment these monitoring bugs were devoured. If I remember correctly, wasn't the tamed beast of Emperor Triter a bird? Yes, it's the vicious eye hawk. Emperor Ashton nodded his head. No matter how I see it, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Davis said calmly, but there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. Jej, so what? I was the one who sent it to kill you. What are you going to do about it? Emperor Triter sneered. He didn't bother hiding anymore as he got caught red-handed. Because if he struggled pathetically, it would totally ruin his name, and it would only be a matter of time before they investigate and find out which will ruin his reputation. Emperor Triter, you've gone overboard this time. Logan stepped up with a solemn expression. This time he was really pissed off as Emperor Triter played with something he shouldn't have played with. Just when Logan took out his sword from the space ring, Davis stood in front of him and obstructed. Leave it to me, Dad, Davis uttered in a reliant tone. Davis, Logan thought before he stepped back. Even though Logan had no idea about why his son was confident in handling Emperor Triter, he knew that his son wouldn't act without confidence. Besides, if anything untoward happens, then I can strike him out without any mercy, or so Logan thought as his hands were itching to get revenge. If it weren't for the upcoming invasion of the outsiders, he would have already attacked him by now. Jej, everyone knows that we are itching to kill each other right now, Emperor Lauret. Even your disgraceful son wants to take me down. Jej naive. But did you forget that we are to cease any conflict by the decree of the Guardian Alliance? In case you didn't know, I am still not part of the Guardian Alliance. Logan smiled, not backing down at all. So what? That is the case formally and informally. You are still part of the Guardian Alliance. If you dare to harm me during these times, then by the rules of the Guardian Alliance, all the emperors will hunt you down. Emperor Triter sneered in derision. Twisting the rules to his advantage was child's play to him. Davis was astonished. He didn't think a rule would interfere with his plans right now. Logan stayed silent because he knew that there was such a rule in the Guardian Alliance. You think you can get away with plotting to kill my son? If the Guardian Alliance supports you, then this is absurd. Logan snapped back, not mincing his words. He looked at the other emperors, waiting for their opinion. The other emperors clearly wanted no part of this mess. Exchanges spewed back and forth until Emperor Ruth stepped in to mediate the two parties. All right, the Guardia, just when he tried to arbitrate, a dense aura of killing intent erupted from his side. He instantly turned to look at the source of the killing intent, and was shocked for a moment as he felt a chill spread across his spine, which unconsciously made him shut his mouth. This was the same for other emperors as well as Logan. Shirley and Elia, who were quiet all this time, trembled from that sheer killing intent. Can we end this farce? Davis asked calmly, as if he were tired of their bullshit tea in his hand. He held two white sheets of paper which looked like a paper talisman. It looked like any kind of common paper talisman that was being sold in the streets of their various empires. A talisman. This was the kind of thought that ran through everyone's head. Emperor Raven and Emperor Triter went on alert, but suddenly they glimpsed that there was something written on the two white sheets of paper talisman. Ken Triter, Mike Raven, Brat. Why are our names written there? Emperor Raven shouted, while Emperor Triter suddenly felt a chill on his back. Emperor Triter froze for a second but heaved a sigh of relief the next moment. He felt like death was upon him when he saw the paper talisman having his name, but he quickly dismissed it as his imagination. After all, the entire scene was odd in the first place. In fact, even Emperor Raven felt the same, but he quickly dismissed it even before Emperor Triter did. Oh, shortly in a moment you two will know. The reason why I wrote your names in this paper talismans was that because ultimately you two are total scumbags, who wasted innocent lives even when they had nothing to do with you two. This act of ruthlessness has cost the lives of millions of people, and the heavens couldn't keep watching you're all right. Enough bullshit tea in the next 10 seconds. You two will die. Davis ended his sentence as he electrocuted the paper talismans to ashes. The ashes spread to a direction as the wind blew hard enough to be heard audibly at that moment. Combined with that utter silence after Davis's words, all of them were tricked into believing that these two emperors will die for a second. An instant later, Emperor Raven came out of his reverie while laughing out loud. Emperor Triter did the same, but if one viewed them closely, one could see that their backs were drenched with sweat. Young lad, you are a naughty fellow. Anyway, that helped me curb the problem that troubled us right now. Emperor Ruth smiled and nodded his head in approval. Right now, he totally had the impression that Davis seemed to joke at this time, only to get the situation from worsening to an unrecoverable state. But he couldn't understand why Davis was still emitting that killing intent. Perhaps he really holds a grudge, but is magnanimous enough to leave it be due to the upcoming invasion. What a wise lad, or so he thought. Ah, there's only 3 seconds left. Davis hollered as he acted startled. However, his eyes were still radiating killing intent as he calmly watched those two clowns. Hearing that, everyone frowned. Why is he still continuing with that act? Emperor Ashton had a confused expression on his face. He then abruptly thought, could it be? Suddenly, Emperor Triter and Emperor Raven trembled. Their eyes went wide as they shuddered in horror. Their 7 orifices bled as the energy in their body abruptly went berserk, which ultimately led them to have convulsions as they dropped to the ground. Their dantians instantly erupted unstably and exploded, causing a mini explosion in their body, which sequentially destroyed all the organs in their bodies, resulting in an excruciating death. Everyone's eyes glazed over in horror as they saw those two emperors lie down in a pool of blood. What? Emperor Ruth shouted out as his eyes widened while he fell down on his back, not at all believing his eyes. Everyone froze in utter terror. The sheer sight of the gruesome scene was unimaginable to them. The atmosphere remained chaotically tranquil while their eyes remained wide open as they couldn't process what had transpired. Fear made their hearts weak as it palpitated at a faster rate. They couldn't utter a single word that was capable of conveying their emotions. The scene itself looked odd while at the same time also felt surreal. They could only look at Davis, seeking for answers. Although some of them didn't even dare to look at him, afraid that they will be targeted next for no specific reason. Logan, Elia, and Shirley were utterly dumbfounded, not able to figure the reason why these two emperors had their cultivation destroyed suddenly, resulting in their deaths. Although all of them guessed that it had to do something with those paper talismans, nobody was sure of it. Davis had a faint smile on his face. He waited for fear to root itself in their hearts before carrying on to confuse them with his words. The silence was prevalent in the eerie atmosphere, which made the people heavily sweat as no one spoke. A few moments continued to pass when finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A voice sounded out in the clouded atmosphere. PR Prince Davis, what exactly is happening here? Emperor Claymore asked. His tone was respectful, unknown to him. I just killed Emperor Triter and Emperor Raven, and I think it isn't any different from killing mortal stage magical beasts, Davis replied in a casual tone as if he had done something which wasn't a big matter. No different than killing mortal stage magical beasts. Everyone's eyes twitched while the fear inside their hearts also grew a little. What are those paper talismans? Emperor Ruth asked in disbelief as he gulped. Oh, so you people noticed. Do you want to know what it is? Davis acted as if he had just noticed their findings and asked them in a teasing manner. Yes, Emperor Ashton replied. His tone was one of excitement. He was starting to believe that his speculations were 99% accurate at this moment. This I am not sure if I should say this, but since you are all my elders and seniors, it would be bad if I kept this as a secret at this point. Davis rubbed his chin as if he was contemplating on whether to tell them the truth. He walked forward as he contemplated. He stepped on the filthy pool of blood and removed the 2 space rings from the corpses. Everyone read the lines in between and knew what Davis indirectly meant. They understood that he was asking for compensation, and the payment was exactly those 2 space rings. In fact, they knew that they had no say in it, and it was just as they thought. To Davis, it didn't matter if they gave him the space rings of their own will or not, as he was determined to take away those wealthy space rings. He just needed them to accept that outcome, lest trouble comes after him from nowhere. Davis continued, these 2 paper talismans was personally handed over to me by my master. He instructed me to use it if anyone way powerful than me aimed for my life. Boom. Clamor erupted in the area as the long-forgotten short legend of the revered senior who once saved the Lauret Empire sprang forth. These paper talismans are sure powerful, but I don't know why my master gave me 7 of these paper talismans. Davis sighed as he said, 7 paper talismans. The Emperor's eyes twitched for some reason. They then realized to their horror that it was equal to the number of sky-grade empires on this continent. I'm sure my master is disappointed that I used 2 of those paper talismans to kill instead of using my own power. He held his head as he lamented. Yes, one must always use their own powers instead of relying on external powers. I'm sure that your master will also forgive you since those 2 vile demons were aiming for your life. After all, one's life takes precedence over the way of how one chooses to use their power. Emperor Ross hurriedly comforted Davis when he looked sad. At the same time, he thought that he curbed Davis from using those powerful paper talismans anymore. The 4 emperors heaved a sigh of relief, but everyone knew that Emperor Ross also used this opportunity to gain favor. Everyone looked at Emperor Ross in jealousy, thinking that he managed to achieve his aim. Without question, everyone started to believe in Davis's words. Otherwise, the event that took place wouldn't make sense. Even Logan believed in Davis's words that he felt that it was improper to ask questions about his master, an utmost being such as the mysterious senior has a disciple. Who in their right mind wouldn't want to befriend him? Emperor Ashton suddenly had an idea. Haha, son-in-law, that's right. There's no need to fret over it. Furthermore, we can even try to speak to your revered master and explain that you were not in the wrong. Hearing that, Davis was astonished. I didn't expect him to use this opportunity to meet my non-existent master, instead of sucking up to me. It makes sense. He already treats me like a son-in-law even when I didn't marry his daughter in the first place. He must be quite the opportunist. I'm afraid that is quite impossible, Emperor Ashton. My master is withdrawn from worldly affairs and will refuse to meet any person other than me. What I'm saying is the truth because when I asked him to meet my parents, my master completely didn't even bother to reply. Davis sadly said as if he was disappointed in his master for it. Davis's acting was so genuine that even Logan started to believe his words. Not only that, but my master forbids me to speak about him unless asked specifically, Davis added as he shook his head. It's certainly a pity. It would be my lifetime's glory to meet your revered master, but if we can't meet him, then so be it. Emperor Ruth said. He too wanted to meet this mysterious senior. Logan now abandoned any newfound hopes of meeting his son's master. After all, he can't incur the wrath of that godly person and possibly worsen the master-disciple relationship between his son and that senior. Seeing that his act was successful, Davis secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, if a powerful person acted, then people would have no choice but to believe that person. Deceiving Clara is 1,000,000 times difficult. Fortunately, she isn't here. If Clara was here, then his act and lies would have been easily seen through without any question. The atmosphere turned incredibly jubilant as people recounted the tales of the revered senior in a respectful manner. The 2 corpses in the pool of blood remained abandoned as no one cared. Some thought that these 2 deserved it, while the others stayed silent as their strength was inadequate. Some of them who gritted their teeth and stayed silent were the descendants of Emperor Triter and Emperor Raven. They didn't dare to lash out and could only watch with bottled-up hatred which they didn't dare to unleash. They didn't even possess the courage to speak up for their emperor's demise. The final competition was totally forgotten as many took this chance to be acquainted with Davis. David received many greetings and best wishes from random strangers, but still managed to reply politely, as far as he could. Some of them even tried to offer their daughters to him. Funnily, Emperor Ross was one of them. David awkwardly denied every good deal that came his way. Even he felt frustrated by declining the extravagant life that he was assured upon. What a waste. Such were his thoughts, but he knew better. In the distance, Evelyn looked at the figure that was surrounded by an innumerable number of people. She smiled as if she was mocking herself. "Hey Kent, does that person look like someone I can match up to?" Evelyn asked in a weird tone. There was only silence in that place as no reply could be heard from Kent Calden. He was standing beside her and had a complex look on his face. Evelyn bit her lips. Isn't this cruel? Why did father have to engage me with someone like him? As she was in the distance, all she could see was that Davis was surrounded by people, and most of them were women. She could see them looking at Davis with sparkling eyes. She walked forward, heading to the place where Davis was. "Is she going?" Zara asked in a pitiful manner. Kent replied, obviously the pressure on her must be unimaginably high. Just as Davis finished declining a person's goodwill, a bold voice sounded out beside him. "Prince Davis." David turned to look at the source of the voice. "Princess Shirley, what can I do for you?" There was a slight hesitation that was visible on her face. Davis noticed that and thought, "Is she also going to chalk up to me?" She sighed for a moment, then said, "I now realize my wrongs. I was mistaken to berate your maid when I said that she wasn't worthy of you indirectly." Hearing that, Davis laughed in his mind but replied as he wanted to know her sudden change of mind, "What makes you say that?" He then saw her twirling her bangs in frustration. "What makes me say that, you say? It's because I realize that I am also not worthy of you. Therefore, you can annul the marriage with me." "What?" Emperor Ashton shouted in fury as well as confusion. Davis was stunned. He stood there looking at Shirley, not understanding her thought process. She was declining a marriage with him just when everyone was impatient to betroth their daughters to him. Evelyn, who just neared them, stood stunned as she mocked herself. Even she doesn't think that she's worthy of him. "What do you mean? What and who made you decide this?" Emperor Ashton shouted. He felt miserable. All that hard work he pulled off was being ruined by his own daughter. Shirley revealed her thoughts. "Royal father, it was solely I who decided this matter. Initially, I thought that he wasn't far away from me in terms of cultivation, and it was true. But now that I know that his master is a truly powerful figure, won't I drag him down if he were to marry me? Won't he journey to the world where his master came from?" Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes. "That is the case if he only loved you. What makes you think that he will stay with you? Why are you thinking so far ahead? Just listen to your royal father. See, even you, royal father, thinks that he won't live with me. Therefore, it is foolish for me to be with him. I'd rather marry a man who loves me, not just marry me and leave me to rot." Shirley argued back. "Who knows? Maybe he will truly love you and leave a child with you." Emperor Stan's tongue slipped in fury. Shirley was angered. "Look, you just care about power, while I care about how I live my life. Marrying a powerful person doesn't equal a happy life. HMPH, I know plenty of cases in our family who aren't happy with their lives. Shut up, you have no say in this." Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes as he pressured Shirley with his aura. Shirley glared at her father with incomparable determination as if she wouldn't yield. Davis' eyes twitched as he saw these two father and daughter quarrel with each other. "Leave a child with her. Do they think that I'm a breeding horse?" He clenched his fists as he smiled. But he sighed. "Leave it. What she says aligns with my thoughts too. I too wouldn't want to live with someone who wouldn't love me either. Princess Shirley, I respect your decision." "If that is the case, then let this marriage be annulled," Davis declared in a bold tone as if his opinion was the final verdict. "Yes," Shirley screamed in ecstasy. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry him, but she felt no love for him in the first place. She had her own dreams and felt that by marrying him, she wouldn't be able to enjoy her life. "No, you can't do that. Elders have the final say in your marriage." Emperor Ashton didn't want to give up. He looked at Logan for help. Logan shrugged. "I already told you. He has full authority on how he lives. This matter is for him to decide. I have no say in this. Maybe you should try talking to his master, who had been not keen on interfering with Davis's personal life so far." Hearing that, Emperor Ashton's face paled. "Emperor Ashton, it isn't good for you to force us into a relationship with each other. Let nature take its course. Our Lauret Empire will definitely be an ally of the Ashton Empire." Davis comforted the tired man as he felt pity for him. To be wrecked by his own daughter, how much anguish is he in? Davis thought as he shook his head. But he later grinned as he thought, she is unquestionably unique. "Besides, when I said let nature take its course, I meant it for everyone. No more matrimony discussions, please," Davis said with a polite tone. Davis and Shirley looked at each other and smiled. One felt that the other was amusing, while the other felt that the other one was domineering. "Princess Shirley, let me introduce you to my wife, Evelyn Calden," Davis said as he waved his hands to a direction. Wind converged as it pushed the people aside, revealing a certain ravishing figure. Evelyn froze there, stunned by his introduction. Just when she had gathered the courage to step in and talk to Davis, she was caught off guard by his speech. Davis smiled. How could he not notice her approaching him hesitantly? He even used this opportunity to shamelessly and indirectly express his desire for her. Clamor erupted in the arena as the whole crowd's attention was on Evelyn. Gazes of envy, jealousy, greed, and lust were gathered on her. Evelyn felt incredibly awkward on having the whole crowd's attention to her. Shirley glanced at the voluptuous figure in front of her and admired those twin peaks. Not bad, I know, right? Davis laughed. Evelyn blushed hard. Her face turned bright red as she thought, scoundrel. Why is he teasing me in front of everyone? Aren't you happy that you managed to keep him for yourself, Miss Evelyn? Shirley asked, testing the waters. I don't know. Evelyn replied nervously, her voice meek. What was that? I couldn't hear you. Shirley placed her palm beside her ears. Evelyn increased her voice as she shut her eyes. I just don't know. That decides it. Prince Davis, she clearly likes you and possibly is in love with you. I don't know how you managed to do that, but congratulations. Davis was stunned. What makes you say that? Evelyn was also stunned as her thoughts were revealed. All she wanted to do was find her resolve and convey it to Davis. Questioned by Shirley and teased by Davis, she nearly forgot what she came here for. Shirley grinned. I'm the 36th princess of the Ashton Empire and I have some sisters who are married to their love. The kind of reaction she gives, it is clear that she likes you, Prince Davis. Davis was utterly dumbfounded. All he heard was, I don't know, and from that she was able to garner a lot of information. What the actual fuck? Women are scary. Davis gulped as he thought, but his gaze unconsciously turned affectionate while looking at Evelyn. Our royal father dotes on us a lot. Even though he is greedy, he is truly a good father and an emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me off this easily. Shirley smiled and said, You were born to a good family. Davis nodded his head, quite happy for her. Isn't your family the same? She asked as she grinned. Yes, though that wouldn't be the case if the rebellion didn't happen, Davis smirked. Haha, aren't you straightforward? Just the way I like it. She laughed out loud, then sighed, a pity, you are way out of my league. Davis fell silent. If she felt like that, then he couldn't do anything about it. She wasn't his responsibility anyway, and towards her, all he felt was a friendship kind of feeling, like the one he had with Elia. Don't you feel the same, Miss Evelyn? Suddenly Evelyn's demeanor changed as she replied, Feel the same. I have been stabbed by this feeling from the moment I saw him. Since her feelings had been found out, she felt that there was no use to being shy anymore. She felt that she should be bolder. So your decision to love him was after that? Shirley asked as he pointed at Davis. Evelyn hurriedly denied after that. No, initially I was just like you in some way. Perhaps at some point I started thinking about him. Shirley giggled. Even though he is still a kid. Evelyn was amused. She then chuckled. He certainly doesn't act like one. Well, that's true. Shirley looked at the two corpses near her. By the way, you have my gratitude for killing that bastard. He was just way too much. Shirley thanked Davis as she felt that the humiliation she received earlier was avenged by him. Davis smiled. No problem. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Prince Davis, Miss Evelyn. Shirley clasped her hands and walked away. Just as she walked, she suddenly stopped and turned back. Goodbye, Elia, was it? Elia, who was silent the entire time, was astonished. Princess is acknowledging me, she asked in incredulity. Shirley giggled. Well, you could say that. Your friend here has made me understand that there are always powerful people above you, and it is not good to act arrogant all the time. Shirley, Elia, and Evelyn once again turned to look at those two corpses of the emperors who were just alive an hour ago. They were once again reminded that Davis was just 10 years old, a disciple of a powerful being, and didn't even take him a minute to take down the two emperors who were part of the continent's strongest 7. Shirley laughed as she left. Next time I see, you might even be stronger than me, hee. Know that? Elia tried to deny it, but no words came out of her mouth as she clenched her fists. Davis smiled. He could see that her resolve to get stronger didn't let her degrade herself. He turned his face and saw Shirley's back. He felt a little sad that he didn't get to see her face. Suddenly, he noticed something and turned aside, only to see Evelyn running away. He laughed and shook his head. It's not like I'm going to eat her. She must have been so embarrassed to be running away from me. Don't you need to follow her? Elia asked as she pointed at the escaping Evelyn. Leave it, there's no need to be forceful. Let it be. Davis replied. His heart was full of satisfaction right now. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal her away from you? Elia asked teasingly. Oh, then they will be courting death. Davis replied with a slight grin, but his face turned weird. When did you learn to tease? Who taught you that? From a certain person who always bullies me, Elia replied with a proud grin on her face. Now that she felt true to be his friend, she felt that she could now tease him as well. Davis chuckled and shouted a moment later as he laughed. Let's get on with the final competition. From there onwards, the final competition proceeded as planned, albeit a little delayed. The geniuses who were already seated in the arena and the top 1,000 who passed the second round were entitled to participate in the final competition. Totally, there were 1,280 participants in the final competition. The final competition consisted of 3 rounds. The first round involved group elimination, where only 16 people will be able to pass out of the 256 people who were pitted against each other in the arena. This made Davis remember the Battle Royale games in his previous life. During the match, he stood like a statue, and no one even came near him. They were avoiding him like he was a plague, which made him annoyed. Out of the 1,280 participants, 80 participants managed to secure victory, and as expected, more than 90 of the participants who secured victory were the elite geniuses of the various empires. Unfortunately, Evelyn was defeated in this round, which made her unqualified to participate in the next round. The next round took place the next day. They used the same method to eliminate the participants. This time, only 16 participants were pitted against each other as they battled out for supremacy. Elia lost this round, and it was quite expected. Compared to other geniuses, the time she cultivated was too little. 16 participants emerged victorious in this round as the general top 16 were determined. Then the top 16 participant was made to do one-on-one battles, which increased the valiant and heroic atmosphere of the arena. In the arena, 3 matches simultaneously took place in the 3 battle stages. The audience clamored and discussed in fervor as the matches between the geniuses exploded into magnificent battles, except for an anomaly. During the whole process, Davis didn't even have to open his mouth as the geniuses automatically surrendered of their own will. The number of participants dropped from 16 to 8, then 8 to 4, and 4 turned to 2. In the largest battle stage, 2 silhouettes were staring at each other with odd expressions. "I knew I would finally face you, Princess Shirley," Davis smiled. He stood at one end of the stage with his arms folded. A slight grin was visible on his face. Shirley smirked. "Just so you know, I'm not gonna throw in the towel like the others. I'm gonna battle you to my heart's content." Davis was astonished, "Even though you know that you will lose." His mentality took a turn for the worse when all the participants who were matched up with him conceded before he can even come up on the stage. He thought that Shirley would be one step higher and let him get to the stage before surrendering herself. "Yes, this is how I play, and I don't need your concern. Come at me with all you've got." Shirley took out her red blazing sword with intricate carvings. It looked magnificent while the blade was sharp enough to slice a low-level sky beast stage magical beasts to pieces. It was a low-level sky-grade weapon that comparable with Davis's spear. "Looks like I went full retard and got arrogant." Davis sighed. No matter how he tried to not underestimate anyone, he got full of himself after being praised by hundreds of people. "I should know better." Davis cursed himself and took a decision. Shirley grinned as she teased, "What? Have you fallen for me now that you have seen my courage?" "Haha, no. It's just that I was reminded of how I once told myself to not underestimate people, lest I be killed in an instant without even knowing how." Shirley was taken aback. "Oh, you mean like those 2 emperors who were killed by you in an instant?" Davis nodded his head. "You could say that." Shirley sighed. "Arrogance. I can see that in your eyes even though you act a little humble. Let me tell you something. You don't need to act humble at all. Only if you act arrogantly will people know that you are someone who holds power. Power is the ultimate requirement that you need to have in this world. Without that, you will be shunned and oppressed without end. I tell you, without your master, you would be targeted by all the people in this place except your father. So prove yourself that you have the right to be arrogant in front of everyone." By the time she finished speaking, her aura and energy erupted out like a large wave that suppressed the people in the audience seat. Shirley, who is 18 years old, has cultivated in all 3 cultivation systems. Her cultivation reached peak-level iron stage, peak-level revolving core stage, and high-level nascent soul stage. She had the confidence that she will at least be able to battle him to a standstill. "Prove myself." Davis looked at her in incredulity. Her words echoed in his ears that triggered explosions in his mind. He was surrounded by that grayish aura tinged with red energy flowing all around the place. Her aura didn't intimidate him at all, but combined with her words, he got goosebumps. Davis slowly lifted his hand as he pointed at her. "You're right, I got to show these people that I have the right to be arrogant." Incredible waves of soul energy emanated from Davis as it exploded out. Soul suppression art. Fearsome waves of soul pressure descended upon Shirley, which instantly made her feel like that she had been placed in the depths of a tightly compressed cave which had trapped her viciously. Shirley froze as her powers dissipated and realized that she was not able to move. She fell down to her knees as she stared at Davis in fear. Young soul stage. Shirley's mind was filled with disbelief as she saw him make his way towards her. Uncontrollable fear erupted in her eyes when she saw him approaching her. "Why you don't come near me," she hysterically shouted in her mind, but was only able to say it out softly with her mouth. She now regretted provoking him into revealing his power. Davis stood in front of her as he looked down at her. He erected an opaque barrier with his soul that shone with bright light and covered the 2 of them. Davis bent down and stretched his hands towards her face. "No, don't." Seeing that his hands were stretched towards her, she got scared while her body involuntarily trembled as her courage was whittled down. Davis swiped his hands as Shirley was dumbfounded as she blinked. "Tell me, do I now have the right to be arrogant?" Misty eyes looked at him. A sharp petite nose, combined with lascivious lips that were enough to captivate a man, was visible to his eyes. Why you do at this moment, she knew that she got utterly dominated by him in this match.